In a world where the entirety of humanity undergoes vocational transformations, the realms of gaming and reality intertwine, and countless dungeons and mystical domains emerge. Upon reaching the age of 18, every individual can awaken their profession through the vocational altar, gaining strength and experience by vanquishing monsters. Chen Ye traverses into this realm, assuming the profession with the highest mortality rate, the demon summoner. Demons lack intelligence. They are savage and murderous, rendering any form of contract impossible. Consequently, the demon summoner is regarded as a despised and short-lived vocation. Fortunately, Chen Ye has bound himself to the demon summoning auxiliary system, receiving a novice gift pack containing 10 consecutive SSS talents, unlocking the most formidable beast demons. By accumulating points, one can exchange for a myriad of demons. Ding! Novice gift pack, 10 consecutive SSS talents have been credited. Talent 1. Attribute amplification, enhancing summoned creature attributes by 100-fold. Talent 2. Attribute merging, amalgamating all summoned creature attributes to bolster oneself. Talent 3. Max level skill duplication, randomly copying one innate skill of a summoned creature and automatically maxing it out. Talent 10. Editing all things, a talent that allows for the modification of everything. Ding! Demon species exchange unlocked. Beast demons, Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Infernal Black Dragon. War demons, Fallen Demon Soldiers, Berserk Demon Generals. Charming demons. Countless years later, Chen Ye, accompanied by innumerable demigods, transcends the limits of profession and steps into the divine realm. Ding! Points fully accumulated. Please craft the world. Chen Ye. From this moment forth, I, Chen, shall be invincible. Chapter 1. Vocational transformation is not based on luck. What of the Scroll King? At Panlong number 2 High School, the 999 senior class vocational transformation ceremony commences. The pinnacle of fire magic may reside above the stove. New Oriental Heavenly Fire Academy generously sponsors the transformation into a fire mage, rewarding 800,000 huaxia coins. Excavators cannot perpetually push earth. We can also push through the abyss. Lanxiang Qingtian Mechanical Academy generously sponsors the transformation into a mechanic, rewarding 660,000 huaxia coins. I have gone bald, yet I have grown stronger. By practicing piety, we can transcend the myriad races. Huaxia Compassion Academy generously sponsors the transformation into a Buddhist mage, rewarding 666,600 huaxia coins. The sea of suffering is boundless, yet with my holy light, there is heaven. In the Summer Kingdom, at the Vocational Transformation Plaza of Panlong number 2 High School, a young instructor clad in a black gown, microphone in hand, announces the sponsorship advertisements prior to the transformation. 3,000 years ago, the realms of gaming and reality merged. A mist enveloped the globe, and dungeons, mystical domains, and abysses descended upon Blue Star. Monsters ran rampant, plunging humanity into dire straits. Fortunately, alongside the abyss's arrival, the vocational altar also emerged. By means of the vocational altar, humanity can transform into professionals. By slaying monsters, they gain experience, elevate their levels, and acquire formidable vocational powers. After 3 millennia, the original 3 categories of professions have now been intricately divided. For instance, swordsmen have been categorized into ordinary swordsman, heavy swordsman, sword array master, Confucian swordsman, wine swordsman, kidney-deficient sword sage, and 10,000 sword sage. For example, fire mages are divided into ordinary fire mage, 9 nether ghost fire, glazed purple fire, phoenix fire, gas fire, methane fire, forbidden spell fire. Similarly, summoners are classified into necromancer summoning, spirit beast summoning, monster summoning, demon summoning, alongside thieves, including grand thief, flower picker, and Tianshan Ghost Shadowhand. In essence, within this world, professions flourish in diversity. Every seemingly useless vocation can radiate brilliance. There are no worthless professions, only incompetent practitioners. Even within the same profession, each individual possesses unique potential. Just as everyone has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, yet some remain difficult to articulate. I wish to transform into a swordsman, preferably a 10,000 sword sage. Historically, there exists a skill known as swordcomb, which is simply breathtaking. What's so great about being a swordsman? I have heard that some swordsman skills require the amputation of a body part to master, especially the kidney-deficient sword sage. Although powerful, he is indeed deficient. He can't even find a girlfriend. I remember one kidney-deficient sword sage who, in the wilderness, searched for 4 scallions and was still scorned. If I could transform into a lightning mage, that would truly be powerful. Static electricity is also a category of lightning. Below the altar's high platform, the instructor fervently promotes advertisements for various prestigious academies. Every profession possesses its unique pinnacle of excellence, each having its own illustrious moments of glory. Even a time traveler cannot help but be consumed by myriad thoughts. The memories of a past life, fused a decade ago, linger on. After 10 years of arduous theoretical study, Chen Ye is filled with yearning for this world. The job transfer ceremony officially commences. With the proclamation of the rituals beginning, the square descends into silence. Class 107, Lin Tianjiao, please step forward for your job transfer. At the instructor's call, a petite student with straight brows swiftly ascends the altar. Buzz. The altar radiates brilliant light, and a line of small characters emerges upon the central stone pillar. Job transfer successful. Name, Lin Tianjiao. Profession, Taoist. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd as the first student successfully transitions into a combat profession. Goodness, the skills of a Taoist can perfectly counter bizarre monsters. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this lad is bound to rise to prominence. Damn, how envious. Huh, merely a Taoist, while I am destined to become the master of 10,000 swords. After 6 years of relentless sword training, as long as I become a swordsman, I am certain I will soar to greatness. While some express envy, others remain indifferent. Class 139, Li Shuangjian, please step forward for your job transfer. The ceremony continues, and the call for names echoes once more. Crap, is it my turn? Ha ha, master of 10,000 swords, here I come. Among the crowd, a student clad in a cloud-colored robe and bearing a long sword rushes forward. Buzz. The altar trembles, and a line of small characters appears. Job transfer successful. Name, Li Shuangjian. Profession, hairstylist. What? At that moment, the student standing at the center of the altar lets out a roar towards the heavens. Heaven above, I have diligently practiced sword techniques for 6 years, only to be assigned to play with scissors. Oh, I am not satisfied. The audience erupts in a laughter once more. Ha ha, that fellow has drawn a short straw. After 6 years of sword mastery, he has been relegated to the mundane occupation of a hairstylist. Is this not a cruel twist of fate? I cannot help but wonder what profession my studied techniques of mastered song would lead to. Amidst the laughter, Li Shuangjian dejectedly descends from the altar. Next, Class 108, Jiangming. Job transfer successful. Name, Jiangming. Profession, bus driver. What the hell? While I enjoy driving, I never anticipated becoming a bus driver. Job transfer successful. Name, Zhou Yong. Profession, beggar. Ah, is there truly a beggar profession in the lifestyle category? Job transfer successful. Name, Wei Wei Chao. Profession, lumberjack. Just strong? No. Strength exists only in legends. There's no Bear Ridge here. Time swiftly passes. Nearly a third of the students have undergone their job transfers. Combat professions are scarce, and even the supportive roles are limited to a mere few. I am begging, my demands are modest. Even in the lifestyle category, grant me the role of a duck master. May my ancestors watch over me from above. Damn, I simply wish to become a factory manager, hiring a group of working girls to assist me. My requests are truly not extravagant. Who is next? Let be someone capable. Can we not reverse this trend of mundane professions? Aspirations are grand, yet reality is harsh. With each lifestyle profession being conferred, many individuals find their dream occupations quietly downgraded. Class 151, Chen Ye, please step forward for your job transfer. Chen Ye. Upon hearing this name, half the students in the school turn their attention towards Class 151. At last, it is Chen Ye's turn. What the hell? This scholar should be able to transition into a combat profession. His theoretical scores are perfect across the board. Aside from eating, sleeping, and nature's calls, all his energy has been devoted to study. If he does not receive a combat profession, it would be quite unreasonable. Job transfers are reliant on luck. Merely excelling in academics does not guarantee a superior profession. He might end up with the most rudimentary lifestyle role. Bookworm, I do not believe he can achieve a combat profession. I also do not believe it. I do not trust anyone who studies better than I do. Even if he were to receive the most pitiful profession, it would surely surpass ours. The resources at his disposal are sufficient to last him a lifetime. If only I had his circumstances, what more could I ask for? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Ye strides purposefully towards the job transfer altar. Chapter 2. The Binding System and the Reward of 10 Consecutive SSS Talents. Before long, Chen Ye arrived at the transmutation altar. He felt surprisingly at ease, owing to his relatively favorable family background. Even if he were to pursue a life-oriented profession, he would likely fare well in the future. Boom. Upon stepping into the center of the altar and touching the stone pillar with one hand, a cascade of golden light enveloped the altar instantaneously. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, weaving an intricate web of electric brilliance. Thick, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and a pair of crimson eyes quietly opened within the darkness. Simultaneously, colossal figures emerged from the clouds, casting shadows that seemed to herald the end of days. An omen. By the heavens, this was a celestial phenomenon. The transmutation of the Roll King had actually incited a cosmic spectacle. This was a sure sign that the battle profession was secured. Either a rare profession or a hidden class awaited Chen Ye, propelling him to greatness. Ha ha ha. Chen Ye is my classmate. The celestial phenomenon appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. Finally, as the golden radiance that enveloped the altar dissipated, a line of golden characters materialized upon the stone pillar. Name, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession trait, unique. What in the world? A Demon Summoner. Goodness, the most uninspiring summoner class. Alas, the Roll King has truly met with misfortune this time. Yet, fortunately, once this profession emerges, as long as Chen Ye remains alive, history shall not witness the rise of a second Demon Summoner. This implies that even if I were to suffer greater misfortune than Chen Ye, I could never transition into a Demon Summoner. How tragic. I wonder if the Roll King can withstand such a monumental blow. Historically, only 3 Demon Summoners have ever appeared. The first summoned a succubus, only to be drained of life within 3 days, tortured to death. The second summoned a lust demon, who succumbed to madness on the day of summoning, hanging himself from a crooked tree in royal robes. The third summoned a blood demon, whose mere trace of demonic energy caused the summoner to explode. Thus, the Demon Summoner became a profession universally despised for its brevity of life. It seems Chen Ye will likely be etched in the annals of history. The son of the Lord of Panlong City has become a Demon Summoner. Extraordinary. In the square, the expressions of the students awaiting transmutation varied widely. The atmosphere was rife with agitation. In the stands, the principal wore a grim expression, seemingly at a loss. If it were anyone else transmuting into this profession, he could simply shrug it off. But alas, why must it be Chen Ye? Let us hope he does not receive any special treatment from the Lord of the city. On the altar, Chen Ye wore a bitter smile. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Yet the singular outcome of becoming a uniquely qualified Demon Summoner had eluded him. Demons lack intelligence. They are brutal and murderous, making it impossible to forge a contract with them. Summoning them necessitates engaging in combat first. What a predicament. Sound. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to resign himself to a life of complacency, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Demon Summoning Assistance System Online, loading now. An exclusive system for transgressors, albeit belatedly. As he listened to the voice in his mind, a flicker of hope ignited within him. System loading complete, binding in progress. Sound. Demon Summoning Assistance System binding complete, novice gift package dispatched. Would you like to open it now? A novice gift package? Open. Chen Ye eagerly issued the command. Sound. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift package. 10 consecutive SSS talents are now being activated. 10 consecutive SSS talents? Are we starting on such a grand scale? Talent 1. Attribute Amplification, amplifies summoned entities' attributes by 100 times. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Talent 2. Attribute Merging, merges all summoned entities' attributes. Enhancing the host. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Talent 3. Max level skill learning and copying, summoned entities can learn skills dropped by abyssal bosses. The host can copy 1 skill from each summoned entity, 1 skill per entity, and it will automatically reach max level. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Talent 4. Max level skill amplification. Amplifies all skills by 100 times. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Talent 5. Damage transfer. All damage automatically transfers to the nearest summoned entity. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Talent 6. Guaranteed gold on completion. Completing a dungeon, secret realm, or abyss will guarantee drop the highest level item within limits. Rating, SSS, unlocks at 1 million points. Talent 7. Level extraction. Defeating world-class bosses allows for the extraction of the boss's level. Rating, SSS, unlocks at 10 million points. Talent 8. Lost Treasure Map. Receive a fragment of a lost treasure map daily, unlocking hidden treasures. Rating, SSS, unlocks at 30 million points. Talent 9. Energy Conversion. Activating talents allows the host to convert any item or life into their own energy. Rating, SSS, unlocks at 30 billion points. Talent 10. Edit All Things. This talent allows for the editing and modification of everything. Rating, SSS, unlocks at 300 billion points. Stunned. After perusing the 10 SSS talents in the novice gift package, Chen Ye stood in shock for several minutes. This system possesses remarkable capabilities. A smile crept across his face, illuminating his expression with joy. It is noteworthy that in this world, the highest talent rating is SSS. Were it not for the existence of an upper limit, his talent rating would undoubtedly soar far above SSS. Furthermore, starting with 10 consecutive SSS talents is merely the novice gift package. The system itself is the true cheat. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye endeavored to adjust his emotions, striving to maintain an air of sophistication. System access functions. Chen Ye commanded. Instantly, all system functionalities materialized before him. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Upon witnessing the system functions, Chen Ye gasped in astonishment. Demon Summoning Assistance System. Functions, Points to summon demons for exchange. Using points allows for the exchange of various types of demons. Types of summoned demons: beast demons, warrior demons, succubi, celestial demons. Divine demons. Currently unlocked types: beast demons. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, 1000 points for 1. Infernal Black Dragon, 100,000 points for 1. Great Fiend Xiongqi, 1,000,000 points for 1. Methods for acquiring points: gaining points by defeating monsters, leveling up, collecting dropped items, advancing in professions, ranking in events, and setting records. The methods for acquiring points are not singular. Once the transmutation ceremony concludes, I must test how many points I can gain from defeating a monster and leveling up. Murmuring to himself, Chen Ye returned to his classroom seat, awaiting the awakening of the entire school. Classmates offered him consolation, and Chen Ye merely responded with a faint smile. The transmutation continued. Following Chen Ye, numerous others began to transmute into combat-oriented professions. Even 2 rare professions emerged. However, Chen Ye remained unperturbed, engrossed in studying the system. Before long, the transmutation ceremony concluded, and Chen Ye hailed a cab to swiftly return home. On his way, Chen Ye examined the system panel. Demon Assistance System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 0. Experience, 0. Level, LV1. Spirit, 16. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Defense, 8. Number of summons, 0. Personal General Skill, Low-Level Appraisal. Personal Professional Skill, none. The panel was unremarkable, and the attributes were quite similar to those of most summoners, with slightly higher spirit, but rather lacking in strength and defense. It included a successful transfer skill for appraisal. After a 20-minute journey, Chen Ye disembarked at the Lord's mansion. Although I am now endowed with a system, I still lack points to exchange for summons. It seems I must first ask my father for some funds to hire a power leveler. Only after accumulating 1,000 points can I venture into the dungeons independently. Pushing open the grand doors of the Lord's mansion, Chen Ye made his way to the study. Knock. Knock. He rapped gently on the door. Come in. A stern voice echoed from within. Creak. Chen Ye entered. Father. He called softly. Inside the study sat a middle-aged man clad in a suit, bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Ye, about 70% alike. This man was named Chen Wu, Chen Ye's father and the lord of Panlong City. A demon summoner, you say? Your principal just called. Chen Wu lifted his gaze, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. He opened a drawer and retrieved a file. Qingbei Academy. Your uncle is the vice principal. Dahua Literature Institute. Your third uncle just assumed the position of dean a few days ago. These 2 institutions are the most prestigious among ordinary people, and graduating from them could secure you a respectable civil service position. Where do you wish to go? Chapter 3. Ordinary people leave their fate to chance. The Chen family defies destiny. Faced with his father's inquiry, Chen Ye remained silent. The circumstances in Panlong City had been precarious in recent years, consistently ranking at the bottom in martial examinations. He planned to deliver a small shock to his father during the martial exam. Sliding into a chair beside the desk, Chen Ye spoke up. Father, I intend to participate in the martial examination. The martial exam, you say? Chen Wu narrowed his eyes, pausing his work as if contemplating something. Very well, I shall think of a way to assist you. Chen Wu nodded and resumed organizing the documents on his desk. By the way, having just completed your class transfer, if there are gatherings in your class, you might as well join in. I've just transferred 2 million in pocket money to you. Arrange it as you see fit. All right, Chen Ye exclaimed, glancing at the sudden influx of 2 million in his account before turning to exit. His father's level was too high, and the experience gained from hiring a power leveler would be negligible. If he sought a guild power leveler, his identity as the Lord's son would likely prevent them from accepting payment, instead creating a debt of gratitude towards his father. The school had specialized power leveling instructors, which seemed a more prudent option. Chen Ye resolved to first practice at school, determining the number of points he could earn through leveling up. Meanwhile, in the study, Chen Wu wore a grave expression. The fact that Chen Ye had failed to awaken a talent was entirely unexpected. You must be silently enduring the agony that comes with a perilous profession, right? A demon summoner, since the transferred profession is unsuitable. I shall arrange something manually for you. Chen Wu picked up his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Xiao Lu, do you still have any dragon eggs? Not for beast taming. The profession is quite poor. Yes, that's what I meant. First, get in touch with your 4th brother. My relationship with him is strained. I'll personally go to the old man. After hanging up, Chen Wu dialed another encrypted number. Connect me to the Abyss battlefield. I need to speak with Chen Yun. Second uncle, it's Xiao Wu. A few minutes later, Chen Wu placed a spatial ring down on the desk. With a month until the college entrance exam, we should still have time to accumulate levels from the moment the profession was changed. Ordinary people leave their fate to chance. We, the Chen family, shall defy destiny. Wait for your father to return with a monumental surprise. With a swift motion, Chen Wu tore through the fabric of space and vanished from the study. Meanwhile, Chen Ye had returned to school. He jogged briskly, soon arriving at the dungeon building. The building was bustling with students eagerly waiting to level up. The school's trial dungeon was the only place where one could level up without the fear of death. Chen Xiao, are you here to level up in the dungeon too? Come, join the queue in front of me. Yi Xiao, which dungeon do you wish to enter? We'll make way for you. As soon as Chen Ye stepped into the dungeon building, he caused quite a stir. No need, thank you for your kindness. Chen Ye smiled amiably and made his way directly to the 6th office window inside the building. To his surprise, he found his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing, seated within. How should I comfort Chen Ye? Xiao Yezi, I'm sorry your transfer to that short-lived profession didn't go well. Too direct. Chen Ye, the value of a profession is not determined by its prestige. Lu Qingqing mumbled, her head bowed as she busily typed a message. The most outstanding student in the class had transferred to the only profession that faced discrimination. She felt compelled to offer some comfort. Old classmate, are you here to serve as a power leveler too? Chen Ye leaned on the window, grinning. Lu Qingqing jumped in surprise. Is that you, kid? What are you doing in the dungeon building? Lu Qingqing adjusted her glasses, and seeing Chen Ye's playful demeanor, she felt somewhat relieved. What else could one do in a dungeon building? Do you really think I, a demon summoner, could come here to level up? I'm surely here to seek a power leveler. Chen Ye replied with a chuckle. Hire a power leveler? Chen Ye, you should hire me. I'm affordable. My scholarship for this semester has gone down the drain. Since you plan to spend money, let me earn a bit. Upon hearing that Chen Ye wanted to hire a power leveler, Lu Qingqing instantly perked up. After 3 years of teacher-student bond, the market price for leveling up to level 10 is 30,000 for 1 level. I'll charge you 25,000 for a 10-level boost. How about it? Reaching level 10 gives you the chance to participate in the martial exam. You could sign up and experience it. Initially, she had contemplated comforting Chen Ye, but considering his family's situation, she decided to prioritize her own needs. With mortgage and car loans, her salary was nearly depleted. All right, deal. Chen Ye agreed, glad to save 5,000. It was only fair for his old teacher to earn a little extra on the side. After coming to an agreement, the two of them formed a team and approached a trial dungeon. Trial dungeon. Level, none. Monster type, goblin. Monster level, LV1, LV3. Monster quantity, 1000. Entry requirements. Individual level 5 or below. Team maximum level not exceeding 60. Dungeon status, active. Cooldown for professionals, 8 hours. Dungeon notes, no equipment drops. Dungeon task, rescue the woman about to be executed from the goblin leader's guillotine. Tip, you and your teammates are about to meet the entry requirements. Do you wish to enter? Click to enter. A blinding flash illuminated the surroundings, and the two individuals found themselves simultaneously within the confines of a dungeon. The setting was a grand castle, its central feature being an expansive plaza. In the midst of this plaza, a frail woman knelt, awaiting the execution command from the goblin leader. Stay close behind me and refrain from wandering off. Once the castle gates swing open, we shall charge in, Lu Qingqing instructed, her gaze shifting towards the patrolling goblin minions. In 5 minutes, a goblin captain would emerge. That would mark the opportune moment to infiltrate the castle. Although Lu Qingqing possessed the prowess to effortlessly conquer this dungeon, her primary focus was to ensure her student acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding dungeons. Understood. Chen Ye nodded. As he embarked on his inaugural venture into the realm of dungeons, he resolved to exercise caution. He would diligently follow and await his leveling opportunity. Casting a discerning spell upon a distant goblin patrol, he received the following information. Goblin minion. Level, LV1. Spirit, 19. Strength, 18. Agility, 13. Defense, 21. Skill, Frenzied triple slash. Monster description. Under the influence of frenzy, the goblin minion's strength increases by 7, capable of delivering 3 consecutive critical strikes, potentially slaying any adventurer of the same level. Upon perusing the appraisal details, Chen Ye's expression turned grave. If struck thrice by a goblin, he might very well be rendered incapacitated. Although the trial dungeon guaranteed survival, the pain was undeniably real, and repeated encounters could lead to a mental breakdown. As 5 minutes elapsed, a creaking sound echoed through the air as the castle doors swung open. Let us go, Lu Qingqing commanded, hefting a massive sword, broader than her frame, onto her shoulder. With a swift motion, she unleashed her skill, sweeping the army. The heavy blade struck down several goblin minions, sending them reeling, their lives extinguished in an instant. Your teammate has slain a level 1 goblin minion. Congratulations, you have gained 2 experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 1 goblin minion. Congratulations. You have gained 2 experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 1 goblin minion. Congratulations, you have gained 2 experience points. Chen Ye followed closely behind, notifications of experience continually appearing on his interface. They forged ahead, and after roughly 40 minutes, all goblin minions had been vanquished. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Chen Ye, and he heard the prompt of leveling up within his mind. Your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV2. Ding. As he leveled up, a point notification appeared. Congratulations, host has leveled up. Points, 200. Chapter 4, Detection of Summons. Triggering SSS Talent, with attributes amplified 100-fold. Each level up grants 200 points. He pondered how many points could be accrued from defeating a single monster. Only by amassing 1,000 points could he ascertain the answer through personal experience. Lu Qingqing's speed in dispatching foes was remarkable. Upon eliminating all goblin minions, they found themselves in the plaza, where hundreds of goblin guards rushed forth. Employing her skill, Sword Chi, Lu Qingqing firmly grasped the hilt of her sword and struck forward with vigor. In a single maneuver, she felled over a dozen goblins. Your teammate has slain a level 1 goblin minion. Congratulations, you have gained 3 experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 1 goblin minion. Congratulations. You have gained 3 experience points. After nearly 2 hours of combat, another luminous glow radiated from Chen Ye. Your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV3. Ding. Congratulations, host has leveled up. Points, 200. Thus, they continued their relentless battle. Approximately 2 hours later, the goblin boss succumbed beneath the might of the heavy sword. Your teammate has slain the goblin boss. Dungeon cleared. Duration of dungeon completion, 5 hours, 31 minutes, and 26 seconds. Team did not establish a completion time record. No special rewards. Following the completion of the dungeon, the two were teleported back outside its confines. Shall we proceed to the next one? Onward. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed. After consecutively clearing 3 dungeons, they emerged in the dead of night, the dungeon building now vacant of students. I'm utterly exhausted. Chen Ye, let us settle the bill. That's enough for today. I'm starving. Lu Qingqing exclaimed. A total of 5 levels gained, so just give me 120,000. Chen Ye sighed. The experience required for higher levels diminished significantly, and reaching level 10 through leveling services would conservatively take 7 days. We'll take it slow from here, Lu Qingqing noted. Despite the monster's low levels, the prolonged battles were indeed tiring. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Let us grab a late-night snack. It's on me. After transferring the payment for the leveling service to Lu Qingqing, the two finally departed the dungeon building. After enjoying their late-night meal and returning to the Lord's mansion, dawn was nearly upon them. System, open the panel, Chen Ye commanded mentally, activating the system interface. Demon Assistant System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 1,000. Experience, 87. Level, LV6. Spirit, 96. Strength, 48. Agility, 54. Defense, 48. Number of summons, 0. Summon S innate skill, none. Personal universal skill, low level appraisal. Personal professional skill, none. At last, he had accrued enough points to exchange for a summoning demon. Tomorrow, he would return to school to assess the true strength of the summoning demon. With attributes amplified 100-fold, they might even venture into the outskirts for deeper dungeon encounters. After a brief wash-up, Chen Ye succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was already noon. After a simple meal, he hurried towards the school. Chen Xiao, are you here for another leveling service today? Oh, having money at home is quite advantageous. Reaching level 10 through leveling services is a breeze. Humph, his limit is level 10. Does he dare summon demons? The level of the summons aligns with that of the summoner. Summoning one would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. No need to envy. We shall soon surpass him. Within the dungeon building, several students whispered among themselves upon spotting Chen Ye. However, he paid them no mind. Lu Qingqing was absent today. She was likely exhausted from yesterday's endeavors. Glancing at the dungeons they had cleared the previous day, he noted a cooldown of over 50 minutes, compelling him to seek alternative dungeons. He needed to find an opportunity to request a shielding badge from his father. The cooldown for dungeons was rather bothersome for adventurers. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to another dungeon. Trial dungeon. Level, none. Monster type, knife-wielding baboon. Monster level, LV1, LV3. Monster quantity, 1,000. Entrance requirement, individual level below 6. Team maximum level not exceeding 60. Dungeon status, active. Adventurer cooldown time, 8 hours. Dungeon notes, no equipment drops. Copy task, the proud baboon wielding a knife holds you in disdain, refusing to engage seriously with you. However, should you provoke a sense of threat in them, they will unleash a merciless group assault upon you. Task, subdue their arrogance and grind it into the ground. Hint, you meet the entry requirements for the dungeon. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Chen Ye silently murmured, and in an instant, vanished from sight. Wow, a nearby student exclaimed in astonishment. Did Chen Ye just enter the dungeon? No way he went in alone. After being trained for a day, he dares to solo the trial dungeon? Damn. The dungeon he entered is the one with the strongest baboons in the entire school. Going in alone is akin to courting death. Just yesterday, our team of 8 was annihilated by a single baboon, and he is going in alone? Impressive. A demon summoner daring to solo a dungeon without a summon or skills. How audacious. I give him 5 minutes, at most 5 minutes, before he gets teleported out. A wave of chatter erupted in the dungeon building, as many gathered to speculate how long Chen Ye could endure within the dungeon. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. Chen Ye appeared within the dungeon. This dungeon resembled a towering mountain, where baboon monsters, each sporting a steel knife at their waist, lay languidly on the rocks basking in the sun. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the knife-wielding baboons. However, These baboons displayed no interest in attacking Chen Ye. They lounged comfortably, barely glancing in his direction. One particularly arrogant baboon even spat at Chen Ye from the foot of the mountain. Its haughty demeanor enough to provoke gritted teeth. So proud, are they? Chen Ye narrowed his eyes and cast an identification skill. Knife-wielding baboon. Level, LV1. Spirit, 26. Strength, 21. Agility, 26. Defense, 22. Skills, one blade style, backstab. Group attack skill, chain slash. Monster description, baboons possess high intelligence and an intense competitive spirit. When they become serious, it will be a relentless battle. Beware of the steel knives at their waists, for they are capable of delivering fatal blows. No wonder they are so arrogant. Their attributes are nearly double that of ordinary professionals at the same level, ensuring that being crushed before these baboons is an absolute norm. Testing the strength of these baboons against summoned demons would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. System, expend 1,000 points to summon a demon. Ding. Exchange complete. The summoned demon has been automatically stored in the summoning space. The host need only activate their professional ability to release the summoned demon. Summon. Chen Ye focused his thoughts, directly activating his summoning ability. In the next moment, boom. The space within the dungeon trembled violently. Following this, a 13-meter-tall demon wolf materialized beside Chen Ye. The demon wolf was adorned with scales as hard as crimson diamonds, with bone spikes resembling ice cones protruding from its back. Its abdomen was inscribed with eerie runes glowing with a red light. Claws, fangs, and its fierce, scarlet eyes emanated an aura of black, demonic energy that instilled a sense of helplessness. Is this the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf? Feeling the terrifying presence radiating from the demon wolf, Chen Ye was utterly astonished. Ding! Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected summoned entity. SSS Talent activated. Attribute amplification 100 times. Chapter 5, Skill Duplication, Solar Impact reaches automatic maximum level. Attribute amplification 100 times. Boom. At that moment, the aura exuded by the demon wolf intensified to a terrifying degree. Chen Ye hurriedly cast an identification skill. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Level, LV6. Spirit, 120. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Defense, 180. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Tear, Crimson Flame Charge. Lethal Penetration. The demon wolf detects the monster's weak points and utilizes its sharp teeth, enhancing its powerful bite to deliver a lethal blow, piercing the opponent's throat, severing their central nervous system, and penetrating their arteries. Tear. Upon activation, the demon wolf can effortlessly tear through opponents with attributes double its own. Crimson Flame Charge. Enveloped in crimson flames, it leaps forward with explosive power and burning capability. Upon reviewing the demon wolf's attributes, they seemed rather unremarkable, only slightly exceeding those of ordinary monsters. Could it be that the identification skill could not see through the demon wolf's true attributes? Contemplating this, Chen Ye opened the system panel. Indeed, the panel displayed the true attributes of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Level, LV6. Spirit, 12,000. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Defense, 18,000. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Tier. Crimson Flame Charge. Hiss. A chill ran down his spine. The attributes of the demon wolf after the 100-fold amplification left Chen Ye gasping in awe. Only level 6. Yet attributes exceeding 10,000. Ding. Before Chen Ye could fully comprehend this, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Detected summoned entity. SSS Talent activated. The host may merge the attributes of the summoned entity at any time, augmenting them to themselves. As long as he activated the talent, the attributes of the summoned entity would become his own. Invincible. He couldn't wait to experience what it felt like to have attributes over 10,000. Chen Ye was filled with eager anticipation when the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected summoned entity. SSS Talent activated. The host may choose to copy one skill from the summoned entity. Please select a skill to copy. 1. Lethal Penetration. 2. Tier. 3. Crimson Flame Charge. Copying skills feels exhilarating. The first two skills belong to the basic abilities of the demon wolf. System. Copy. Crimson Flame Charge. Chen Ye commanded. Ding. Skill Crimson Flame Charge copied successfully. Automatically conferred to the host. Ding. Detected host skill. SSS Talent activated. Crimson Flame Charge reaches automatic maximum level, evolving into Solar Impact. Skill description. Activate the skill to condense crimson flames into a massive fireball in the sky for a targeted collision. Is this the terrifying aspect of the SSS Talent? Feeling the skill's enhancement, Chen Ye now needed only a thought to activate it. A maximum level skill. He couldn't wait to test its power. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Ye turned his gaze towards the baboons atop the mountain. With the emergence of the demon wolf, the baboons no longer displayed their previous arrogance, each gripping their steel knives, preparing to test the demon wolf's strength. Roar. The demon wolf growled lowly, its crimson pupils filled with murderous intent, an overwhelming aura emanating from it. It lowered its body, presenting its head obediently in front of Chen Ye. Does it want me to stand on its head? With a powerful push, Chen Ye leaped twice and landed firmly atop the demon wolf's head. Let the slaughter commence. A command was issued, and the air around the magic wolf became fiercely menacing. Its massive claws descended upon a baboon with a resounding smack. Crack! The mountain rock shattered. The unfortunate baboon was obliterated, reduced to a splatter of blood upon the magic wolf's claws. You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations, you have earned 11 points. 2 notifications echoed in his mind. To slay a single monster and receive 11 points. Was this truly the magnitude of the reward? With 1,000 points, he could exchange for a magic wolf. At this rate, he would soon amass a veritable horde of these beasts. Each magic wolf possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Imagine the devastation if there were thousands. Frenzy consumed Chen Ye in that moment, his eyes alight with zeal. Kill! With a soft command, the magic wolf charged forth, leaving chaos in its wake. Smack! Smack! The baboons wielding knives stood no chance. One swipe dispatched one, another swipe took down 2. Experience and point notifications continued to appear. Roar! Roar! Under the absolute dominance of the magic wolf, the baboons atop the mountain emitted cries in defense of their dignity. In a flurry, 37 baboons unleashed a group attack skill. Skill, chain slash. Whoosh, whoosh. The baboons leapt, brandishing gleaming steel knives that struck the magic wolf almost simultaneously. The sound of hardened steel clashing rang out. But the group attack's chain slash could not breach the magic wolf's defenses. Initiate the Crimson Flame charge skill. Chen Ye commanded. Boom. A fierce flame erupted around the magic wolf, enveloping it entirely. The intense heat generated a shockwave, sending the baboons who had attacked the magic wolf flying. In the next instant, the magic wolf, empowered by the crimson flames, charged ferociously into the densely packed baboons on the mountain. Boom. The mountainside trembled, flames erupted. One skill obliterated nearly 200 baboons. You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations. You have earned 11 points. You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 monster. Congratulations. You have earned 11 points. Experience cap reached. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Ding. You have leveled up, earning 200 points. Experience cap reached. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 8. Ding. You have leveled up, earning 200 points. Such rapid progression. Chen Ye was astounded at his swift advancement. Thus, he stood atop the magic wolf, observing as it decimated the entire dungeon. Approximately 1 hour later, the magic wolf had slaughtered its way from the base of the mountain to the mid-slope. The baboon monsters in the dungeon had been reduced by nearly half. Chen Ye leveled up once more. Experience cap reached. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Ding. You have leveled up, earning 200 points. He contemplated the extent of his points. Accessing the system panel, Chen Ye examined his score. Points, 6137. Had he truly surpassed 6,000 points? The system had mentioned that creating records in the dungeon could also yield points. If he could expedite his completion speed, he wondered how many points a record would grant. With this thought, Chen Ye commanded the system. System, exchange for 6 crimson flame magic wolves. Ding. Exchange completed, 6,000 points deducted. With a thought, he summoned the 6 exchanged magic wolves. They surged forth to annihilate all monsters at breakneck speed. Roar. A total of 7 magic wolves charged toward the summit of the mountain. Chapter 6. What on earth? How did the record suddenly refresh? Understanding the might of the magic wolves, Chen Ye wasted no time. He initiated the most potent attack, striving for a swift dungeon completion and the associated rewards. Upon his command, the 7 magic wolves unleashed their skills. Boom, boom, boom. The magic wolves, enveloped in crimson flames, executed 7 consecutive crimson flame charge skills, shaking the mountainside. The explosions decimated large numbers of baboons. The temperature in the dungeon surged dramatically. Within mere minutes, Chen Ye and his magic wolves ascended to the mountain's peak. Knife-wielding baboon, elite. Level, LV3. Spirit, 67. Strength, 65. Agility, 61. Defense, 63. Skill, one sword style, backstab. Group attack skill, chain slash. Had they reached the elite monsters? Go forth, my magic wolves. Chen Ye commanded, and the 6 magic wolves surged forward. Their immense size rendered the elite baboons as insignificant as mice. Dispatched effortlessly with a mere swipe, the one-sided slaughter concluded swiftly. In this wave, Chen Ye eradicated hundreds of elite monsters. Finally, as the 7 magic wolves reached the mountaintop simultaneously, a low, menacing roar reverberated through the air. Soon after, a baboon, towering at 3 meters and brandishing dual blades, came into view. This baboon was imposing, its body brimming with explosive muscle, radiating an intense aura of dominance. However, in the eyes of the magic wolves, it remained merely an insignificant threat. An identification skill was cast. Knife-wielding baboon, boss. Level, LV5. Spirit, 107. Strength, 118. Agility, 101. Defense, 123. Such formidable attributes. At level 5, it surpassed his level 6 form by nearly double. Without the aid of the magic wolves and their skills, slaying this boss would seem nearly impossible. Thankfully, he had a cheat. Otherwise, the path to leveling up would be arduous indeed. Go. Chen Ye commanded one of the magic wolves. Roar. The magic wolf roared, its limbs bursting with power. With an astounding 150 agility, it moved at blinding speed, leaving an afterimage in its wake. Smack. One claw descended, and before the boss could react, it was turned to a puddle of blood. You have slain the baboon boss, gaining 57 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Duration, 139:51. Had he completed the dungeon already? He recalled the previous record being over 39 hours, yet he had breezed through it in under 2 hours. Chen Ye was internally astounded. The power of the magic wolves was truly beyond imagination. Ding. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system panel. Dungeon clearance completed. You have set a new record. Congratulations, you have earned 2,000 points. Earning 2,000 points for setting a record in a trial dungeon was quite enticing. Regrettably, he hadn't even had the chance to test my skills. A radiant light enveloped him, a sign of his forced teleportation upon completion of the dungeon. Meanwhile, within the dungeon tower. Goodness, it's been an hour and a half. Why hasn't Chen Ye been teleported out yet? Could he have perished within the dungeon? That seems implausible. The rules of the trial dungeon dictate that players are extracted when facing imminent danger. Yet, how could a mere demon summoner, devoid of skills and summons, endure for such an extended duration? Wait a moment, I think I've stumbled upon something. That rascal Chen Ye must be aware that we are gathered outside, eagerly awaiting his misfortune. The baboons within the dungeon exhibit an air of arrogance. As long as Chen Ye refrains from initiating an attack, they will overlook him. Perhaps he is deliberately prolonging his stay in the dungeon to impress us. TSK, I must admit, the son of the city lord from Panlong City is quite cunning. Let's disperse. Who knows? Chen Ye might linger in there for an entire day. Everyone, let's not waste time. Let us form a party and level up in the dungeon instead. Damn, I've wasted over an hour here without witnessing the city lord's son getting humiliated. Let us go. I'm a healer with ample mana. Let us gather another group, and today we shall undoubtedly take down a baboon. A group of students loitering outside the dungeon, feeling they've seen through Chen Ye, began to voice their critiques. One after another, they formed parties again, preparing to delve into the dungeon. Just then, a flash of light erupted from the dungeon entrance. Chen Ye emerged from the dungeon. Yes out? Chen Xiao? What an effort. You managed to endure in the dungeon for so long. You must have vanquished some monsters, right? Remarkable. Just yesterday, you required assistance to level up. And today you can solo the trial dungeon, enduring for over an hour. Chen Xiao, those baboons were formidable, weren't they? As Chen Ye stepped out, a group quickly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions, their tone dripping with envy. The monsters were indeed quite strong, Chen Ye replied curtly, striding toward the entrance of the dungeon building. The limitation for solo entry into the baboon trial dungeon is level 6 or lower. Now that Chen Ye has surpassed level 6, he cannot re-enter the trial dungeon without a party. TCH, quite the show-off. He probably didn't even dare to engage the monsters, yet he claims to be strong. As Chen Ye exited the dungeon building, the students who had been critiquing him began to voice their opinions. Before Chen Ye, they dared not go too far, but behind his back, they were emboldened enough to mock him. Ha ha ha, what if he merely hid in the dungeon for over an hour, thinking it was time to provoke the baboons, only to be instantaneously defeated and teleported out? That's entirely plausible. Classmate, your analysis is quite sound. I concur with your astonishment. Suddenly, the dungeon illuminated once more. A brand new record appeared above the dungeon. Dungeon record updated. Solo completion time, 139:51. Goodness, how did the dungeon record refresh inexplicably? What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, Chen Ye was the only one to enter the dungeon. Could it be impossible? I refuse to believe it. How could Chen Ye solo the baboons with knives and set a record? 1 hour and 39 minutes. This is a feat achievable by humans? We, as an 8-person party, were annihilated in 3 minutes. He soloed for an hour and cleared it? Utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, all the students within the dungeon building were left speechless. Am I hallucinating? It seems the dungeon has indeed set a new record. In the training window, several instructors rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 7. Blinded by your own ignorance. Are you trying to get me killed? Meanwhile, Chen Ye arrived at the school entrance. First, he decided to call his father to inquire about acquiring a shielding badge. The shielding badge can nullify cooldowns for adventurers in dungeons, allowing for quicker leveling. Chen Ye pulled out his phone and dialed. Son, what's the matter? Came his father Chen Wu's voice from the other end. Dad, do we have a shielding badge at home? I'd like one, Chen Ye directly inquired. What? Can't sit still, can you? I left a spatial ring in my study. It contains a shielding badge. If you're going out, remember to activate the spatial teleportation scroll inside the ring. It will automatically transport you if you encounter danger, and I'll be able to sense it. I have some matters to attend to these days. Take care of yourself. That is all. Chen Wu succinctly instructed before hanging up. Putting away his phone, Chen Ye hailed a cab to return home. He needed to prepare for a trip to the fog zone to tackle a wave of abyss dungeons. System, check status panel. Upon returning home, Chen Ye examined his panel. Demon Assistant System. Host, Chen Ye. Class, Demon Summoner. Points, 7186. Experience, 935. Level, LV10. Spirit, 160. Strength, 80. Agility, 90. Defense, 80. Number of summons, 7. Personal Universal Skill, Low-Level Identification. Personal Class Skill, Solar Charge. Solar Charge, a skill that conjures a massive fireball from the crimson flames in the sky. Aim to strike a designated point. With 7186 points, I can exchange for another summon. Experience progress is also just shy of leveling up. Last year, the top scorer in the martial arts examination in Panlong City was level 21, while the national champion reached level 28. With only 27 days until the martial arts examination. If I wish to secure the top spot, I must strive even harder. Entering the study, Chen Ye picked up the spatial ring left by his father on the desk and slipped it onto his finger. Upon inspection, it was filled with various equipment that enhanced attributes. Necklace of Fishman Tears. Category, Pendant. Level, Gold. Wearing effect, 20 increase in all attributes. Passive effect, 1 drop of Fishman Tears can withstand 1 attack from a level 60 monster. A 20 increase in all attributes. Along with the ability to resist attacks from monsters below level 60. This must be a necklace crafted by his father, who collected Fishman Tears and entrusted them to a blacksmith. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such formidable defensive capabilities. Quite impressive. Chen Ye donned the necklace around his neck. Breezy Boots. Category, Artifact. Level, Gold. Wearing effect, 100 increase in agility. Artifact effect, Silent Movement, reduced stamina consumption. Passive effect, None. An increase of 100 in agility attributes is quite beneficial as well. Chen Ye removed his sports shoes and put on the Breezy Boots. They fit perfectly, presumably crafted to his exact measurements. Defensive Cloak. Category, Artifact. Level, Platinum. Wearing effect, 1000 increase in defense attributes. Artifact effect, immune to water and fire, impervious to dust. Passive effect, can defend against level 60 water and fire skill attacks. Oh my, a platinum level defensive cloak. Moreover, it can withstand attacks from both water and fire skills. At the platinum level, such artifacts are likely in very limited supply in Panlong City. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Ye retrieved the defensive cloak from his spatial ring. It was black, adorned at the hem with runes of red flames and blue waves, exceedingly stylish. Shaking his hand slightly, he infused it with a trace of mental energy. In a whoosh, the cloak seemed to come alive, automatically draping itself over him. Thunderous Golden Hammer. Category, Magical Artifact. Rank, Platinum. Usage effect, the hammer's attacks yield true damage, disregarding all forms of defense, making it a universal artifact for all professions. Artifact effect, the artifact harbors a portion of thunderous might, capable of obliterating any monster below level 30 in an instant. Passive effect, None. Another Platinum tier magical artifact, and of the regulated category no less. Any foe under level 30 would be dispatched with a single blow. What a remarkable advantage. With such equipment, even at level 1 and unable to summon demons, I would face no rivals in the early stages. With a background of considerable influence, it was clear my journey had commenced with extraordinary fortune. After a cursory examination of the equipment within the ring, Chen Ye chuckled, shaking his head. There was an abundance. If all the gear were to be fully utilized, even a seasoned level 60 veteran might struggle to defeat him. No wonder my father was so confident in letting me venture forth. He had prepared thoroughly. With such an extraordinary background, and an equally formidable profession bolstered by these enhancements. If I don't soar to greatness, it would be a travesty. Father, await the grand surprise I shall bring you. Grinning broadly, Chen Ye stored some food within the spatial ring and approached the teleportation array on the rooftop of his home. The teleportation array, designated for the city lord, could transport him to any location within the misty outskirts of Panlong City. Should any abyssal creatures appear in a dungeon, the array would facilitate the swiftest arrival at the site, allowing for prompt resolution of the crisis. As a unilateral transport, the cost was not exorbitant. A collaboration between spatial mages and array masters could create it for approximately 30 million huaxia coins. Several prominent families in Panlong City possessed such arrays. Accessing the array's operational screen, Chen Ye enlarged the map of the outskirts and selected his destination, Panlong Grand Canyon. The Panlong Grand Canyon is a renowned leveling area within Panlong City. It features 2 abyss dungeons, both classified as F-level, making it ideal for novice players. After confirming the location and setting the automatic teleportation timer for 10 seconds, Chen Ye stepped into the array. With a hum, as the countdown concluded, Chen Ye vanished from the rooftop. At the same time, at the Panlong Grand Canyon, groups of adventurers gathered at the entrance. Professional teams offered services, boasting unscathed completions of Nightfall Abandoned City, a staggering 17 times, having twice shattered records. The Furious Python Valley Nightmare Passage had seen 8 consecutive record-breaking runs, with individuals effortlessly crushing bosses. Pass by and seize the opportunity. Free leveling services, courtesy of the club as a social return. Sign up for a chance at one-on-one free training. Look, those two youthful girls, such figures. One exclaimed, Captain, how about I take on two at once for leveling? I want to take a share of the benefits. Slap. Are you trying to get me killed? On my first day in this industry, I told you to thoroughly investigate all the prominent forces in Panlong City. Are your eyes blind? That is the daughter of the Liu family and the daughter of the top-tier Chen Ye guild. You'll be expelled from the club if you can't even discern who is worth pursuing. You'll end up ruining yourself. Amidst the noise, two elegantly dressed girls, with refined features, approached the entrance of the Panlong Grand Canyon. Sister Ru Yin, when I left home, my father instructed me that if I encountered Chen Ye, I should do my utmost to assist him. You know, the development of our guild relies on the support of the city lord. So if we truly meet Chen Ye, would you accompany me? The girl speaking was named Su Yin, the daughter of the president of the Chen Ye guild. At home, she was a dutiful child, while at school, she was the aloof top scholar of Panlong No. 3 Middle School. He's just a waste of the city lord's son. In a small place like Panlong City, he can only be imposing within the city. A demon summoner? What a pathetic profession. Does he even deserve it? Yin. I refuse to team up with a waste for dungeon runs. In this upcoming martial examination, you are the only competitor with the strength to contend for the title of city champion. I hope you won't squander your time on a useless person. Let us go. I've arranged to team up with that incompetent Liu. With the three of us together, we stand a chance at clearing the dungeon's ordinary passage. Chapter 8. Just a pathetic profession, I merely have superior equipment. As the two entered the Panlong Grand Canyon, a ripple of energy surged at the entrance. And Chen Ye's figure materialized. He actually teleported here? What a grand display. Wow, it's the city lord's son, young Master Chen Ye. Are you here to clear a dungeon? The visibility in the misty area is poor. Would you like me to guide you? Young Master, which dungeon do you intend to tackle? Our team offers complimentary services. Young Master, I have detailed strategies for dungeon completions. Would you like one? It's on the house. Upon his arrival, the small teams lingering at the entrance to attract business rushed forward, clamoring to assist Chen Ye. No need, thank you, Chen Ye replied, offering a slight bow as he made his way towards the canyon entrance. It wasn't that Chen Ye was aloof and dismissive. Rather, he felt quite helpless. His father's influence was so vast that wherever he went, he was met with adulation, which he found overwhelming. If everyone was overly enthusiastic, it would become quite troublesome for him. Wow, did you see that necklace young Master Chen is wearing? It appears to be crafted from the legendary tears of the merman, boosting all attributes by at least 10 points. Truly worthy of the city lord's son. What's that necklace compared to the cloak young Master Chen is donning? My goodness. A platinum-level defensive cloak. I've heard its defensive attributes can enhance by over 500 points. Level 60 monsters might not even breach its defenses. What a marvel. We, the lowly ones, would be utterly exhausted just standing by while he fights. With equipment like that, even monsters would shatter their teeth against it. He must be here to dominate the creatures. Hurry, let us follow. I have a feeling young Master Chen can solo and clear the ordinary dungeon passage. Let us go witness the spectacle. Thus, the crowd lingering at the entrance quickly followed suit. In no time, Chen Ye spotted a dungeon obscured in the distance by mist. Numerous individuals surrounded the dungeon's entrance, some calling for teams, while others awaited cooldowns to conclude. At that moment, the dungeon passage illuminated, indicating that someone had entered. From afar, Chen Ye could hear various discussions. 3 people dare to enter the dungeon? Their professions must be impressive. Indeed, these 3 seem to have significant backgrounds. They might just clear it. Having wealth is advantageous. As long as their professions are not worthless, their rise in the early stages surpasses our wildest imagination. I suspect they are all around level 10. Alas, it has only been 3 days since my class change, and I have already reached level 10. I distinctly recall that I achieved level 10 only shortly before my college entrance examination. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. Come, let us continue to form our party, striving to conquer the dungeon. After completing the normal passage of Abandoned City of Twilight, we have a 17 chance to acquire black iron grade equipment, valued at over 100,000. Should fortune favor us, our sustenance for this month would be secured. The group clamored as they commenced the assembly of their team. We are still short 1 member. We need someone to gather the loot, with no level restrictions. Is there anyone willing to join? Seriously? We are just 1 person short, and yet no one is eager to seize the opportunity for free loot and experience? Are they all still on cooldown? Forget it. Let us proceed at a slower pace. Onward, into the dungeon. The 9-member party shouted in unison as they prepared to embark on their quest. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Someone is approaching. A figure emerging from the mist. What a stroke of luck. If it is a newcomer here to level up, we could gain a significant amount of experience. Having an extra person to collect loot from behind would expedite our progress. I am confident we could clear it in just 3 days. All eyes turned toward the silhouette gradually advancing from the fog. At last, as the distance closed, everyone clearly discerned the visage of Chen Ye. Gasp. It is indeed young Master Chen. Which young Master Chen, you ask? Come on, There is only one young Master Chen in Panlong City. Which one do you think it is? Is young Master Chen here to level up alone? Splendid. If he is here alone, he will undoubtedly need teammates for the dungeon. I wonder if young Master Chen would consider joining our party. My goodness, I might actually have the chance to venture into a dungeon with young Master Chen. If this news reaches the guild I admire, perhaps I could join them in a few days. Alas, if only the experience could be allocated differently. I would gladly forfeit my share just to grant it all to young Master Chen. The crowd gazed with anticipation, all eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Chen Ye. Some even regretted being stuck in cooldown for the dungeon, wishing they had waited a little longer upon realizing young Master Chen was coming. Greetings, young Master Chen. I am Lu Wonin, the captain of this temporarily formed team. Are you looking to form a party for the dungeon? I would gladly relinquish my captaincy to you. May we invite you to join us? As Chen Ye drew near, a tall and slender man stepped forward to inquire. Chen Ye indeed intended to enter the dungeon for leveling up. However, he was not inclined to form a party. I apologize, my friend, but I have no intention of forming a party at this time. Chen Ye replied with a smile. Are you planning to solo it? Young Master Chen. This is an abyss dungeon. Its difficulty is entirely different from a trial dungeon. Are you truly set on going solo? The team leader, taken aback, blurted out without thinking. If you are going solo, your class must be quite formidable, right? Only after speaking did he realize he had no right to inquire about Chen Ye's class. Haha, my class is rather unimpressive. However, I possess confidence in my equipment. Chen Ye chuckled as he strode directly to the dungeon entrance. He activated his appraisal skill. Abandoned City of Twilight. Level, F. Monster types, multiple. Passage 1, normal. Monster level, LV1, LV10. Monster count, unknown. Entry conditions. Individuals below level 10, total party level not exceeding 60. Dungeon notes. Defeating the boss yields a 17 chance of dropping black iron grade equipment. Passage 2, hard. Monster level, LV5, LV20. Monster count, unknown. Entry conditions. Individuals below level 30. Total party level not exceeding 60. Dungeon notes. Defeating the boss yields a 31 chance of dropping black iron grade equipment. Passage 3, Purgatory. Monster level, LV10, LV25. Monster count, unknown. Entry conditions. Individuals below level 30. Total party level not exceeding 60. Dungeon notes. Defeating the boss yields a 57 chance of dropping black iron grade equipment. Passage 4, Nightmare. Monster level, LV20, LV29. Monster count, unknown. Entry conditions. Individuals below level 30. Total party level not exceeding 60. Dungeon notes. Defeating the boss yields a 97 chance of dropping black iron grade equipment. 0.01 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Passage 5, Death. Monster level, LV25, LV30. Monster count, unknown. Entry conditions. Individuals below level 30. Total party level not exceeding 60. Dungeon notes. Defeating the boss yields a 100 chance of dropping black iron grade equipment. 1 chance of dropping bronze grade equipment. 1 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Dungeon status, active. Professionals cooldown time, 12 hours. Dungeon task. Within the abandoned city resides a powerful boss that harbors a deep-seated hatred for the humans who once destroyed its domain. Your task is to deliver it to the afterlife with swift and merciless violence, alleviating its animosity towards humanity. Detected that you meet the entry requirements. Please select a dungeon passage. Equipment grade classification, gray iron, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, artifact. Choosing the normal passage. Chen Ye responded inwardly. Dungeon passage selected. Current passage is normal. Proceed with entry. Enter. Buzz. A bright light flashed through the passage, and Chen Ye vanished from sight. Gasp. He truly entered? Young Master Chen is genuinely attempting to solo the dungeon? I hope no unforeseen events arise. As they witnessed Chen Ye enter the dungeon, the onlookers were filled with trepidation and astonishment. Chapter 9. A swarm of minor calamities, with 2 magical wolf skills, should suffice. Within the dungeon, Chen Ye felt a whirlwind of sensations before finding himself amidst the ruins. Surveying the surroundings, he beheld a landscape of desolation. The once majestic and oddly shaped structures were now overrun with moss and entwined with creeping vines. The crooked skyscrapers seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. Enormous rusted pipes sprawled across the city, resembling an industrial factory abandoned for years. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, creating an overwhelming sense of despair. Only by vanquishing all the monsters can one trigger the boss. This abandoned city, 10 times larger than Panlong City, posed a formidable challenge. It is no wonder that throughout history, few professionals have been able to solo such dungeons. System, exchange for 7 blazing flame wolves. Beep. Exchange successful, 7,000 points deducted. 14 wolves. I wonder if they can bulldoze through this dungeon. With a mere thought, Chen Ye summoned all 14 wolves. Roar. As the deep growls of the wolves echoed, tremors began to ripple through the dungeon. Suddenly, crack, crack. The ground beneath the streets split open, and monstrous creatures, resembling oversized ants, emerged from the fissures. Chen Ye activated his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty Red Ant. Level, LV1. Spirit, 12. Strength, 37. Agility, 16. Defense, 19. Skill, Body Slam. Group Attack Skill, Transfer Control. Monster Description. The bloodthirsty red ant is a gregarious creature, exhibiting strength beyond your imagination. By executing a grapple skill, they can lift and slam objects weighing 10 times their own mass. When they unleash their group attack skill, they can control their adversaries. Note, never allow them to lift you, otherwise you shall be left to await your demise. Such terrifying power. The strength of a level 1 bloodthirsty red ant rivals that of a level 3 ordinary practitioner. However, compared to my magical wolves, they are utterly inconsequential. Commence the slaughter. With a commanding shout, Chen Ye sent 13 magical wolves charging forth. The remaining wolf trailed closely behind him, ensuring his safety. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal forms of the magical wolves demolished the already dilapidated structures with ease. Smack. The attacks of the magical wolves remained the simplest yet most effective method. A single paw strike dispatched several red ants with brutal efficiency. You have slain a level 1 red ant. Congratulations, you have gained 7 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 red ant. Congratulations, you have gained 16 points. The monsters in the Abyss dungeon yield significantly more experience and points than those in the trial dungeon. You have slain a level 1 red ant. Congratulations. You have gained 7 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 red ant. Congratulations, you have gained 16 points. The pace of the killings was astonishingly swift, with notifications continually appearing on Chen Ye's interface. Within half a minute, dozens of red ants had been obliterated. Let us move. Chen Ye lightly called out to the wolves behind him and swiftly darted towards the battleground. In the Abyss dungeon, slain monsters often drop equipment and items. Although the loot from F-level dungeons is not particularly valuable, collecting them grants points. No drop must be overlooked. In a short while, Chen Ye discovered 2 glowing orbs at the site of the red ant skirmish. He activated his identification skill. Red ant's tooth. Category, common item. Purpose, the sharp tooth of the red ant can be used to forge weapons. Effect, none. Description, quite straightforward. Its value is approximately 300 huaxia coins. As Chen Ye reached for the orb, a system notification chimed. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Only 1 point for that. Even the smallest morsel should not be squandered. Though time-consuming, it is not something to disregard. Inedible yet regrettable to discard. He tossed the red ant's tooth into his spatial ring and turned his gaze towards the other orb. Red ant egg. Category, common item. Purpose, an auxiliary item for the refinement of certain potions. Effect, none. Upon collecting the orb, Chen Ye earned another point. Every little bit counts. He had heard tales of powerful blacksmiths capable of crafting magnetic spatial rings that could automatically absorb all items dropped by slain monsters. He resolved to consult his father about commissioning one. Murmuring to himself, Chen Ye jogged onward, searching for more dropped items. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations. You have gained 1 point. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Before long, 20 minutes had elapsed. Buzz. A glow enveloped his body, signaling an upgrade. Has it taken this long to level up? It is said that after reaching level 10, each subsequent upgrade requires an immense amount of experience. He had slain for 20 minutes, yet accumulated barely 4 experience points. However, given that he was only battling level 1 creatures, the sluggish pace was understandable. Monsters in the difficulty channel undoubtedly yield more experience than those in the ordinary channel. Once he navigated through this passage, he would test the difficulty channel. Following closely behind the magical wolves, Chen Ye diligently searched for dropped items. After roughly an hour, he suddenly lifted his gaze. Through the feedback from the wolf's vision, he spotted creatures rising from the ruins. These monsters appeared as though entwined by vines. The identification skill is the simplest of abilities. It can be activated anywhere within his line of sight. Let me see if I can trigger the skill through the summoned wolf's vision. Chen Ye squinted and activated the identification skill. Incredible, it works. Bloodthirsty Iron Vine, Elite Monster. Level, LV6. Spirit, 73. Strength, 62. Agility, 71. Defense, 49. Skills, Injection, Entanglement, Drain, Mimicry. Injection, sharp vines pierce the body, injecting a paralyzing toxin. Entanglement, they coil like serpents. If ensnared by a sufficient number of vines, they can crush your bones. Drain, the branches that pierce your body can siphon your blood. Mimicry, among countless vines, they intertwine to replicate powerful attack methods previously witnessed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Through the wolf's perspective, numerous vines erupted from the ground, their sharp tendrils lunging towards the magical wolves. However, upon contact with the wolves' bodies, all the tendrils snapped, failing to penetrate their defenses. Boom, boom. After a fruitless strike, the vines rapidly transformed, and in mere seconds, a colossal hand formed atop a nearby skyscraper, crashing down towards the wolves. Yet, the massive hand was only slightly larger than a human's, appearing rather absurd when contrasted with the wolves. Execute the skill. Chen Ye, uninterested in entangling himself with the vines, promptly issued the command to unleash his skill. Buzz. In an instant, flames engulfed the two magical wolves. They leaped forward, colliding with the center of the vine as spread. Boom. The tremendous impact caused the earth to tremble. The fireball erupted, and the intense force instantaneously annihilated all bloodthirsty vines. A swarm of diminutive calamities. The skills of the two magical wolves were more than sufficient. Chen Ye nodded approvingly. Chapter 10. Release of skills triggers a 100 amplification, leaving the boss dumbfounded. After executing their skills, the two magical wolves continued onward. The dungeon does not feature a fixed location for the boss. Defeating all minor monsters triggers the elite monster. And only upon vanquishing the elite can the boss be summoned. Thus, the quickest method to conquer this dungeon is to charge through relentlessly. You have slain a level 5 elite monster, Bloodthirsty Iron Vine. Congratulations, you have gained 63 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 elite monster, Bloodthirsty Iron Vine. Congratulations, you have gained 36 points. You have slain a level 5 elite monster, Bloodthirsty Iron Vine. Congratulations, you have gained 63 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 elite monster, Bloodthirsty Iron Vine. Congratulations, you have gained 36 points. In the blink of an eye, another wave of experience surged forth. A radiant light enveloped Chen Ye, signaling yet another level up. Detected that your experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV12. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. At last, another level up. Chen Ye quickened his pace, closely trailing the magical wolves. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. After consecutively collecting over a dozen dropped items, along with the points accrued from slaying monsters and leveling up, my total score is on the verge of surpassing 10,000. It can be said that the pace of both leveling up and soloing dungeons is remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, 13 demon wolves arrived at the edge of a dilapidated park's pond. Splash. The water churned as creatures, 3 meters in length, clad in impenetrable iron armor with teeth sharp as blades emerged. Once again, I encountered a second wave of elite monsters. Utilizing my identification skill, I scrutinized the attributes of the creatures before me. Iron-shelled crocodile, elite. Level, LV8. Spirit, 76. Strength, 85. Agility, 72. Defense, 107. Skills, Death Roll, Rage Strike. Death Roll. This skill activates when it bites down on any part of your body. With a high frequency of rolling, it can dislocate your arm or snap your neck. Rage Strike. When sensing a threat to its life, it unleashes a Rage Strike, increasing its strength by 10 and doubling its biting power. Such formidable defense. Upon witnessing the iron-shelled crocodile's defense, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A practitioner of the same level would likely find it impossible to breach the defense of an iron-shelled crocodile. Furthermore, within this forsaken pond, the number of these creatures had already exceeded 10. Engaging them alone would be utterly futile. Attempting to conquer this dungeon without a team seemed an insurmountable challenge. In the ordinary passages, the monsters were significantly stronger than typical practitioners, and the subsequent 4 passages would undoubtedly pose even greater difficulties. Without unique or hidden classes, success would be exceedingly rare. Through the feedback from the demon wolves' perspectives, I observed the battle between them and the crocodiles. The iron-clad crocodiles, even while crawling over stones, left deep scratches in their wake. With terrifying biting power, one lunged at a demon wolf's forepaw with its gaping maw. Clang. The sound of hard impact echoed. Even the razor-sharp teeth of the crocodile could not penetrate the demon wolf's defenses. Whack. A demon wolf, bitten by a crocodile, felt no discomfort and retaliated with a swift claw, instantly slaying the crocodile. Whoosh. At that moment, 2 crocodiles simultaneously launched a rage strike against the demon wolf. The crocodiles leapt, biting into the demon wolf's thigh, and activated the death roll. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing sounds ensued. Yet they still failed to breach its defenses. Snap. The demon wolf lowered its head and bit down, effortlessly splitting the 3-meter-long crocodile in 2, leaving it hanging in the gaps of its teeth. You may strike me 10 times, akin to a mere scratch. With one blow, I can send you to your end. Such is the combat style of the demon wolf. In no time, all the crocodiles in the pond were slain, and the banks were strewn with chunks of their torn flesh. You have slain an 8-level iron-shelled crocodile. Congratulations on receiving 83 experience points. You have slain an 8-level iron-shelled crocodile. Congratulations on receiving 67 points. A continuous stream of notifications for experience and points appeared as the demon wolves pressed onward. A gray iron level item dropped. From a distance of several dozen meters, my identification skill landed on a sizable luminous orb. Complete crocodile leather armor. Category, monster component. Level, black iron. Purpose, used to craft defensive robes, cloaks, and soft armor. Special effect, waterproof. Let us see how many points a black iron level item can yield. I casually picked up the orb. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations on receiving 10 points. Hiss. It actually increased by 10 points? I was taken aback. A mere gray iron level monster component could grant 10 points. That is tenfold compared to ordinary items. Might a black iron level dropped item yield 100 points? A bronze level dropped item could net 1,000 points, sufficient to directly exchange for a demon wolf. Silver level 10,000 points? Worth 10 demon wolves in exchange? My breath quickened. If that were the case, it would be utterly exhilarating. The dungeon was replete with resources, with just a bit of effort, or rather, with the increasing number of summoned demons, I could effortlessly rise to prominence. My primary endeavor now was to seek out dropped items within the dungeon. Once my father returns, I'll devise a way to acquire a magnetic ring, allowing me to completely relax. As long as the summoned demons can fight, I might as well treat my entry into the dungeon as a vacation. Splendid. A smile crept across my face as I continued to search for dropped items in the areas where battles had occurred. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations on receiving 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations on receiving 1 point. I reveled in the task. Approximately another hour passed. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from afar. I looked up to see the demon wolves charging simultaneously, their immense power demolishing a high-rise building. Crack, crack. It was at this moment that an eerie sound emerged from the ruins of the fallen structure. Shortly thereafter, a ferocious bear clad in golden armor, wielding a massive axe, rose from the debris. Roar. The bear let out a low growl, its murderous gaze locking onto me from 100 meters away. Likewise, I directed my identification skill toward it. Tyrant, boss. Level, LV10. Spirit, 103. Strength, 117. Agility, 88. Defense, 105. Skills, Heavy Axe, Tyrant's Roar, Tyrant's Charge. Heavy Axe. When this skill is activated, the attack power of the axe in the Tyrant's hand doubles, allowing it to easily slay human practitioners of higher levels. Tyrant's Roar. Upon activation, this skill possesses a repelling effect. Tyrant's Charge. A powerful impact that can inflict massive damage. Have I finally triggered a boss? Just in time to test my skills. Come back. With a thought, I summoned all the demon wolves back to my side. In the next moment, I unleashed my skill. Skill, Solar Impact. Buzz. A crimson flame enveloped me in an instant. Following that, a fireball shot skyward, illuminating the dim dungeon as if it were broad daylight, with temperatures skyrocketing. At that moment, the flames surging from my body rapidly coalesced, and within the blink of an eye, a fireball with a diameter of 60 meters, akin to the sun itself, appeared above the dungeon. Ding. Skill release detected. Triggering SSS Talent. Skill power increased by 100 times. Boom. Triggering the SSS level talent for a 100-fold amplification. In that instant, the fireball in the void expanded dramatically, multiplying from 1 to 100, a total of 100 fireballs, each with a diameter of 600 meters, akin to the sun, roared down toward the location of the boss tyrant. At this moment, the tyrant boss's eyes widened, revealing a profound sense of trepidation. Chapter 11. How dare he? The dungeon record has been shattered. Whoosh. A wave of intense heat surged from the sky above. 100 colossal fireballs plummeted from the heavens, transforming the dim dungeon into a scene reminiscent of midday. Amidst the ruins, the tyrant boss stared wide-eyed, incredulous as it gazed into the void. Skill, Tyrant's Roar. The tyrant boss hastily activated its skill, attempting to repel the descending fireballs. However, with a thunderous crash, the first fireball struck, causing the dungeon to tremble violently under the terrifying impact, leaving the boss unable to utter a single sound before disintegrating into ashes. The explosion ignited a blaze within the dungeon, creating a crater in the ground as a mushroom cloud slowly ascended. You have slain the boss. Congratulations on receiving 107 experience points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV13. Ding. You have defeated a level 10 boss. Congratulations on earning 100 points. Notifications appeared on the panel, but Chen Ye was too astonished by the scene before him to take notice. To be precise, he was astounded by the power of his own skill. The max level Sunstrike was already a skill akin to a natural disaster, and under 100-fold amplification, its might exceeded all expectations. Not only was there an increase in power, but the number of fireballs conjured by the skill had also surged. One skill could potentially obliterate the entire city of Panlong. How absurd! Chen Ye gasped in disbelief. Had he known such terrifying power awaited him, he could have cleared the monsters with a single skill right from the start, saving precious time. Boom, 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 boom. The boss had been vanquished, yet the fireballs continued to descend relentlessly from above. In mere seconds, the entire dungeon was reduced to chaos, the searing heat igniting everything within. Steel beams glowed red, concrete melted away, and like a volcanic eruption, the dungeon was consumed by a sea of lava. As the skill's release concluded, a talent notification appeared on Chen Ye's panel. Ding! Skill amplification has ended. Skill can be released without consumption, now entering cooldown. Cooldown duration, 24 hours. No wonder he hadn't felt a decrease in mental energy. It turned out that the power amplification from the talent required no consumption, merely a cooldown period. This meant that during the cooldown, Using Sunstrike would revert to being a standard max-level skill, necessitating the expenditure of his mental energy. It seems that even an SSS-grade talent is not invincible. Only by accumulating enough points in the future to summon a second beast would he have the chance to acquire a second skill. 100,000 points should be attainable soon. You have slain the boss, cleared the dungeon, setting a new record. Time taken to clear this dungeon, 023721. Ding. Detected that the host has set an F-grade dungeon record. Congratulations on receiving 2,000 points. You have defeated the boss and cleared the dungeon. Would you like to exit the dungeon? A series of notifications flooded in. The rewards were substantial. Chen Ye did not exit immediately. He had seen a luminous orb drop when the boss perished. Like the adventurers, the dropped orb was protected by the rules and would not be destroyed by the skill's power, summoning all his creatures back to the summoning space. Chen Ye hurried through the sea of flames to the fallen orb. Tyrant's Battle Axe. Category, Artifact. Level, Black Iron. Artifact effect. Cuts through iron like mud. Swinging the battle axe increases strength by 10, with a maximum of 1,000 strength. Passive effect, none. Ding. You have picked up a Black Iron level drop. Congratulations on receiving 100 points. As expected, it was a 10-fold increase in points. Stowing away the Tyrant's Battle Axe, Chen Ye then checked his attribute panel. Demon Assistance System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 22583. Experience, 03. Level, LV13. Mental, 139. Strength, 128. Agility, 130. Defense, 128. Number of summoned creatures, 14. Personal General Skill, Low-Level Appraisal. Personal Professional Skill, Sunstrike. Sunstrike. Activate the skill, red flames coalesce into an enormous fireball in the sky, striking a designated point. Crimson Flame, Demon Wolf. Level, LV13. Mental, 25,000. Strength, 28,000. Agility, 28,000. Defense, 32,000. Skills, Death Penetration, Tier, Crimson Flame Charge. With over 20,000 points. He was still far from the 100,000 required, yet his current strength could easily dominate the normal passage of an F-grade dungeon. Even if he ventured into the Death Passage, he would surely have the means to contend against a level 30 boss. Once the cooldown for skill amplification concluded, he was confident he could annihilate a level 30 boss. The pressing matter now was not to summon a second creature, but to expedite his leveling up. Amassing more demon wolves, striving to secure the title of the national champion during the martial arts examination, bringing pride to his father. The rate of point acquisition would undoubtedly accelerate in the future, as higher-level dungeons yielded better equipment. For now, he just needed to accumulate the number of demon wolves. And he could assuredly win with ease later on. System, expend points to exchange for 22 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Ding. Exchange complete. Points, 22,000. Glancing at the number of summoned demons, he now possessed 36 demon wolves. With 36 demon wolves, another run would surely set a new record. Unfortunately, his level had already surpassed the limits of the normal passage. Otherwise, a single dungeon run could have propelled him to max level at the first transition. Now, he had no choice but to attempt the hard passage. With a thought, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon passage, many individuals had concluded their cooldowns. Yet no one had formed a team. Even Lu Wunin and his group had yet to enter the dungeon. It had been over 2 hours since they entered. How could young Master Chen still not have emerged? Even with top-notch equipment, his stamina and mental energy must be depleted by now. Surely, even if his gear didn't consume mental energy, 2 hours of continuous combat would exhaust his stamina. Could it be that young Master Chen encountered an accident? Impossible. The son of the city lord must possess means to ensure his survival. Stop speaking nonsense. That may not be the case. If he were besieged by monsters, he might not have time to use his life-saving methods before being annihilated. Everyone chimed in, exchanging thoughts. Buzz. Suddenly, the dungeon passage illuminated with a brilliant light. Chen Ye emerged from the passage. Yes, out. Young Master Chen has returned. Ha ha ha. Truly the son of the city lord, surviving over 2 hours within the dungeon. With such a background and equipment, he is indeed not someone ordinary people can compare to. Young Master Chen, did you manage to slay the Vine elite monsters? I forgot to remind you before entering. Those vines are fearful of fire. If you possess a fire attribute artifact, the battle should not be too arduous. As Chen Ye observed the bustling inquiries of the crowd, he chose not to respond to each one individually. Instead, he turned and opted for the challenging passage. His figure flickering as he re-entered the instance. Isn't that young Master Chen going in again? Exclaimed one onlooker. Goodness. With no cooldown on the instances. He must have used the legendary shield badge. Impressive indeed. Having just emerged, he plunged back in, presumably seeking vengeance. The crowd gazed at Chen Ye with envy as he re-entered the instance. Goodness. Suddenly, someone shouted in astonishment. Young Master Chen has chosen the difficult passage? How could he dare to enter such a perilous path? Amidst the shouts of surprise, all eyes turned toward the instance portal. At that moment, a line of small text appeared above the ordinary passage. Instance, Abandoned City of Night, solo completion record updated. Duration, 2:37:21. Incredible. Young Master Chen soloed it, and astonishingly set a new record. Is this real? Just 2.5 hours? This must be a hoax. The previous record was around 73 hours. How could he possibly complete it in just 2 hours? Chapter 12. Are those I know merely a bunch of inept fools? Only marginally better than Chen Ye? The atmosphere outside the instance was rife with astonishment. Everyone was utterly shocked that he could finish in just over 2 hours. A feat that completely upended their perceptions. Is young Master Chen a monster? How on earth did he achieve this? Compared to the last record, he was a staggering 71 hours faster. Even if he could slay every monster in seconds, it would be impossible to finish in just over 2 hours, right? Impressive indeed. It seems that having a strong background at home and good equipment allows one to significantly outpace fellow professionals of the same level. I must confess, I am truly envious. Envious? You must be joking. Do you really think that possessing excellent gear will allow you to finish in 2 hours? Hand you 2 pieces of golden-grade artifacts. Would you dare to solo it? Even if you wielded platinum-grade artifacts capable of ignoring all monster attacks, could you manage to complete it within 3 hours? Damn. Young Master Chen is undoubtedly a prodigy. If one cannot compete, then one simply cannot. Why burden oneself with so many excuses? Bro, I just don't want to admit I'm inferior. You don't have to undermine me. However, speaking of which, young Master Chen is once again attempting to solo the difficult passage, which is certainly not as straightforward as the ordinary one. Do you think he can clear it this time? No way. The monsters in the difficult passage start at level 5, while elite monsters hover around level 15. The boss reaches a terrifying level 20. I don't see any chance of clearing it. Even if young Master Chen is a prodigy and has exceptional gear, it won't be enough to conquer it. That's hard to say. I believe young Master Chen might still succeed. After all, he blitzed through the ordinary passage in just over 2 hours. Faced with the monsters in the difficult passage, he could still dispatch them with ease. At most, within a day, he will definitely clear it. Heh, you are truly naive. The boss at level 20 has only been in play for a mere 2 days since the class change. Even if young Master Chen employed a power leveling service, the highest level would not exceed 10. The current level for the ordinary passage is below level 10 for solo players. Since young Master Chen can enter, it proves that his level does not exceed 10, at most reaching level 10. Having soloed the ordinary passage, the experience translates to a maximum of level 13 for young Master Chen. In the early game, rare classes can obliterate monsters of the same level without special skills, while hidden classes can slay monsters up to 2 levels higher. Even for unique classes, the maximum is around 5 levels higher, not considering stamina and mental consumption. Do you truly believe that level 13 young Master Chen can defeat a level 20 boss? Forget about the boss. It's likely that upon triggering an elite monster, young Master Chen will be forced to exit the instance. The crowd continued to analyze Chen Ye's situation. After a rational discussion, they reached a conclusion. Within an hour, Chen Ye would undoubtedly exit the instance. Meanwhile, within the abandoned city of night, difficult passage, Chen Ye materialized in the center of the street. Similar to the ordinary passage, his appearance location was roughly the same. The scenery of the entire instance showed little variation, the sole difference being that the monsters here were of higher level and greater strength. Not far away, the ground split open, and a swarm of level 5 crimson ants swiftly emerged. It seemed that although the passage level had increased, the types of monsters had not changed significantly. Having grasped the overall situation of the instance's monsters, Chen Ye decided to charge through, aiming for the quickest completion possible. With this thought, Chen Ye focused his mind and summoned all his magical beasts. With a hum, a total of 36 magic wolves manifested within the instance. I'll clear the path for you, Chen Ye commanded, stepping forward. Confronted by dozens of level 5 bloodthirsty crimson ants, he felt a slight tremor in his body as a crimson flame enveloped him. Skill, Solar Charge. The flames surged upward, forming a fireball with a diameter of 60 meters in the sky in the blink of an eye. In no more than 2 seconds, the fireball descended upon the spot where the crimson ants had burst forth. With just one skill, dozens of crimson ants were obliterated. You have slain a level 5 crimson ant. Congratulations, you have gained 55 experience points. You have slain a level 5 crimson ant. Congratulations, you have gained 41 points. You have slain a level 5 crimson ant. Congratulations, you have gained 55 experience points. You have slain a level 5 crimson ant. Congratulations. You have gained 41 points. Commence the slaughter. With a single command, the 36 magic wolves fanned out in a semicircle, each charging forward in a different direction. With a slight smirk, Chen Ye activated the skill not on a whim, but to test the effectiveness of a fully leveled skill without any enhancements, assessing its power, energy consumption, and cooldown period. The results were highly satisfactory. The cooldown for the skill was merely 2 seconds. A fully leveled skill with only a 2-second cooldown is quite remarkable. Its power was formidable, capable of wreaking havoc among enemies of the same level. And even monsters exceeding his level by 10 would be gravely injured, if not slain. As for the energy consumption, Chen Ye was even more pleased. It was hardly significant. Given his current mental power attributes, he could continuously unleash skills for about 3 hours. This meant that even without summoning beasts, his combat capability would remain robust. In the realm of unique classes at the same level, even if he could not kill the opponent, Chen Ye could maintain an undefeated stance. This confidence filled him. When he reached the boss, he could also test the attributes of his merged talents. The combined attributes of having 36 summoned entities, what kind of experience would that be? He felt a faint expectation rising within him. You have picked up a common drop item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. You have picked up a common drop item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. While the magic wolves engaged the monsters, Chen Ye calmly followed behind, searching for dropped items. Simultaneously, within the instance, abandoned city of night, in the ordinary passage. Skill, triple flame arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 flaming arrows shot forth, striking the vines with impeccable precision. Ha ha ha, the vine elite monsters, my fire-based skills are their nemesis. Miss Lu Ruyan, Miss Yin Yan. You both stay behind me and witness how I annihilate these elite foes. Before Lu Ruyan and Su Yan, a young man wielding a staff in his left hand and a bow in his right burst into laughter as he charged towards the vine elite monsters atop the high building. The youth deftly maneuvered through the barrage of vines, occasionally turning back to engage in casual conversation. Miss Yin Yan, I've heard that Uncle Su has entrusted you with the care of that Chen Ye fellow. Ha ha ha, should we cross paths? I would be delighted to team up with you and let him witness the spectacle of a fire mage dominating the battlefield. Upon witnessing my prowess, he shall undoubtedly feel inferior, and I can ensure he ceases his unwelcome advances towards you. Miss Yin Yan, that pathetic profession of his requires no words from you. I can render him utterly embarrassed without your effort. He is merely the son of a city lord, and once we pass the martial examination, no one shall impede our progress. Once we secure admission to a prestigious academy of the Summer Kingdom, a mere city lord holds no sway over us. Skill, super fireball technique. The young man laughed heartily as a fireball, 3 meters in diameter, descended upon the foes. In an instant, flames erupted, causing the vines to retreat in terror from the searing heat. Ha ha ha, worthless creatures, these monsters are nothing but trash. Suddenly, a sharp branch pierced the youth's arm. Instantly, his eyes rolled back, and his nerves were swiftly paralyzed. Help me. Miss Lu Ruyan, Miss Yin Yan, save me. Behind him, Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes. This fool, daring to charge ahead without even a defensive artifact. Is he truly only slightly stronger than Chen Ye? How did I end up acquainted with such a group of incompetents? Chapter 13. Clearly, a single claw could resolve this, yet he insists on using skills? Ding. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 1 point. You have slain a level 7 fear spore. Congratulations on gaining 79 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 5 fear spore. Congratulations on gaining 52 points. You have slain a level 5 fear spore. Congratulations on gaining 79 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 5 fear spore. Congratulations on gaining 52 points. Within the challenging passage, 36 magic wolves rampaged through. Points and experience surged rapidly. In less than half an hour, Chen Ye's experience bar exceeded 50. Unimpeded, level 13 magic wolves, under a 100-fold attribute enhancement, could not withstand even a single claw strike. All attacks were simple and resulted in instant kills. Boom. Soon, the magic wolves triggered the vine elite monsters. Without Chen Ye issuing commands, 2 magic wolves unleashed their crimson charge skill. Flames soared, and a multitude of vine elite monsters were instantaneously obliterated. Another wave of experience surged forth. Level up. A radiant glow enveloped Chen Ye, who had now surpassed level 14. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Soloing an F-grade dungeon's normal passage at level 10 was beyond the capability of the vast majority. Many individuals would never have the opportunity to clear even a single dungeon passage in their lifetime. Consider the current situation. The Vine elite monsters hovered around level 16. Stronger professions could engage in one-on-one duels with monsters of equal level, incurring some cost to slay them. However, creatures within dungeons do not appear one by one. They are predominantly social creatures. Once triggered, they emerge in groups of several, or even dozens. Without a party, a practitioner surrounded by monsters could very well lose their life within the dungeon. Reaching level 30 after the first advancement is considered max level, and prior to this transition, practitioners learn only basic skills with limited power. Even rare or hidden professions cannot unleash their true combat potential until after their first job change. Instances like Chen Ye's, where one can single-handedly dominate a dungeon, are exceedingly rare. The magic wolves are Chen Ye's summoned creatures, as long as his mental and physical stamina is sustained. There is no notion of consumption for the magic wolves. As long as Chen Ye remains alive, the wolves will continue to fight, even if a magic wolf is slain. The number in the summoning space remains unchanged. Chen Ye merely needs to cast the summoning spell again for the wolves to appear unscathed. Powerful. Unreasonably so. Before the first job change, Chen Ye had studied numerous dungeon strategies. Now, those strategies are rendered unnecessary. He simply needs to push through relentlessly. And the speed of his advance is astonishing. Smack. Smack. At the pond's edge, a magic wolf's claw shattered the fierce crocodile's skull. Chen Ye observed. The level 17 and 18 fierce crocodiles boasted high attributes. He initially believed they could withstand a magic wolf's ordinary attack. Considering the magic wolf was only level 14 and held no advantage against the fierce crocodiles, reality proved otherwise. Even monsters 4 levels above the magic wolf could not withstand its most basic attack. I was overthinking it. Chen Ye picked up a common item that had fallen to the ground and murmured softly. The magic wolves, inherently formidable, are difficult to encounter as rivals, especially under the enhancement of innate talents. Even with absolute level suppression, as long as he can continue to fight, summoning time and again can exhaust the opponent to their demise. Though the drawbacks of being a summoner are apparent, the summoned creatures vanish upon the summoner's death. The magic wolves will instinctively protect their master when sensing danger. It would not be easy for anyone to kill him under the protection of numerous magic wolves. Most importantly, my skills are maxed out, and their power is amplified 100-fold. Furthermore, I can merge the attributes of all summoned creatures. Other summoners typically face a significant weakness because their attributes are lacking. They cannot acquire offensive skills. But I am different. I am the epitome of strength. If one must speak of weaknesses, it would be my current low level and the limited number of summoned creatures. Contemplating this, Chen Ye shook his head. If I ever encounter an unbeatable foe, I can always call for help. After slaying all the fierce crocodiles, the dungeon boss was triggered once more, with a deep roar echoing. The tyrant boss wielding a gigantic axe emerged from the ruins. A level 20 tyrant boss, both in presence and appearance, far surpassed that of ordinary dungeon bosses. Standing 10 meters tall, clad in resplendent golden armor, he resembled a war god. However, in comparison to the magic wolves, he still fell short. Attributes: Tyrant, Boss. Level, LV 20. Spirit, 206. Strength, 238. Agility, 201. Defense, 217. Skills: Heavy Axe, Tyrant Roar, Tyrant Charge. Heavy Axe. When the skill is activated, the attack power of the Tyrant's axe doubles, allowing it to effortlessly slay human practitioners of a higher level. Tyrant's Roar. Upon activation, this skill possesses a repulsive effect. Tyrant's Charge, a powerful collision that can inflict tremendous damage. This boss of the difficult passage, level 20, appears to possess outrageous attributes. However, in reality, its stats are over 100 times inferior to those of the demon wolf. Its imposing appearance is merely a facade. Chen Ye cast a glance at the boss before averting his gaze. Roar. The boss emitted a low growl, seemingly incensed by the disdain emanating from a frail human, and immediately erupted in fury. Wielding a colossal axe, it strode toward Chen Ye. However, before it could take 3 steps, a demon wolf had already positioned itself before it. The boss, brimming with arrogance, was met with the same pride from the demon wolf. Slaying ordinary minions was as effortless as crushing ants. Now, confronted by a slightly larger and seemingly stronger boss, the demon wolf dismissed the notion of a coordinated attack. Roar. The tyrant slammed one hand onto the ground, its massive body leaping into the air. With its giant axe, it aimed a downward strike at the demon wolf's head. The demon wolf merely lifted an eyelid and swatted out a paw. Bang! With a dull thud, the tyrant's enormous form was sent flying several hundred meters, the ground beneath it showing no signs of impact. Roar! 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 The tyrant, hurled away, howled thrice, blood gushing from its mouth. It did not perish. The demon wolf glanced at its own paw. In the next moment, all 4 limbs of the demon wolf surged with power, igniting in flames. Skill: Crimson Flame Charge. Transforming into a fireball, the demon wolf lunged toward the tyrant boss. Skill: Tyrant's Roar. The tyrant boss slammed both hands to the ground, an ominous power radiating from its being. The debris surrounding the tyrant was all repelled by this overwhelming aura. Boom! The flaming demon wolf collided head-on, shattering the aura emitted by the tyrant. The fireball exploded, and the level 20 boss was instantly reduced to ashes. Such a temper from the little wolf. A slight increase in power would have sufficed to dispatch this boss with a simple paw, yet it insisted on employing a skill. Was it not akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? The next boss in the Purgatory Passage shall be mine to slay. Chapter 14. The melancholy comes too early. The demon wolf remains as formidable as ever. You have slain the boss, completed the dungeon, and set a new record. Time taken for this clearance: 023721. Ding. Host has created an F-class dungeon record. Congratulations on earning 3,000 points. You have slain the boss, completed the dungeon. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? Glancing at the points, there were now a total of 29,565. Not bad. Enough to exchange for 29 more demon wolves. System. Expend all points to redeem a Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Ding. Redemption complete. Points remaining, 29,000. The number of demon wolves has reached 55, with 2 more clearances. I aim to surpass 100 today. With a thought, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside the dungeon had already darkened. The practitioners who had once surrounded the dungeon awaiting cooldowns had vanished. Some returned home to rest, while others formed teams to enter the dungeon. Time passes swiftly. It had taken the entire afternoon to clear 2 passages. Chen Ye sighed. At this rate, He wondered if he would reach first transition full level before the martial arts examination. Achieving the top rank in Long Dragon City was manageable, yet attaining the national top rank posed a significant challenge. He could not afford to waste too much time. He needed to elevate his level. In this martial arts examination, I must devise a way to secure the national top rank and bring glory to my father. Taking out the prepared food, Chen Ye had a simple meal. Selecting the purgatory passage, with a thought, he re-entered the dungeon. Buzz. After a dazzling flash of light, the location where Chen Ye appeared had shifted from the previous two passages. Within the purgatory dungeon, the scenery was no longer the dilapidated ruins of a city. Towering skyscrapers had transformed into a sturdy castle, resembling a tribal stronghold. Standing outside the heavy city gates, Chen Ye could not discern the interior. However, he could see several tall brown bear soldiers clad in armor patrolling the city walls. A quick identification skill was cast. Combat Bear Soldier. Level, LV10. Spirit, 103. Strength, 119. Agility, 91. Defense, 120. Skills, long-range stone throw, long-range arrow shot, bear soldier inquiry. Long-range stone throw. The bear soldier can lift a boulder 3 times its own weight and launch it as a long-range stone attack with a 30 hit rate. Long-range arrow shot. They possess sharp feathered arrows on their city walls. Grabbing a handful of arrows, they can shoot with terrifying penetrating power without needing to draw a bow. Bear soldier inquiry. A sufficient number of bear soldiers can initiate a localized beast tide, leaving a barren wasteland in their wake. Monster description. Bear soldiers are combative. Even if you do not invade their territory, they will initiate an attack as soon as they detect your presence. Roar. One of the bear soldiers atop the wall seemed disturbed by the identification skill, raising a torch to quickly ignite a signal fire. Boom. The signal fire blazed, and dozens of bear soldiers crawled atop the city walls, scanning their surroundings. Soon, one bear soldier spotted Chen Ye. Roar. The bear soldier bellowed, lifting a massive stone ball and hurling it fiercely. From nearly 1,000 meters away, Chen Ye could hear the stone whistling through the air. A boulder weighing 10,000 pounds. They were truly launching it? Chen Ye's eyelids twitched. If struck by the boulder, he would likely be left with half his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye exerted force in both legs and swiftly dodged. With a thought, 55 demon wolves were summoned. Boom. The spot where the boulder landed was cratered. Attack. Chen Ye commanded, retreating several dozen meters. At this moment, with the appearance of the demon wolves, the bear soldiers atop the city walls emitted battle cries. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of massive stones was launched one after another. A chill ran down Chen Ye's spine. Without extraordinarily high agility and defense, it would be nearly impossible to approach these monsters. Fortunately, the attributes of the demon wolves rendered such attacks inconsequential. Letting out a low, prolonged howl, the 55 demon wolves simultaneously initiated their assault. The boulders hurled by the bear soldiers had a range of nearly 1,000 meters. However, the demon wolves' crimson flame charge skill required a distance of about 100 meters to activate. Currently, the demon wolves had to charge headlong, braving the relentless barrage of boulders. Thankfully, even when struck by the boulders, the terrifying defensive capabilities of the demon wolves rendered them almost unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. Following a round of boulder attacks, the bear soldiers on the walls seized handfuls of feathered arrows and launched them again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows, numbering in the dozens, rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour within mere moments. The arrows struck the demon wolves, producing a clanging sound, yet they could not breach their defenses. Chen Ye stood at the rear, his expression somewhat grave. The onslaught of the Purgatory Passage had far exceeded his expectations, and the subsequent Nightmare Passage and Death Passage would undoubtedly pose even greater challenges. Facing the Purgatory Passage alone felt akin to a solitary assault on a fortified city, and the strength of its defenders, at the very least, included bear soldiers capable of launching ranged attacks. If it were not for the numerical advantage of the demon wolves, he would likely have retreated at once. The sheer number of monsters amassed within that city was unknown. To recklessly charge and could result in becoming mere fodder for their experience gains. However, since the dungeon passage bore records of solo completions, it was evident that practitioners below level 30 had successfully navigated it, with the record standing at a mere 11 days. In terms of solitary combat, he was certain he could not compare. Chen Ye sighed. The history of class transitions was long-standing, with each era boasting formidable professions. Before his demon wolves had reached substantial numbers, he might have been considered a standout, though not yet among the elite. There remained a long road ahead, necessitating a cautious approach to maintain stability. You have slain a level 10 bear soldier. Congratulations on gaining 103 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 10 bear soldier. Congratulations on gaining 61 points. You have slain a level 10 bear soldier. Congratulations on gaining 103 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 10 bear soldier. Congratulations on gaining 61 points. Chen Ye felt a pang of melancholy as 3 demon wolves simultaneously unleashed their crimson charge skill, shattering the heavy city walls and instantly annihilating a wave of monsters. Experience and points surged forth like a tidal wave. Chen Ye's lips twitched. His melancholy had been premature. The demon wolves remained as formidable as ever. With a mere thought, he recalled one of the demon wolves. He would wait to trigger the boss before clearing the battlefield. How dull. What should he do to pass the time? After rummaging through his spatial ring, Chen Ye produced 2 steaks and a beautifully packaged mooncake. Could this contraption cook a steak? Fire it up and sear some steak. Would you care for a bite of raw meat? Never mind. It wouldn't even fill the gaps between his teeth. Gazing at the sizzling steak, Chen Ye continued to brood. Cooking steak within the purgatory passage, had he truly fallen so low? No, the tools were inadequate. Next time, he ought to bring a grill. Ah, how hot and fragrant it was. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Ye sprinkled some pepper on the steak. Had he really just wiped out all the bear soldiers? Goodness. He needed to slow down. Otherwise, what would become of the dungeon run if the steak was not even cooked yet? In the dim dungeon, Chen Ye occasionally checked on the progress of the demon wolves, then returned his focus to the steak. The demon wolf squatting beside him kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. Anyone daring to disturb its master's meal would face a merciless demise. Chapter 15. Running to the suburbs in the middle of the night. Hilarious. Did the King of Tangles really intend to solo the dungeon? Had an elite monster been triggered? Time flowed on, and Chen Ye lifted his gaze slightly. Through the feedback from the demon wolf's perspective, he noted that within less than an hour, an elite monster had already been triggered. He was too lazy to even cast an identification skill. With a fleeting glance, he withdrew his gaze. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV15. Ding. You leveled up. Congratulations on gaining 200 points. Another level up. Indeed, his preparations were insufficient. There were no seasonings, no suitable cooking ingredients. He had never anticipated that clearing a dungeon could be so effortless. Chen Ye muttered, shaking his head repeatedly. His mind was already contemplating what items to bring next time. As for why he feared wasting time, yet did not follow behind the demon wolves to collect dropped items, the reason was simple. He valued his life. An obvious attack is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. If he were to be ambushed unexpectedly by a monster, it would result in significant losses. Although he had donned a defensive cloak, its cost was considerable. If it could mitigate damage during the dungeon run, he would wait patiently for the demon wolves to conquer the entire dungeon before proceeding. When his father returned, he must find a way to obtain a magnet ring. This way, the time spent clearing a dungeon could be reduced by at least a third. With a magnet ring, he could conserve stamina entirely and become more enduring. Yes, that was the next step in his plan. Chen Ye took out another steak, placing it in the iron box to cook slowly over low heat. Primarily to pass the time. He had never realized before how delightful a simple steak could taste. A few kidneys would be even better, perhaps influenced by the environment. The food in the purgatory passage was exceptionally appetizing. Before he knew it, nearly another hour had passed. Had the boss been triggered? It was time for him to take action. Clearing away the litter, Chen Ye leaped onto the back of a demon wolf with a single bound. Let us go. Exorcise this boss. Directing the command in his mind, the demon wolf, bolstered by its impressive agility, reached a position just 500 meters from the boss in mere seconds. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they arrived, one of the demon wolves activated its crimson charge, effortlessly dispatching the level 25 boss. Alas, he forgot to mention that next time he would instruct the wolf pups that the battle after triggering the boss was to be handled by him. If he was unable to defeat it, they would take turns challenging it. Otherwise, he would have no participation in the dungeon run at all. You have slain the boss. The dungeon has been cleared, setting a new record. Time taken for this dungeon run, 020113. Ding. Detected that the host has created an F-grade dungeon record. Congratulations on gaining 4,000 points. You have slain the boss. The dungeon has been cleared. Would you like to exit the dungeon? A series of notifications appeared on the panel. Chen Ye glanced at them, but did not rush to exit. He needed to collect the dropped items from the slain monsters before leaving. After all, they were points that should not go to waste. Summoning all the demon wolves back to the spatial realm, Chen Ye searched the dungeon alone for the dropped items. Ding. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 1 point. Oh, he had found a gray iron level item in the area where the bear soldiers had fought. Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Bear soldier feathered arrow. Category, common magical tool. Level, gray iron. Usage effect, increases strength attribute by 10 points. Magical tool effect, the feathered arrow can lock onto the enemy's scent upon release. There is a 17 chance to hit the enemy. Passive effect, none. Having acquired a gray iron level magical tool, if sold to an archer, it could fetch a price of around 60,000. Not bad at all. While it may be mediocre, it could still increase his points by 10. It must be collected. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 10 points. Goodness, another gray iron level piece of equipment. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 10 points. The drop rate in the purgatory passage far exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. Ding. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations on gaining 1 point. Ding. You have collected ordinary dropped items. Congratulations on earning 1 point. After wandering through half of the dungeon, The rewards have been substantial. Your points have increased by a remarkable 531. It is akin to the dreams of my past life, where every few steps I stumble upon a 10 yuan note, and after 5 steps, I find 3 20 yuan notes. The treasures are endless. After spending a full 2 hours collecting dropped items, I have amassed a total of 2,377 points. This is enough to exchange for 2 magical wolves. What a tremendous gain. Total points, 33,187. I can now redeem 33 fiery magical wolves. If I complete the Nightmare Passage and the Death Passage, the number of magical wolves I possess will surely exceed 100. 100 magical wolves will be more than sufficient to face the imminent martial arts examination. Once I gather 100 magical wolves, I will save points to redeem a black dragon for amusement. The Hellish Black Dragon, which requires a staggering 100,000 points for redemption, is something I eagerly anticipate. System, consume all points in exchange for fiery magical wolves. Ding. Exchange complete. Points, 33,000. Now I have 88 fiery magical wolves, all at level 15. The last national examination champion was at level 28. I still have 13 levels to surpass. Since I have resolved to bring glory to my father, I must ensure my level exceeds that of the previous champion. Strength is one thing, but even if I can annihilate a level 28 champion in an instant, I must surpass that level. Clenching my fist slightly, the blood within Chen Ye surged with excitement. With 27 days remaining until the martial arts examination, if I put forth my utmost effort, I might reach the peak of the first transition, completing the job change task, and perhaps even step into the second transition. In any case, I shall strive vigorously before the examination. After all, I won't have to exert myself too much. A pack of magical wolves will be propelling me forward. If I cannot achieve this, I would be unworthy of my ancestral star. Quickly adjusting my mindset, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. Just as he stepped out, a brand new record appeared in the hellish passage. Buzzing. Before Chen Ye could enter the nightmare passage, a light shone from the ordinary passage, and 3 individuals emerged from the dungeon. Damn it. We were so close to defeating the bloodthirsty crocodile. I heard from my family that if we slay all the bloodthirsty crocodiles, the next step would trigger the boss. Unfortunately, all our mental energy has been exhausted. Even the mental recovery potions we brought are all depleted. Had I known, I would have brought more mental recovery potions. Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, deliberately displaying a look of regret before Lu Ruyan and Su Yan. Sister Ruyan, Miss Yan, it's getting late. Should we return home to rest and venture out again tomorrow? What the hell? Before Lu Yi could finish his sentence, his wandering gaze fell upon Chen Ye, sending a shiver down his spine. Chen Ye, what the hell are you doing here at this late hour? You can't possibly be out here grinding dungeons in the middle of the night, right? The king of grinding, truly living up to the title. But what a pity. The dungeons in the foggy outskirts are genuine abyss dungeons. Are you really daring enough to solo a dungeon? Ha ha ha, don't even think about asking us to team up. We just exited the dungeon, and our mental energy is completely spent. Even if you begged, it wouldn't help. Chapter 16, Nightmare Passage? I can handle it too. Damn. Help. Ha ha ha, don't even think about asking us to team up. We just exited the dungeon, and our mental energy is completely spent. Even if you begged, it wouldn't help. Lu Yi laughed heartily, not missing the chance to brag about his glorious achievements in the dungeon. Chen Ye, do you know how strong the monsters in the dungeon are? Level 5 elite monsters, vine creatures, monsters that can cast skills. With one skill, I can take down 2. A pathetic profession like yours probably hasn't even encountered an elite monster, right? Do you know how long we battled in the dungeon? 7 hours and 45 minutes. The 3 of us teamed up and slayed over 100 monsters. You'll probably never achieve such a record in your lifetime. Chen Ye glanced at Lu Yi, his expression akin to that of a fool. He couldn't be bothered to engage in banter with him and prepared to enter the nightmare passage. What else with that look? Chen Ye, am I mistaken? A mere demon summoner stands before my noble fire mage self. What does it matter if you are the Lord's son? Are you as powerful as I? How tiresome. Listening to Lu Yi prattle on, Chen Ye narrowed his eyes. Boom. Turning around, Chen Ye unleashed a punch to Lu Yi's face. With the strength of a level 15, Lu Yi was knocked to the ground, a tooth flying from his mouth. At least he is the Lord's son. A few words of banter could be forgiven, but if he won to relent, who else should I strike? Useless. Not even able to withstand a single punch. Did you grow up eating feces? Chen Ye cursed. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned by the blow, taking a moment to process what had just happened. Simultaneously, he was utterly shocked. After grinding for over 7 hours in the dungeon, he was now at level 11. Though mages are fragile, it is unreasonable for someone to break his teeth with one punch. Could it be that Chen Ye's level is higher than mine? Impossible. Typically, one would only level up to 10. I am at level 11. How could his level possibly exceed mine? Damn, what does it matter if he has a higher level? Can a mage teach a demon summoner a lesson? A profession unworthy of possessing skills, yet being schooled by a demon summoner in front of 2 goddesses. Why you dare hit me? I am a fire mage. You dare strike me? Lu Yi's thoughts ignited, flames enveloping his body. Boom. Chen Ye raised his hand and struck again, this punch carrying even greater force than the last. Lu Yi was sent flying several meters away, dazed. Dazed again. Lu Yi was in a state of shock. Chen Ye, I will not rest until we are at odds. Now that you have struck me, once I grow stronger, I will break your dog legs. Chen Ye planted a foot on the ground, activating his agility attribute, and reappeared before Lu Yi. You cannot defeat me now. Boom. With another punch, Lu Yi screamed. Ah, Chen Ye, the potential of a mage. You cannot defeat me now. Once again, Chen Ye delivered a punch. After a series of blows, Lu Yi was reduced to a battered mess. Chen Ye, Lu Yi attempted to utter a few more harsh words. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Coward. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Lu Yi instantly shrank back. Turning away, Chen Ye ignored Lu Yi and strode toward the dungeon passage. At that moment, Su Yan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, as if gathering her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Ye, are you going into the dungeon? If you want to team up, I am willing to join you. Chen Ye glanced at Su Yan, finding her quite beautiful, a rosy hue on her cheeks. Her head bowed, appearing somewhat nervous. No need, thank you. I can handle it solo. Chen Ye replied. Huh. Lu Ruyan scoffed coldly. Chen Ye, soloing an abyss dungeon? Are you joking? Ignorant. The monsters in the dungeon will not show mercy simply because you are the Lord's son. In a profession such as yours, what significance does leveling up hold, even with the aid of others? Can one truly possess combat prowess? Do refrain from perishing within the dungeon, lest the entire city waste their time attending your funeral. Lu Ruyan spoke with a hint of indifference. If your demise were to squander our time, it would only serve to deepen my disdain for you. You, Chen Ye retorted, casting a glance back with a dismissive tone. Lu Ruyan intended to respond further. Yet Chen Ye had already transformed into a streak of light, vanishing as he entered the dungeon. Overestimating oneself. Let us see how long you can endure, she scoffed. Casting a glance at the passage Chen Ye had entered, her pupils suddenly narrowing. Nightmare passage? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What? He dares to traverse the nightmare passage? This fool, does he wish for death? Curse it, if he perishes within, how shall I seek my vengeance in the future? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's exclamation, Lu Yi hastily rose from the ground, rushing over to investigate. Indeed, it was the nightmare passage. Seeking death, indeed. He cursed. I understand now. That scoundrel Chen Ye must be attempting to attract Sister Ruyan's attention, hoping to impress her and gain her favor. Damn it. If he merely enters and exits, he could certainly earn her admiration. To his surprise, Su Yan's expression was one of deep concern. I can do it too. Lu Yi exclaimed, flipping his wrist to retrieve a medicinal pill from his ring, swallowing it swiftly. He resolved to recover and attempt the nightmare passage himself. Even if gravely injured, gaining even a modicum of favor from the two goddesses would be worth it. Chen Ye, do you think this will earn you my respect? Lu Ruyan scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the dungeon entrance. I shall see how long you can endure within. With that, she instructed Lu Yi and Su Yan, first. Recover and rest. Once we are ready, we shall attempt the dungeon again. We only need to defeat the final ferocious crocodile to trigger the elite monster. We must clear this dungeon. After speaking, Lu Ruyan seated herself on the ground, legs crossed, consuming a few recovery pills as she awaited in silence. Sister Ruyan. Miss Su Yan, please rest for a few minutes. My mental energy has recovered considerably. I will test the difficulty of the nightmare passage. I must try it sooner or later, so I shall test the waters first. Lu Yi blinked and dove into the nightmare passage. Ha ha ha, indeed, I was right. Sister Ruyan's gaze upon me has shifted from before. Chen Ye, I must thank you. A burst of light flashed as Lu Yi laughed heartily within the dungeon. A deafening roar erupted, startling Lu Yi. This is the nightmare passage. I must tread carefully. Suddenly, the ground trembled inexplicably, a horrific energy crashing against Lu Yi's chest. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. He felt as though his insides had been rearranged, pain coursing through his entire being. Before him, a bear warrior clad in armor, wielding massive fists, smashed down upon the ground. The force of its punch created a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter. Roar. The bear warrior let out another fearsome roar, its limbs propelling it into a high leap as it charged towards Lu Yi. Ah hell. Lu Yi tightened in fright and swiftly retreated from the dungeon. That scared me. I nearly met my end within. Sister Ruyan, Miss Su Yan, I am gravely injured. Please save me. Blood gushed from Lu Yi's mouth, and after uttering those words, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Chapter 17. Nightmare Passage sets a record. Re-entering the death passage? Useless. Lu Ruyan cursed, observing Lu Yi sprawled on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Since they had emerged together, ignoring his plight would surely invite trouble from the Lu family. She retrieved 2 medicinal pills, her expression cold as she administered them to Lu Yi. Frowning, Lu Ruyan was acutely aware of Lu Yi's capabilities. While she was indeed stronger, it was not by a significant margin. Were the monsters within the nightmare passage truly that terrifying? 27 seconds. Lu Yi had only managed to endure in the nightmare passage for 27 seconds. How long could I last if I were to enter? After administering the pills, Lu Ruyan turned her focus back to the nightmare passage. Where was that useless Chen Ye? How could he have survived so long within? A mere demon summoner. And even Liu Yi only lasted 27 seconds. Could he have perished inside? No, the Chen family's resources must have provided him with some means of survival. After all, he was a city lord. In terms of equipment, we surely could not compare. If I possess means of survival, Chen Ye must have them as well. Perhaps he has equipped himself with high-tier gear. Returning to her previous position, Lu Ru Yen once again seated herself, her gaze fixed upon the passage. Su Yen remained silent. Her head bowed, lost in thought. Time trickled by, and soon 10 minutes had elapsed. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi, lying on the ground, suddenly awoke, coughing violently. What the hell? The nightmare passage is terrifying. I saw my great-grandmother. Sister Ru Yen, did you save me? How long have I been unconscious? Has Chen Ye emerged yet? Damn it, that brat must be having a worse time than I am. Still not out? Lu Yi stared incredulously at the dungeon passage. Why on earth can Chen Ye endure for so long? The monsters within are fearsome. Damn it, I am a noble mage. I cannot be outdone by a demon summoner. I shall see how long you can last within the dungeon. At that moment, within the dungeon, Chen Ye lay atop the head of a magical wolf, dozing peacefully. Did I trigger an elite monster? Rubbing his eyes, Chen Ye leapt down from the wolf's head and ambled toward the site of battle. The surrounding monsters had been cleared, and the castle walls lay in ruins. Time to get to work. Ding. You have collected a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations, you earned 10 points. Ding. You have collected a gray iron level dropped item. Congratulations, you earn 10 points. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you earn 1 point. Ding. You have collected a common dropped item. Congratulations, you earn 1 point. Truly, the Nightmare Passage offers a high drop rate. You have slain the level 26 Bear King Elite Monster. Congratulations, you earn 268 experience. Ding. You have slain the level 26 Bear King Elite Monster. Congratulations. You earn 106 points. You have slain the level 26 Bear King Elite Monster. Congratulations, you earn 268 experience. Ding. You have slain the level 26 Bear King Elite Monster. Congratulations, you earn 106 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 16. Experience and points flowed in abundantly. Engaging in the Nightmare Passage is indeed cost-effective. As Chen Ye traversed the dungeon, he sought out dropped items, collecting them for points, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. Boom. The tyrant boss has appeared. Chen Ye raised his head to glance from a distance, continuing to perform the simple action of collecting equipment. You have slain the boss, cleared the dungeon, and set a new record. Duration of this clearance, 024755. Ding. Detected that the host has created an F-level dungeon record. Congratulations, you have earned 6,000 points. You have defeated the boss and cleared the dungeon. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Did I really just kill the boss? The Nightmare Passage seems not much stronger than the Hell Passage. Oh, did I just acquire black iron equipment again? Through the vision granted by the demon wolf, Chen Ye observed the luminous orb where the boss had fallen, a slight smile gracing his lips. There was no rush to recall the demon wolf. With its sight, Chen Ye could discern the dropped items more swiftly. It must be noted that the area of the Nightmare Passage is significantly larger than that of the Hell Passage. Although he was merely scavenging for loot in the areas where battles had taken place, it took Chen Ye a full 3 hours. Ding. You have picked up a black iron grade dropped item. Congratulations, 100 points. Stretching lazily, Chen Ye finally stored all the dropped items into his spatial ring. After recalling the demon wolf, he checked his attribute panel. Demon Assistant System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 43583. Experience, 5769. Level, LV 16. Spirit, 181. Strength, 153. Agility, 167. Defense, 153. Number of summons, 88. Personal General Skill, Low-Level Appraisal. Personal Professional Skill, Solar Charge. Solar Charge, a triggered skill that condenses crimson flames into an enormous fireball in the sky for a pinpoint impact. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Level, LV 16. Spirit, 32,000. Strength, 35,000. Agility, 35,000. Defense, 41,000. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Tear, Crimson Flame Charge. The attributes of the Demon Wolf are astonishingly impressive. Without the 100-fold amplification, its lowest attribute still reaches 320 points. At the same level as mine, its attributes surpass mine 2-fold. Even without an SSS grade talent, it could probably sweep through effortlessly. Heh. I managed to earn over 40,000 points in the Nightmare Passage. After this round of exchanges, I must accumulate points to exchange for a Black Dragon. System. Consume all points to exchange for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Ding. Exchange complete. Points remaining, 43,000. An additional 43 Demon Wolves have been summoned, bringing the total to 131, which can be considered a substantial force. The dungeon has one last death passage. By clearing it twice, I should be able to gather 10 points. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. It had been over 5 hours, and he surmised that he had used a teleportation scroll to leave long ago. No need to wait. That sort of waste could never endure for so long in a nightmare-level passage. Sister Rian, Miss Su Yan. I am currently gravely injured and unable to team up with you. Give me 2 days to recover, and I shall seek you out. Rest assured, I have a firm grasp on the monsters in the nightmare-level passage. When I return, I will certainly be able to venture into the nightmare-level passage with you. Whatever Chen Ye can achieve, we are no less capable. Lu Yi spoke, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. To endure here for so long was merely to observe how long Chen Ye would take to emerge. After over 5 hours, he could hardly hold on any longer. If this dragged on, he might even lose his life here. Taking out his phone, Lu Yi dialed his father's number. Dad, I'm injured, Wu. I feel like I'm having trouble breathing. I entered the F-level dungeon's nightmare passage, and I lasted half a minute. I brought honor to the family. Please don't hit me. Lu Yi choked on his words. Buzz. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed through the nightmare-level passage, and Chen Ye appeared in the sight of everyone. Then, the death passage once again lit up. What the hell? Lu Yi rubbed his eyes. That scoundrel Chen Ye. He actually stayed in the dungeon for over 5 hours? Lu Yi seemed to forget his injuries, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even Lu Ruyan, who sat nearby, rose in astonishment. How is this possible? Chen Ye could endure in the nightmare-level passage. His words were not yet finished. Buzz. At that moment, a brand new record appeared above the nightmare-level passage. Dungeon nightmare-level passage cleared. New record set. Duration of this clearance, 024755. Cleared? New record? In that moment, the three stood frozen in place. Son, what do you mean by cleared? Hello, are you there? Who's injured? The voice still echoed from the phone, and Lu Yi swallowed hard. Dad? Chen Ye is strange. I no longer wish to confront him. He just cleared the nightmare passage of the F-level dungeon, and now he's entered the death passage. What did you say? Chapter 18. Triggering the abyssal alien boss. All passages are merging. The call had not yet ended when a ripple surged through the space outside the dungeon. Immediately after, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, resembling Lu Yi by about 70%, stepped out from the space. This man was none other than Lu Ye's father. Lu Yuan. Dad. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Ye's eyes brimmed with tears. You're hurt so badly? Lu Yuan quickly assessed Lu Ye's injuries, and then sighed in relief. Uncle Lu, Lu Rian, and Su Yan stood to greet him. Hello, Lu Yuan replied, shifting his gaze towards the nightmare passage of the dungeon. A new record. Cleared in under 3 hours. Just as I anticipated. With a contemplative expression, Lu Yuan was neither surprised nor astonished. Instead, he found it quite reasonable. Dad, take me home to heal. I feel terrible. Lu Yi whimpered, his voice choked with emotion. Before his father arrived, he could still persevere, but upon seeing him, his heart was suddenly filled with grievance, feeling he could no longer hold on. No need to rush. These minor injuries won't kill you just yet. Let us wait a moment for Chen Ye to clear the death passage before discussing further. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, not even glancing at his son. Uncle, do you think Chen Ye can clear the death passage? With that kind of useless profession, how could he? Upon hearing Lu Yuan say Chen Ye could clear the death passage, Lu Rian inquired anxiously. Lu Yuan smiled, but did not respond. Foolish child. If you feel difficulty in breathing, just tell your father. It's normal to feel a bit dizzy at this moment. Don't make a fuss about it. Lu Yuan instructed Lu Yi and then walked over to sit by a large tree. Taking out his phone, he opened a free novel app and began to read with great interest. The Lu family is filled with incompetence. Lu Rian silently cursed, continuing to sit down to recover. Initially, she felt alarmed at Chen Ye clearing the nightmare passage, but upon further reflection, if he were equipped with golden or even platinum-grade artifacts, she too could surely succeed. Once more, considering Chen Ye's substantial resources, it is indeed quite feasible for him to prepare some high-tier offensive scrolls. Relying on external assistance is truly disheartening. With her eyes closed, Lu Ruyan remained silent, having resolutely decided that once her mental strength was completely restored, she would undertake the challenge solo. To avoid the burden of dragging along companions. Given that she had already discerned the characteristics of the dungeon's monsters, tackling it alone was certainly within her capabilities. If Chen Ye could accomplish it, why could she not? Simultaneously, within the death passage of the dungeon, Chen Ye pressed forward with relentless determination. In a mere half hour, he triggered an elite monster. Although the creatures in the death passage were significantly stronger than those in the nightmare passage, they paled in comparison to the demon wolf. As the number of demon wolves increased, even with the heightened difficulty of the death passage, the minions, elite monsters, and even the bosses met with inevitable demise at the hands of the demon wolves. You have slain the level 27 elite bear king. Congratulations on gaining 281 experience points. Ding. You have slain the level 27 elite bear king. Congratulations on earning 117 points. You have slain the level 29 elite crocodile. Congratulations on gaining 299 experience points. Ding. You have slain the level 29 elite crocodile. Congratulations on earning 123 points. Experience and points surged in like a tidal wave. Bear King armor. Category, magical artifact. Level, gray iron. Wearing effect, defense attribute increase of 10. Artifact effect, sweat absorption, heat dissipation. Passive effect, none. Heart of the Bear King. Category, monster component. Level, black iron. Use, for crafting magical artifacts. When embedded in a staff, it can augment physical attack by 10-20 points. Special effect, collecting 100 Bear King hearts grants immunity to certain skills of the Berserk Bear monsters. Passive effect, none. Crocodile scales. Category, monster component. Level, gray iron. Use, for crafting magical artifacts. The resilient scales serve as excellent materials for producing defensive robes and swords. Special effect, none. Passive effect, none. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron level item. Congratulations on earning 10 points. Ding. You have picked up a black iron level item. Congratulations on earning 100 points. What a thrill. The spoils from the Death Passage had already amassed a value of approximately 1 million before even defeating the boss. That alone would suffice for my annual allowance. According to the dungeon's description, there exists a probability of 1 for dropping bronze level items in the Death Passage. I hope for a stroke of luck to experience the thrill of collecting 1,000 points. Boom. In the distance, a demon wolf unleashed its Crimson Charge skill. You have slain the level 29 Tyrant Guardian, Elite. Congratulations on gaining 303 experience points. Ding. You have slain the level 29 Tyrant Guardian, Elite. Congratulations on earning 128 points. You have slain the level 29 Tyrant Guardian, Elite. Congratulations on gaining 303 experience points. Ding. You have slain the level 29 Tyrant Guardian, Elite. Congratulations on earning 128 points. As the skills landed, the last few elite monsters were dispatched. Remarkably, a level 16 demon wolf could obliterate a group of level 29 elite monsters with a single skill. This was merely the initial phase of its power. Once it reached level 30 and completed its transmutation quest, the attributes of the demon wolf would experience a terrifying augmentation, leading to unimaginable combat prowess. The lowest tier of summoned demons, astonishingly, the demon wolf was merely the most basic among them. Once enough points were accumulated to exchange for the infernal black dragon, it would undoubtedly display a level of might that was even more fearsome. The anticipation was palpable. Watching the steadily rising points, Chen Ye's heart swelled with excitement. Soon, after finishing this wave, just one more run, and I shall be able to redeem the black dragon. With a resounding crash, as all elite monsters fell, the boss was triggered. In the ruins, a radiant glow flashed, heralding the majestic form of the tyrant. Towering at 30 meters, clad in impenetrable golden armor. Its muscular arms bulged with explosive strength. The 13-meter demon wolf appeared almost diminutive in its presence. Once again they met. Chen Ye looked up, eager to test the strength of a level 30 boss. Yet, he deemed it prudent to leave such a confrontation to the demon wolf. Roar. The glint of murder shone in the boss's eyes as it hefted its colossal axe, bringing it down with ferocity upon one of the demon wolves. Whoosh. With over 30,000 agility, the demon wolf effortlessly evaded the tyrant boss's attack. With all limbs propelling it forward, the demon wolf transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind the tyrant boss. And with a mighty bite, sank its jaws into the boss's cervical region. Skill, death penetration. With a shattering sound, the weapon pierced through flesh, rendering the tyrant momentarily stunned. Its entire body succumbing to a wave of numbness. Even the massive axe it wielded slipped from its grasp without its notice. Whoosh. Before it could react, a second demon wolf unleashed its skill. Death Pennant. As the alien races gradually advanced their conquest, they initiated a most unconventional invasion of humanity. This was executed through the abyssal dungeons. Humanity could only grow stronger by vanquishing monsters within these dungeons. The abyssal dungeon served as an alternative gateway to the abyss, which the alien races exploited by establishing their own rules and masquerading as hidden bosses. Once these rules were triggered, the abyssal aliens could descend upon the dungeon, ruthlessly slaying the human prodigies. Furthermore, should any human prodigy be slain within the dungeon, they could unlock the passage, unleashing the alien armies to wage war against humanity. The aliens adept at manipulating the rules to establish themselves as hidden bosses were at least level 100. There were 5 tiers of abyssal bosses: Destruction, Catastrophe, World, Starry Sky, and Cosmic. The lowest tier, the Destruction level boss, commenced at level 100 and possessed the capability to annihilate a small city. The Catastrophe level began at level 150. A single Catastrophe level alien boss could unleash a calamity upon humanity, with the most terrifying abilities capable of decimating a small nation. The World level posed a threat to global stability, with a fearsome power level exceeding 200. Beyond the World level, the Starry Sky level represented genuine divine beings, formidable enough to threaten the very existence of the world. The final Cosmic level was the pinnacle of the alien strength, though historical records of such abyssal bosses were non-existent. Only whispers of their existence remained. Reflecting on the knowledge of the abyssal bosses, Chen Ye felt a profound sense of trepidation, with the lowest level being 100, and he himself merely at level 16. The disparity was staggering. With a fleeting thought, Chen Ye retrieved the teleportation scroll left by his father, holding it tightly in his hand. He was not yet capable of activating the teleportation. Before the abyssal boss descended, all pathways within the dungeon were merging. A mere teleportation scroll could not possibly breach 5 layers of space to transport him to safety. Even if he sought to escape, he could only activate the scroll once all 5 pathways merged into one. His skill, which amplified power by 100-fold, was still on cooldown. His greatest asset was his SSS level talent, which amalgamated the attributes of all summoned entities. He hoped the impending alien would not be overwhelmingly powerful, at the very least. He wished to avoid instant annihilation. Chen Ye mused as he checked his total points. Points: 53, 121. System: expend all points to summon the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Initially, he had aimed to accumulate enough points for a black dragon. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to be careless. Each additional demon wolf would contribute thousands of vital attributes, essential for survival, so Chen Ye spared no expense. Ding. Exchange complete. Points: 53,000. Observing the 53 additional demon wolves materializing in the summoning space, Chen Ye summoned them all. He now commanded a total of 184 demon wolves. With the SSS level damage transfer talent, he could redirect all damage to the nearest demon wolf. Surely, the abyssal boss would not be able to slay him 184 times in a single strike. Boom. As Chen Ye prepared himself, the 5 pathways within the dungeon fully merged. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying aura began to permeate from the dungeon's center, altering the very fabric of reality. Ha ha ha, Panlong City. Who dares to trigger the rules I have set in this insignificant locale? It matters not. Since my avatar has arrived here, let this city embrace its obliteration. A thunderous voice resounded from the void above. Here came the threat. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. Simultaneously, outside the dungeon, an ominous aura spread forth. This is Lu Yuan, discarding his phone, stood up, his face etched with terror. The essence of the abyss. As one of the foremost powerhouses of Panlong City, Lu Yuan was struck with dread. The emergence of the abyssal aura indicated only one possibility. Someone had triggered the hidden boss. Currently, only Chen Ye remained in the death passage. It was obvious who had invoked the hidden boss. What a terrifying presence. Lu Ruan suddenly opened her eyes, revealing deep-seated fear. She was unaware of the true nature of this aura, yet it filled her with profound unease. Nearby, Suyin also felt her blood run cold. Bewildered and rising to her feet. What is happening? She inquired in confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi lay on the ground, violently coughing and spitting blood. Why do I feel? Before he could finish, his father's voice echoed. Normal. After coughing for 10 minutes, you'd be in dire straits. Head home and wait for me. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan produced 3 teleportation scrolls. Children of the Lu family, along with Su Yan. Be sure to inform your parents upon returning. You owe me for my teleportation scrolls. Buzz. Applying slight pressure, the 3 scrolls shattered. Lu Ruoyan and the others transformed into beams of light, vanishing from their location. Buzz. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, countless beams of golden light flickered in the direction of Panlong City. Detecting the abyssal aura, the city's protective formation autonomously activated. What in the world? Why did the protective formation suddenly activate? An alien invasion. Who was the unfortunate soul that triggered the abyssal boss in the dead of night? Hurry, everyone, wake up and prepare for battle. In that moment, the citizens of Panlong City were jolted from their slumber. The Lu family, the Gao family, the Shanhua Guild, and the Panlong Club, at this moment. All factions deeply rooted in Panlong City urgently mobilized, calling upon their members to prepare against the impending alien onslaught. However, in less than a minute's time, the protective formation vanished. By the heavens, was the protective formation breached? What level of abyssal boss is this that it was destroyed in less than a minute? The cacophony of curses and battle cries echoed throughout Panlong City. Suddenly, someone sensed something amiss. Wait, this is strange. The protective formation had not been breached. The energy still lingered. What? Someone has slain the abyssal boss in under a minute? Chapter 20. Strike first, strike hard, then flee. What is happening? The military chief of Panlong City wore a perplexed expression. He had just awakened when the protective formation was triggered. He had barely managed to don his clothes. And yet the abyssal aura had dissipated? Swiftly donning his attire and draping himself in the cloak of a mid-tier military commander, he activated his flying skills and soared rapidly towards the outskirts. Concurrently, beyond the borders, Uncle. This is currently the last high-level secret realm within our data that can yield dragon eggs. Should we fail again, we shall resort to crafting soul tokens slightly weaker than that of a dragon. In the depths of a secret realm, Chen Wu spoke to the elder beside him. This elder, the second granduncle of Chen Ye, was named Chen Shun. Having just returned from the abyss, he accompanied Chen Wu in search of dragon eggs. You. As a father, what difficulty can you not overcome? If this secret realm's dragon egg is squandered, I shall venture into the abyss to seize one. After all, it is not my first endeavor. Since this is a manually arranged occupation, the entire family must mobilize. At the very least, we require the potential of a general. Let us not disappoint Ye. Let us commence. aiming to conquer this secret realm within half an hour. Chen Ye cast a sidelong glance at Chen Wu, placing his hands behind him, refraining from further idle chatter. Very well, uncle, please take a moment to rest. Grant me 10 minutes. Chen Wu's body trembled slightly as a terrifying aura surged forth from him. Suddenly, Chen Wu furrowed his brow. With a flick of his wrist, a formation disc materialized in his hand. The disc, palm-sized, resembled a model of a real estate center, depicting the entire jurisdiction of Panlong City. What is the matter? Chen Ye squinted, inquiring. Something feels amiss. Chen Wu observed the formation disc. The protective array of Panlong City had merely been activated by the abyssal aura, but it had already returned to normal. The source of the aura originated from the abandoned city of Nightfall, F-level instance. In an F-level instance, the entry requirement cannot exceed level 30, and even in a team, the collective level must not surpass 60. Even in a 1-to-1 scenario, a team with a level 59 and a level 1 participant. Upon triggering the abyssal boss, it was astonishing that the abyssal boss was defeated in less than half a minute. F-level instances are likely to host catastrophic bosses, typically around level 100. How could a fully transcended level character possibly slay a level 4 abyssal boss? Chen Wu's brow tightened. As the lord of one faction, he was unaware that Panlong City harbored such a promising individual. It seems that once Ye concludes her matters, a thorough investigation will be warranted. Someone has triggered the abyssal boss in the suburban instance, and it appears they have already dealt with it. Uncle, I shall retrieve the dragon egg first. Stowing away the formation disc, Chen Wu hastened deeper into the secret realm. Protect the body with the golden bell. Activate. Activate the Millennium Tortoise Shell. Outside the abandoned city of Nightfall instance, Lu Yuan appeared anxious, continuously activating 2 pieces of golden-grade defensive artifacts. Subsequently, he concentrated, donning a cerulean robe. His expression was grave, and a tinge of panic arose within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost simultaneously as Lu Yuan activated the artifacts, the surrounding space trembled. 3 individuals appeared out of thin air. The president of the Shanhua Guild, Su Dongliang. The head of the Lu family, Lu Feiyang. The chief executive of the Aolong Club, Tao Qiqiang. As the 3 materialized, they promptly summoned their artifacts, unleashing their formidable attributes. Old Lu, what is happening? Su Dongliang inquired with a serious expression. All 3 were significant figures in Panlong City, and upon receiving Lu Yuan's urgent message, they had arrived post-haste. The triggering of the abyssal creatures posed a threat to the city's survival. As the pillars of Panlong City, they naturally had to address the crisis immediately. But what is going on? The protective array had been activated, yet upon arriving here, the abyssal aura had dissipated? Where is the abyssal boss? Where is the alien army? Where is young Master Chen? Tao Qiqiang queried, his expression equally perplexed. At this moment, Lu Yuan was equally bewildered. The overwhelming abyssal aura that had pervaded the area had instilled in him a profound sense of dread. Yet how could it simply vanish? The protective array had been activated. Could the abyssal aura have been a mere illusion? Or was it possible that the abyssal boss had been slain within the instance? I am equally at a loss. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Regardless, the crisis has been averted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. In the darkness, several beams of light descended outside the instance. Jiang Yixiao, the commander-in-chief of the Panlong City military, arrived with 3 subordinates. You have come as well? What is the situation here? Jiang Yixiao inquired. The group exchanged glances, conveying their ignorance through their expressions. Lu Yuan gestured towards the instance. The Lord's son is within the death passage, likely having triggered the abyssal boss. Chen Ye, the death passage? Are you certain you are not jesting? Half a minute prior. Within the instance's death passage. Here they come. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, summoning all the crimson flame demon wolves. An F-level death passage. Ha. I never expected such a trivial instance. This is the territory of the human nation of the Xia Kingdom. Buzz. A point of light coalesced in the void. Subsequently, a diminutive old man, half a meter tall with a goatee, slowly materialized. With the appearance of this elder, the 5 channels of the instance fused completely, and the abyssal aura began to spread rapidly throughout the realm. The instance's space cracked gradually, and a towering gate, dark and imposing, coalesced silently. In the next moment, armored warriors, half a meter tall and wielding weapons, swiftly emerged from the abyssal gate. Level 16? The old man's gaze fell upon Chen Ye, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Has another genius appeared among the human race? Merely at level 16, yet capable of soloing the death passage and triggering the abyssal rules. It seems he surpasses even the finest talents of my Earth tribe. After a moment of self-reflection, the old man addressed Chen Ye. Boy, I am fond of talent. Kneel and accept my mark, and become a slave of my Earth tribe, and I shall spare your life. Boom. As the old man finished speaking, a terrifying pressure radiated from him, bearing down upon Chen Ye. To flee? It was imperative to escape. Under the assessment skill, Chen Ye scrutinized the old man's attributes, the sheer terror of which made him gasp in shock. Earth Toad Elder, Abyssal Boss. Level, LV 103. Grade, Catastrophic. Race, Earth Tribe. Spirit, 135, 227. Strength, 102, 551. Agility, 157, 198. Defense, 106, 574. Innate talent, S-grade, Earth affinity. Skills, move mountains, geological warm-up, earth wall, colossal stone avatar. Move mountains, the earth tribe's innate talent, possessing an affinity of 80 for earth elements, allowing them to lift a mountain and execute basic projectile attacks. Geological warm-up, by harnessing earth elements, they can command tectonic movements, unleashing devastating seismic power. Earthen wall, capable of impeding the movements of adversaries and defending against their assaults. A wall of earth, 300 meters thick, is sufficient to withstand the majority of attacks. Giant stone apparition, an advanced skill of the earth element, summoning colossal stones to form an apparition, with attacks synchronized with the practitioner, boasting immense destructive power. Flee. Upon beholding the diminutive figure of the elder, barely half a meter tall, Chen Ye's first instinct was to escape. However, considering his attributes, if he activated his talent for attribute merging, it seemed plausible that he could suppress his opponent. First, a punch, just one punch before retreating. He tightened his grip on the teleportation scroll in hand. Chapter 21. Cursed by the Abyssal Boss. Is this a blessing? Goodness, an aircraft! Chen Ye shouted, pointing behind the elder. Such trivial tricks, he did not expect to deceive his opponent. His objective was merely to instill a modicum of fear. Where? The elder turned to look. Did he fall for it? With a decisive step, Chen Ye activated his attribute merging talent. Ding! You have activated your talent, merging all attributes. Mental enhancement, 1813200018458888181. Boom. With the mental enhancement, a terrifying wave of psychic energy surged forth from Chen Ye. Wherever the mental force spread, even the very fabric of space rippled. Bang, bang, bang. The psychic energy swept past the Earth warriors, one after another, their heads exploding with a deafening thud as they collapsed to the ground. You have slain a level 30 alien warrior. Congratulations, you have gained 367 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 30 alien warrior. Congratulations, you have gained 309 points. You have slain a level 30 alien warrior. Congratulations, you have gained 367 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 30 alien warrior. Congratulations, you have gained 309 points. The notifications flooded the screen. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV17. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV18. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. What have you done? In the void, the elder felt as though his head had been struck with tremendous force. Turning back, he discovered that the 3,000 warriors he commanded had been silently annihilated. He was taken aback. The elder had never encountered such a terrifying psychic force. Power enhancement, 1533500018464404153. Boom. With the power enhancement, Chen Ye transformed, akin to a scion, his hair being tousled by the overwhelming aura of strength, and his defensive cloak billowed without wind, rustling ominously. Within a few meters of Chen Ye, the very space began to crack. Kill. Witnessing the boundless surge of Chen Ye's power attributes, the elder instinctively launched an attack. Raising his hand, a mountain within the dungeon abruptly lifted and hurtled towards Chen Ye. Level 16. I refuse to believe you can withstand the force of a mountain. Agility enhancement, 167350018464404167. Whoosh. With a mere thought, Chen Ye vanished from his location. With over 5 million in agility, his speed rivaled that of traversing through space. Defense enhancement, 1534100018475444153. Bliss. After merging the attributes of 184 magic wolves, Chen Ye felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. This 100-level elder before him made him feel capable of delivering a fatal blow. This is madness. This is exhilarating. One punch. Silently, Chen Ye appeared before the elder. With fingers splayed, he clenched his fist. Crack. As he did, the space around his fist began to shatter ominously. Skill, earthen wall. Witnessing Chen Ye preparing to strike, the elder's expression changed drastically. His fingers curled into claws as he retreated with great force. Boom. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding the elder from harm. Skill, giant stone apparition. The surroundings of the dungeon trembled as boulders launched towards the elder. In mere moments, a towering apparition of stone, 100 meters tall, materialized within the dungeon. Not enough. This is far from sufficient. As a 100-level powerhouse and a chosen abyssal boss, the elder could sense the terrifying nature of this power. In a flash, several pieces of defensive gear adorned his form. Retreat. The elder fell back rapidly. Boom. An explosive sound reverberated throughout the dungeon. Chen Ye had thrown a punch. The 300-meter thick earthen wall before him shattered into dust with a single blow. Immediately after, the elder's giant stone apparition was obliterated. The 2 pieces of defensive equipment he wore were reduced to mere fragments. Wow. The elder coughed up blood, instantly, gravely wounded. Truly, as a 100-level powerhouse. He managed to endure an attack of 6 million in power. Chen Ye was secretly astonished that one punch did not obliterate the elder. Damn it, damn it. I will kill you. The elder exploded with rage, never expecting to be grievously injured by a mere level 16 novice. Moreover, this was solely from raw strength. Boy, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall annihilate your entire clan. Such apocalyptic forbidden power, you cannot withstand the backlash. Next, whoosh. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Chen Ye activated his agility, instantly appearing before the elder from a distance of 1,000 meters. If one punch won't do it, then I shall deliver another. Boom. Raising his fist, Chen Ye launched an attack aimed squarely at the elder's face. Silence fell. With the naked eye, it was evident that the muscles on the elder's face rippled like water in response to the force of the punch. How can you unleash forbidden power twice? I shall curse you. The elder uttered his final words. In the next moment, as the power was released, boom. The elder transformed into a mist of blood and vanished into the void. Behind the elder's disappearance, boom. A shadow of a fist traversed the entire dungeon. As if the dungeon had been split down the middle. You have slain the abyssal boss, the elder. Congratulations, you have gained 1,023, 511 experience points. Ding. You have slain a destruction level abyssal boss. Congratulations, you have gained 100,000 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV19. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV20. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV21. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV22. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV23. My goodness. Astonishment flickered in Chen Ye's eyes. Slaying a formidable abyss boss, I unexpectedly leveled up consecutively 5 times. Exhilarating. The thrill was beyond compare. At this moment, Chen Ye felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yet, amidst his elation, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been cursed by the abyss boss, the earthbound elder. Curse value, 1 from now on. Each time you enter a dungeon, the probability of triggering an abyss boss increases by 1, and the chance of encountering an earth tribe abyss boss escalates by 10. Huh? As the voice resonated in his mind, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. The first time triggering an abyss boss. The first time slaying an abyss boss. Am I truly cursed? No, this must be a blessing. Feeling the power coursing through him, Chen Ye could not help but break into a grin. Chapter 22. Exchanging for the Hellfire Black Dragon. Absurdly outrageous. A curse? Feeling the might within him, Chen Ye grinned once more. Possessing unparalleled combat prowess. Such a curse could only be deemed a blessing. Bring forth one, and I shall vanquish it. Bring forth a pair, and I shall slay them both. It was akin to receiving free experience. However, before Chen Ye could revel in his triumph, the attributes he had gained began to fade. Ding. The SSS level talent power attribute is now on cooldown. Talent power duration, 23 seconds. Cooldown duration, 60 minutes. Not invincible. Observing the cooldown notification of his talent, Chen Ye nodded in acceptance. It was bearable. The talent merely required a cooldown and bore no adverse effects on him. His body felt neither fatigue nor strain. His stamina and spirit remained intact. Even after activating the talent, once it entered cooldown, there would be no backlash. As long as he elevated his level and amassed a horde of magical wolves, he could forge an invincible path. Furthermore, the cooldown period was not excessively lengthy. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, he could always summon assistance. After recalling all his magical wolves to the summoning space, Chen Ye began searching for dropped items within the dungeon. Having just slain the alien warriors and the abyss boss, he had amassed quite a bounty. Earth Tribe Warriors Tattered Shoes. Category, Equipment. Level, Gray Iron. Equipment effect, Agility 30. Special effect, Odorless. Passive effect, None. Earth Tribe Warriors Curved Blade. Category, Magical Artifact. Level, Gray Iron. Usage effect, Strength 30. Special effect, None. Passive effect, None. Ding. You have picked up a Gray Iron level dropped item. Congratulations, you earn 10 points. Ding. You have picked up a Gray Iron level dropped item. Congratulations, you earn 10 points. The area from which the alien warriors had been slain was limited, and Chen Ye quickly gathered all the dropped items. Arriving at the location where the abyss boss had fallen, he noticed a luminous orb larger than a basin resting quietly on the ground. The items dropped by the abyss boss should not be of low grade. He employed his identification skill. Alien's Core Crystal. Category, Alien Crystal, Earth Type. Level, Gold. Purpose, used for crafting magical artifacts, skill upgrades. When an Earth Elemental Alien Crystal is infused into a magical artifact, it enhances elemental affinity by 50 and amplifies the power of Earth-type skills by 30. Special effect, reduces Earth Elemental skill damage by 30. Goodness, I've just acquired a natural crystal. However, it is of little use to me, as I lack the corresponding skills of an earth mage. I shall store it for now. It may come in handy later. Ding. You have picked up a gold level dropped item. Congratulations, you earned 10,000 points. 10,000 points. How delightful. System, check my panel. Demon Assistant System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 165, 820. Experience, 1, 133. Level, LV 23. Spirit, 267. Strength, 211. Agility, 245. Defense, 211. Number of summons, 184. Personal Universal Skill, Low-Level Identification. Personal Professional Skill, Solar Charge. Solar Charge, activates skill, gathering crimson flames into a colossal fireball that strikes with pinpoint accuracy. Crimson Flame Magical Wolf. Level, LV 23. Spirit, 53,000. Strength, 71,000. Agility, 71,000. Defense, 82,000. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Rending, Crimson Charge. Hiss. Observing the changes in the attributes of the magical wolves, Chen Ye inhaled sharply. Under a 100-fold augmentation, the defense of the magical wolves had nearly reached that of a level 100 abyss boss. Were it not for their overly singular skills, a single magical wolf could likely face an abyss boss head-on. The combat prowess of the magical wolves was already formidable. What of the Hellfire Black Dragon? Gazing at 165, 820 points, Chen Ye felt an exhilarating rush. Who would have thought that through a passage of death, defeating the abyss boss would nearly elevate his points to 200,000. System, expend 100,000 points to exchange for a Hellfire Black Dragon. Spend 65,000 points to exchange for 65 magical wolves. Points are meant to be utilized. Having accrued them, Chen Ye naturally exchanged them at the earliest opportunity. The very moment he issued the command. Ding. Hellfire Black Dragon exchange completed. Points, 100,000. Ding. Crimson Flame Magical Wolf exchange completed. Points, 65,000. In an instant, the number of his summons changed. Number of Crimson Flame Magical Wolves, 249. Number of Hellfire Black Dragons, 1. Thrilling. With an additional Hellfire Black Dragon in his summoning space, Chen Ye could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the dragon's combat capabilities. With a mere thought, he summoned the Hellfire Black Dragon from the space. Boom. Following a violent fluctuation of energy in the space, Chen Ye felt himself being lifted by an unseen force. His body began to rise. This is Chen Ye was slightly startled, glancing down to discover two antler-like protrusions swathed in black mist before him. Below his feet lay an expanse of darkness, exuding an indestructible sensation. Am I standing atop the head of a colossal dragon? Turning around, Chen Ye was taken aback by the scene before him. At this moment, he found himself suspended in midair. Amidst the snow-white clouds, a figure shrouded in darkness appeared, flickering in and out of view. This silhouette meandered through the clouds, the originally white clouds seemingly shifting in hue under some mysterious force. Almost instantaneously, the void was engulfed by rolling thunderclouds. Bolts of lightning crisscrossed the skies, and the atmosphere crackled with explosive sounds. At that very moment, Chen Ye felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from the black dragon. Roar! From within the clouds, the black dragon unleashed a deep, resonant roar, scattering the ominous clouds in an instant. The massive form of the black dragon came into Chen Ye's line of sight. With eagle-like claws, a serpent-like body, and antler-like horns, it measured a staggering 1,000 meters in length. Amidst the dragon's scales lay a glimmer of fiery crimson. A shroud of inescapable black, demonic energy enveloped him. This was the true form of the infernal black dragon. What overwhelming power! This was Chen Ye's immediate impression. It seemed that before the black dragon, everything else was but mere insects. Returning to the ground, Chen Ye commanded the black dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon dove down, the turbulence it created obliterating the trees within the realm. Dust and debris swirled around. Ding! You have summoned a new familiar, retrieving panel now. The system's voice echoed in his mind. In the next instant, the attributes and skills of the infernal black dragon materialized before him. Oh my goodness! Upon witnessing the terrifying attributes of the infernal black dragon, Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 23. Copying new skills, Cataclysm automatically maxed. Chen Ye was left in disbelief. Infernal Black Dragon. Level, LV 23. Primary Talent 1, Mastery over Water Elements. Primary Talent 2, Mastery over Magma Elements. Primary Talent 3, Mastery over Thunder Elements. Primary Talent 4, Mastery over Wind Elements. Spirit, 230,000. Strength, 230,000. Agility, 200,000. Defense, 280,000. Primary skills, Summon Wind. Call Rain, Volcanic Eruption, Thunder Baptism. Talent skills, Celestial Water, Infernal Lava Flow, 10,000 Thunders, Storm Tornado. Summon Wind. A primary skill of the Infernal Black Dragon. allowing the manipulation of air currents to form various types of tempests. Call rain, a primary skill of the infernal black dragon, capable of conjuring rain with but a thought. Volcanic eruption, can summon volcanic magma, igniting the movement of magma deep within the Earth's crust. Thunder baptism, mastery over weather, enabling the specification of thunder's descent. Celestial water, activating this skill calls forth water from beyond the heavens, annihilating all in its path. Infernal lava flow, transforms into a magma form, leaving nothing alive in its wake. 10,000 thunders, calls forth a tempest of lightning, raining down with ferocity. Storm tornado, a fierce storm that can ravage everything, reducing all to mere fragments. His scalp tingled. Gazing at the attributes of the infernal black dragon, Chen Ye stood frozen in place. He had only contemplated that the points required for the infernal black dragon were 100-fold that of the crimson flame demon wolf. A mere 10,000 demon wolves could hardly compare to a single black dragon. Thus the dragon's strength was undoubtedly formidable. However, Chen Ye had never anticipated it to be this absurd. This level 23 black dragon possessed average attributes exceeding 200,000, though bolstered by a 100-fold enhancement. It was still unfathomably powerful. Not only were the attributes astounding, but Chen Ye was also taken aback to discover that the infernal black dragon could simultaneously control 4 elements: water, magma, thunder, and storm. Heaven above. 4 elements. Moreover, aside from the primary skills, the descriptions of the talent skills were akin to natural disasters. Chen Ye felt utterly overwhelmed. The strength of the infernal black dragon was beyond anything he had imagined. Just as Chen Ye was lost in thought, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding! New familiar detected, triggering 3rd talent, unlocked. Talent 3, max level skill learning and copying. Familiars can learn skills dropped by abyssal bosses, and the host can copy 1 skill possessed by each familiar, 1 skill per familiar, which will automatically max out. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Please select 1 skill to copy from the following options. Choice 1, Celestial Water. Choice 2, Infernal Lava Flow. Choice 3, 10,000 Thunders. Choice 4, Storm Tornado. Which one to choose? Faced with the 4 enticing skills, Chen Ye hesitated momentarily. However, after just a few seconds of contemplation, he resolved to proceed. He could only copy 1 skill from the first familiar. Yet, the next familiar would allow him to copy another. As long as his points were sufficient, he could ultimately acquire all the skills of both the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and the Infernal Black Dragon. Furthermore, after defeating an abyssal boss, any skills dropped that matched the attributes of his familiars could be learned. The prospect of yet another copy, an SSS grade talent, was simply exhilarating. The 3 skills of the Demon Wolf were unsuitable for him as a human, but he wanted all the skills of the Infernal Black Dragon. System. Copy the skill Celestial Water, Chen Ye commanded. All 4 skills were formidable, and to avoid indecision, he decided to copy them in order. After all, as long as he continued to exchange for another Infernal Black Dragon, he could copy once more. There was no need to overthink it. Ding. You have copied the Infernal Black Dragon skill, Celestial Water. New skill detected, triggering SSS grade talent. Skill automatically maxed out. Ding. Your skill Celestial Water has automatically reached max level, evolving into dark water that floods the Golden Mountain. Skill description. Activate the skill to summon celestial waters, annihilating all. Under the dark waters, the opponent's attributes are reduced by 50, skill speed is delayed by 50, and skill power is reduced by 50. Oh my goodness. Chen Ye exclaimed once again in disbelief. It wasn't that he lacked sophistication. Rather, the max level skill evolved from the Black Dragon's ability was simply too formidable. A reduction of 50 in all attributes, a delay of 50 in skill speed, and a decrease of 50 in skill power. All this was merely a standard attack skill. If he were to acquire the SSS grade talent with a 100-fold enhancement, Chen Ye could hardly fathom the level of terror a single skill would instill in his opponents. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. This was overwhelmingly powerful. He needed to regain his composure. Who could possibly dominate an abyssal boss at level 23? Who had familiars that could rival natural disasters at the same level? Clenching his fists, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. The martial examination, the demon summoner, would soon make his mark. Father, if you're still worried about your son's profession, I shall make you the proudest father in the world during the martial examination. As a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Ye gradually regained his calm. Just 7 levels away from reaching the first transition at level 30. If he was going to play, he would play it big. With that, he withdrew the Infernal Black Dragon back into the summoning space and exited the instance. Buzz. A dazzling light flashed, and Chen Ye found himself outside the instance. Yes, out. Young Master Chen has emerged. Young Master Yi, are you unscathed? Young Master Chen, did you trigger the abyssal boss in there? As soon as he appeared, a group of prominent figures from Panlong City, led by Jiang Yixiao, converged around him. Seeing them, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile wryly. As the son of the city lord, he was well aware of their presence here. Once the abyssal boss was triggered, the city's protective array would automatically activate, and Jiang Yixiao, responsible for the safety of Panlong City, would undoubtedly track the origin of the abyssal aura. Therefore, Chen Ye was not surprised to see them here. Indeed, the abyssal boss has been triggered. Chen Ye spoke up in response. Hiss. Hearing Chen Ye's nonchalant reply, several individuals gasped in astonishment. Although they had already surmised the truth, hearing it from Chen Ye's lips still evoked considerable shock. Young Master Chen, does the disappearance of the abyssal aura mean you have slain the abyssal boss? Jiang Yixiao inquired. Yes. Chen Ye nodded. It was I who killed it. Hiss. This revelation left everyone once again dumbfounded. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the abyssal boss. The residents of Panlong City were not strangers to the abyssal boss. They had all engaged in battles against it and were well aware of its might. Moreover, the abyssal boss started at a minimum level of 100. It was utterly unfathomable how Chen Ye had managed to defeat such a powerful foe. They dared not inquire further, speculate, or investigate, for the Chen family's influence was far beyond their reach. Since young master is well, we shall return to rest. Jiang Yixiao offered a slight bow to Chen Ye, turning to leave with great awareness. Young master, farewell. Take care, young master Chen. One by one, they bid their farewells. And in mere moments, they had all departed. Chen Ye blinked. It seemed no excuse was needed. They did not dare to ask further. Having a powerful background truly is a comfort. Chapter 24. Entering the Cobra Valley instance, once again pushing through. Turning around, Chen Ye glanced at the 5 instance portals that had already been cleared. I am now level 23, after a few more runs of the Death Passage. I should reach the maximum level for my first promotion. Choosing the Death Passage, Chen Ye prepared to enter. Cooldown period detected. Remaining time, 11:57:23. You do not meet the entrance conditions for the instance. Please wait for the cooldown to end. Huh. Chen Ye paused slightly. Had the shielding badge become ineffective? Upon inspection, he found the shielding badge was still intact. Could it be? Remembering the information he had read about the shielding badge's functionality in the library, Chen Ye quickly understood. While the shielding badge could negate the cooldown time imposed by instances, if the instance had recorded the aura of the player, the shielding badge would lose its efficacy. I triggered the abyssal boss within the instance, and after slaying it, I fell victim to its curse. The curse's aura cannot be shielded, and the instance rules can easily detect it. Therefore, until the cooldown ends, even with the shielding badge, I cannot enter this instance. The only course of action was to adhere to the rules and wait for the cooldown to conclude before attempting to enter again. I must choose another instance. Chen Ye shrugged. Being cursed by the abyssal boss indeed had its downsides. In Panlong Gorge, there were 2 instances in total, with a further one deeper inside. The Cobra Valley. Since he had come this far, he might as well maximize his level before returning. With this thought, Chen Ye turned and walked deeper into Panlong Gorge. In the stillness of the night, he encountered no other players along the way. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, Chen Ye finally arrived at the entrance of the Cobra Valley instance. There was still no one outside the instance. Most of the newly promoted players remained at school, grinding through trial instances. Those who had transitioned earlier, especially those with exceptional talents, had gone to university to develop their skills. Meanwhile, those who failed to gain admission to further their studies had come to understand their own limitations after a year of trials. Much like a job, their initial fervor had waned, and they now clocked in and out daily, merely striving to earn enough in the instances to cover their living expenses. Consequently, few ventured into instances at such a late hour. Apart from a select few still harboring dreams of transforming their fates, nearly everyone had settled into a routine. Standing before the instance portal, Chen Ye utilized his appraisal skill. Cobra Valley. Level, F. Monster type, Giant Cobra. Passage 1, Normal. Monster levels, LV1, LV10. Monster count, Unknown. Entrance conditions, individual level below 10, team total level not exceeding 60. Instance notes. Defeating the Cobra boss grants a 3 chance of obtaining a low-tier anti-poison serum, which will confer immunity to certain toxins. Passage 4, Nightmare. Monster levels, LV20, LV29. Monster count, Unknown. Entrance conditions, individual level below 30, team total level not exceeding 60. Instance notes. Defeating the Cobra boss grants a 67 chance of obtaining a high-tier anti-poison serum, which will confer immunity to most toxins. There is a 0.01 chance of triggering an abyssal alien boss. Passage 5, Death. Monster levels, LV25, LV30. Monster count, Unknown. Entrance conditions, individual level below 30, team total level not exceeding 60. Instance notes. Defeating the Cobra boss grants a 99 chance of obtaining a high-tier anti-poison serum, which will confer immunity to most toxins. There is a 1 chance of triggering an abyssal alien boss. Instance status, active. Player cooldown, 12 hours. Instance task. The giant snakes in the Cobra Valley possess various poisonous effects. On the path of advancement for players, one cannot avoid the assaults of various venomous creatures. In the Cobra Valley, you have a certain chance of obtaining an anti-poison serum. Please slay those deadly snakes to acquire one. Conditions detected. You meet the entrance criteria for the Inferno Passage, Nightmare Passage, and Death Passage. Please select an instance passage. Instance reminder. It has been detected that you are afflicted by a curse from the Earth Tribe Abyssal Boss. Entering the nightmare and death passages will increase your probability of triggering an abyssal boss by 1, and your probability of triggering an Earth Tribe abyssal boss by 10. Please proceed with caution. A grin spread across Chen Ye's face. I have now redeemed a Hellfire Black Dragon and copied its skills, already reaching the maximum level. If I trigger the abyssal boss, it will be a perfect opportunity to test the Black Dragon's combat prowess. Rather than feeling any trepidation, Chen Ye found himself filled with anticipation. Choosing the nightmare passage, he confirmed his entry into the instance. A brilliant light enveloped Chen Ye, and in the next moment, he found himself within the instance. Chen Ye appeared right at the entrance of the Cobra Valley. Although the instance's terrain resembled a gorge, the width of the gorge spanned at least 2 kilometers. Towering mountains flanked either side, reaching into the clouds. Moreover, the gorge was not barren. It was instead teeming with dense, towering trees. Within the gorge, the daylight was obscured. Chen Ye's gaze swept around. In the grass and upon the branches, a myriad of small snakes with brightly colored scales were visible, with their pointed, flattened heads. They clearly possessed deadly venom capable of bringing down an elephant with a single bite. However, Chen Ye paid them little mind. Though these diminutive serpents possess a terrifying venom, they are utterly incapable of breaching his defenses, even if caught off guard and bitten. The protective charm of the Fishman Tier necklace ensures that the fangs will shatter upon impact. Common snakes are unable to penetrate the defenses of even a level 10 practitioner, rendering them inconsequential. Suddenly, a nauseating sound echoed from a distance. Chen Ye raised his gaze to behold an unsightly serpent creature slithering upon a tree, its beady eyes fixed intently upon him. This abomination, with the head of a man and the body of a serpent, sported a mane of tangled, filthy hair resembling dried grass. Its visage was slick with mucus, presenting a horrifying sight. Below its grotesque head, 2 emaciated hands with sharp claws clung desperately to the tree, evoking an instinctive dread. Upon employing an identification skill, the creature's attributes were revealed. Human skin serpent, minor monster. Level, LV 20. Spirit, 187. Strength, 255. Agility, 191. Defense, 213. Skills, Death Entanglement, Venomous Arrow, Poisonous Whip. Death Entanglement. When activated, the human skin serpent can unleash double its strength, and once ensnared, it can strangle its victim to death. Venomous Arrow. The serpent can launch arrows imbued with venom from its maw. Being struck results in paralysis, rendering one immobile. Poisonous Whip. The serpent's tail is adorned with sharp barbs, each laden with a potent venom. Upon executing the poisonous whip, the serpent's agility is augmented by 30. Creatures that wield venom are typically formidable foes. Once afflicted, survival becomes an arduous endeavor. Regrettably, irrespective of the venom's potency, it must enter the body to take effect, rendering all efforts futile against absolute defense. With a subtle thought, Chen Ye summoned forth all the Crimson Flame magic wolves, without the need for commands. A total of 249 wolves surged into the depths of the canyon. With a swift motion, the serpent creature launched itself from the tree trunk. The magic wolves, with a mere swipe of their claws, obliterated the serpent's head, splattering green ichor across the ground. The serpent's body, as thick as a thigh, was reduced to that of a mere worm beneath the paws of the wolves. In a frenzied charge, all 249 wolves trampled over the human skin serpent, annihilating it en masse. You have slain a level 20 human skin serpent. Congratulations on receiving 218 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 20 human skin serpent. Congratulations on receiving 83 points. Instantly dispatched. Wherever the magic wolves tread, all serpents met their demise. The previously stagnant experience bar began to increment slowly. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. Boom. The magic wolves unleashed their skill, igniting the canyon in a blaze of fire. This is the combat style of the magic wolves. Chapter 25, Mother Duck of the Goose Emperor. Which esteemed individual has triggered the Abyss boss again? When confronted with smaller monsters, the most straightforward and effective approach is to utilize the Crimson Flame Charge skill. One skill can dispatch an entire group of monsters. There is no need to hunt for them one by one. The barrage of fireballs sweeps through effortlessly. Boom, 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 boom. The canyon resounded with the explosive sounds of Crimson Flame Charges, and Chen Ye's panel began to flood with notifications. The path traversed by the magic wolves was left as scorched earth. Trees were engulfed in flames, and the corpses of monsters were charred to a crisp. In a matter of minutes, the entire Serpent Canyon was saturated with the aroma of roasted meat. Observing that the magic wolves had advanced 100 meters, Chen Ye leisurely followed behind to collect the loot. Serpent Skin Pouch. Category, Monster Component. Level, Gray Iron. Use. The Serpent Skin Pouch possesses remarkable resilience, suitable for storage. Special Effect, None. Disheveled Hair of the Serpent. Category, Monster Component. Level, Gray Iron. Use. Can be crafted into a wig to attract male serpent creatures. Special Effect, None. Serpent Gallbladder. Category, Monster Component. Level, Black Iron. Use. Infusing the gallbladder into liquor is believed to enhance virility, favored by youth, middle-aged, and elderly men alike. Special Effect, None. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron item. Congratulations on receiving 10 points. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron item. Congratulations on receiving 10 points. Ding. You have picked up a black iron item. Congratulations on receiving 100 points. As the dense forest succumbed to the flames, the previously obscured environment transformed into an open expanse. Locating dropped items became exceedingly simple. Luminous orbs were discernible at a glance, and retrieval was swift. With the magic wolves clearing a path ahead, Chen Ye trailed behind to collect points. One must admit, this sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Before long, the points amassed from item collection had soared into the thousands. These items, once sold, would fetch a considerable sum, easily amounting to hundreds of thousands. Unbeknownst to them, the magic wolves had eradicated all minor monsters, triggering the appearance of an elite foe in the canyon. Waterfall Serpent, Elite. Talent, E-Grade Water Affinity. Level, LV 26. Spirit, 251. Strength, 289. Agility, 260. Defense, 277. Skills, Death Entanglement. Water Ball, Ground Water Escape, Venom Spray. Death Entanglement. When activated, the human skin serpent can unleash double its strength, and once ensnared, it can strangle its victim to death. Water Ball. The waterfall serpent can manipulate moisture from the air, coalescing it into a water sphere. Being struck by this sphere will result in complete control, ultimately leading to becoming its meal. Ground Water Escape. Upon leaping, the serpent can activate a skill that transforms the ground into a watery surface, allowing it to easily burrow underground. Venom Spray. Upon execution, the serpent infuses all venom into its fangs, and under immense pressure, the venom is expelled as a mist. To encounter an elite creature endowed with a talent is indeed alarming. Chen Ye felt a pang of trepidation. He sensed that the Serpent Canyon posed a far greater challenge than the previous Nightfall abandoned city. The skills of elite creatures proved formidable, particularly the final venom spray. The mist-like venom could be inhaled, and if the concentration reached a certain threshold, it would undoubtedly lead to poisoning. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, uncertain whether the magic wolves could withstand such an onslaught. Boom. Just as Chen Ye furrowed his brow, the magic wolves unleashed their crimson flame charge skill. The waterfall serpent was obliterated in an instant, unable to even muster the time to utilize its skill. Simultaneously, several other triggered serpents, sensing the threat posed by the magic wolves, gaped their enormous maws, releasing noxious mist from their fangs. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, a dozen magic wolves activated their skills. Massive fireballs surged forward, colliding head-on. The venomous mist was vaporized entirely under the searing heat of the flames. In an instant, the earth trembled and mountains shook as a formidable wave of elite serpentine beasts was vanquished. This unexpected turn of events caught Chen Ye by surprise, a fleeting grimace crossing his lips as he realized his needless anxiety. Redirecting his gaze, he continued to meticulously gather the fallen loot. The battle raged on in the distance, with the colossal serpent coiling its body and lunging fiercely towards the eyes of the demonic wolf, its razor-sharp fangs snapping down. Clang. The sound of a fierce collision echoed as the serpent's fangs shattered upon impact. The demonic wolf's claw descended, effortlessly severing the serpent's body, leaving it in two pieces. Yet, it was not utterly defeated. It activated its skill in the blink of an eye. Skill, Water Escape. With a resounding splash, the sound of a heavy object plunging into water resonated. Skill, Water Bullets. In the next moment, half-meter-wide spheres of water erupted from the ground, hurtling directly towards the demonic wolf. This is troublesome. Chen Ye furrowed his brows once more, just as he contemplated summoning the infernal black dragon from his space. A low growl emanated from the demonic wolf. It seemed to have succumbed to madness from failing to eliminate the serpent in one strike, and suffering retaliation instead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 249 demonic wolves simultaneously unleashed their skills. Fiery charge. Boom. In an instant, the temperature within the dungeon soared dramatically. The very next moment, flames engulfed the demonic wolves as they charged wildly towards the serpent's position. Fire illuminated the canyon. The ground trembled violently. The earth at the canyon's center was utterly ravaged. You have slain a level 27 serpent, elite monster. Congratulations on gaining 288 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 27 serpent, elite monster. Congratulations on gaining 104 points. You have slain a level 27 serpent, elite monster. Congratulations on gaining 288 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 27 serpent, elite monster. Congratulations on gaining 104 points. The demonic wolves are becoming frantic. Chen Ye shook his head. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the deepest part of the canyon. Chen Ye looked up. Atop the canyon's summit, a waterfall appeared seemingly out of thin air, cascading down in torrents. Within mere moments, a vast pool of water materialized beneath the falls. It must have triggered an elite monster. Let us summon the black dragon and test the waters. Chen Ye, observing the distant pool, recalled all the demonic wolves back into his summoning space. In the next instant, the black dragon materialized beneath him. The black dragon lifted Chen Ye's form, soaring effortlessly into the sky above the canyon. Skill, volcanic eruption. The black dragon's gaze locked onto the depths of the pool, unleashing its skill. To the naked eye, a crimson hue emerged from the bottom of the pool, causing the water to bubble violently, akin to boiling oil. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, torrents of lava erupted from the pool's depths. You have slain the two-headed serpent boss. Congratulations on gaining 308 experience. Ding. You have slain the two-headed serpent boss. Congratulations on gaining 211 points. You have completed the dungeon. Congratulations on setting a new record. What? Chen Ye blinked in disbelief. The boss hadn't even shown itself, and was instantly defeated? How can one achieve such a feat without revealing themselves? Time taken to complete this dungeon. 005736. Ding. Detected that the host has set a record for an F-grade dungeon. Congratulations on gaining 4,000 points. You have slain the boss and cleared the dungeon. Do you wish to proceed? Notice, you have triggered a hidden boss. The aura of the abyss is descending. Prepare yourself. An alien boss from the abyss is about to descend. All channels in the dungeon are merging. Goodness, another abyss boss has been triggered? Such a probability, how extraordinary. At the same time, in Panlong City. Buzz. The city trembled slightly. The protective array activated. What now? Was that the abyss boss feigning death earlier? Who among the greats has triggered the abyss boss again? Chapter 26. A fortunate slaying of the abyss boss? You think you can try your luck at that? The protective array transformed into streams of light, gradually coalescing. In the Liu family's living room, Liu Ruyan sat on the sofa. Her gaze lost as she stared out the window. Chen Ye entering the F-grade dungeon's death channel was something she had never anticipated. The activation of the abyss boss within the dungeon further exceeded her imagination. She had believed that Chen Ye would perish within the dungeon. However, her father returned with news, advising her to no longer view Chen Ye as a rival. Although Chen Ye's profession was lacking, with the Liu family's resources, no one in Panlong City would surpass him before he reached the first class's maximum level. Just because of a slightly better background, I will not be defeated by you. During the martial examination, I will showcase my potential for all to see. Liu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly. Yet, the mere thought of the death channel and the abyss boss instilled deep fear within her. Given the current circumstances, even if she were to elevate her level to the first class's maximum before the martial examination, it would still be far from sufficient to face the death channel. The abyss boss was an adversary she could only gaze up at, lacking even the qualifications to confront. Chen Ye, no equipment is allowed during the martial examination. I refuse to believe I will lose to you. Buzz. Just as Liu Ruyan resolved herself, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky outside. Is the protective array activated again? Could it be Chen Ye once more? Impossible, how could that be? Does his family's equipment, artifacts, and attack scrolls never run out? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Daughter, stay put at home. I will go investigate. Just as he returned home, barely settling in, the protective array was activated again. Liu Feiyong hurriedly rushed downstairs, but before he could reach the first floor, the streaks of light outside vanished. This. Liu Feiyong halted, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Could it be that Chen Ye triggered the abyss boss again and, within a minute, countered it? Just how much equipment did he bring? If he managed to slay the abyss boss relying solely on his own strength, how extraordinary that would be. Liu Feiyong sighed internally, turning to glance at his daughter, who remained in deep thought. Daughter, you have always been aloof and proud, dismissing everyone. While such a demeanor has its merits for a girl, experiencing a surpassing from someone you least respect may inflict great harm. Everyone has their own destiny. You cannot judge others based on your own perceptions. You have just transitioned, and the journey ahead is long. There is no need to target Chen Ye simply because he has performed exceptionally, nor is there any need to speculate about others. For if others far exceed your expectations, your mindset will crumble. Rest early, take it step by step. Your potential will not be confined to Panlong City. Liu Feiyong shook his head, turning to ascend the stairs. Liu Ruyan stood by the window, silent and contemplative. No, my esteemed father, you are mistaken. Chen Ye could never surpass me, nor will I regard him as a rival. The demon summoner truly lacks the qualifications. Once his family's wealth is depleted, he will possess no capital for comparison with me. The Liu family. Liu Yi reclined on the sofa. Father, did that scoundrel Chen Ye truly slay the abyss boss? Is he actually stronger than I, a noble mage? Bang. Liu Yuan kicked Liu Yi in the rear. Prepare a cup of coffee for your father. Today, I shall impart a valuable lesson to you. Liu Yi grimaced, reluctant yet resigned to comply. Son, do you understand what it means to be the protagonist? Liu Yuan inquired. Appearing contemplative. Protagonist? Liu Yi shook his head. You fool, you don't even know what a protagonist is. All day long, you're preoccupied with groveling to others. You should spend more time reading novels. He exclaimed. Come here, I wish to discuss this with you. He pulled Liu Yi to sit beside him. Liu Yuan took a deep breath and began to speak. Do you know why I want you to target Chen Ye? That boy possesses a commendable confidence. I can tell at a glance that he has the qualities of a protagonist. Those who can learn from the protagonist and attain enlightenment usually have a promising future. Starting with a stroke of luck, transitioning to a seemingly inferior profession, and then achieving remarkable success. It bears a striking resemblance to the plotlines I've encountered in novels. Lu Yi sat beside him. Father, the works of those mediocre writers in the life genre are filled with inaccuracies. They can't even differentiate between level classifications and career potentials. Fabricating stories at will. Do you really believe that? Lu Yi scoffed. Huh. Lu Yuan chuckled, his expression enigmatic. Thus, I have a request. You have already targeted Chen Ye and received a lesson in return. Now it is time for your enlightenment. Pay close attention to Chen Ye. Whether you can comprehend this will depend on your own fortune. After finishing his words, Lu Yuan rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glance outside and leaving Lu Yi to ponder his retreating figure. Impossible. Father, I will not squander my time on Chen Ye. You want me to become Chen Ye's lackey, but I assure you, I would rather die than comply. He managed to kill an abyss boss once. Does that mean he can do so again? Could it be that he buzz? Lu Ye's words were cut short as shimmering lights danced across the horizon. Goodness. The city defense array has been activated again? It must surely be Chen Ye. You watch closely. The brilliance of the city defense array will undoubtedly fade within half a minute. A hint of excitement flickered across Lu Yuan's face. Father, someone may have had a stroke of luck in slaying the abyss boss. Do you understand what luck means? Lu Yi retorted with a cold smile. Then, in less than half a minute, the light of the city defense array vanished. Lu Yuan turned back. Luck? Try to be fortunate enough to kill 2 abyss bosses in half a minute. Son, practice makes perfect. Outside the realm. Did we succeed? Second uncle. Has the dragon cub soul been successfully extracted from the dragon egg? After observing Chen Yun's series of actions, Chen Wu asked with a grave expression. Completely severed. Chen Yun replied succinctly, his expression growing animated. Return to the old residence. Utilize all the materials we've prepared at home. Let that old codger refine this wisp of soul into a soul plate, and Knight can then control the dragon cub within the egg. When the dragon egg hatches, arrange for someone to level up Knight. As long as his martial examination results are not too poor, I will personally confront your fourth uncle, teach him a lesson, and compel that stubborn old man to grant Knight a special admission to Tianwu Academy. My Knight must attend. Let us go. Home. With a swift motion, Chen Yun tore through the spatial fabric of the secret realm. Chen Wu suddenly furrowed his brow. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a formation disc. The city defense array of Panlong City has been activated again. The Panlong Gorge has manifested abyssal energy. The energy has dissipated. It appears that a prodigious talent has indeed emerged in Panlong City. Once we conclude matters concerning Knight, it will be time for this prodigy to reveal themselves. Chapter 27. Who dares to strike me with a myriad of lightning? I would curse them in return. 1 minute ago, within the Viper Valley Nightmare Passage, in the void, Chen Ye stood atop the head of the black dragon. I have triggered the abyss boss. My luck seems to have struck again. Gazing at the violently undulating space ahead, Chen Ye felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Now that I have exchanged for the infernal black dragon, its combat prowess should be able to contend with the abyss boss, even if the infernal black dragon is not a match. The cooldown for the SSS level merged attributes has concluded. With just 2 punches, I can defeat the abyss boss. Moreover, I just replicated the black dragon skills, and they have automatically reached maximum level. One fully leveled skill with 100-fold enhancement, and the abyss boss will surely be unable to withstand it. Slaying the last abyss boss allowed me to level up 5 times consecutively. Defeating this one will bring me ever closer to reaching the first class's maximum level. Chen Ye was ablaze with anticipation, patiently awaiting the emergence of the abyss boss. Buzz. The black gate to the underworld had swung open. A woman clad in a cerulean short skirt, with a voluptuous figure and skin as pure as jade, silently appeared above the pond. Chen Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked down from the air and activated his identification skill. Serpent Woman Xiao Qing, Abyss Boss. Level, LV-107. Quality, Destruction. Race, Serpent Folk. Spirit, 153172. Strength, 115863. Agility, 160222. Defense, 136552. Innate Talent, D-Grade Water Affinity. Skills, Serpent Charm, Serpent Heart Extraction, Water Prison, Giant Blue Avatar. Serpent Charm, casts a charm that disrupts your mind, doubling your desires, leading you to a fiery demise. This skill possesses hidden effects that lower-tier identification cannot reveal. Serpent Heart Extraction activates the skill. The serpent's fangs can penetrate your 7 orifices, and although the process is pleasurable, within half a second, your heart will be extracted. Water Prison. This skill has a controlling effect. Once ensnared in her water prison, you will float there until you draw your last breath. Giant Blue Avatar. The avatar state of the serpent folk. Once activated, all attributes are increased by 19, and the water affinity talent is elevated by 2 levels. The skills of the abyss boss are indeed formidable. The first charm technique can silently eliminate a person, and it harbors hidden effects. I wonder if I will fall victim to it. Black Dragon, unleash the Thunder Baptism skill, and eliminate this boss in the shortest time possible. Boom. Skill, Thunder Baptism. The black dragon trembled, and a layer of dark clouds descended upon the void. Lightning crackled within the clouds. Big brother. Below. The cascading waterfall suddenly altered its direction, resembling a fountain, as it emerged beneath the serpentine figure, gradually elevating the creature as it glided towards Chen Ye. Oh, how strikingly handsome you are, a dulcet voice echoed from below, momentarily startling Chen Ye, who instinctively glanced in its direction. So fair, so ample, so profound. Goodness, I seem to have fallen under a spell. Regaining his composure, Chen Ye pondered, is the serpentine enchantment merely a delay of my skills? The thunderous baptism had yet to descend. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of gravity in his expression. Dear boy, I have studied your history. Scholars have toyed with ghosts, and physicians have dallied with serpents. Would you care to engage with the most exquisite, the most tender, the most alluring of serpentine beings? Goodness. Chen Ye felt dazzled once more by the voice. With a resounding roar, the black dragon unleashed a torrent of ominous energy, jolting Chen Ye back to his senses. Thunder rumbled ominously in the void, as bolts of lightning struck with fierce intensity. One bolt struck true upon the serpent's form, shattering its protective azure scales. Ah, the serpent! Xiaoqing gasped, sustaining significant injury, though she concealed her pain. From the moment she had entered the instance, she had sensed the black dragon's menacing presence. To her astonishment, this seemingly frail human commanded such a formidable true dragon. Intuitively, she knew that in a direct confrontation, she would be no match for the black dragon. Thus, she set her sights firmly on Chen Ye. For beings bound by a contract with humanity, be they dragons, specters, or malevolent spirits, the demise of the contracting human would lead to the dissolution of their power. Under the spell of her seductive enchantment, Xiaoqing had never encountered an opponent who remained lucid. She possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. Dear boy, she beckoned, loosening the ribbon from her left shoulder. Come now, let us revel. How dare you disrupt my resolve? Chen Ye retorted, invoking his great thunder dragon. Behold my black dragon's tempest of lightning. Surprised that a single thunder baptism had not vanquished this abyssal boss, Chen Ye reconsidered the creature's prowess. Skill, thunderstorm. The black dragon's form trembled as arcs of lightning coiled around it. Dark storm clouds swiftly gathered in the void. And within mere heartbeats, the skies of the instance turned pitch black. Thousands of lightning bolts darted forth, targeting the serpent. A bolt struck directly upon Xiaoqing's crown. Ah! The azure glow enveloping her shattered. Crack! Crack! Lightning cascaded relentlessly, each bolt striking the serpent with precision. After a relentless barrage of strikes, a notification appeared on Chen Ye's panel. You have slain the abyssal boss, Xiaoqing the serpent. Congratulations, you have gained 1,032, 520 experience points. Ding. You have defeated a cataclysmic abyssal boss. Congratulations, you have earned 100,000 points. Your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV24. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have received 200 points. Your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV25. Your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV26. The notifications of slaying the abyssal boss, points gained, and leveling up echoed around him. Thunder continued to rumble, even as the boss lay defeated. Bolts of lightning relentlessly lashed out at its corpse. The lifeless form of Xiaoqing convulsed rhythmically with each strike. For a full 10 minutes, the storm of lightning persisted, saturating the instance with its electrifying essence. Minuscule arcs of electricity crackled throughout the area, creating a symphony of noise. Upon returning to solid ground, Chen Ye withdrew the black dragon into his spatial realm. It was evident that a cataclysmic abyssal boss paled in comparison to the black dragon. Thunderstorm, such overwhelming power. Even in death, the adversary faces continual torment. An automatic max-level skill, 100-fold enhancement. Surely a world-ending ability. Next time, I must replicate this skill, Chen Ye mused eagerly. You have been cursed by the abyssal boss. Xiaoqing the serpent. Curse value, 1. From now on, each time you enter an instance, the probability of encountering abyssal bosses increases by 1, while the probability of facing Xiaoqing specifically increases by 10. Ugh, should anyone unleash such a storm upon me, I would certainly curse them in return. Infuriating indeed. Henceforth, I must make greater use of this skill. Chapter 28. Acquiring the abyssal boss's dropped skill, instantly max-level replication. Standing in the canyon, Chen Ye was overwhelmed with excitement. Following the demise of the abyssal boss, the scenery within the instance had transformed. The waterfall at the canyon's depths had vanished, revealing an expansive area littered with the spoils of defeated foes. Ding. You have picked up a common item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a common item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a black iron level item. Congratulations, you have gained 100 points. As he collected the dropped items, Chen Ye meandered deeper into the canyon. Human skin serpent monster scale. Type, monster part. Level, gray iron. Use, crafted into magical artifacts. Attack 10, defense attribute increase 10. Special effect, none. Two-headed python blood serum, boss. Type, potion serum. Level, advanced. Effect, fusion serum. Immunity to toxins 100. Immunity to all toxin attacks, permanent. Special effect, none. Having acquired an anti-poison serum, Chen Ye was quite pleased. While defenses in the instance could withstand most poison attacks, in reality, one could fall prey to poison without any means of defense. This anti-poison serum would prove invaluable. Ding. You have picked up an advanced potion serum. Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 points. Goodness, it's worth 10,000 points. Chen Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. With a slight squeeze, he shattered the virus serum, which transformed into a wisp of green light, merging into his being. You have used an advanced anti-poison serum. Your constitution has changed. Please comprehend it at your leisure. I can now immunize against all toxins. This instance has proven exceptionally rewarding. His gaze shifted to another glowing orb. Xiaoqing the serpent's skirt, abyssal boss. Type, magical artifact. Level, gold. Wearing effect. Xiaoqing's skirt is forged from 999 of her life scales. When worn, it grants a defense attribute increase of 50 and immunity to attacks from artifacts and skills of the same level as the serpent. Special effect. It enables one to maintain clarity of mind. A dress? Chen Ye picked up the glowing orb and scrutinized the short dress carefully. The pale azure ribbons, lace trimmings, and a hint of fragrance wafted from it. To speak candidly, after donning the attire that enhances defensive attributes by 50, Chen Ye found himself rather envious. Most notably, this delightful little dress grants immunity against the magical artifacts and skill attacks of serpentine foes of equal rank. Such an advantage is nothing short of extraordinary. The seductive abilities of the serpents are notoriously insidious, and now Chen Ye has been cursed by them, augmenting the probability of encountering the abyssal boss by 10. He hopes to stow this away, wishing fervently never to employ it. Ding. You have acquired a high-tier potion serum. Congratulations on earning 100,000 points. 100,000 points? The drop rate is simply exhilarating. It was akin to obtaining a black dragon's worth of points, sending shivers down his spine. A smile crept across Chen Ye's face. His joy palpable. His gaze settled upon the final orb of light. Water prison. Category, skill book dropped by an abyssal boss. Tier, intermediate. Skill effect. The skill possesses control effects, releasing a water sphere that ensnares any opponent struck, rendering them incapable of casting any skills. Learning requirement. Affinity of D grade or higher in the water element. An abyssal boss skill. How remarkable to have dropped an abyssal boss's skill book. As he perused the description of this final orb, Chen Ye's smile broadened. Although he cannot learn this skill, his summoned creatures can. The description of the third SSS talent states that summoned entities can learn all skills dropped by abyssal bosses. This is fortuitous, as the skills of the magic wolf are rather singular. With the addition of such a control skill, its combat prowess would undoubtedly double. Learning a water-based skill would effectively bestow upon the radiant magic wolf a water affinity. Once the magic wolf has mastered the skill, I can replicate it at maximum level. How impressive. He picked up the skill book. Ding. You have acquired an intermediate abyssal boss skill book. Congratulations on earning 100,000 points. Another 100,000 points. This is simply delightful. Holding the skill book, Chen Ye concentrated and summoned a magic wolf from his spatial realm. Immediately, he commanded the crimson flame magic wolf to learn the skill. Buzz. The skill book slowly levitated. In the next moment, it shattered before the magic wolf's forehead, transforming into a beam of light that penetrated its mind. Ding. Your crimson flame magic wolf has learned a new skill, triggering SSS level maximum skill learning and replication. Do you wish to replicate the magic wolf skill water prison? Replicate. Chen Ye answered in his heart. Ding. Congratulations. You have replicated the magic wolf skill water prison, triggering automatic maximum level. Your skill water prison has automatically reached maximum level, evolving into the new skill Celestial River Locking Dragon. Celestial River Locking Dragon. Upon activating the skill, you can manipulate the waters of rivers to form a celestial river. The waters of the celestial river descend from the heavens. All opponents engulfed by the celestial river remain ensnared within, their lifespans diminished by 1 year each second unless interrupted by external interference. Is this truly absurd? Staring at the skill's description, Chen Ye was rendered speechless. A skill that controls a water sphere has automatically evolved into the celestial river. Opponents submerged and consumed by the celestial river will remain trapped, their lifespans inexorably reduced by 1 year per second. A skill that directly diminishes lifespan, truly outrageous. Once activated, if an opponent is ensnared without external aid for rescue, they shall await their demise within the celestial river. Yet another skill akin to a natural disaster. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye withdrew the magic wolf back into the summoning space before exiting the dungeon. A brilliant flash enveloped him as he reappeared outside the instance. The sky was beginning to brighten, with a faint blush of dawn emerging on the horizon. In the nightmare passage, I triggered an abyssal boss. With a curse value of 1. The dungeon only records the essence of those below the difficulty level of the triggered abyssal boss. Although I activated the abyssal boss within the nightmare passage and was cursed, the essence recorded by the dungeon will only pertain to the nightmare passage and those of lower difficulty. This means that, apart from the cooldown required for the passage below the Nightmare Passage, I can still enter the Death Passage in Serpent Valley, using the shielding badge. I cannot squander this opportunity. Let us go for another round. Triggering the Abyssal Boss in the Nightmare Passage raised my level by 3. The experience in the Death Passage is even greater, and it might allow me to reach maximum level in a single transition. Most importantly, Serpent Valley has dropped 2 items valued at 100,000 points each. Should I obtain another drop, it would be a windfall. A glance at my points reveals. Points, 265. 531, 265,000. If I manage to come 5 more times, I could accumulate 1,000,000 points, sufficient to unlock the guaranteed golden SSS level talent. Each dungeon, upon completion, drops the highest tier item available within that dungeon's level. Maximizing point acquisition and yield is highly advantageous. This is something to look forward to, and with a bit of effort, it could be unlocked. Chen Ye felt a surge of anticipation. However, the immediate priority remains the martial arts examination. Before that, I must strive to enhance my level and combat strength. System, expend 200,000 points to exchange for 2 black dragons. Spend 65,000 points to exchange for 65 magic wolves. First, let us replicate the Black Dragon-S skills. Ding. Infernal Black Dragon exchange completed, points deducted, 200,000. Ding. Crimson Flame Magic Wolf exchange completed, points deducted, 65,000. Observing the notifications on the system panel, Chen Ye smiled faintly. He turned and stepped into the Death Passage. Chapter 29. It seems I am growing ever more invincible on this path. Within the dungeon, Chen Ye found himself amidst a dense forest. The scenery bore a striking resemblance to that of the Nightmare Passage, with human-skinned serpent monsters coiled upon tree trunks, hissing and flicking their tongues. Time to engage. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye summoned all his magic wolves. A total of 314 magic wolves surged forth simultaneously into the depths of Serpent Valley. Boom. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. The magic wolves unleashed their skill immediately upon appearing. The reason is simple. It is straightforward and effective. The monsters within the dungeon pose no threat to the magic wolves, allowing them to rampage freely. Ding. You have exchanged for the Infernal Black Dragon. Triggering the maximum replication talent. Please select the skills to replicate from the Infernal Black Dragon. Primary skills, Wind Calling, Rain Summoning, Volcanic Eruption, Thunderous Baptism. Talent skills, Celestial Water from Afar, already replicated. Infernal Rock Flow, 10,000 Thunders, Storm Tornado. Please select the skills you wish to replicate. Here we go. The Starry Skills system. Select the talent skill 10,000 Thunders for replication. Chen Ye issued the command directly, for he had already witnessed the might of 10,000 Thunders. After a single strike, it could obliterate opponents, followed by a 10-minute phase of tormenting the defeated, an impressive skill indeed. Chen Ye eagerly anticipated the full power of the maximum level 10,000 Thunders. Ding. Skill 10,000 Thunders replicated successfully. New skill detected, triggering automatic maximum level. Ding. Your skill 10,000 Thunders has automatically reached maximum level, evolving into Purple Thunder Strike. Purple Thunder. By activating this skill, you shall transform into the primordial thunder god, summoning a tempest of lightning to deliver a cataclysmic blow to your adversary. As he perused the skill description, Chen Ye felt a twinge of perplexity. On the surface, the skill appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary claims. Transforming into the primordial thunder god, what form might that take? Well, the opportunity to test it will eventually present itself. Having acquired the tempest of lightning, Chen Ye did not experience the exhilaration he had anticipated. However, given that it was a max-level skill, it would undoubtedly surpass the tempest of the Infernal Black Dragon. Moreover, he had the 100-fold amplification talent at his disposal whenever necessary. It could be regarded as an additional safeguard for his survival. Chen Ye refrained from overthinking and redirected his focus to the system panel once more. Ding. You have exchanged for the Infernal Black Dragon, and you have triggered the max-level replication talent. Please select a skill to replicate from the Infernal Black Dragon. Primary skills, Wind Summoning, Rain Calling, Volcanic Eruption, Thunderous Baptism. Talent skills, Celestial Water, already replicated. Infernal Rock Flow, Tempest of Lightning, already replicated. Storm Tornado. Please select the skill you wish to replicate. Having exchanged for 2 black dragons, he possessed 2 opportunities for skill replication. What skill should he replicate this time? Chen Ye scrutinized the descriptions of the skills carefully. Soon, he arrived at a decision. Initially, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's Crimson Flame Charge evolved into the Solar Strike, a skill that was both visually impressive and sufficiently powerful. The temperature of magma surpassed that of flame. Logically, it should be even stronger, since the Crimson Flame Charge already exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Choosing to replicate the Infernal Rock Flow was undoubtedly a wise choice. Regardless, he would eventually possess all the skills of the Black Dragons. So Chen Ye did not linger in contemplation and chose the Infernal Rock Flow without hesitation. System, replicate Infernal Rock Flow. Ding. Skill Infernal Rock Flow replication successful. New skill detected, triggering automatic max level. Ding. Your skill Infernal Rock Flow has automatically reached max level, evolving into the Sea of Magma. Sea of Magma. By activating this skill, everything within the range of your mental energy will undergo assimilation into magma. All entities will be transformed into magma, creating a searing sea of molten rock. Hiss. The Sea of Magma. The description of this skill left Chen Ye internally astounded. It was a max-level skill with growth potential. Linked to mental energy. As long as his mental attributes continued to improve and the range of his mental energy expanded, the skill's lethality would intensify. Although he was still at the first transition, unable to project his mental energy outward, once he completed the transition task and entered the second transition, enhancing his mental attributes would enable him to unleash his mental energy. Upon learning to project mental energy outward, then, at this thought, Chen Ye's pupils constricted. He still possessed an SSS grade talent for attribute fusion. Once he merged the mental attributes of all summoned creatures, the range that his mental energy could encompass. Goodness. Augmenting the mental attributes of all summoned entities, he could likely turn the entire Xia kingdom into a sea of magma with just a thought. How utterly insane. Chen Ye was profoundly shocked. This was the first skill where the foundational attributes determined its power. Excellent. Another means of survival had been added. Should he encounter an opponent beyond his imagination, he could first initiate an attribute fusion, then unleash the Sea of Magma skill. Finally, activating the 100-fold amplification of the SSS Talent. Goodness, a world-destroying skill. Boom. In the canyon, skills continued to rain down. The dense forest suffered a cataclysmic assault. In the brief span of mere minutes since Chen Ye replicated the skill, the demon wolf had already slain all the human-skinned serpent monsters, directly triggering the elite monster. Skill, Water Escape. The Water Escape Python, seeking to burrow underground to evade the lethal blow of the Crimson Flame charge, attempted to escape. However, as the Water Escape Python surged upward, on the verge of vanishing into the earth, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf activated its skill once more. Skill, Water Prison. The Demon Wolf opened its massive maw, and in an instant, a colossal water sphere coalesced within. Roar. The Demon Wolf let out a mighty roar, and the water sphere was launched forth from its mouth. Splash. The sound of a heavy object plunging into deep water resonated as the nearly 10-meter-long Water Escape Python was struck by the water sphere. Ensnared as if it were a transparent egg, the python writhed in an attempt to swim free from the water sphere, but struggled futilely before falling silent. The python had not perished. It was merely ensnared by the Demon Wolf's water prison skill. If it remained unrescued, it would ultimately suffocate within the water sphere. Boom. The Demon Wolf lacked the patience for such a weight. It could not afford to allow the python to perish. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. A single Crimson Flame charge collided with the water sphere. Crackle, crackle. The searing heat made contact with the water sphere, causing it to boil violently and dissipate into steam. In contrast, the Water Escape Python's body was thoroughly cooked, transforming into a delectable dish. You have slain the 28-level Water Escape Python, Elite. Congratulations. You have gained 293 experience points. Ding. You have slain the 28-level Water Escape Python, Elite. Congratulations, you have gained 207 points. With control skills at its disposal, the Demon Wolf rendered monsters utterly defenseless. Such formidable combat prowess. With a total of 314, if all the Demon Wolves unleashed Water Prison simultaneously, it would surely yield an entirely different effect. If Water Prison ensnared the Abyss boss, it would likely succumb to over 300 instances of the Crimson Flame charge. Invincible. It seems I am treading further down the path of invincibility. Chapter 30. Soul Plate Refinement Complete. Son, this dragon egg will surely surprise you. The capital. The Chen family's old residence. A barrier materialized, enveloping the entire Chen family compound. Immediately, waves of surging soul energy erupted from within the barrier. Powerful auras crackling and causing the barrier to emit sounds of fracturing. After a while, a chilling aura spread once more. Huff. It is finally complete. Inside the old residence, a young man clad in a suit, a demon blade hanging at his waist, appeared rather carefree as he exhaled a long breath. Second uncle, third uncle, second brother, fourth brother. The battlefront still requires some attention. I shall take my leave for now. The young man offered a slight bow to the individuals standing within the old residence before turning to depart. By the way, second brother, if Year does poorly in the martial examination, let him come to me. Also, second brother, there is a shortage of personnel on the battlefield. Would you consider returning? Just inform the higher-ups that your position as a general is still reserved for you. As he reached the entrance, the young man paused and turned back to inquire of Chen Wu. Your second brother is busy raising children. He needs to hurry and leave. Goodness. None of them are getting married. The Chen family is on the brink of extinction. After finally getting one to step down, you still want your second brother to return? You, the sixth brat, do 3 more years, and you better come back to find a wife. Before Chen Wu could respond, second uncle Chen Yun began to scold him. Second uncle, you haven't married either. I'm still young. Let me reach the position of old star general before we discuss that. Get lost. All right, second uncle. The young man effortlessly tore through space and swiftly departed. Second uncle, third uncle, I am returning as well. Upon witnessing the departure of Xiao Yozi, another robust middle-aged man with a scruffy beard in the hall spoke up. Indeed, go ahead. One cannot be absent from overseas duties for too long. Chen Ye nodded in acknowledgement. You, my boy, should hasten to tie the knot, he added with a hint of encouragement. All right, second uncle, I will make an effort. Chen Yin replied. Third uncle, please notify me in advance for the next academy training. Do not always treat it like a leadership inspection. I am not one to embezzle. The middle-aged man clasped his fists and turned to look at Chen Wu, remaining silent. With a flick of his wrist, a staff embedded with various types of crystals appeared in his hand. With a gentle tap of his finger, the staff levitated and flew towards Chen Wu. I have told you, I do not want your possessions. You assisted Ye this time, thus I owe you a favor. Chen Wu spoke coldly. I am not giving it to you. I am giving it to my nephew. You have no right to refuse. The staff, adorned with frigid ice crystals, would be beneficial to him. With that, the middle-aged man vanished from the hall. At your age, still throwing a tantrum. Which family doesn't have its share of sibling squabbles? Chen Yun remarked, shifting his gaze to the elderly man beside him. Noticing Chen Yun's scrutiny, the elder turned his face away. Stingy Chen, you ought to correct your foul temper. What? As your second brother, am I not worthy of your gaze? I am Chen Daki. Is this how an elder brother bestows nicknames upon his younger siblings? Chen Daki snorted, turning his head away, and with a formal bow, he declared, farewell. With that, he strode towards the door. Stop. I have something to say. Chen Yun barked. However, Chen Daki did not even glance back. Have you taken my words as mere wind? Chen Yun summoned a soul whip into his hand. If you strike me before the younger generation, I will certainly turn against you. Chen Daki halted, gritting his teeth. See, was that so difficult to discuss? Must you force my hand? Old third, Xiao Yi is preparing for the martial arts examination. As a dean, granting a little leeway shouldn't be too much trouble for you, right? A little leeway? Special admission for Xiao Yi? Chen Daki pondered. He had considered this matter. But if Chen Ye were to enter the academy, it would only bring him suffering. The Tianwu Academy, the pinnacle of the Summer Kingdom, cultivates the nation's future pillars. All students admitted here are exceptional prodigies, exempt from the martial arts examination. Keeping Chen Ye amongst such extraordinary talents would surely instill a sense of inferiority in him. The demon summoner had already made Chen Ye feel inadequate once. Now, with the painstakingly crafted dragon soul token, Chen Ye could possess the identity of a second dragon tamer. Although dragon tamers are considered a top-tier profession, they pale in comparison to those specially admitted by the academy. The school is a microcosm. And while Chen Daki could ensure Chen Ye would not be bullied, how could a flower blooming in a greenhouse thrive in a harsh society? Chen Daki was torn. On one hand, the resources of the Tianwu Academy are unmatched by any other institution, and he wished for Chen Ye to have access to these benefits. On the other hand, he worried about Chen Ye developing an inferiority complex within the academy. Chen Ye cannot enter my school, Chen Daki responded solemnly after much contemplation. Resources can be provided through other means, but Chen Ye's mentality must not be affected. Even at other schools, I can offer assistance. Stingy Chen, I know what you were thinking. This matter is settled. Even a dragon tamer can reach the summit with some honing. Chen Wu, bring back the dragon egg. Within 3 days, the hatchling will emerge. Let us aim for a level that can secure the top spot in Panlong City, sparing your third uncle some embarrassment. If you cannot achieve even that, I will let you experience the pain from the soul. Chen Wu frowned, contemplating Chen Ye's future. His thoughts were not far from those of his third uncle. All right. Before Chen Wu could voice his thoughts, Chen Daki interjected. If Ye can secure the top spot in Panlong City, I will certainly open that back door. Even if the dragon tamer profession falters, if he can achieve the top rank, I will devote my life to nurturing a future general. With that, Chen Daki left without further pleasantries, departing the ancestral home. Xiao Wu, do not overthink it. If Xiao Yi truly manages to secure the top rank, he will have the strength to enter the Tianwu Academy. Now hurry up. You are a top-tier warrior. Stop being so wishy-washy. After speaking, Chen Yin also vanished from the hall. Enter the Tianwu Academy? Top rank. Chen Wu closed his eyes, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. However, he soon regained his composure, the worry dissipating, and his gaze became remarkably clear. Son, the reason your father defies fate for you is to grant you better choices. Since everything is for the sake of better choices, you shall have the autonomy to decide. I hope this dragon egg, now refined into a soul token, will lessen your confusion. With that, he stored the levitating staff away. With a swish, Chen Yin opened a space within the ancestral home. Son, I wonder if the dragon egg I prepared for you will bring you joy. A smile gracing his face. Chen Wu stepped into the space, filled with anticipation. Chapter 31. The Abyss Boss calls. Proceed with caution? Then I shall unleash my full power. Meanwhile, within the death passage of Kuangmong Valley on the outskirts of Panlong City, the notifications rang out. You have slain a level 29 waterfall Kuangmong, elite. Congratulations on gaining 301 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 29 waterfall Kuangmong, elite. Congratulations on gaining 211 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV27. After defeating all the elite monsters, Chen Ye's level rose to 27. The sound of cascading waterfalls echoed from the depths of the canyon. A boss has been triggered. Chen Ye raised his gaze towards the water pool gradually forming in the canyon. Last time, the boss didn't even get a chance to surface. This time, I'll leave it to the magic wolf, armed with a control skill. He believed that a mere magic wolf could handle the boss in the death passage. Triggering a boss was not something Chen Ye took lightly. Given the current power and number of magic wolves, even if a deep abyss boss appeared, he estimated they could withstand it. Chen Ye had no intention of intervening. Even if a deep abyss boss emerged, he would let the magic wolf handle it. His sole purpose was to test the limits of the magic wolf. Retracting his gaze, Chen Ye quietly searched for dropped items. The sound of the waterfall roared as it crashed into the pool, causing the water to churn violently. Suddenly, a two-headed Kwangmong emerged from the depths of the pool, the boss of the death passage in Kwangmong Valley, the double-headed Kwangmong. Skill: Crimson Flame Charge. Boom. As the two-headed python emerged from the depths, the fiery wolf swiftly unleashed its skill, transforming into a colossal fireball that plunged downwards with tremendous force. Hiss. The two-headed python flicked its tongue, its massive tail thrashing out of the water in a fierce whip-like strike aimed at the wolf. The resounding clash echoed as the python's proud whip skill was shattered in an instant. The searing fireball, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, crashed directly onto one of the python's heads. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted in the center of the water pool. One of the python's heads, struck by the fireball, was left mangled and bloody. Under the intense heat, the blood that had yet to flow was already scorched dry. Feeling the terror of the wolf, the python attempted to dive into the depths of the pool. However, the wolf offered no respite. With agility far exceeding that of the python, the wolf materialized behind it. Skill: Fatal Penetration. Skill: Tear Apart. With two successive skills unleashed, the wolf sank its fangs into the python's neck. The sharp teeth pierced through its flesh, while the wolf's claws dug into its body. With a tearing sound, the python's formidable, defense-enhanced scales were ruthlessly stripped away by the wolf. Ding! Your wolf has slain the level 30 boss, the two-headed python. Congratulations, you have gained 362 experience points. In a mere span of 3 seconds, from emergence to demise, the boss of the death passage was obliterated, not even managing to cast a single skill before being dispatched. One wolf, in 3 seconds, vanquished a level 30 boss. Chen Ye was not taken aback, for the previous dungeon's boss had met a similar fate. You have cleared the dungeon. Congratulations on setting a new record. Time taken for this dungeon: 003128. Ding. Detected that the host has set a record for F-level dungeons. Congratulations, you have earned 6,000 points. You have defeated the boss and cleared the dungeon. Would you like to exit the dungeon? As Chen Ye glanced up, he noticed the scenery within the dungeon rapidly reverting to its original state. Had the abyssal boss not been triggered? It seemed that summoning the abyssal boss was not as straightforward as anticipated. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chen Ye continued his search for dropped items. However, just as he thought the abyssal boss would not appear again, a voice echoed in his mind regarding the dungeon rules of the abyss. Alert! You have triggered a hidden boss. The aura of the abyss is descending. Please prepare yourself. The alien boss from the abyss is about to arrive. And all channels in the dungeon are merging. Urgent notice. Due to your curse from the Earth Tribe abyssal boss, the Earth Tortoise Elder, he has been granted one opportunity to summon allies within the rules. Please proceed with caution. Upon hearing the dungeon rule alert about the abyssal boss's arrival, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally, the abyssal boss had been triggered. However, due to the curse from the Earth Tortoise Elder, he could summon help. Just as Chen Ye pondered this, the dungeon space began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a diminutive old man appeared in the void of the dungeon. Indeed, it is you. Ha ha ha, I knew it would be you. The old man cackled. Only you could trigger this in the outskirts of a human city. Little thief. Let us see how you handle this. Having lost a full 30 levels due to dying within the dungeon rules, the Earth Tortoise Elder was determined to make Chen Ye's survival impossible. In the dungeon, Chen Ye cast a glance at the Earth Tortoise Elder. He was aware that even if the abyssal boss was slain under the rules, it would not lead to true death, at most resulting in a level drop. Chen Ye was prepared for this knowledge. However, he was taken aback to find that the Earth Tortoise Elder had been triggered a second time. A skill of identification was cast. Indeed, the old man had lost an entire 30 levels. Earth Tortoise Elder, Abyss Boss. Level, LV73. Grade, None. Race, Earth Tribe. Spirit, 105227. Strength, 72551. Agility, 127101. Defense, 73339. Innate Talent, S-Level Earth Affinity. Skills, Mountain Movement, Crust Warming, Earth Wall, Giant Rock Avatar. Not only had his level dropped, but the old man's rating had vanished. A defeated foe posed no threat to me. I could simply let my wolf practice against him. With a mere thought, Chen Ye summoned his 3 wolves back to his side. It was always wise to exercise caution. Although he could transfer damage to the wolves and the black dragon, Possessing a total of 317 lives, the dungeon rules indicated that the Earth Tortoise Elder had gained a summoning opportunity, necessitating a careful approach. Buzzing. As the Earth Tortoise Elder completed a segment of his incantation, the space itself was rent asunder. In the next instant, a similarly diminutive figure, wielding a purple gold staff, materialized beside the Earth Tortoise Elder. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Ye cast another skill of identification. Hiss. As he beheld the terrifying attributes of the newcomer, Chen Ye's brow furrowed. Skill, Purple Lightning Strike. Skill, Celestial River Dragon Lock. Boom. Chen Ye felt a jolt throughout his body, immediately activating his SSS level talent attribute merge. Moments later, 3 infernal black dragons manifested within the dungeon. Chapter 32, The Alien Archmage, The Sin of Arrogance. Luanyu, Sin of Arrogance, Abyss Boss. Level, LV203, Dungeon Rule Level Suppression, current level LV120. Grade, World Level Dungeon Rule Suppression, Grade, Destruction Level. Race, Earth Tribe, Alien Archmage. Spirit, 102-5551, Rule Suppression, Spirit Attribute, 500,000. Strength, 125-8547, Rule Suppression, Strength Attribute, 500,000. Agility, 102-6698, Rule Suppression, Agility Attribute, 500,000. Defense, 135-2522, Rule Suppression, Defense Attribute, 500,000. Innate Talent, S-Level Earth Affinity. Hidden Talent, S-Level Blood Manipulation. Skills, Earth Coffin Burial, Seismic Catastrophe, Stone Explosion, Blood Flow Unceasing, Blood Surge from 7 Orifices, Blood Puppet. Talent Description, S-Level Earth Affinity. Capable of manipulating Earth elements, with a 97 affinity for Earth elements. S-Level Blood Manipulation. Capable of controlling blood, when the host's blood loss exceeds 50. They will automatically enter a bloodthirsty state, doubling the power of talent skills. Skill Description, Earth Coffin Burial. Activate the skill to turn mud and stones into a coffin, burying the living. Seismic Catastrophe. Cause the earth to tremble. Stone Explosion. Set the stone elements into a volatile state, igniting them to unleash tremendous explosive power. Blood Flow Unceasing. The prerequisite for activating this skill is to inflict injury upon the opponent. Under this skill, the wound will bleed profusely until the blood is fully drained, leaving behind a mere corpse. Blood Surge. This skill can only be activated in a bloodthirsty state. Upon activation, the opponent's blood flows in reverse, leading to a fatal hemorrhage from their orifices. Blood Puppet. Utilizing blood to forge a puppet, whose combat strength is equivalent to half of the user's. Originally at level 203, the disparity compared to Chen Ye's level 27 is nothing short of astronomical. Although suppressed to level 120 by the dungeon's rules, the true combat prowess will vastly exceed this limit. Its rank reaches an utterly despairing world class. Being a pharaoh of the Earth Tribe, the attributes are simply overwhelming. With a 1,000,000 level attribute, it could extinguish a novice with a single breath. Most importantly, this individual is a dual talent bearer. Merely glancing at the descriptions of the talent skills instills no thought of resistance. Earthworm, you summon me, a pharaoh, to confront a mere F-level dungeon novice? In the void, the haughty gaze of the earthworm looked down upon Chen Ye. Level 27, a grade forgotten for centuries. He could hardly recall how feeble a level 27 practitioner truly is. A mere ant, unworthy of my intervention, even if he possesses boundless potential. The earthworm withdrew his gaze. His short and stout hands clasped behind him, turning away from Chen Ye, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette as he closed his eyes to meditate. My lord, this lad. Boom. Below, confronted with such a terrifying panel, Chen Ye dared not hold back. He unleashed his full might. Skill, Purple Thunder Crash. Rumbling. As the skill activated, dark clouds enveloped the heavens, and serpentine purple lightning danced in the void. Purple Thunder? Sensing a distinct lightning attribute, the earthworm slightly opened his eyes and calmly glanced over. Do proceed, my dear earthworm. I have no desire to waste time. The earthworm uttered simply before closing his eyes once more. This meager lightning poses no threat to him. Skill, Celestial River Lock Dragon. Chen Ye's second skill emerged. Splashing. The sound of rushing water echoed from the skies, and in an instant, a torrential river manifested in the void, its waves surging rapidly towards the earthworm. Unexpectedly, a mere level 27 practitioner could unleash a skill akin to a natural disaster. No wonder the earthworm would suffer at your hands. However, at this level, you remain unworthy of my intervention. Earthworm, earthworm. The earthworm softly called out. Yet there was no response. Turning back, splash. The celestial river's torrent had already engulfed the earthworm. The earthworm was swept and trapped within the river, bubbling helplessly. Attempting to speak or release a skill proved futile. Within the waters of the celestial river, the earthworm's lifespan diminished by a year each second, instilling terror within him. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, thunder roared, and thick purple lightning began to rain down from the clouds. Zzz. The lightning struck the celestial river, and the earthworm, trapped within, widened his eyes, trembling all over, his legs stiffening, and he began to float toward the surface. Clearly, a single bolt of purple lightning was sufficient to send the earthworm to his demise. You have slain the abyss boss earthworm. Congratulations, you have gained 752,127 experience. Ding. You have slain the abyss boss earthworm. Congratulations, you have gained 68,221 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV28. A glow of advancement illuminated him. Having slain the earthworm, Chen Ye leveled up instantly. What is this water? The earthworm, witnessing the lifeless form of his counterpart, displayed an expression of shock. Although the earthworm had dropped 30 levels, to be drowned by the river, to be dispatched by a single bolt of lightning, it seems I must intervene slightly to escort you to your grave. The earthworm waved his hand lightly, causing his staff to emit a brilliant glow. Following this, boulders began to tumble down from the cliffs flanking the dungeon, crashing toward Chen Ye in the valley. Skill, Stone Explosion. The earthworm unleashed his skill directly. After casting the skill, he crossed his arms, quietly awaiting Chen Ye's demise. However, splash. The waves of the celestial river surged forth, engulfing the earthworm. A mere water element. What sort of water is this? In an instant, the waters of the celestial river consumed the earthworm. With the naked eye, one could see the earthworm's eyes bulging, a deep terror etched upon his face. This water possesses a control effect, and also hastens the flow of time. The earthworm found himself immobile. At this moment, he could not even cast a skill. Even the skill he had previously activated ceased to function. Panic. For the first time, a rare look of disarray appeared on the earthworm's face. If no one comes to save me, I fear I may perish here today. Nevertheless, blood can merge with water, and he still possesses skills he can activate. Human, your potential has reached a level worthy of being slain by me. Behold my ultimate move. Gulp. In the celestial river, the earthworm bit off his own tongue, and blood gushed forth from his mouth. Skill, Blood Puppet. In an instant, the blood in the celestial river rapidly coalesced into the shape of a massive hand, which seized the earthworm and began to lift him toward the water's surface. Rumbling. At that moment, the sky was filled with cascading purple lightning. Thick bolts of purple lightning struck the surface of the celestial river. Zzz, splash. As the lightning fell, the earthworm's body stiffened, and he exhaled bubbles. Just a fraction more, and he would have escaped the river's control. Human you. Chapter 33, Maximum Level Skill with 100-fold Amplification, Chen Ye's Full Force Strike. Zzz, lightning continued to rain down. While enduring the terrifying strikes of the purple lightning, the earthworm urged his puppet to break free from its bonds. Below, Chen Ye's brow furrowed in concern. The earthworm's speed in escaping the celestial river with the puppet was astonishing, far outpacing the river's capacity. Of course, Chen Ye did not expect that a mere maximum level skill could slay a foreign overlord 200 levels higher. The system panel displayed a prompt regarding the amplification of skill power. Ding. You have released a skill, triggering an SSS level talent. Skill power increased by 100 times. Would you like to activate it? Activate. With a mere thought, he activated the amplification. Buzz. As the skill's power surged 100-fold, the earthworm's expression momentarily froze. Controlled completely. Under this 100-fold amplification, the earthworm was rendered utterly powerless, and the blood puppet within the water lost its ability to act. Not only that, but while the river previously drained 1 year of life per second, it now accelerated to a loss of 100 years per second. In just a few breaths, the earthworm had already lost centuries of his lifespan. Boom. In the void, the 100-fold amplified purple lightning. No, it should be called lightning pillars. Tens of thousands of violet thunder pillars, each with a diameter of 60 meters, coalesced in the void above. Boom. A single thunder pillar descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the Milky Way. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the entire river was adorned with purple arcs of electricity. The thunder pillar penetrated the Milky Way, crashing down to the ground. Thunderous rumblings. The canyon floor was blasted open, creating a massive pit. Within the Milky Way, a 60-meter diameter violet thunder pillar pierced through, causing Runta's eyes to widen, his body erupting in bubbles, as he spat out blood-soaked bubbles. His limbs convulsed, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a crimson glint ignited in Runta's gaze. With over 50 of his blood drained, he entered a bloodthirsty state, doubling the power of his innate abilities. Runta's body convulsed once more. The next instant, he unleashed the skill, blood eruption from the 7 orifices. Boom. As the skill activated, Chen Ye's expression shifted. He sensed the tumult of blood within him. Bang, 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 bang. In the distance, 6 demon wolves suddenly erupted with blood from their orifices, collapsing without warning. My damage was transferred to the demon wolves. The prowess of this abyssal boss's skill is formidable. Stepping forward, Chen Ye activated his attribute fusion. In an instant, his defensive cloak billowed without wind, his hair lifted by an overwhelming surge of energy. Almost immediately, 3 black dragons materialized. Chen Ye stood atop one of the black dragons, hurtling towards Runtu in the Milky Way. Skill, Summon Winds. Skill, Tornado Storm. Skill, Thunderous Baptism. The black dragons unleashed 3 consecutive aerial attack skills. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. In the canyon, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves also unleashed their skills, charging into the void. Skill, Solar Charge. In this assault, Chen Ye held nothing back, delivering a full-force strike. Boom, boom, boom. Countless violet thunder pillars rained down relentlessly. Below, Chen Ye, accompanied by the black dragons and demon wolves, unleashed their collective might. The terrifying force collided with the Milky Way, severing it, as Runtu was obliterated, reduced to 2 motes of light plummeting towards the ground. You have slain the abyssal boss. Runtu, Sin of Pride. Congratulations, you have earned 230 experience points. Ding. You have slain the abyssal boss, the Elder Toad. Congratulations, you have earned 202,098 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV29. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations. You have gained 200 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV30. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations. You have gained 200 points. Notice, you have currently reached the maximum level of 30 in the first class and cannot continue to gain experience. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible. After finishing the task, you may continue to gain experience and level up. Have we finally defeated it? Standing in the void, Chen Ye took a deep breath. One must admit, the strength of the world-class boss, the alien pharaoh, is truly terrifying. Had he not learned several additional skills or possessed multiple SSS grade talents, he would have been utterly outmatched. Moreover, this was under the condition of Runtu being constrained by the dungeon rules. Without such constraints, facing a level 200 world boss, Chen Ye would undoubtedly lack the confidence to prevail. Overall, this battle nearly exhausted all of Chen Ye's combat capabilities. The strength of the abyssal boss far surpassed what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had vanquished the foe. The next time he encountered the Earth Tribe's abyssal boss, he might very well face this sin of pride again. I must tread carefully. A hint of concern flickered in his mind. Yet Chen Ye did not dwell on it excessively, for he was growing stronger. Once he transitioned to the second class, both the potency of his skills and his attributes would undergo a seismic transformation. When the number of summoned demons increased, he could wear down his opponents to their demise. Returning to the ground, Chen Ye retracted the black dragons and demon wolves back into the summoning space. With a light-hearted stride, he approached the several motes of light that had fallen. Earth Coffin Funeral. Category, Skill Book dropped by an abyssal boss. Rank, Intermediate. Skill Effect, activate the skill, turning mud and stone into a coffin, burying the living. Learning Requirement, A-grade Earth Affinity Talent. A skill book drop indeed. Ding. You have picked up an intermediate skill book. Congratulations, you have gained 100,000 points. Goodness, this is a skill book dropped by a level 200 world boss. Although the skill effect description is somewhat singular, its power is surely far greater than I can imagine. As he noted the skill book being collected, a smile graced Chen Ye's face. He vividly remembered the skills on Runtu's panel. If each time he defeated Runtu he could obtain a skill book. With such thoughts, Chen Ye found himself anticipating a second confrontation with Runtu. Earthquake Cataclysm, Stone Explosion, Blood Eruption from the 7 Orifices, Blood Puppet. He eagerly awaited the moment these skills would automatically reach their maximum level in his hands, and the effect of the 100-fold amplification to activate. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned a demon wolf. Learning the skill, extending the skill book, it slowly levitated, transforming into a beam of light that entered the demon wolf's forehead. Ding. Your Crimson Flame Demon Wolf has learned a new skill, triggering SSS level max skill learning and replication. Would you like to replicate the demon wolf skill Earth Coffin Funeral? Replicate. Chen Ye replied with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, you have replicated the demon wolf skill Earth Coffin Funeral, triggering automatic max level. Your skill Earth Coffin Funeral has automatically reached max level, evolving into a new skill, Burial of All Beings. Burial of All Beings. The earth serves as a coffin, burying all life. Is the skill description merely 8 words? It seems I can only find an opportunity to test it. The skills of the alien pharaoh, a world-class boss, should be formidable. When I encounter you next, I shall use your own skills against you. Run to the great pharaoh. You shall undoubtedly be astonished. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Ye's face as he shifted his gaze to another mode of light. Chapter 34. The world-class boss has been slain. Could it not be the handiwork of our esteemed lord of the city? Growth Potion. Category, Genetic Potion. Rank, Intermediate. Use, accelerates the growth rate of life. Suitable for nurturing spiritual plants and raising pet offspring. Genes can extend the growth cycle of all spiritual plants by 3 years. Special effect, accelerates the growth rate of life. No side effects, possesses healing properties, and reduces the cooldown time of skills and talents by 50. Passive effect, none. A growth potion? The special effect can also reduce the cooldown time of skills by 50. What a wondrous item. The 100-fold amplification talent can have the cooldown. It will undoubtedly come in handy when needed. Ding. You have picked up an intermediate growth potion. Congratulations, you have gained 100,000 points. Another substantial gain. Chen Ye stored the growth potion in his space ring, then searched around the canyon once more. You have picked up a gray iron grade dropped item. Congratulations. You have gained 10 points. You have picked up a common dropped item. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Not bad. After thoroughly inspecting the locations of the monster's demise within the canyon, Chen Ye finally settled down to rest. System, display the panel. Devil Assistance System. Host, Chen Ye. Class, Demon Summoner. Points, 286, 351. Experience, 0. Level, LV 30. First Transcendence Max Level, awaiting class transition. Spirit, 317. Strength, 289. Agility, 301. Defense, 289. Number of summoned creatures, Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, 314. Infernal Black Dragon, 3. Personal General Skills, Low-Level Appraisal Technique. Personal Class Skills, Radiant Sun Charge, Dark Water Flooding. Celestial River Dragon Lock, Purple Lightning Strike, Universal Burial. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Level, LV 30. Spirit, 61,000. Strength, 79,000. Agility, 79,000. Defense, 86,000. Skills, Fatal Penetration. Tear Apart, Crimson Flame Charge, Water Prison, Earthen Coffin Burial. Infernal Black Dragon. Level, LV 30. Primary Talents, Mastery of Water Element, Mastery of Magma Element, Mastery of Thunder Element, Mastery of Wind Element. Spirit, 300,000. Strength, 300,000. Agility, 260,000. Defense, 350,000. Primary Skills, Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, Volcanic Eruption, Thunder Baptism. Talent Skills, Extraterrestrial Water, Infernal Rock Flow, Myriad Thunder, Storm Tornado. The attribute variations are not exceedingly significant. However, the average attributes of the Black Dragon hover around 300,000. Even without the augmentation of a 100-fold increase, surpassing 30,000. Comparatively, my attributes of 300 seem rather lacking. Shaking his head, Chen Ye refrained from delving deeper into the attributes. It is entirely natural for a class user to exhibit a disparity when compared to their summoned creatures, especially for a summoner, whose own abilities often represent the most considerable shortcoming. System, expend all points to exchange for Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Upon his command, Chen Ye directly converted his points into Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Although the number of infernal black dragons was limited, there was no immediate necessity to further augment their quantity. It costs 100,000 points to acquire a single black dragon, whose average attributes are approximately 300,000. Conversely, with 100,000 points, one could procure 100 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves, whose collective attributes nearly reach an astounding 8 million. In terms of attribute accumulation, exchanging for Crimson Flame Demon Wolves proves to be far more economical. Chen Ye's reasoning was simple. With the increasing frequency of curses from the alien races, encounters with various abyssal bosses were inevitable in the future. The Elder of the Realm had already proven to be terrifying. 100-fold augmented skill may not suffice to vanquish it, but a power attribute in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions certainly would. Even if that fails, he could simply continue to enhance the number of his summoned creatures. After all, accumulating numbers is relatively straightforward. After completing a dungeon run, the number of wolves would likely increase by at least 100. Activating the SSS level attribute merger would undoubtedly become Chen Ye's greatest asset. While ostentatious skills can sometimes lead to despair, their cooldown period of 24 hours is excessively lengthy. Currently, the most suitable development path for Chen Ye lies in the attribute merging talent, simple and effective. Ding. Crimson Flame Demon Wolves exchange completed. Points, 286,000. 286 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves have been allocated to your summoning space. Please check your inventory. The system's completion notification resonated. With a total of 600 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves at his disposal, if he were to tackle the ordinary channel of the F-ranked dungeon solo, he could likely clear it in under a minute. In just a single day, his strength had undergone a profound transformation. While his classmates fretted over finding allies for the school trial dungeon, he was preoccupied with thoughts of slaying world-class bosses. Goodness, is my progress too swift? Chen Ye reveled in his success. Even having lived 2 lives, he remained a mere high school student awaiting the martial examination. A touch of comparison in his heart seemed entirely reasonable. Next, he would embark on the class transition quest. Chen Ye drew back his thoughts and exited the dungeon. At the same time, Chen Wu stood outside the dungeon, his expression grave, his heart filled with anxiety. A few minutes prior, he had just returned to the Lord's Manor. Before he could even call his son, the city's defensive array had been activated. Moreover, the alert for citywide readiness had sounded simultaneously. The activation of the defensive array indicated that someone in the suburban dungeon had triggered a boss of at least destructive caliber. However, the citywide alert confirmed the emergence of a world-class abyssal boss. What does it mean to be world-class? One's individual strength, if unimpeded, possesses the capacity to obliterate the world. The mere presence of a world-class boss in the humble Panlong city necessitated Chen Wu's utmost attention. Thus, upon the activation of the city's protective array and the citywide alarm, Chen Wu immediately investigated the incident's location. Activating the teleportation array, he found himself outside the Furious Python Valley dungeon. The F-ranked dungeon restricts entry to those below level 30, leaving Chen Wu to prepare for battle outside. Shattering the command token in his hand, he called all personnel to readiness, with Jiang Yi bringing all usable equipment, arriving promptly. Following closely were the heads of the Liu family, the president of the Shanhao Guild, and the head of the Liu family, all gathering outside the Furious Python Valley dungeon. With their arrival, under Chen Wu's leadership, they swiftly set up battle barriers, defensive arrays, and various formations to counter the invading alien forces. However, at that moment, the aura of the abyssal world-class boss began to dissipate. Observing the gradually fading presence, confusion flickered across Chen Wu's face. Had the world-class boss been defeated? Could it be the handiwork of the same individual? What sort of prodigy has emerged in Panlong City? Even Chen Wu, well-versed in many matters, displayed a profound perplexity. What the hell? Lu Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Chen Ye actually managed to take down a world-class boss? Lu Yuan gazed at Chen Wu with fervent excitement. Lord Mayor, could it be that the equipment capable of slaying a world-class boss is the legendary artifact? How astonishing. I had thought you could only muster platinum-level gear. Yet it appears you possess an artifact. Huh, what artifact? Which Chen Ye? Chen Wu squinted, a hint of suspicion crossing his features. Hearing Chen Wu's inquiry, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Lord Mayor, young Master Chen has triggered abyssal bosses twice in succession. Surely you are aware? Surely not. You equipped your own son with gear capable of defeating a world-class boss, and you were unaware? Chapter 35, Annihilating the Abyssal Boss. Did you really pay a heavy price? Chen Ye solo cleared the F-ranked dungeon's death channel, triggering abyssal bosses twice and vanquishing them within a minute. How could Chen Wu be oblivious to such a matter? The crowd gazed at Chen Wu with expressions of bewilderment, utterly incredulous. Even more astonishing was the realization that Chen Wu had not equipped Chen Ye with the gear necessary to slay a world-class boss. A chilling thought crept in. If Chen Ye had indeed vanquished the abyssal boss purely through his own strength, it was utterly shocking. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the group. How could someone with merely a level in the double digits, and having just transitioned to a new class less than a week ago, possibly defeat an abyssal boss? It seemed utterly insane. The mere idea of slaying an abyssal boss without the support of high-tier equipment was beyond their comprehension. They were all elite players, familiar with the formidable power of abyssal bosses. They understood all too well that to kill a level 100 abyssal boss at such a low level, one would need divine artifacts. Anything less would result in certain death. Even with such artifacts, one would require at least 2 to stand a chance of defeating an abyssal boss within a minute. Initially, they believed this was all part of Chen Wu's orchestration. But the look of confusion on his face belied that notion. Good heavens! Lu Yuan and the others felt their scalps prickle with dread. They could scarcely fathom how Chen Ye had managed such an extraordinary feat. Slaying a boss of such magnitude shattered their understanding of the game mechanics. The alert triggered throughout Longpan City indicated the emergence of a world-class abyssal boss within the dungeon. Such a boss could not possibly materialize in an F-level dungeon unless summoned by another, a scenario suggesting that Chen Ye was simultaneously battling 2 abyssal bosses within the instance. The thought was mind-boggling and turned their worldview upside down. Lord City Master, do you have any idea what Chen Ye has accomplished? Jiang Yixiao asked, his voice trembling. Chen Wu's expression darkened, his brow furrowed deeply. Tell me everything you know, he insisted sternly. A few minutes later, the group prepared to take their leave. Lord City Master, we shall take our leave now. Please take care. With the unfolding of events clarified, the onus of resolution fell squarely on Chen Wu's shoulders. They were merely heads of families from Longpan City, lacking the authority to interfere with Chen Ye's investigation. Besides, if Chen Ye truly had the capability to defeat an abyssal boss on his own, he must harbor some monumental secret. They were even less inclined to meddle. Although uncertain if Chen Ye was indeed the one who triggered the abyssal boss in the Mad Python Valley dungeon, it was highly probable. With the crisis averted, the group hastily departed from the scene. Alone, Chen Wu stood outside the dungeon, his brow knitted in deep thought, pondering an array of possibilities. Moments later, the death passage illuminated, and Chen Ye emerged from within. Father? Upon his arrival, Chen Ye found Chen Wu lost in contemplation. What brings you here? Chen Ye inquired. What do you think? Why would I be here? Chen Wu countered, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Come, let us return home. With a swift motion, Chen Wu tore through the fabric of space, taking Chen Ye by the hand as they stepped through. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the study of the city master's estate. Standing to the side, Chen Ye had begun to piece together why his father was present at the Longpan Grand Canyon. Chen Wu settled into a chair, fixing his gaze upon Chen Ye. You soloed the F-level death passage and set a record lasting over half an hour? He questioned. Yes, Chen Ye nodded, responding somewhat sheepishly. The monsters in the death passage are incredibly powerful, especially the boss, who was nearly insurmountable. I barely managed to clear it at a terrible cost. Did you trigger the destruction level abyssal boss and manage to defeat it? Chen Wu pressed further. Yes, father, the strength of that abyssal boss was utterly despairing. I paid a heavy price to barely take it down, Chen Ye replied, blinking innocently. Not only did you defeat a destruction level abyssal boss, but you also summoned a world-class abyssal boss to aid you, and you managed to slay them both? Chen Wu inquired again. Ah yes. But the world-class boss was incredibly formidable. I endured excruciating losses, Chen Ye admitted. Understood, Chen Wu said, rising and placing a hand on Chen Ye's shoulder. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the surroundings began to shift dramatically. Moments later, they stood in an expansive, open space. This is a small, independent secret realm where your father had someone refine the space. Don't be surprised. Think of it as a spatial ring for housing living entities, Chen Wu explained. Understood. Chen Ye nodded. I had intended to surprise you, but it seems your achievement has overshadowed my gift, nearly turning it into a fright, Chen Wu remarked with a smile. Chen Ye scratched his head, revealing that he had awakened 2 hidden talents. With a mere thought, a magical wolf materialized before them. The air shimmered as a massive, 13-meter-tall magical wolf, exuding a dark aura, appeared behind Chen Ye. Upon witnessing the magical wolf, Chen Wu's expression remained remarkably composed, even revealing a look of satisfaction. Father, I have awakened a hidden talent that allows me to control and summon demons, Chen Ye declared. Indeed, Chen Wu nodded with a smile, refraining from further inquiries. Though he felt a profound shock within. Sensing the aura emanating from the magical wolf, Chen Wu immediately recognized the disparity between its attributes and its power. Could it be that Yi Air had awakened a hidden talent for attribute enhancement? Chen Wu was astounded. Father, I do possess a talent for attribute enhancement. Moreover, the number of magical wolves is not limited to just one. Perceiving Chen Wu's thoughts, Chen Ye laid his cards on the table. Having traversed through life for over a decade, Chen Wu was Chen Ye's closest kin, and now Chen Ye simply sought his father's acknowledgement and praise. With another thought, 200 magical wolves sprang forth at Chen Ye's command. Good heavens! Chen Wu gasped, watching the pack of beasts that rivaled giants, his breath quickening with excitement. Indeed, you surpass your father in excellence, Chen Wu remarked, a smile curving his lips, elated by his son's prowess. He had no need to pry further into how Chen Ye had slain the world-class boss. It sufficed to know that his son possessed such formidable strength. Originally intending to offer aid, he found himself unexpectedly in the position of showering his son with praise. With a flick of his wrist, a dragon egg, approximately 3 meters in height, appeared before them. As the egg emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the air. Ice Frost Dragon. An adult can grow over 30 meters in length. What do you think? A dragon? Chen Ye blinked at the egg. An adult can reach over 30 meters? I doubt it even has the courage to face the black dragon. Not impressed. Chen Wu stared at Chen Ye, who seemed to harbor a hint of disdain. Momentarily taken aback. But it's an Ice Frost Dragon. From when did it come to pass that even the mighty dragons could no longer be summoned? Chapter 36. The choice of a death level class transition task seems rather reckless. It is somewhat surprising to Chen Wu that he has begun to look down upon the Frost Dragon. As a demon summoner, you are the first in history capable of summoning and controlling demons. My son, when it comes to battling monsters and alien races, you are free to act as you please. However, in the case of fighting the fishmen, having a dragon by your side can serve as a veil, allowing your summoned demon to become an unexpected trump card. Keeping it as a pet, merely providing it with sustenance will suffice, given the conditions at home. It will not become a burden to you. Chen Wu expressed his thoughts. Yet, should Chen Ye remain steadfast in his refusal, he would not compel him. After all, the Chen family has no need to deliberately conceal anything. Naturally, I cherish the gifts from my father. Chen Ye responded with a grin. Indeed, monsters harbor no ulterior motives. Regardless of the alien races, it is a matter of kill or be killed. However, the human heart is inscrutable. It is wise to always retain a backup plan. What my father said is quite reasonable. This is the soul plate of a dragon hatchling. If you are unable to tame it, shattering the soul plate will reduce it to a mere puppet in battle. However, once the soul plate is shattered, the dragon's power will be diminished, and its future growth will be significantly curtailed. The best course of action is to tame it with your own strength. Chen Wu handed the soul plate of the frost dragon to Chen Ye. Very well, my father. Chen Ye accepted the soul plate and stored it away. If the hatched frost dragon proves obstinate, a few firm spankings should suffice. He felt confident that it could be tamed. All right, I will visit the school tomorrow to amend your vocational records. Is there anything else? If not, I shall return to my duties. With the martial examination approaching, I have much to attend to. Chen Wu stated. I have something to discuss. Chen Ye was straightforward, stating his purpose directly. Father, I would like a magnet ring. Also, do you have any class transition scrolls? I have already reached the maximum level for my first class and am ready to undertake my transition task. Already at maximum level? Chen Wu cast a surprised glance at Chen Ye. In just a week's time, he has achieved such a feat compared to his own past. He is far superior. However, Given that he has slain several abyssal bosses, reaching maximum level for the first class is quite reasonable. I will get you the magnet ring by tomorrow. As for the class transition scroll, you can choose one from the Shanha Guild and have Su Dongliang charge it to my account. Your rapid level gain has caught your father off guard. Is there anything else? With a flick of his wrist, Chen Wu placed a specially crafted bracelet on Chen Ye's wrist. This is a bracelet designed for this space. Consider it your pet space. You may complete your class transition task after the Frost Dragon hatches, while you 1T gain experience at maximum level if you take the Frost Dragon with you. It will absorb all the experience, allowing it to level up swiftly. Speaking of which, Chen Wu seemed to remember something. With another flick of his wrist, a dark golden staff appeared in his hand. This is a gift from your master uncle. Make sure to thank him later. If there is nothing else, I will return to my work. There is one more thing I'd like to ask your opinion on. After some contemplation, Chen Wu finally mentioned the matter of entering Tianwu Academy. Is third grandfather worried that I might be bullied at Tianwu Academy? Father, should I personally go and speak with third grandfather? Chen Ye inquired. Chen Wu blinked and replied, why fret? You can simply take the entrance exam and gain admission. Your third grandfather is so concerned about you. Shouldn't you give him a pleasant surprise? As he spoke, Chen Wu exited the space. Oh, my father can be quite astute at times. Fixated upon the dark golden staff, Chen Ye activated an identification skill, and his eyes immediately sparkled. Elemental staff. Category, magical artifact. Level, epic. Usage effect, when wielded, all elemental skills receive a 50 power boost, and the duration of skills is extended by 50. Special effect, adds 2 permanent defensive barriers. When the wielder's health drops below 20, the barriers will activate automatically. Passive effect, reduces all elemental damage by 20. Goodness, is fourth uncle really so generous? The crafting of the elemental staff requires the collection of various types of elemental crystals, each of which must be of epic quality. This staff is extraordinarily lavish. However, as a summoner, wielding a staff shouldn't feel too out of place. Chen Ye smiled slightly, glancing at the hatching time of the Frost Dragon egg, which still required over 11 hours. Perfect. After obtaining the class transition scroll tomorrow and accepting the task, he would be able to venture out and level up. Exiting the space, he spent the day resting at home. Chen Ye personally cooked dinner. After the meal, Chen Wu retreated to his study, while Chen Ye, with nothing else to do, returned to his room to read books about the alien races. A night passed without incident. The next day, Chen Ye rose, washed up briefly, and had breakfast that had already been prepared on the table before entering the bracelet space. Inside the space, the Frost Dragon egg had hatched. With shards of eggshell scattered about, a 3-meter-long Frost Dragon hatchling was voraciously devouring its surroundings. Roar! Upon seeing Chen Ye suddenly appear, the Frost Dragon let out a howl, emanating a chilling aura, seemingly filled with hostility towards Chen Ye. Quite the mischievous one. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned a magic wolf. Growl! The magic wolf lunged at the Frost Dragon hatchling, delivering a swift slap. Whack! With a light paw, the Frost Dragon hatchling was sent flying several meters, yelping in pain. From now on, I shall be your master. Should you disobey, I will let you become its dinner. Chen Ye pointed to himself, then to the magic wolf. Whether the hatchling understood or not, he left it with a parting remark before exiting the bracelet space. He planned to visit the Shanha Guild first to obtain a class transition scroll and accept the task. Thus, Chen Ye departed from the city lord's mansion, took a taxi, and soon arrived at the Shanha Guild. Young master, welcome. As he approached the guild entrance, a middle-aged man clad in fine attire greeted him. The man was none other than Su Dongliang, the president of the Shanha Guild. The city lord has already briefed me. Please, come inside. Uncle Su, Chen Ye replied politely. Shortly, the two settled down in the VIP reception room. Young master, the scrolls for the first class transition, all 5 levels, are prepared and ready for you. Su Dongliang respectfully presented 5 scrolls to Chen Ye. Chen Ye glanced over them. The scrolls for ordinary difficulty provide a 50 boost to all attributes upon completion of the transition. The scrolls for difficult difficulty grant a 100 boost. The Inferno, 300. Nightmare, 500. Death, 1000. Just one will suffice. Chen Ye picked up the scroll for the death level transition task and returned the other 4. This. Su Dongliang hesitated. The task difficulty written on the death level transition scroll is exceptionally high. Few dare to attempt it. Young Master Chen, while the tenfold attribute enhancement is undeniably alluring, the prospect of being stuck at level 30 due to an unsuccessful job change quest looms large. Although it is widely acknowledged that Chen Ye possesses the capability to slay world-class bosses, the job change quest is pivotal to one's lifelong career prospects. Su Dongliang, aware of his daughter's affections for Chen Ye and holding him in high regard himself, felt compelled to offer a word of caution, advising him against aiming too high. Uncle Su, charge it to my father's account. I'm off. Chen Ye replied with a slight bow before taking his leave. Alas, it is a pity that he still lacks a certain level of prudence. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary circumstances at home, achieving what Chen Ye has is already commendable. Once the job change is completed, it is likely that no one in Panlong City will be able to rival him. However, the death level job change quest is devoid of any element of chance. Can it truly be accomplished? Chapter 37. Accepting the Job Change Quest, Large Abyss Dungeon, Land of Carnage. On the other side, after departing from the Manhwa Guild, Chen Ye made a visit to the Gourmet City. The death-level job change scroll undoubtedly contained a challenging task. It was likely that this outing could take several days to complete. Chen Ye needed to procure essential supplies for his journey, spending a full 2 hours shopping in Gourmet City. Once all preparations were made, he returned to the Lord's mansion. His father was not home. Glancing into the study, he noticed a purple gold ring resting on the desk. After broaching the subject with his father, he had never been let down. Chen Ye mused, as he employed his identification skill on the ring. Magnet ring. Type, special storage ring. Level, gold. Space capacity, 1,000 cubic meters. Function, storage. Automatically absorbs all items dropped by slain monsters, effective within dungeons and secret realms. Special function, none. Usage, blood oath for recognition. Note, a magnet ring can only recognize one practitioner. If the practitioner dies, the ring's functions become void, and it cannot be reclaimed or modified. With this ring, he would save a considerable amount of time when hunting monsters. Chen Ye picked up the ring and gently bit his finger. Ouch, that hurts. Though he did not break the skin, the pain made him gasp. In novels, biting one's finger seemed so simple, yet it was rather misleading. Returning to his bedroom, Chen Ye retrieved a slender steel needle from the drawer of his bedside table and swiftly pricked his fingertip, squeezing it gently. A drop of blood fell onto the magnet ring. Buzz. The ring emitted a radiant glow, levitating from the bedside table and slipping onto Chen Ye's little finger. Now, it was time to inscribe the job change quest. With hope for a simpler task, he flipped his wrist and produced the job change scroll he had purchased from the Manhwa Guild. Channeling his mental energy, he enveloped the scroll with it. With a crisp sound, the scroll transformed into a beam of light that directly entered Chen Ye's forehead. Simultaneously, a job change quest materialized on his attribute panel. You have inscribed a job change quest. As a fully leveled first job practitioner, you have matured into a seasoned professional. A mature practitioner must exhaust all means to accelerate their advancement. There are various ways to enhance oneself, in addition to defeating monsters for experience. Alternative routes to gain experience also exist. For instance, slaying monsters can yield double experience. In large abyss dungeons, most monster bosses drop a double experience card every 10 years. You may wish to try your luck, and if fortune smiles upon you, you could acquire a permanent double experience. Job change quest. Defeat the boss of a large dungeon to obtain a double experience card. Quest note. Teaming is not permitted. Gazing at the job change quest on the panel, Chen Ye blinked. The task was no simple feat. Large abyss dungeons differ significantly from ordinary abyss dungeons. The latter comprises 5 channels with considerable restrictions. Each individual or team entering the dungeon occupies a separate space, preventing any collisions with others. Without clashes, there are no frictions, and thus, no conflicts arise, eliminating the scenario of formidable monsters competing for bosses. In contrast, large abyss dungeons lack such intricate passageways. All participants enter a singular scene, regardless of whether they are in a team or solo, or even if they enter at different times, everyone exists within the same dimension. To defeat a boss in a large dungeon, mere luck is insufficient. One must possess overwhelming strength. Otherwise, the boss will not fall to you. In a large dungeon, a boss drops a double experience card only once every decade. Moreover, large dungeons are scarce as they tend to become slaughterhouses, making them difficult for the state to control. Those large dungeons that arise within the nation have been relocated by the government to desolate, harsh terrains. Outside of military operations and elite institutions, there are 2 options to access large dungeons. One is to search for the most inhospitable regions within the nation, consulting practitioner forums to potentially locate large dungeon coordinates. The other is to venture abroad, spending a considerable sum to purchase tickets from the International Resource Management Alliance. Of course, I have an even faster and more reliable method, asking my father. With a smile, Chen Ye shook his head, grateful for having a near-omniscient father. Taking out his phone, he dialed his father's number. What's up? Chen Wu's voice resonated. Father, do you know of any recent dungeons that drop double experience cards? Chen Ye inquired directly. Double experience card? Upon hearing this keyword, Chen Wu immediately understood that Chen Ye had inscribed a job change quest, as practitioners only encounter double experience cards during such quests. Furthermore, only death-level job change scrolls can yield such tasks. Experience cards are non-transferable and non-saleable. Only the Slayer can utilize them. Is your teleportation scroll activated? After a moment of silence, Chen Wu asked. Yes, Chen Ye replied. All right, I'll send the address to your phone. Stay safe. In large dungeons, if you sense any threat, strike first. If you can't win, retreat. Your father is here. Be decisive in your actions. Strength commands respect. Chen Wu imparted a few words of advice before abruptly ending the call. Soon after, Chen Ye received the addresses sent by his father. Address 1, Western Frontier Desert. Dungeon name, Palace Buried in Yellow Sand. Dungeon level, F. Double experience card birth countdown, 76 hours, 47 minutes. Address 2, Frozen Lake of the Far North. Dungeon name, Hometown of the Snow Woman. Dungeon level, F. Double experience card birth countdown, 25 hours, 39 minutes. 2 addresses were provided, accompanied by navigation coordinates, along with a brief note. Should neither of the addresses yield experience cards, inform the elder, who will make the necessary arrangements. After responding, Chen Ye glanced at the location and ultimately opted for the shorter countdown to the extreme north. Simultaneously, within the esteemed conference room of the Tianwu Academy, Chun Daki sat at the head of the conference table, holding a list and lost in contemplation. Principal, regarding the individual ranked highest on this list, I intend to personally recruit him and assign him to my department. What do you think? He continued, since his class change. He has remained in the extreme north to enhance his skills. I've been keeping an eye on that lad for quite some time, within large-scale dungeons. He managed to withstand the boss's attacks for half a minute. Moreover, in just 6 days since his class change, he has already reached level 19. Principal? Very well. Proceed with it. As for the departmental assignment, we shall discuss it once the new term begins. Chen Daki nodded, and, after giving a few instructions, the deans of the various departments rose to depart. This year's new students are notably more exceptional than those of previous years. When year arrives, will she truly not feel inferior? Should I consider making special exceptions to recruit a few top achievers from the cities to bolster year's confidence? Chen Daki murmured, his face etched with concern. Chapter 38. Eliminate this lad, and we will spare ourselves a decade of struggle. In the city lord's mansion of Panlong City. After selecting the address, Chen Ye checked the distance. The location of Panlong City was quite far from the extreme north. Even using a teleportation scroll to reach the outermost suburbs of Panlong City would take approximately 2 days of travel. Lacking flight skills, should he request a long-distance teleportation scroll from the elder? Chen Ye pondered, furrowing his brow. Let me first see if the frost dragon hatchling possesses the capability for flight. If not, I will have to summon the black dragon, despite its ostentatious nature. However, I cannot afford to waste time. With this thought, Chen Ye focused his mind and entered the space within his wristband. Inside the wristband space, the magic wolf sat at the center, while the frost dragon hatchling trembled in the corner. During his absence, the magic wolf had undoubtedly disciplined the hatchling. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, the magic wolf rose and quietly settled down behind him. The frost dragon hatchling seemed to see a savior, quickly scuttling to Chen Ye's feet and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg, as if pleading its case. Have you already surrendered? Chen Ye grinned, finding amusement in the sight of a majestic dragon behaving like a lapdog. As long as you obey, keeping you as a pet would be quite delightful. Observing the frost dragon hatchling, which measured over 3 meters in length, its large frame exuding a certain charm, he employed an appraisal skill to examine its attributes. Frost Dragon, Talent, S-Grade Ice Affinity Level, LV1 Spirit, 28 Strength, 21 Agility, 17 Defense, 23 Primary Skills, Frost Breath. Dragon Roar of Ice Shatter Talent Skills, none, Frost Breath. Upon activation, the breath emitted by the Frost Dragon can freeze opponents, restricting their movements. Dragon Roar of Ice Shatter enhances Frost Breath. The Frost Dragon emits a roar that can shatter frozen opponents. The skill panel was quite simplistic, possessing only 2 primary skills. However, its attributes were commendable, surpassing many and nearly matching a level 1 magic wolf. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction. I wonder if the contract soul token will grant me a 100-fold enhancement talent for my summoned creature. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Ye grasped the soul token of the Frost Dragon. The soul token serves 2 purposes. 1, to shatter it, turning the Frost Dragon into a puppet. The other, to contract it, binding the Frost Dragon entirely to himself. The experience gained can be proportionally allocated to the Frost Dragon, enabling it to level up and grow stronger. If the system's novice gift talent cannot be enjoyed, then it shall be kept as a pet. In my current state, where I cannot gain experience upon reaching the maximum level, any experience from defeating monsters will be transferred to you for your growth. With no burdens, Chen Ye contemplated. Only benefits without drawbacks. Having it along would be inconsequential. Channeling his mental energy, he enveloped the soul token with his spirit, actively contracting the Frost Dragon. Buzz. The soul token transformed into a beam of light that penetrated Chen Ye's forehead. Sensing a wondrous change, the Frost Dragon became more affectionate at Chen Ye's feet. Let us give you a name. How about Little Frost? Chen Ye declared, disregarding whether the Frost Dragon agreed or not, bestowing upon it a name. As my pet, it can't be too weak to take out with me. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the growth elixir, dropped by the abyssal boss he had slain. It would extend the growth period by 3 years, enabling it to carry me during flight. Crack! Chen Ye crushed the growth elixir, and it transformed into a stream of light that enveloped the Frost Dragon. In the next instant, boom! The Frost Dragon's body quivered violently, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Within mere breaths, its length had increased to around 6 meters, directly doubling. Additionally, the cooldown and recovery speeds of the Frost Dragon's skills were each reduced by 50, a permanent enhancement. Roar! Feeling the changes within, Little Frost joyfully circled around Chen Ye. Brimming with happiness, Chen Ye glanced at it and remarked, Little one, If you refuse to heed my commands, you might just become my magic wolf's meal. Without the system reward talent support, Chen Ye truly treated the frost dragon as a pet. Stay here in the space for now. I will take you out for a stroll later. Roar. Being in a contracted state, the frost dragon understood Chen Ye's intentions and promptly nodded, wagging its tail joyfully. After a brief instruction, Chen Ye recalled the magic wolf back into the summoning space and exited the wristband space. Arriving at the teleportation array on the rooftop of the city lord's mansion, Chen Ye selected the farthest location to the north and activated the teleportation. The teleportation array glowed, and Chen Ye vanished from the rooftop. In the next moment, he found himself in the suburbs of Panlong City. If he maintained a swift flying speed, he could reach the extreme north within 24 hours. Just in time. Standing atop the mountain in the suburbs of Panlong City, Chen Ye released the frost dragon from the wristband space. Boom. The frost dragon emerged, its chilling aura gradually enveloping the surroundings. In the sweltering summer heat, Chen Ye felt a refreshing chill. Not bad. Let us go. Time to level you up. The frost dragon lowered itself, allowing Chen Ye to sit atop its head. Whoosh. The frost dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Following the route in Chen Ye's mind, it raced toward the extreme north. In the void, Chen Ye felt quite pleased. Riding a dragon was indeed a delightful experience. As they flew, time passed swiftly. Before long, 24 hours had elapsed, and Chen Ye finally beheld the vast expanse of snowy mountains in the extreme north. Location, the frozen lake of the far north. Activating the mobile navigation, the frost dragon swiftly followed Chen Ye's mental direction towards a lake nestled in the snowy mountains. Simultaneously, on the surface of the frozen lake, numerous practitioners of various professions congregated. Their gazes were far from amiable, each belonging to distinct factions, seemingly biding their time for unsuspecting prey. Buzz. A ripple traversed the space. An elderly man clad in a cloud-colored robe, adorned with the character, Heaven, embroidered on its back, materialized. He was the esteemed president of the Tianwu Academy, the pinnacle institution of the Xia Kingdom, certainly not someone to be trifled with. The members of the squad, listening intently, understood that while they could fight fiercely, they must not court death. This newcomer was beyond their reach. They must remember to avoid conflict. Those who danced on the edge of danger, their lives precariously tied to their belts, knew that intelligence was always paramount. They had to discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. It was an essential skill they had to master. Even in the face of mistaken identity, they would not easily take risks. Just then, a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The practitioners on the lake immediately activated their identification skills, scanning the frost dragon with precision. While practitioners could not discern each other as professions and levels, the characteristics of their classes were often apparent. A swordsman bore a sword on his back, while a dragon tamer commanded the dragon. A level 1 dragon tamer? Huh. A mere novice has arrived. We shall surely prevail. No one dare snatch our prize. Although they could not see through the practitioners, their skills could unveil the summoned beasts. A dragon tamer profession was exceedingly lucrative. This time, success was assured. If anyone dared to challenge, they would not hesitate to turn hostile. Not the boss, one remarked. This fellow seems to be the son of a small city lord. Damn. If we can't even handle a mere lord's son, perhaps we should reconsider our line of work. An enticing target, brothers. Sharpen your blades. We might just feast like kings. At the very least, we could save ourselves a decade of toil. Chapter 39. Refusing to team up? Could he be a fool? Rubbing their hands in anticipation, as Chen Ye approached the ground, he was already the focus of 2 teams stationed outside the dungeon. Slaying a level 1 dragon tamer offered far greater rewards than defeating mere monsters. Moreover, if they could capture this dragon alive, its worth would far exceed any loot from a boss. With a rush, the frost dragon descended, its chilling aura enveloping the air, further plunging the already frigid atmosphere into a deeper cold. Many instinctively tightened their garments, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence emanating from the dragon itself. Roar. As the frost dragon landed, it let out a low growl, its eyes warily surveying the crowd. Return to the space, Chen Ye commanded, retracting the frost dragon into his wrist space. Casting a glance over the onlookers, he strode directly toward the dungeon entrance. Get inside, hurry. Ha ha ha. Once you enter the dungeon, everything you possess will become our spoils. Silently, the crowd gazed greedily at Chen Ye. Unfazed, he felt a measure of confidence in his abilities. Even if ambushed, his defensive gear would withstand a single onslaught without issue. Furthermore, with 600 infernal flame wolves, equating to 600 lives, his SSS talent could transfer damage onto the wolves, rendering him fearless. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Chen Ye activated his identification skill. Home of the Snow Maiden, large abyss dungeon. Level, F. Monster types, multiple. Monster levels, LV1 to LV60. Monster quantity, undisclosed. Entry conditions, individual practitioners below level 60, team combined level not exceeding 120. Dungeon notes, killing the boss grants a 57 chance of dropping silver level equipment, a 0.03 chance of dropping double experience cards, a 1 chance of hidden boss drops yielding double experience cards. Dungeon status, Active. Practitioner cooldown, 12 hours. The probability of obtaining double experience cards is rather low. I wonder how many times I must defeat the boss to acquire one. Chen Ye mused, shaking his head gently. If only my points were sufficient to unlock the SSS level talent that guarantees a gold outcome, it would be much easier. Alas, my current points are inadequate. It appears necessary to accumulate enough points to unlock that talent. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye contemplated the idea of unlocking his talents. You meet the conditions to enter the dungeon. Do you wish to proceed? Just as Chen Ye was about to enter, someone called out to him. Young man, would you care to team up with me? I can level you up for free, though my level is considerably higher. The experience from a large dungeon will suffice to elevate you to level 10 within 3 days. Chen Ye turned to find an elderly man in the academy's attire, smiling broadly at him. What luck! This lad has caught the attention of the esteemed president of Tianwu Academy, who has now offered to team up. Damn it! If this old man leads him into the dungeon, we shall miss our chance at glory. The onlookers, their eyes filled with avarice, cursed inwardly upon hearing the academy president's proposal to team up with Chen Ye. The fishman tier necklace, the defensive cloak, and 3 space rings in hand. What a lucrative lamb. Kid, count yourself fortunate. How infuriating it is to have a fat target snatched away. Unaware of their thoughts, Chen Ye turned to the elder. Thank you, senior. But I have no intention of forming a team. Offering a slight bow, he acknowledged the elder, recognizing him as a member of Tianwu Academy. Yet he was here for a class change mission and had no desire to team up. Wait, he actually refused? Is this kid not a fool? Ha ha. Lacking such basic insight, he deserves his fate. Just go in. I assure you 1T suffer. The crowd outside the dungeon erupted with excitement upon hearing Chen Ye's refusal. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback. Being rejected from a free leveling opportunity was beyond his expectations. Who am I? He mused. How could I be turned down? Young man, I am Jian Wujin, the president of the Wanjian Academy of Tianwu. I entered this dungeon to scout for a talent, but my level exceeds the individual entry limit. Should you agree to team up with me, not only will I level you for free, but all the spoils from slaying monsters within will belong to you. You must be a freshly transitioned student, right? The Dragon Tamer class is quite commendable. If your potential is notable, I could recommend you to a prestigious institution in Xia Kingdom once we emerge from the dungeon. What do you say? Jian Wujin smiled, confident that no one would turn down such an offer. Sorry. Chen Ye once again bowed, expressing his refusal, unwilling to waste any more time. With a thought, he stepped directly into the dungeon. Huh. Jian Wujin was left in stunned silence. Refused? Given such generous conditions for forming a team, how could one still face rejection? This lad seems rather foolish. Jian Wujia shook his head, recognizing that not everyone possesses the acumen to seize opportunities. He could naturally discern the caliber of those gathered around the dungeon. Young man, sometimes missing an opportunity could very well cost you your life. However, since fate has brought you to me, as the principal of the Tianwu Academy, I feel compelled to intervene in matters that require my attention. Jian Wujia's thoughts echoed in his mind as he turned his gaze towards the assembly. Pillaging is permissible, but taking lives is not. The new recruits are the future of our nation. Anyone who slaughters the future of the state shall not escape my wrath. I have memorized your faces. And should I learn of any wanton killings within the dungeon, be prepared to face the consequences. Jian Wujia's expression was serious, his voice icy. Yes, we are good people. Please don't misunderstand, they hastily replied, nodding in agreement as they entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Chen Ye stood atop a hill, surveying the landscape of this snowy realm. Everything within his line of sight was blanketed in white. The cold wind howled, and visibility was severely hampered by the blizzard. In the distance, the sounds of combat and beastly roars could be heard intermittently. The monsters in large dungeons increase in number based on the slaying actions of individuals or teams. Only by defeating a certain number of minor monsters can elite creatures be triggered, and only after vanquishing a specific number of elite monsters will a boss be summoned. If the number of players in the dungeon is relatively low and none have slain enough creatures, the boss will remain dormant. Furthermore, the monsters in large dungeons are not as densely packed as in ordinary ones, requiring players to search for them one by one. Sigh. The challenge of triggering a boss in a large dungeon is no small feat. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned the frost dragon. The next step was to find and slay monsters, triggering the dungeon's boss and defeating it. He stepped lightly onto the frost dragon's head. Let us go? It's time to hunt and level up. With a powerful flap of its wings, the frost dragon soared into the sky. Damn, that creature has flown away. After it, upon encountering monsters, it would naturally halt. A group of 6 individuals, their faces hardened with determination, swiftly pursued Chen Ye's departing figure. Chapter 40, Large Abyss Dungeon. Are you here on vacation? In the void, after flying a considerable distance, Chen Ye noticed numerous adventurers engaged in battle with monsters. Approximately a kilometer away, he also spotted a persistent little tail following him. It seemed that soaring through the sky rendered it impossible to trigger even minor monsters. Perfect. Let us create some commotion and see if it will provoke any creatures lurking in the snow. Sensing Chen Ye's intent, the frost dragon gradually descended into a hollow. Barely touching down, the group of 6 swiftly caught up. Kid, you sure can run. Has the level 1 dragon exhausted its stamina? Ha ha ha, flying all this way. You should be faltering by now. The leader of the group laughed heartily. And then, Chen Ye maintained his composure, gazing at the 6 with a nonchalant inquiry. And then, are you really that dim-witted? We chased you all this way. Do you think it was to invite you for a meal? Leave everything you have, including your dragon. And perhaps I might spare your life. The man's expression hardened, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Chen Ye regarded him coolly. And if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of his hand, the man signaled his 5 companions to launch their assault. With blades eager for blood, they attacked with all their might. Underestimating others is a grave negligence towards one's own life. This was their hard-earned lesson. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 activated their agility attributes and charged towards Chen Ye. The leader followed closely behind, already casting his skills, aware that they would not underestimate him. Chen Ye remained vigilant. Unlike monsters, humans could not be assessed using identification skills. Regardless of the opponent's level, one must always give their utmost. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned a magic wolf. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. The magic wolf emerged and immediately unleashed its skill, enveloped in crimson flames. Its massive form transformed into a colossal fireball. Boom. The fireball collided, and the 6 had no time to react, swiftly obliterated by the inferno. Under the searing heat, the snow melted, forming a small stream in the hollow. Roar. Following the magic wolf's attack, several roars echoed from the mountainside. Soon, shadows began to emerge from beneath the snow. As expected, creating a ruckus was necessary to trigger the monsters. Chen Ye smirked, casting an identification skill. Snow monster, level, LV3 spirit, 36 strength, 31 agility, 39 defense, 39 skills. Snowball roll, snowfield solidification. Snowball roll. Upon activation, the snow monster can roll at high frequency. Its body covered in snow. The hardness of the snow changes with the rapid rolling, delivering a powerful impact. Snowfield solidification. This skill allows soft snow to become as hard as rock, effectively trapping anyone who steps on it. Facing a level 3 minor monster feels a bit like bullying the weak. Wolf cub, pave the way, Chen Ye commanded, and the colossal form of the magic wolf swiftly surged forward. On the snowy mountains, the snow monsters curled up. Skill, snowball roll. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The snow monsters curled into spherical shapes, rolling down the mountainside like flaming wheels. The snowballs grew larger and larger. Smash. The magic wolf roared forward. Shattering a 3-meter-wide snowball with a single paw, the snow monster reduced to a puddle of mush, perishing without a trace. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Unable to continue gaining experience. Experience has automatically transferred to your contracted pet. You have slain a level 3 snow monster. Congratulations, your contracted pet has gained 37 experience. Your pet's experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, it has leveled up to LV2. Ding. You have slain a level 3 snow monster. Congratulations. You have earned 11 points. Roar. The frost dragon, having gained experience, was overjoyed, affectionately rubbing against Chen Ye's feet. Let us go? Keep up with the wolf cub's pace. With a gentle nudge of its head, the frost dragon lifted Chen Ye, with a powerful flap of its wings. It closely followed the magic wolf. Roar, roar, roar. The magic wolf barreled forward, and the triggered snow monsters grew increasingly numerous. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. With another skill unleashed, dozens of snow monsters were sent packing. You have slain a level 4 snow monster. Congratulations, your contracted pet has gained 43 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 4 snow monster. Congratulations, you have earned 18 points. You have slain a level 4 snow monster. Congratulations. Your contracted pet has gained 43 experience points. You have slain a level 5 snow monster. Congratulations, your contracted pet has gained 56 experience points. You have slain a level 6 snow monster. Congratulations, your contracted pet has gained 67 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 6 snow monster. Congratulations. You have earned 27 points. Your pet's experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 4. Your pet's experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. Your pet's experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 6. With a single skill, the frost dragon immediately commenced its rapid ascension. Roaring in exhilaration, it felt the surge of its enhanced attributes, eager to join the fray. With such limited strength, perhaps it is best to remain passive, Chen Ye remarked, gently patting the frost dragon's head to quiet it. Obediently, the frost dragon maintained its flight, trailing closely behind the magical wolves. Ding. You have collected a common drop. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. A notification appeared on the system panel. Snow monster fur. Category, monster component. Rarity, common. Effect, insulation against cold. Special effect, none. The effect of the magnetic ring had automatically secured the dropped items within its protective space. How convenient. A faint glow emanated from the magnetic ring on his pinky, absorbing the dropped items once more. Ding. You have collected a common drop. Congratulations. You have earned 1 point. Ding. You have collected a common drop. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. Time flew by, and before long, 2 hours had passed. Chen Ye himself was unaware of how many small monsters he had dispatched. In 2 full hours, he had yet to encounter an elite creature. The frost dragon had already reached level 16, a testament to the multitude of monsters dispatched. This pace is far too slow. I am even starting to feel hungry. We cannot afford to dawdle, he declared. Little Frost, descend to the ground. At Chen Ye's command, the frost dragon returned to the earth. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned 9 additional magical wolves from the summoning space. Since the magical wolves were his summons, their slaying of monsters was equivalent to his own victories. Thus, regardless of where the summons ventured, as long as they triggered a boss, it would materialize near him. There was no need for him to follow the magical wolves aimlessly. Wolves, go forth. Slay until a boss appears, and I shall call you back, he instructed the 10 magical wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 magical wolves dashed off in various directions. After a relentless pursuit lasting a day and a night, it was time to eat. Chen Ye settled cross-legged, retrieving prepared ingredients and a grill from his spatial ring. As the charcoal ignited, he placed several marinated skewers onto the grill. In a moment, a tantalizing aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. Oh, is someone here on vacation? It smells divine. Unexpectedly, he could indulge while grinding through dungeons. After a week of consuming compressed biscuits, this was a delightful change. From a distance, a voice called out, belonging to a young man clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance as he approached Chen Ye. Good brother, I have no intention of taking your belongings by force. Please, have some mercy and share a bit of your food. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall refrain from eating. Chapter 41. Brother, you are still young. Do not act impulsively. Are you always this humorous? Chen Ye looked up, assessing the youth clad in white, who appeared rather refined. However, the state of his garments was disheveled, riddled with tears and stained with blood. Deep wounds, some still bleeding, marred his form. He seemed to have recently endured a fierce battle, having narrowly escaped after a defeat. The young man unfurled his folding fan, fanning himself with a semblance of composure. Good brother, one cannot afford to be so leisurely in a large dungeon. It could cost you your life. As one who has traversed these paths, I advise you to stow away such temptations. Is this your first time entering a large dungeon? Are you aware of the strength of elite monsters? Have you ever faced an elite creature above level 40? Not to mention, even encountering a common snow monster above level 20 could exact a heavy toll on you. Put it away. Do not let these enticing morsels be your downfall. Like me, a paragon of my generation, facing elite monsters. Roar. Before he could finish, a snow-white creature roared as it charged toward them. Good heavens, it's pursuing me this closely? Upon hearing the roar, the youth's brow furrowed. Good brother. This is an elite monster that has been chasing me for 2 hours. You must leave to avoid being caught in the aftermath of the battle. Damn it. If not for my mental energy being nearly depleted, how could I be pursued by an elite monster? To think that I, who can combat a boss for a full minute, have been reduced to fleeing from an elite creature. The youth muttered angrily, his gaze wary as he watched the rapidly approaching elite monster. Quickly flee. The skills of elite monsters are devastating. You cannot withstand the residual damage from their attacks. You would not survive my skills either. Do not fall victim to collateral damage here. He positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Ye, eyes alert to the oncoming threat. Chen Ye turned to observe the roaring snow monster in the distance. Towering at 3 meters, its crystalline fur was both magnificent and fearsome. Yet, the once pristine coat was now stained with blood, bearing numerous wounds that seemed more grievous than those of the youth. However, remnants of flesh clung to the snow monster's razor-sharp claws, likely the source of the youth's injuries. A skill of identification was employed. Snow monster, elite. Level, LV 37. Spirit, 311. Strength, 307. Agility, 355. Defense, 355. Skills, snowball, ice field solidification, air slash, blizzard, air slash. The claws can unleash air slashes, 5 in total. Capable of easily penetrating objects with a defense attribute below 300. Blizzard. This skill generates strong winds that lift the snow on the ground, obscuring the opponent's vision. Roar. The snow monster bellowed, now within 50 meters of the youth. With all 4 limbs propelling it forward, the snow monster leaped into the air. Skill, blizzard. Whoosh. A fierce wind howled, and in the blink of an eye, the snow on the ground was swept up as if caught in a tornado, creating a localized blizzard. Visibility was nearly completely obstructed. Not this again. The youth clenched his fist, slowly retracting his folding fan, his expression grave. Skill, air slash. Swish, swish, swish. A series of slicing sounds erupted as 5 glowing slashes surged forth from the blizzard. Be careful, the youth shouted, propelling himself towards the incoming strikes with a powerful leap. Whoosh. Beside Chen Ye, the frost dragon unfurled its wings, instinctively shielding him, its eyes alight with a combative spirit. Even while trying to eat, we are interrupted. Chen Yexin's thoughts stirred momentarily. With a hum, a magical wolf was summoned forth. The creature manifested amidst the howling blizzard, directly behind the snow beast. With a resounding clap, the magical wolf struck, obliterating the elite monster in an instant. Having unleashed a single paw, the wolf vanished, recalled into the summoning space by Chen Ye. As the snow beast fell, the young man's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to collide with the snow creature, a colossal figure emerged, effortlessly shattering the snow beast with a single move. Before he could activate his appraisal skill, the immense apparition had already disappeared. With the demise of the snow beast, its skills lost their potency. Scarlet snowflakes drifted gently to the ground, painting the landscape with hues of crimson. As his vision returned to normal, the young man squinted, his expression gravely serious. The gigantic figure that had just appeared eluded his gaze, leaving him with an unsettling sense of dread. "Brother, did you see what just transpired?" he inquired, glancing back at Chen Ye. Before Chen could respond, the young man continued, "This is bad. Slaying an elite monster triggers 2 more. We must vacate this area at once. It appears I must retreat from this confrontation. Let us hurry. If we are ensnared by 2 elite monsters simultaneously, we will be at a significant disadvantage." A flicker of anxiety crossed the young man's face. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the snow atop the distant mountain began to shift violently. The winds howled in a frenzy, the snowfall intensifying tenfold. Is this the trigger for a boss? The young man's expression tightened. Could the elite monster we just defeated have summoned a boss? That is impossible. We've only dispatched a handful of elite monsters. We are nowhere near the threshold for a boss to appear. How could it happen so abruptly? A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth. A gargantuan creature, towering over 10 meters, rose from the mountainside. Has it finally arrived? Chen Ye slowly rose, gathering all items from the ground. Earlier, you advised me to flee. Now I shall return the favor. If you are below level 30, you cannot project your mental prowess and will not be enveloped by my presence. Little Frost is my contracted dragon. It bears my essence. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, you may seek refuge beneath Little Frost's wings. It should shield you from my skills damage. Having uttered these words, Chen Ye commanded the frost dragon to remain stationary before striding towards the boss. As he cast his appraisal skill, the attributes of the boss manifested before him. Snow Beast, Boss, Level, LV 60. Spirit, 1962. Strength, 1731. Agility, 1755. Defense, 2068. Skills, Avalanche, Ice Spikes, Snowfall Control, Residual Snow Resurrection. Avalanche. Upon activation, this skill can trigger a catastrophic avalanche. Ice Spikes. The ice spikes protruding from the boss's back can be unleashed at will, achieving pinpoint accuracy once a target is locked. Snowfall Control. A control skill allowing the boss to manipulate falling snowflakes. If your body becomes ensnared by 70 snow coverage, you will be rendered immobile. Residual Snow Resurrection. A passive skill that grants the boss a chance for full resurrection when its health drops to 10. Utilizing snowflakes to envelop its form. Gazing at the boss's attributes and description, Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged. It could only be said that this boss was rather unremarkable. Chapter 42. Are you out of your mind? This is the boss of a large dungeon, and you are going to confront it head-on. In a large dungeon, once a boss is triggered, it is sure to attract numerous players vying for a piece of the action. With so many players involved, a swift elimination is imperative. With a thought, Chen Ye recalled all the magical wolves from the summoning space. Step. Chen Ye advanced a single step forward. Skill. Solar Impact. Boom. Flames enveloped him, and a beam of fire shot skyward. Beside him, the young man flipped his wrist, producing a defensive artifact. What did that guy just say? If you can't endure, seek shelter beneath Little Frost? Is that the dragon? He scoffed, incredulous. A man of stature, a prodigy specially recruited by the Tianwu Academy, hiding beneath anyone? Preposterous. With a disdainful smirk, he observed Chen Ye as he boldly approached the boss, a flicker of contempt igniting in his eyes. This is hardly the moment for bravado. To pretend strength when one is weak. How laughable. A dragon tamer personally engaging in battle? What folly. The young man, aware of the boss's prowess, readied himself to flee at a moment's notice. In the face of a boss, I must summon my strongest defense. I am a genius capable of battling a boss for a full minute. Hiding is for the weak. My only option is retreat. Murmuring to himself, he prepared to exchange blows with the boss. Ahead, a resounding boom echoed as flames erupted around Chen Ye. The young man blinked in surprise. He glanced at the frost dragon lying nearby, and then back at Chen Ye, now ablaze. A fire mage? A dragon-taming fire mage? No, wait. This guy is planning to confront the boss directly? Shouldn't he initiate a sneak attack first? What about strategy? No, this is bad. If the boss locks onto him, there will be no escape. Brother, take care. You're still young. Don't act impulsively. Simultaneously, every corner of the dungeon felt the shift. All battling monsters dissipated into motes of light. Has someone triggered the boss? At last, someone has summoned the boss. Double experience cards. After 10 arduous years in this dungeon, the spoils should finally be mine. All teams, be advised, the dungeon boss has been triggered. If we secure double experience cards, the rewards for all guild members will multiply tenfold. Whoosh. As the boss's presence materialized, many strong players within the dungeon activated their flight skills. Racing towards the boss's location. Young master, the dungeon boss has been triggered. All club members ready to assist, you have already set off for the boss's location. Please arrive promptly. We will do our utmost to deplete the boss's health for you to deliver the final blow. Gather everyone. The boss has been triggered. This is our guild's moment to rise. Once our guild leader secures the double experience card, we will gain legitimate access to the capital city. Haha. Have we finally reached this exhilarating moment? A mere death level class change quest shall not hinder me for 20 years. This time, I will make the scornful ex-fiancé take notice. I shall shine on this stage. At this instant, the dedicated professionals who had labored for years within the dungeon surged towards the site of the boss's summoning. Whoever dares to compete with me for the boss shall face annihilation of their entire lineage. Even with low odds, as long as there is a chance. I shall slay the boss 1,000 times if need be to claim that double experience card. The boss has been triggered. A great battle is imminent. Quickly exit the dungeon. Cursed be the hour. Time is of the essence. In their frenzied attempts to confront the boss, these deranged individuals are resorting to any means necessary. We must hasten to exit the instance. This place has become utterly unsuitable for leveling. Flee. At this moment, numerous novice adventurers engaged in leveling for the martial examination hastily withdrew from the instance. They simply could not withstand even a fraction of the overwhelming might wielded by the powerful. Some, desperate for a double experience card, rallied their entire guild to seize the opportunity. The instance imposes a level cap of 60 for solo players and 120 for teams. Certain individuals deliberately sought out newly promoted novices, pairing a level 119 with a level 1 in a bid to conquer the boss and acquire the coveted double experience card. It can be said that once the boss is triggered, the instance will undoubtedly devolve into a veritable slaughter. In large instances, the most terrifying foes are not the monsters, but the people themselves. In pursuit of power, those who lie in wait within these vast realms will stop at nothing. Some have even descended into a state of utter madness. Kill. High-level combatants rampage forward, showing no mercy to those who dared obstruct their path. Each time a boss is vanquished, the likelihood of a double experience card dropping increases. Those who stand in the way are doomed to perish. Escape. The lower-tier adventurers were the first to withdraw from the instance, for such brutalities are devoid of any semblance of humanity, and retreat is the wisest course. They dared not linger, nor did they wish to spectate. Whoosh. Within the void of the instance, countless figures displayed their prowess, hastening forward by the swiftest means. Boom. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from the boss's location, soaring into the heavens. Immediately, in the frost-laden instance, the temperature began to rise precipitously. The drifting snow suspended in the air was directly melted, transforming into cascading rain. Buzz. In the span of a mere half-second, a fireball, akin to the sun itself, materialized above the instance. Sizzle. With the emergence of the fireball, the accumulated snow of millennium melted at a visible pace. The droplets of rain suspended in the air evaporated into vapor before they could descend. Is this the work of an exalted fire mage? By the heavens. It must be a fire sorcerer of the highest order. Damn it. How could such a formidable figure appear in this instance? How dare you contend with me for the boss? I will end you. Whoosh. The colossal fireball descended, striking precisely at the point where the boss was triggered. Countless strong individuals bore grave expressions, hastening their pace. My goodness. Atop the mountain, a young man stared wide-eyed, incredulous as he beheld the fireball plummeting from the void. He stood frozen in place. The snow beneath his feet had already melted, and the massive fireball, radiating scorching heat, crashed down upon the boss's head. The young man watched in astonishment as flames engulfed the boss. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed across the heavens as the snow creature boss was overturned by the fireball, perishing in an instant. In the next moment, a wave of heat rushed towards him, causing the young man's pupils to constrict. Crack. The platinum artifact. A reward from the Tianwu Academy, cracked under the immense pressure. What in the blazes? One mere aftershock has caused my platinum-level defensive artifact to fracture? What sort of skill is this? Just as the young man was reeling from shock, a voice resonated in the minds of all present within the instance. The instance boss has been slain. The hidden boss, the Snow Maiden, will soon appear. Chapter 43. Quick, someone go and intercept this skill. What is happening? The boss was killed in an instant? All adventurers hurrying to the boss's location stood frozen in disbelief. A level 60 boss, slain in such a manner? It is utterly absurd. They were left astounded, for a being capable of dispatching a level 60 boss must be at least level 60 themselves, surely having undergone their third-class advancement. In that moment, many adventurers of slightly lower levels began to contemplate retreat. In the quest for the boss, a determined party might seize an opportunity. Yet with the boss vanquished and a hidden boss triggered, the latter's strength far exceeds that of a typical boss. Charging in would likely be tantamount to suicide. The hidden boss, how amusing that it has been triggered. The likelihood of obtaining a double experience card is now a mere 1. Kill. This experience card is mine. While some withdrew from the instance, others hastened towards their destination. Buzz. Buzz. In just a few breaths, many had arrived at the location where the hidden boss was triggered. Atop the mountain, figures radiating formidable auras stood, each casting their skills, poised on a peak, awaiting the hidden boss's emergence. So many have come. Chen Ye's brow furrowed. However, he paid little heed. Once the hidden boss appeared, he would strike without hesitation. As for the collateral damage to others, that was of no concern to him. Those seeking to claim the hidden boss would naturally be prepared to face death. This boss shall be slain by my dragon club. Anyone who dares contest us shall become our sworn enemy. I will count to 3. After that, anyone remaining here shall become the enemies of my dragon club. And it will be a fight to the death. A burly middle-aged man bellowed, his aura suddenly radiating forth. A level 100 powerhouse. Only one of such caliber could emit such a commanding presence. Damn, the Dragon Club is a renowned faction in the capital. To oppose such a force would likely lead to a lifetime of relentless pursuit. With merely a 1 chance of acquiring a double experience card, it is hardly worth risking one's life. Curse be it, I'm out. With the Dragon Club man's thunderous shout, many began to retreat slowly. Yet they merely withdrew. They did not exit the instance. If the members of the Dragon Club fell while the hidden boss remained unvanquished, there might still be an opportunity to claim the spoils. People are often motivated by self-interest. They feign retreat while secretly unwilling to abandon their quest. Dragon Club? Humph. Such arrogance. My fireworks guild pays you no heed. If you have the courage, let us engage in battle. From the opposite side, a man with fiery red hair, clad in golden armor, his arms adorned with fiery tattoos, spoke boldly. Ha ha ha, such insignificant factions dare to boast here. When the fighting begins, skills will not discriminate. The atmosphere was laden with tension as several factions stood at odds. On the ground, Chen Ye remained silent, patiently awaiting the emergence of the hidden boss. No one paid him any mind. He was but a minor adventurer, completely overlooked by the major factions. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from the spot where the boss had perished. Instantly, the space began to tremble violently. To the astonishment of all, a slender woman clad in a flowing white gown, appearing somewhat frail, materialized out of thin air in the void. Snow Woman, Hidden Boss. Level, LV 61. Spirit, 26, 520. Strength, 20, 024. Agility, 26, 111. Defense, 20, 369. Skills, Summon Snow Beasts, Self-Destructing Snow Beasts, Blessing of Snowflakes, Snow Mountain Manifestation. Summon Snow Beasts. The Snow Woman can summon all snow beasts within the dungeon, including bosses. The summoned snow beasts will unconditionally obey her commands. Self-destructing snow beasts, upon activation. All snow beasts will automatically explode, with an explosive power equivalent to 200 of their combat strength. Blessing of Snowflakes. Under this blessing, all the skills and attributes of the snow beasts are amplified by 280. Snow Mountain Manifestation. Grants life to the snow mountain, condensing a manifestation. While the Snow Woman herself receives a 300-point increase to all attributes. Note, the Snow Woman is a pitiable figure, abandoned and longing for her homeland, yearning for her family's recognition. Should you unravel her heart's knots, she may grant you a single wish. Would you like to tell the Snow Woman a story? Chen Ye smiled lightly, having no interest in such a notion. Regardless of the creature's nature, if it could be defeated, he would simply eliminate it. If once was insufficient, then twice would suffice. Kill. Hidden boss, perish before me. The squad prepared for ranged attacks. Various factions had already engaged in battle, unleashing a myriad of ranged skills upon the Snow Woman. In response, the Snow Woman swiftly cast her skills. With a delicate wave of her slender arm, she invoked, Summon Snow Beasts. Roar, roar. One by one, snow beasts emerged from the snowdrifts, howling as they charged towards the crowd. Skill, Blessing of Snowflakes. Boom. The charging snow beasts were enveloped in a radiant aura, their attributes skyrocketing uncontrollably. The first wave of snow beasts unleashed their skills simultaneously. Skill, Snowball. Whoosh. The snow beasts curled into compact spheres, rolling towards the various factions like projectiles. Soon after, the second wave of elite snow beasts appeared. Skill, Ground Hardening. Crack. In an instant, numerous adventurers found their legs ensnared by the snow. Skill, Air Slash. A sharp sound pierced the air as blades of wind sliced in all directions. Swoosh. The air blades struck the adventurers, leaving deep gashes, with some lower-level, less defensive ones being cleaved in half. Within mere moments, tens of thousands of snow beasts launched a full-scale assault throughout the dungeon. Good brother, while the hidden boss is unaware of us, retreat quickly. In the depths of the night, a young man lay prostrate on the ground, his white robes blending seamlessly with the snow, cautiously calling out to Chen Ye. A fully amplified ultimate skill should suffice to vanquish you. Chen Ye murmured. Skill, Solar Impact, 100-fold amplification. Buzz. Chen Ye's body trembled slightly, engulfed in crimson flames. Crackle. In the next instant, a pillar of fire shot forth from Chen Ye, soaring toward the heavens. Instantly, the dungeon's temperature surged dramatically. It's that fire mage. By heavens, it's the one who obliterated the boss in an instant. He seeks to claim the boss. Damn it, His skill's power is overwhelming. Quickly, someone stop this skill. As Chen Ye unleashed his ability, various factions dispatched their tanks. Whoosh! A flurry of figures appeared above the Snow Woman. If that skill were to strike her, and she were to be slain in an instant, what would become of their claim to the boss? First, eliminate that fire mage. Do not let him disrupt. Whoosh! Another swarm of figures darted towards Chen Ye. Boom! Suddenly, the dark weather of howling winds and blizzards changed. A fiery light illuminated the void, the scorching heat instantaneously melting the snow within the dungeon. Confused, many lifted their gazes to the sky. A fireball, approximately a kilometer in diameter, plummeted from above. What in the world is that? Retreat, retreat quickly. That is a fireball. Defend yourselves, quick. Ah, cursed be this fireball. Akin to the sun itself. How can we possibly withstand this skill? Flee, save yourselves. Chaos erupted, a cacophony of panic. Boom. The fireball struck the ground, transforming the area within thousands of meters into a blazing inferno. Iron shield, activate. Celestial dragon armor, engage. Mechanical heart, grand defense, activate. Ah, I'm dead. Help. Amidst the cries of despair, Chen Ye's interface began to flood with notifications. You have slain the hidden boss. Your contract dragon gains 133,582 experience. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV17. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV18. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV19. You have slain a level 6 snow beast. Your contract dragon gains 68 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 6 snow beast. Congratulations on earning 3 points. Chapter 44. Task completed. Awarded a double experience card. All attributes increased tenfold. Reward, 1 million points. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV20. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV21. You have slain a level 6 snow beast. Your contract dragon gains 68 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 6 snow beast. Congratulations on earning 3 points. You have slain a level 15 snow beast. Your contract dragon gains 166 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 15 snow beast. Congratulations on earning 77 points. The notifications continued to flood the screen, and the frost dragon's level rose rapidly. Crack. Flames spread. A sharp cracking sound echoed behind Chen Ye. The young man's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Thud. His defensive artifact shattered, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him. Damn, whoosh. A wave of heat lifted him, landing him precariously beside Little Frost. Help, I beg you, save me. The young man trembled, acutely aware of the threat of death. His mind was a blank slate, completely forgetting to use his teleportation scroll to escape. Even the most basic act of exiting the dungeon had slipped his mind. Crawling and scrambling, he huddled at Little Frost's feet. Boom. A second fireball descended from the void. Crackle, crackle. The flames spread once more, accompanied by a series of shattering sounds from artifacts around the area. Ah, what forbidden skill is this? My platinum defensive artifact. No, I'll not let this go. Help. Someone. Anyone, save me. Ah, I'm dead again. I can't withstand this any longer. Even my epic level defensive artifact can't hold up. I'm doomed. Think. Think of a way to escape this disaster. Exit the dungeon. Yes, quickly, exit the dungeon. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV22. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV23. Your contract dragon has reached its experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV24. Your contract dragon experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV25. You have slain a level 39 snow monster. Your contract dragon gains 412 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 39 snow monster. Congratulations on earning 253 points. You have slain a level 44 snow monster. Your contract dragon gains 588 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 44 snow monster. Congratulations on earning 301 points. The interface continued to flood with notifications. Boom. The third fireball descended. Aside from the explosive sounds of the fireballs, there was an eerie silence within the dungeon. You have picked up an item of gray iron grade. Congratulations on earning 10 points. You have picked up an item of gray iron grade. Congratulations on earning 10 points. You have picked up an item of bronze grade. Congratulations on earning 1,000 points. Ice spike from the snow monster boss. Category, monster component. Level, bronze. Effect, the ice spike possesses formidable penetrating power and carries the icy attribute, which can enhance the power of ice-based spells when refined. Special effect, freeze. Ding. You have picked up a special elemental item. Congratulations on earning 100,000 points. Heart of Ice and Snow Hidden Boss. Category, Elemental Heart. Level, High Tier. Use, can be used to forge artifacts of the icy attribute, or can be directly consumed by practitioners of the icy attribute, granting advanced talents. Special effect, Amplifies the power of ice attribute skills by 50. A splendid find. Chen Ye gazed at the item description of the magnetic ring, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, this was not the item he anticipated the most. Upon entering the dungeon, he had consecutively slain 2 bosses. The first was triggered by himself, while the second was summoned by the Snow Maiden. Both times, he did not receive a double experience card. The probability was indeed quite low. As he prepared to confront the hidden boss, the Snow Maiden, Chen Ye honestly did not harbor high hopes. With a mere 1 drop rate, it would likely require dozens of kills within the dungeon. Chen Ye maintained an excellent mindset. If he did not receive a drop after 1 kill, he would simply attempt a second. After all, with a boss of this caliber, it could be dispatched with ease, posing no burden whatsoever. Releasing 600 magic wolves to trigger the boss was a straightforward task, albeit a somewhat time-consuming one. Once the boss was defeated, it would require 8 hours to respawn. Chen Ye was mentally prepared, intending to spend around 10 days continuously farming within the dungeon. You have slain a level 57 snow monster. Your contract dragon gains 611 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 57 snow monster. Congratulations on earning 407 points. You have slain a level 58 snow monster. Your contract dragon gains 618 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 58 snow monster. Congratulations on earning 422 points. Your contract dragon experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV26. Your contract dragon experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV27. Experience points continued to accumulate. The number of monsters in a large dungeon far exceeded that of an ordinary dungeon with 5 channels combined. Thus, this wave allowed the Frost Dragon to effortlessly ascend in levels. Your contract dragon has leveled up to 28. Your contract dragon has leveled up to 29. Your contract dragon has leveled up to 30, instantly reaching maximum level. The experience gained from this wave of monsters allowed the Frost Dragon to achieve a full first-level transformation. You have picked up a common drop item. Congratulations on earning 1 point. You have picked up a special drop item. Congratulations on earning 300,000 points. Hiss. 300,000. Upon seeing this staggering point total, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he had received the item he desired most. Double experience card. Category, special card. Level S. Effect, increases experience for practitioners. All kills of life forms that yield experience will receive a boost. Duration of the experience card, permanent. Special effect, none. What luck! To actually obtain a double experience card. Chen Ye's face radiated joy. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized azure card materialized in his hand. Boom, boom. Enormous fireballs continued to bombard the dungeon. Holding the double experience card, Chen Ye's face was alight with a smile. With a thought, he infused his mental energy into the double experience card. Buzz. The experience card transformed into a beam of light, merging into Chen Ye's forehead. Detected that you have fused the double experience card. Congratulations on completing the job transition task. Task rewards have been distributed. Your attributes have been augmented by 1,000. Your summoned creatures attributes have been augmented by 500. Your contract beasts attributes have been augmented by 300. Your level has automatically increased to LV31. Congratulations on completing the job transition. Embark on your new journey and continue to strive for greatness. The interface displayed a message confirming the completion of the job transition task. In the next moment, boom. Chen Ye's body trembled slightly as the power of attribute augmentation surged into him. He had grown stronger. At this moment, Chen Ye distinctly felt a significant enhancement. Ding! The system's voice suddenly resonated. You have completed the job transition upgrade. Congratulations on earning 1,000,000 points. Huh. Chen Ye paused momentarily. 1 million? Was this truly so extravagant? System, check the panel. Chen Ye hastily reviewed the panel, fearing he might be mistaken. Demon Assistant System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 1,532,000. Experience, 0. Level, LV31. Spirit, 3170. Strength, 2890. Agility, 3010. Defense, 2890. Number of summons, Crimson Flame Magic Wolves, 600. Infernal Black Dragon, 3. Personal Universal Skill, Low-Level Appraisal Technique. Personal Professional Skills, Solar Charge, Dark Water Flooding, Celestial River Locking Dragon, Purple Lightning Strike. All beings entombed. Crimson Flame Magic Wolf. Level, LV31. Spirit, 305,000. Strength, 395,000. Agility, 395,000. Defense, 430,000. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Tear, Crimson Flame Charge, Water Prison, Earth Coffin Burial. Infernal Black Dragon. Level, LV31. Innate Talent 1, Mastery over Water Element. Innate Talent 2, Mastery over Magma Element. Innate Talent 3, Mastery over Thunder Element. Innate Talent 4, Mastery over Wind Element. Spirit, 1. 500,000. Strength, 1. 500,000. Agility, 1, 300, 000. Defense, 1, 750, 000. Innate skills, summon wind, call rain, volcanic eruption, thunder baptism. Talent skills, extraterrestrial waters. Infernal rock flow, myriad thunder, storm tornado. Hiss. Gazing at the plethora of enhanced attributes, Chen Ye could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. If one were to merely consider the attributes, a single hellish black dragon could easily trample that old cur, Lin Tu, into the ground as if he were an abyssal boss. By the way, can a large dungeon trigger abyssal bosses? A mischievous smile crept across Chen Ye's face. Chapter 45. Literally, you are the most outstanding one. You must believe in yourself. Having just completed his class transition and obtained a double experience card, Chen Ye found himself eagerly anticipating another clash with an abyssal boss. However, under normal circumstances, large dungeons do not trigger abyssal bosses. Setting aside his thoughts, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon his score. Total points, 1, 532, 000. How should he spend this one? 53 million? Without much contemplation, Chen Ye had already devised a plan. First, he would unlock the SSS level talent that guarantees gold upon completing a dungeon. Once this talent was unlocked, the rate of earning points would accelerate significantly. System, expend 1,000,000 points to unlock the guaranteed gold talent. Ding. Talent unlocked successfully, points reduced by 1,000,000. Talent 6, guaranteed gold, completing a dungeon, secret realm, or abyss will assuredly yield the highest level item within the drop limit. Rating, SSS, unlocked. Remaining points, 532,000. Next, he would exchange for the Black Dragon and replicate all its skills. System, expend 500,000 points to exchange for 5 Hellish Black Dragons. Ding. Hellish Black Dragon exchange completed. Points reduced by 500,000. System notification, detected new Hellish Black Dragons, activating the max level replication talent. Black Dragon talent skills, extraterrestrial water, replicated. Hellish lava flow, replicated. Thunderstorm, replicated. Storm Dragon Whirlwind. With the addition of 5 Hellish Black Dragons, he gained 5 replication opportunities, but he had only the last skill available for replication. So he would replicate it directly. Chen Ye commanded the system in his heart. Ding. You have replicated the Hellish Black Dragon skill, Storm Dragon Whirlwind. Detected your new skill, triggering SSS level talent. Skill automatically reaches max level. Ding. Your skill Storm Dragon Whirlwind has reached max level and evolved into Tempest Dragon's Wrath. Skill description. As the tempest rages, a terrifying gravitational force emerges, drawing in all and mercilessly shredding everything. Upon witnessing the max-level dragon's wrath, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this skill were used in conjunction with the dark water flooding the Gold Mountain, the results would surely surpass all expectations. Under the influence of dark water, the opponent's attributes would be reduced by 50, skill speed slowed by 50, and skill potency diminished by 50. Activating both skills simultaneously would draw the opponent into the dark water. Simply perfect. Not only could it synergize with the dark water skill, but it could also be combined with the sea of magma, transforming the whirlwind into a magma tornado. Good heavens, this was becoming increasingly monstrous. With 32,000 points remaining, it was only natural to use them to exchange for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. System, expend all points to exchange for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Ding. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf exchange completed. Points reduced by 32,000. Congratulations, you have obtained 32 Demon Wolves, which have automatically appeared in your summoning space. Now, there were a total of 632 Demon Wolves and 8 Hellish Black Dragons. With such a formidable force, not only could they participate in the martial examination, but they could also contend in the abyssal battlefield. Indeed, a modest goal was set. Once the number of Demon Wolves reached 1 million, he would charge into the abyss. A smile returned to Chen Ye's face. The blazing sun's impact had ceased, and the flames gradually dissipated. The location where the hidden boss had fallen was reduced to a massive pit, utterly devastated. Beneath the frost dragon's feet, a youth stood, dazed and trembling. My lord, it's time to leave. With a flicker of thought, Chen Ye withdrew with the frost dragon from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, he was nearly killed. What the hell was that skill just now? Wasn't it terrifyingly similar to a forbidden spell? I wonder if the double experience card dropped. Am I destined to miss it? If they were to seize it, how would they counter that skill? Damn, a skill comparable to a forbidden spell should have a long cooldown, right? They needed to gather manpower. If that person's skill entered cooldown, perhaps they would still have a chance. First, they must eliminate that fire mage. I refuse to believe he can unleash skills continuously. Yes, as long as they banded together to take him down, there would be no threat left in the dungeon. The group of adventurers fleeing from the dungeon were seething with rage. All were formidable second and third transitions, renowned figures among their factions. Yet they had been frightened into retreat by a single skill, truly humiliating. Upon their disheveled escape, they had to maintain a facade of calm, otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. I propose we join forces to eliminate that fire mage. Yes, let the guild send people we. Buzz. A beam of light illuminated the dungeon. Chen Ye appeared, accompanied by the frost dragon. All sounds abruptly ceased at the sight of Chen Ye, eyes drifting. No one dared to meet Chen Ye's gaze, let alone utter a word. With a whoosh, the frost dragon unfurled its wings, carrying Chen Ye away. Wait, he's leaving just like that? Well, consider yourself fortunate for escaping. Otherwise, even if our guild were to face total annihilation, we would have surely hunted you down. Indeed, that lad is quite perceptive. Should he dare linger, our dragon club will ensure his demise. As Chen Ye departed, the crowd resumed their hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Jian Wujie squinted, observing the colossal dragon that had already flown far away, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. From the conversations of those who had just emerged, he grasped the situation. While astonished, he found it difficult to accept. He cast an identification skill on the nearly vanishing frost dragon. Hiss! Jian Wujie's pupils constricted. Frost dragon. Talent. S-level affinity with ice attribute. Level, LV 30. Spirit, 1865. Strength, 1812. Agility, 1776. Defense, 1853. Innate skill, frost breath, dragon's roar of ice shatter. Talent skills, none. Wait. It entered as level 1 and came out as level 30? What on earth did that fellow do inside the dungeon? Jian Wujie was utterly astonished. And before he could ponder further, buzz, the dungeon passage shimmered with light once more. A youth clad in a white robe stepped out from the dungeon, his expression vacant, his face ashen. Little Li, what on earth transpired within the dungeon? Jian Wujie hastily inquired upon seeing the newcomer. Dean, I was terrified. That dragon tamer annihilated all the snow monsters, including the hidden boss, with a single blow. Furthermore, the defensive artifact you gifted me was destroyed by the residual waves of his skill. Dean, you are well versed in the world. Could there truly be such a genius? I feel our differences are akin to heaven and earth. Dean, I truly am exceptional. Whoosh. Before the youth could finish his sentence, Jian Wujie had transformed into a streak of sword light, pursuing the direction Chen Ye had vanished into. Little Li, you are indeed the most outstanding. Do not lose heart. Believe in yourself. I shall return shortly, echoed the voice of Jian Wujie through the void. My good brother, the dragon tamer, please hold on for a moment. Are you interested in joining my Tianwu Academy? Chapter 46. Guess how long it will take to clear? Director, do you think clearing is possible? This is a D-level dungeon. With a swift motion, Jian Wujie leapt onto his flying sword, catching up to Chen Ye in mere breaths. Good brother, are you interested in joining my Tianwu Academy? We can negotiate resources. Jian Wujie's intentions were clear and direct. The ability to eliminate monsters in a large dungeon and swiftly vanquish hidden bosses is noteworthy. Remarkably, 2 level 100 experts had been forced to exit the dungeon due to the overwhelming power of a single skill, regardless of his profession. Such a skill alone warranted a special recruitment by Tianwu Academy. Wujie, it seems you're here. Chen Ye greeted with a slight bow before politely declining. Thank you for your kind offer, but arrangements have already been made for me at Tianwu Academy. Already arranged? Jian Wujie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Chen Ye's words. It was reasonable, with such a prodigy emerging in Xiaogua. It was normal for someone to be identified early on. Special professions and exceptional talents attract significant sponsorship from every institution. When a promising profession emerges, it is sure to be fiercely contested. Ha ha ha, so you're one of us. That's splendid. Jian Wujie exclaimed. Might I inquire who is coordinating with you? Do you have a preferred academy? I am the head of Wanjian Academy. While our focus is on nurturing rare swordsmanship, I also delve into the realms of mages and beast tamers. Should you wish to join Wanjian Academy, feel free to reach out to me directly. After exchanging pleasantries, Jian Wujie refrained from poaching talent. Since Chen Ye had already been specially recruited, the terms would undoubtedly be top-notch. What he could offer, others could as well. Moreover, his academy did not align with Chen Ye's profession. Enticing him would only hinder his progress and the nation's future. Thus, although Jian Wujie harbored such intentions, he would not compromise his principles. Thank you, Director, Chen Ye replied with another bow. By the way, I noticed your dragon companion possesses an ice attribute. There is a dungeon in this frigid north that drops skill books corresponding to that attribute. The climate within the dungeon is exceedingly harsh, making it seldom visited. I believe you should consider exploring it. With a stroke of luck, it may yield delightful surprises. The dungeon is classified as D-level, and given your prowess, clearing an ordinary path should pose no challenge. Would you like to give it a try? A D-level dungeon? Chen Ye's eyes brightened. The unregulated dungeons in the outskirts of Panlong City only reached E-level at most. To his astonishment, this desolate northern expanse harbored an unregulated D-level wild dungeon. Since he had already completed his class transition and was returning to grind levels, it was only natural to seize the opportunity for a free D-level dungeon run. Then I shall rely on you to guide me, Director. Ha ha ha, trivial matter. Follow me, Jian Wujie chuckled. Since fate has brought us together, leading the way is the least I can do. It will also allow me to witness this prodigy's strength. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Jian Wujia descended into a frost-laden gorge. This is the place. Considering your abilities, you should be able to clear the D-level dungeon's death path, significantly increasing your chances of obtaining valuable drops. However, I recommend you proceed through the ordinary path step by step. Caution is never unwarranted. Farewell, young brother. With a hum of his flying sword, Jian Wujia turned to depart. Farewell, director. Chen Ye clasped his fists, watching Jian Wujia vanish into the horizon. Once Jian Wujia disappeared from view, Chen Ye shifted his attention to the dungeon. Having contracted the frost dragon, he was determined to seize the opportunity to learn skills and enhance his abilities. Moreover, having unlocked the talent that guarantees golden drops upon clearing, he was eager to test its effectiveness. Above all, leveling up remained paramount. For any practitioner, regardless of their location, leveling is the most crucial endeavor. As he cast his identification skill, Chen Ye scrutinized the dungeon details. The sealed cold corpse lake. Level D. Monster type, cold corpse. Path 1, ordinary. Monster levels, LV30, LV45. Monster quantity, unknown. Entry conditions, individual level below 60, team total level not exceeding 90. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields an 18 chance for boss skills to drop. Path 2 hard. Monster levels, LV30, LV60. Monster quantity, unknown. Entry conditions, individual level below 60, team total level not exceeding 90. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields a 45 chance for boss skills to drop. Path 3, Purgatory. Monster levels, LV61, LV75. Monster quantity, unknown. Entry conditions, individual level below 60. Team total level not exceeding 90. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields a 60 chance for boss skills to drop and a 7 chance for golden items. Path 4, Nightmare. Monster levels, LV61, LV90. Monster quantity, unknown. Entry conditions, individual level below 60, team total level not exceeding 90. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields a 97 chance for boss skills to drop, a 50 chance for golden items, a 1 chance for rare items, and a 0.01 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Path 5, Death. Monster levels, LV90, LV91. Monster quantity, unknown. Entry conditions, individual level below 60, team total level not exceeding 90. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss guarantees a 100 chance for golden items to drop, a 3 chance for rare items, and a 1 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Dungeon status, active. Practitioner cooldown, 24 hours. Dungeon quest. Deep within the sealed cold corpse lake lies a cluster of eerie flames. Your task is to extinguish that flame. Unseal the cold corpses and slay them all. Detected that you meet the entry conditions for the dungeon. Please select a dungeon path. A D-level dungeon. With the ordinary path starting at level 30 monsters, and the death path boasting level 91, 4th transformation monsters. Goodness. I could probably clear all 5 paths with just 1 magical wolf. Chen Ye thought excitedly. Boss skills, rare items, come to me. If fortune favors him and he encounters an abyssal boss, that would be even better. With a decisive thought, Chen Ye selected a dungeon path and immersed himself within. Just seconds after Chen Ye entered the dungeon, Jian Wujia returned, accompanied by a girl whose aura was chillingly cold. It seems they have already entered, Jian Wujia noted. Classmate Xiaolong, it took you 2 days and 17 hours to conquer the ordinary passageway back in the day. How long do you suppose the junior in the dungeon might take to clear it? Jian Wujia inquired with keen interest. Beside him, the girl cast a cold glance at the passageway. Clear it? Is that even feasible? Chapter 47. Clearing a D-rank dungeon in 5 minutes. What on earth? Clear it? Is that even feasible? Long Qingyu remarked with an indifferent gaze at the dungeon entrance. Director, I believe guessing is unnecessary. The only way to extinguish the flame burning deep within the lake's depths is to release the monsters, and you know how arduous it is to extinguish that flame. Perhaps he may not even trigger the monsters, let alone clear the dungeon? Jian Wujia smiled lightly, but said nothing. Director, you summoned me here to lead someone, and I assume they have not yet arrived? Long Qingyu shifted the topic and inquired. They have arrived. Jian Wujia gestured toward a young man in white, soaring through the air on a sword. Li Jianxin, a unique swordsman of the hidden class. Once inside the dungeon, just clear it using your usual methods, allowing him to observe and learn throughout the process. As a fellow hidden class swordsman, many techniques can be shared. Just follow the procedure, and I will ensure you receive the 2 credits. As they spoke, Li Jianxin approached the 2. Greetings, Director. Greetings, Senior. Li Jianxin appeared disheveled, his complexion pale, his body trembling intermittently. He clasped his fists in a slight bow, greeting Jian Wujia and Long Qingyu. Very well, let us commence. Jian Wujia nodded. Once inside the dungeon, stay close behind me, do not lag behind. Long Qingyu stated coolly, extending a party invitation. Understood, Senior. Li Jianxin humbly nodded, obediently trailing behind. Just moments ago, he had learned to keep a low profile. Is he truly that timid? A swordsman devoid of any sharp, piercing aura. How could the director have specifically summoned such a person? Long Qingyu pondered inwardly as she led Li Jianxin into the ordinary passageway of the dungeon. Simultaneously, Chen Ye stood upon the surface of the sealed lake within the ordinary passageway. One must extinguish the flames at the lake's deepest point to trigger the monsters. The entire sealed lake was encased in ice, devoid of even a drop of water. To reach the bottom, one would need to break through the ice. Quite troublesome. I shall unleash a skill to begin with. Skill, Sea of Lava. With a thought, Chen Ye activated the skill. In an instant, a glimmer of crimson emerged from the depths of the lake, as molten lava surged forth rapidly. You have triggered a monster. Please prepare for battle. The dungeon's notification echoed in his mind. Effective. Chen Ye nodded. The max-level skill, Sea of Lava, was unleashed, and within mere moments, the lake's bottom transformed into a sea of crimson. The thick ice vaporizing before it could even melt. Approximately half a minute later, the ice lake was entirely melted, and the lava continued to spread wildly. Bubbling. The surface of the lake began to froth, the water boiling and rolling. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on gaining 387 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on gaining 774 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on earning 220 points. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to even see a frost corpse, and experience was already accumulating. Just then, an ugly frost corpse, swollen from being submerged in the lake, bobbed to the surface. The frost corpse was covered in blisters, its flesh torn and ragged. Following this, more frost corpses began to rise, appearing as if they were being pulled from the water by an unseen force, all floating upon the surface. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on gaining 387 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on gaining 774 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on earning 220 points. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on gaining 387 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on gaining 774 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on earning 220 points. You have slain a level 33 frost corpse. Congratulations on gaining 399 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on gaining 798 experience. Ding. You have slain a level 30 frost corpse. Congratulations on earning 229 points. The notifications began flooding his screen. Ding. You have picked up a common loot item. Congratulations on earning 1 point. Ding. You have picked up a gray iron grade loot item. Congratulations on earning 10 points. You have slain a level 38 frost corpse elite monster. Congratulations on gaining 403 experience. Double experience triggered. You have slain a level 39 frost corpse elite monster. Congratulations on gaining experience. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 32. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up, earning 2,000 points. Goodness, after completing the class transition, the power of my max level skills has once again heightened. The monsters had not even emerged before being swiftly eliminated. It was a complete rout. Chen Ye was filled with delight. You have triggered the boss. You have slain a level 45 frost corpse boss. Congratulations on gaining 523 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 33. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up, earning 2,000 points. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 34. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up, earning 2,000 points. You have leveled up to LV 35, earning 2,000 points. Hiss. Chen Ye inhaled sharply. The leveling process was relentless. In the ordinary passageway of a D-rank dungeon, one could accrue so much experience. The bonus from the double experience card was simply exhilarating. You have slain the boss, cleared the dungeon, and set a new record. Time taken for this clearance, 0:05:11. Ding. Detected that the host has set a record for the D-rank dungeon clearance. Congratulations on earning 18,000 points. Wait, is it truly cleared? How swift. This dungeon was small in scale. With a single skill, I boiled the frost corpses, clearing the entire area. How impressive. Frost corpses are indeed weak. Chen Ye beamed with joy, leveling up 4 times within an ordinary passageway. Although the experience required for leveling after the second transition had doubled. With the advantage of the double experience card and the higher levels of monsters in the D-rank dungeon, the experience flowed in abundantly. Leveling up 4 times in an ordinary passageway seemed entirely reasonable. Ding. Dungeon cleared, triggering SSS level clearance guarantee for a golden talent. Slaying the boss guarantees an 18 probability of acquiring the boss skill, automatically converting to a 100 probability of acquiring the boss skill. Ding. You have picked up an item dropped by the boss. Congratulations on earning 30,000 points. Ice Frost Corpse Poison. Category, Skill Book. Rank, Low Level. Learning Requirements. Ice Frost Attribute Profession or Talent Holder may learn. Skill Effect. Upon activation of Ice Frost Corpse Poison, the struck target will experience a brief paralysis, losing consciousness and becoming a cold, soulless husk. Note, skill duration is 13 seconds, cooldown duration is 3 seconds. This skill appears to be quite impressive. Unfortunately, It is not a drop from the abyssal boss, and thus the wolf cub cannot learn it, rendering me unable to replicate it. However, the little frost dragon can acquire it, so it would be a shame to let it go to waste. With a mere thought, Chen Ye summoned the frost dragon from his spatial bracelet. Learn the skill, he commanded. As the skill book transformed into a beam of light and entered the dragoness forehead. Upon acquiring the new skill, the frost dragon emitted a jubilant roar. By the way, defeating the snow woman in the large dungeon had also yielded an elemental heart. Consuming it would enhance ice-type skills by 50. Little Frost. Upgrading is not something you should concern yourself with for now. I shall keep the experience all to myself. If you wish to level up, you will have to wait until I can no longer gain experience from my class transition tasks. He then tossed the elemental heart into the frost dragon's mouth with a flick of his wrist. The frost dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. After completing these actions, Chen Ye did not bother to observe the changes in the frost dragon and promptly returned it to the bracelet. With another thought, he exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Jian Wuji expressed his confusion upon seeing Chen Ye emerge. Did you really not manage to break through the frozen lake? Just then, the dungeon passage illuminated with the light of a record refresh. Normal dungeon passage cleared, new record established. Time taken for this clearance, 000511. What? 5 minutes to clear a D-rank dungeon? What on earth? Chapter 48. The hard passage is faster than the normal passage, truly delightful. What on earth did you do in the dungeon? Jian Wuji exclaimed, staring incredulously at Chen Ye. 5 minutes to clear a passage. This is a D-rank dungeon. The monsters start at level 30. Are they really that easy to kill? A freshly transitioned novice cleared it in 5 minutes? Jian Wuji's understanding was utterly shattered. He could hardly imagine what had transpired within the dungeon. Well, Chen Ye, noticing Jian Wuji's astonishment, replied slowly, I used a skill in the dungeon. If that is all, I'll just go level up now. Chen Ye preferred to minimize conversation. His father had instructed him to astonish the third grandfather. Prolonged dialogue might lead to the third grandfather learning of it prematurely. Turning, Chen Ye opted for the hard passage and stepped inside. Each passage was filled with abundant experience, and he could not afford to overlook it. If he were to directly enter the death passage, clearing it in one go and triggering the abyssal boss would surely leave an impression on the dungeon, causing the badge to lose its effectiveness and resulting in a wasted opportunity for experience. Thus, Chen Ye adhered to the practice of clearing one passage at a time. Did you just use a skill? Jian Wuji blinked, then widened his eyes. A single skill wiped out all the monsters in the dungeon passage? Good heavens. Is this something a dragon tamer can achieve? Is this the work of a fire mage? There must be something peculiar about this fellow. He felt compelled to inquire about who had recruited such an anomaly. Shocked, Jian Wuji pulled out his phone and opened the Heavenly Martial Academy Senior Principal Group chat. Wuji Principal, Wanfa the Thief, you've secretly recruited a student without a word of notification. Wanfa Principal, What did you say? Playing dumb? Wanfa Academy is renowned for encompassing all special mage professions, and if this young man were specially recruited, it was highly likely to be from Wanfa Academy. Based on his performance in the large dungeon, this young man should be a special fire mage, possibly an advanced fire mage or a fire forbidden spellcaster. However, even an advanced fire mage or forbidden spellcaster would not be able to clear a D-rank dungeon with a single skill before reaching level 30. Could it be that he possesses a unique special fire forbidden spell? But that wouldn't hold true either. For the cooldown period for such skills is at least 30 days, and the only special fire forbidden spellcaster Wanfa Academy did not exhibit such excellence. Jian Wuji pondered deeply, feeling that everything seemed illogical. Yet, he could not pinpoint where the inconsistency lay. If it were a swordsman profession, he could analyze it with precision. But with mages, it was somewhat elusive. Wuji Principal. So, you've recruited a fire forbidden spellcaster and plan to keep it under wraps until the new student competition? Jian Wuji inquired again, addressing the dean of the Beast Tamer Academy in the group chat. The Beast Tamer Academy encompasses a multitude of professions, including beast tamers, summoners, spirit tamers, soul tamers, and puppet masters, all related to the second nature of beings. This young lad has brought forth a dragon, so he could potentially be a dragon tamer. Although dragon tamers may not initially appear to have significant advantages, if they possess hidden talents, it would be an entirely different matter. Thus, it is quite plausible that this young man was specially recruited by the Beast Tamer Academy. Beast Tamer Principal. Old fellow, you too have recruited a dragon tamer with hidden talents, and yet you remain silent. Beast Tamer Principal, What dragon tamer? Are you playing dumb again? Jian Wuji pocketed his phone and refrained from responding. There was no way to extract information from them, as they were all seasoned veterans. He would have to glean insights directly from the young man. Setting aside his musings, Jian Wuji sat cross-legged outside the dungeon, waiting in silence. Unbeknownst to him, his messages in the group were being closely monitored. In the principal's office of the Heavenly Martial Academy, Chun Daki gazed at the few messages in the chat. Lost in thought. A special fire forbidden spellcaster? A dragon tamer with hidden talents? Sigh. When year arrives, which academy should he be placed in for further studies? Chun Daki reviewed the list of already completed special recruitments, each one a remarkable profession, leaving him in a quandary. If only he could recruit a few more. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Chen Daki's eyes brightened. Top scholar. Across the nation, in various provincial capitals, dozens of top scholars emerge from a single martial examination. Though top scholars are not included within the scope of special recruitment, their merit to achieve such a status implies they possess extraordinary capabilities. It would be reasonable for the Heavenly Martial Academy to conduct special recruitment from the top scholars of various cities. With this thought, Chen Daki devised a perfect solution to address Chen Ye's feelings of inadequacy. That is, he would establish a new department at the Heavenly Martial Academy. For Ye, it would be worth it, creating a new department, as long as Ye is not at the bottom and can successfully navigate his college journey. It would all be worthwhile. Later, he could open a backdoor to grant Ye special privileges, allowing him to grow in the future. With this thought in mind, the frown that had plagued Chen Daki for several days finally relaxed. At the same time, Chen Ye stood within the dungeon, surveying the surroundings. The scenes of the hard passage were nearly identical to those of the normal passage. Following the same procedure, he declared, "Skill, Sea of Lava," as the skill descended. A similar scene unfolded within the hard passage. You have slain a level 45 Frost Corpse. Congratulations on receiving 473 experience points. Double experience activated. Congratulations on receiving 946 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 45 Frost Corpse. Congratulations on receiving 270 points. Ding. You have slain a level 51 Elite Frost Corpse. Congratulations on receiving 611 points. Double experience activated. You have slain a level 53 Elite Frost Corpse. Congratulations on receiving 662 experience points. Double experience activated. Ding. You have slain a level 30 Frost Corpse. Congratulations on receiving 229 points. Double experience activated. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 36. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. You have received 2,000 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 37. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. You have received 2,000 points. Detected that your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on leveling up to level 38. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. You have received 2,000 points. The interface flashed once again. Chen Ye's level continued to ascend. You have slain a level 60 Frost Corpse boss. Congratulations on receiving 1266 experience points. Double experience activated. Congratulations on receiving 2,532 experience points. You have leveled up. You have defeated the boss, successfully cleared the dungeon, and set a new record. Time taken for this clearance, 000302. Ding. Detected that the host has set a D-rank dungeon record. Congratulations on receiving 18,000 points. Ah, have I cleared it again? The difficult path was even faster than the normal one. Chen Ye blinked. Truly swift. Truly exhilarating. Chapter 49 Triggering Hidden Rules. Such benefits exist? Meanwhile, within the normal path. Skill, Sword Chi Leap. Lung Qingyu thrust her silver long sword into the solid ice covering the surface of the sealed lake. Sizzle. A streak of sword light cut through, creating a deep fissure of about 5 meters in the ice. Immediately afterward, at the end of the sword light, a burst of sword energy shot forth again, splitting the ice at a depth of 10 meters. 10 minutes, just a bit more. This time the speed of breaking the ice was about 10 times faster than back in the day. I am confident I can clear it within 2 hours. Lung Qingyu murmured to herself, turning to Li Jianxin and explaining. Classmate Li, only by extinguishing the flames deep within the lake will the dungeon rules be triggered, and the monsters will then appear. Most dungeons of D rank or above have triggering rules before entering a dungeon. Be sure to check the detailed description to avoid entering without a clue. Following that, I will unleash another strike to extinguish the flames, and the dungeon's monsters will be triggered. Your task is to closely observe how I slay the monsters. Understood, senior sister, Li Jianxin replied. However, he still appeared somewhat distracted. Scenes of giant fireballs descending kept appearing in his mind. Even when he observed others' skills, he couldn't help but compare them. If it were a world-ending fireball, it would probably melt the entire ice lake. Would my profession also eventually acquire such a terrifying skill? Li Jianxin pondered, having already regarded Chen Ye as a myth. Lung Qingyu activated her skill once more. Swoosh! A flash of sword light swept across the lake's bottom, eradicating the flickering flames at the deepest point. Crack! Crack! As the flames extinguished, the sound of cracking ice echoed across the lake's surface. In the next moment, hideous frost corpses, exuding an icy aura, crawled out from the lake. They have arrived. Lung Qingyu's expression turned fierce. Stick close to me and be wary of the frost corpse's skills. If you get hit, you'll be cold for several days. After reiterating her warning, Lung Qingyu fell silent. With a single step, she propelled herself towards the horde of frost corpses. Skill, Sword Chi Penetration, Triple Strike. Swoosh! With a flourish of her silver longsword, 3 streaks of sword energy surged towards the frost corpses. 3 frost corpses fell with a single strike. With each swing of her longsword, she effortlessly dispatched another frost corpse. Navigating through the horde, Lung Qingyu remained expressionless. She now had but one thought, to leave an unparalleled record in this dungeon's normal path. Time taken for this clearance, 000302. Would you like to exit the dungeon? In the difficult path, Chen Ye wore a broad smile. Such a speed of clearance was utterly astonishing, gazing at the points and experience flooding the interface. Did another boss skill drop? Clearing the dungeon without even encountering the boss. How unfortunate for that boss. With a thought, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. Buzz. The light of the passage illuminated, and Chen Ye emerged. Choosing the Inferno path, he did not give Jian Wujia a chance to ask questions, vanishing once more. No way. Is it even faster than last time? Could it be another no-damage clearance? Jian Wujia rubbed his eyes, and sure enough, a brand new record appeared above the difficult path. Normal dungeon path cleared, creating a new record. Time taken for this clearance, 000302. 3 minutes? Boom. Jian Wujia's head buzzed. He had witnessed geniuses and seen extraordinary professions. But clearing a D-rank dungeon's difficult path in just 3 minutes? Faster than the normal path's clearance speed? Pray tell, which level 30 profession could accomplish such a feat? It was simply impossible. Jian Wujia felt utterly dumbfounded. With a crack, his worldview shattered. After a good half-minute, he finally regained his senses. Thank goodness this genius emerged in my Xia country. Otherwise, it would have been quite dire. However, this little fellow has now entered the Inferno path. The difficulty of the Inferno path far surpasses that of the difficult path, not only with enhanced monster levels, but also with their numbers more than doubling. Moreover, the attributes of the monsters differ significantly from those in the difficult path. Most importantly, the level of the frost corpses has surpassed the third transition, with all attributes and skills at least 50 points higher than those in the difficult path. To clear it. Buzz. Jian Wujia's words were not yet complete when Chen Ye's figure reappeared. Oddly, despite being in the Inferno path, the dungeon scenery had not changed significantly. The nightmare path should be a bit more challenging, right? Chen Ye muttered, already entering the nightmare path. Crack. Jian Wujia opened his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Ye had cleared the Inferno path. What in the world is this anomaly? Jian Wujia glanced at the record above the path. 57 seconds. What the heaven? Clearing it in less than a minute? This is too outrageous. This kid is truly a prodigy. I must find a way to lure him to my academy. Poaching is inconsequential. Such a prodigy requires no deliberate training. With sufficient resources, he will undoubtedly soar. Jian Wujia flipped his wrist and took out his phone. Locate the principal's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call connects. Esteemed principal, I wish to apply for the highest tier recruitment resources of Tianwu Academy. I have discovered an unparalleled prodigy. Yes, I am willing to stake 10 years of my salary to request the utmost resources for this exceptional talent. What? You wish to come personally to witness this? Very well, I shall send you the location. Ending the call, Jian Wujia fixed his gaze intently on the nightmarish passage. The principal's personal visit would surely leave him astounded by this little one's prowess. Old Chen, you could never have imagined that such an extraordinary talent existed in our Xia kingdom. Hee. While I am unaware of who has preempted me in securing this little genius, I shall refer him to you, Old Chen. Should you choose to nurture this talent, I shall share in the accolades. Jian Wujia beamed with joy, eagerly awaiting outside the passage. Within the passage, Chen Ye continued to manifest above the icy lake. However, the scenery of the nightmarish passage had undergone a complete transformation. Upon entering, a voice resonated within Chen Ye's mind. You have entered the instance of the nightmarish passage, triggering hidden rules. Instance rule notification. The flames at the deepest part of the icy lake possess the effect of enhancing fire-based talents. The original rule of the instance states that extinguishing the flames will summon monsters. Hidden rule. If you eliminate all the cold corpses before the flames extinguish, you will have a 0.13 chance of acquiring said flames. Flame extinguishment countdown, 23:59, 59. Cold corpses are awakening. Please prepare yourself. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Chen Ye blinked. Such benefits exist? Chapter 50. The fusion of two skills gives birth to a new skill, Tornado Thunder Breath. The flames indeed enhance fire-based talents. This surely augments the capabilities of Chen Ye's magic wolves. If the skill Crimson Charge receives the flames enhancement, its power will undoubtedly escalate, although the probability stands at merely 0.13. With Chen Ye's SSS level talent guaranteeing a gold grade outcome, any chance must equate to 100. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of SSS level talents. When encountering beneficial drops, Chen Ye need not fret over how many attempts are required to obtain them. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering echoed as the cold corpses began to rise slowly from the lake's surface. Having traversed 3 passages, an opportunity to assess the attributes of the cold corpses had finally arrived. Observing the cold corpses appearing on the distant lake, Chen Ye employed his identification skill. Cold corpse. Level, LV 61. Spirit, 3127. Strength, 2103. Agility, 2118. Defense, 3300. Skills, Cold Poison Diffusion, Deep Kiss, Throat Locking Bite. Cold Poison Diffusion. Upon activation, the cold corpse can emit the cold poison it carries. If enveloped in this poison, The agility of the practitioner will be reduced by 50, skill delay will increase by 20, and skill potency will diminish by 10. Deep kiss. You will find it both pleasurable and revolting. Simultaneously, the cold corpse will deeply inject all its cold poison into you, completely freezing you. Throat-locking bite. Beware of being locked by the cold corpses. This skill possesses controlling effects. Once ensnared, they can easily dominate practitioners whose levels exceed theirs by 10, feasting upon them piece by piece. The attributes are utterly outrageous. All three skills possess formidable control effects, particularly the latter two, should one fall victim. An ordinary practitioner would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. However, they are now confronted by Chen Ye. Is this it? Chen Ye gazed at the approaching cold corpses swaying towards him, his expression unwavering as he sat cross-legged upon the icy surface. The flames have a 24-hour countdown, and the expanse of the frozen lake within the instance far exceeds the coverage of my ordinary skills. In that case, I shall leave it to the magic wolves. As a summoner, if everything must be done by my own hand, it would lack a certain panache. With ample time at hand, Chen Ye was disinclined to take further action himself. After all, to engage personally would necessitate the activation of at least 2 skills, which is a hassle. With a mere thought, Chen Ye released all 632 magic wolves. Go, my wolf pups, strive to hasten your pace. With a command issued, he instructed, skill, Crimson Charge. The magic wolves did not hesitate and immediately unleashed a skill. Ding! Suddenly, a notification appeared on Chen Ye's panel. Detected that your summoned creature, the Crimson Flame Magic Wolf, has entered its second transformation. Outside of the summoning space, your magic wolves can acquire a new innate skill, or they may fuse any 2 existing skills to enhance their combat prowess. Please choose. Option 1. Acquire a new skill. Option 2. Fuse 2 existing skills. A choice materialized. Chen Ye contemplated the notification. Upon their advancement, summoned creatures could indeed acquire new skills, yet not within the summoning space. It seemed the system harbored features that required certain conditions to be triggered. Chen Ye analyzed this. Originally, each time a summoned beast advanced, it would obtain a corresponding skill. As his summoned beast was procured through the system, Chen Ye had instinctively assumed all skills could only be learned through defeating abyssal bosses and acquiring their drops. Unexpectedly, like other summoning professions, upon completing their advancement, summoned beasts could likewise acquire skills. Once a practitioner accomplishes their transfer task, the summoned beast automatically advances. The system presented 2 options: to acquire an innate skill specific to the summoned beast, or to choose to fuse 2 existing skills. The option to fuse skills into a more potent one is undoubtedly appealing and represents a significant enhancement. However, Chen Ye was uncertain of the power of the innate skill gained upon the second transformation. Thus, he resolved to test it. His summoned creatures could learn skills dropped by abyssal bosses, and there was no singular limitation on skills. If the magic wolf can attain an innate skill, then the infernal black dragon can as well. I shall first examine the innate skill of the magic wolf to ascertain its strength before deciding on the choice for the infernal black dragon. The magic wolf may not rival the black dragon, but using it for this trial incurs little loss. With a focused thought, Chen Ye selected to acquire the innate skill. Ding! Your magic wolf has advanced to the 2nd tier and acquired the innate skill blood tracking. Blood tracking. Under the influence of this skill, the magic wolf can precisely lock onto an opponent through the blood they leave behind. Even if the opponent becomes invisible or attempts to flee, the magic wolf can directly ascertain their location and launch an attack. Observing the newly acquired skill, Chen Ye found himself in a quandary. A tracking skill may seem of limited utility, yet in reality, it could prove invaluable. When faced with a tenacious assassin, this skill would undoubtedly evoke despair. Nonetheless, Chen Ye remained indifferent. Regardless of one's profession, who can withstand the weight of a singular skill? It appears that merging 2 existing skills would be the most prudent course of action, given the lack of choice regarding my innate ability. After careful contemplation, Chen Ye arrived at a resolute decision. Roar. Skill. Water Prison. In the distance, the battle between the demon wolf and the icy corpses raged on. It was evident that a single demon wolf could obliterate the entire horde of icy corpses. Within the span of merely a few minutes, elite icy corpses had already emerged. Under the relentless onslaught of the demon wolf, the icy corpses were utterly insufficient to withstand the assault. On the interface, both points and experience surged rapidly. Yet Chen Ye refrained from examining the details. He was eager to test the effects of the skill fusion with the black dragon. With a mere thought, he summoned a hellish black dragon. With a resounding roar, the black dragon spiraled above the icy lake. Detection has revealed your summoned creature, the hellish black scale, has entered its 2nd evolution. Within the non-summoning space, your black dragon can acquire a new innate skill, or it may merge any 2 existing skills to enhance its combat prowess. Please make your selection. Option 1. Acquire a new skill. Option 2. Merge existing skills. This time, Chen Ye opted for the latter without hesitation. Observing the skills possessed by the black dragon, he quickly made his decision. System. Merge the skills Thunderstorm and Tornado from the hellish black dragon. Ding. Fusion of hellish black dragon skills complete. New skill, Tornado Thunder Breath. Skill description. Without even glancing at the skill description, Chen Ye initiated the skill immediately. Was it not evident what the skill entailed through its execution? Perhaps a single use of this skill would annihilate all the icy corpses, potentially triggering the abyssal boss. If that formidable necromancer Lun 2 were to be summoned, it would be an excellent opportunity to test whether a single black dragon could vanquish him in an instant. Black Dragon, unleash the Tornado Thunder Breath, commanded Chen Ye. Chapter 51, Poisonous Corpse Elixir, Unconventional Effects. Skill, Tornado Thunder Breath. The hellish black dragon, coiling above the icy lake, was suddenly enveloped in arcs of lightning. In the next moment, a black vortex materialized within its colossal maw. This vortex, infused with the power of thunder, spun rapidly as the lightning energy coalesced. Thunderstorm and tornado. Two powers intertwined seamlessly. Crackle, crackle. The air around them resonated with explosive sounds as the terrifying whirlpool distorted the surrounding space dramatically. Opening its massive jaws, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire dungeon. In an instant, a conflation of darkness and lightning erupted from the black dragon's mouth, forming a black lightning pillar with a diameter of 30 meters that surged toward the icy surface. Boom! With formidable penetrative force, the black lightning pillar pierced through nearly 100 meters of solid ice. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, obliterating all icy corpses within a kilometer radius, instantly resulting in their demise. In a heartbeat, Chen Ye's experience and points skyrocketed once again. At that moment, the black dragon in the void lifted its head slightly. Sizzle! Sizzle! Boom, boom, boom. The black lightning pillar swept horizontally through the center of the icy lake, cleaving it in two. Such terrifying power. Chen Ye felt a tremor of astonishment within. This skill should easily contend with the abyssal boss. Even if Lun 2's level and attributes were not suppressed by the dungeon, my black dragon would surely be capable of delivering a lethal blow. In terms of attributes, it was an absolute annihilation. Chen Ye observed the distant battle, feeling rather carefree. Were it not for the staggered emergence of monsters within the dungeon, the recent skill of the black dragon would have undoubtedly cleared the challenge. Ding! Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detection has revealed your hellish black dragon has merged skills, resulting in a new skill. Would you like to copy it? The fusion of skills could indeed be copied? Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, but promptly selected to copy it. Ding! The activation method of this skill is limited by your own constraints. Copying failed. Alas! The copy had failed. Chen Ye's expression clouded with frustration. Such a powerful skill, yet it could not be replicated. It seemed rather implausible. However, the black dragon executed the skill by opening its massive jaws, channeling two powers before unleashing the Tornado Thunder Breath. If the copying had been successful, shooting lightning from its mouth would hardly be an elegant affair. Unable to replicate it, Chen Ye sought solace in this rationale. Seated above the icy lake, Chen Ye allowed the demon wolf and black dragon to engage in their own combat while he concentrated on his interface. Notifications flooded his screen, leaving him no time to examine each one individually. The spoils from the previous passage had already been overshadowed. The highest tier loot from the hellish passage was of golden quality. Without a doubt, it had already been claimed by the ring, and he likely acquired a skill book dropped by the boss as well. Chen Ye examined the magnetic ring, which was overflowing with loot. In no time, he located the skill book obtained from the hellish passage. Frost Puppet. Category, Skill Book. Rank, Low Tier. Learning requirements. Only ice attribute professions or talents may learn. Skill effect, Frost Puppet Technique. When an opponent is invaded by icy corpse poison beyond 50, it can briefly control the opponent to engage in combat. Note, skill duration is 1 minute, cooldown duration is 5 minutes. The boss's skill was indeed formidable. It even possessed the capability to control opponents and transform them into puppets. If playing in a group, should a teammate fall victim to it, it would pose quite the challenge. Nevertheless, it would have no opportunity to surface in my presence. While this skill is commendable, I shall have little Frost learn it. Despite the formidable strength of both the demon wolf and the black dragon, there are situations where it is not entirely appropriate to engage in battle with them. Releasing the frost dragon from the space of the wristband, he instructed, "Little Frost, it's time for you to acquire another skill." As he spoke, Chen Ye tossed the skill book, which transformed into a beam of light that entered the frost dragon's forehead. "You shall handle the lower tier battles from now on. Do not disappoint me." The frost dragon, adorably nodding, eagerly lowered its head, seeking Chen Ye's favor. "All right, I will find you something to eat later. For now, retreat to the space." The ongoing battle within the dungeon was still beyond its capability, as it was rather weak. Chen Ye chuckled before returning the frost dragon to the wristband. To him, the frost dragon was merely a pet, a companion for riding. After all, the current experience would not be shared with the frost dragon. Prioritizing his own advancement was paramount. Moreover, the frost dragon had already reached level 30. It was sufficient for handling smaller encounters. As a few minutes passed, the battle subsided. "You have slain the level 90 icy corpse boss. Congratulations, you have gained 186. 635 experience points. Trigger double experience. Congratulations, you have gained 270 experience points. A level 90 boss only yielded 180,000 experience points. When compared to the abyssal boss, the difference was stark. With a level disparity of around 10 levels, the experience gap was 800,000 points. It seemed that defeating the abyssal boss was indeed the more lucrative endeavor. Detection indicates your current experience has reached its limit. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 41. You have successfully cleared the nightmare passage. Do you wish to exit? Ding. Congratulations on leveling up, you have gained 2,000 points. You have completed the dungeon, setting a new record with a completion time of 000736. Ding. You have established a record for the nightmare passage. Congratulations on receiving 20,000 points. Ding. You have cleared the nightmare passage and triggered the SSS grade talent, guaranteed to yield a golden talent. Upon defeating the boss, the probability of acquiring a boss skill is 97. The chance of obtaining a golden tier item is 50. The likelihood of receiving a rare item is 1. And there is a 0.01 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Congratulations, you have obtained the boss drop skill book, Ice Puppet. Ding. You have collected a boss drop item. Congratulations on receiving 30,000 points. Is the skill book a repeated drop? Chen Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to bestow another boss skill upon Little Frost, only to find it was a duplicate. Congratulations, you have acquired a golden tier dropped item. Ding. You have collected a golden tier dropped item. Congratulations on receiving 100,000 points. Frosty Bracelet. Category, Boss Trinket. Tier, Golden. Wearing effect, reduces ice attack damage by 30. Special effect, Cold Resistance. Congratulations, you have obtained a rare item. Ding. You have collected a rare item. Congratulations on receiving 60,000 points. Corpse Venom Potion. Category, Serum. Tier, Advanced. Effect, Fusion with the Corpse Venom Potion grants 100 toxin resistance. Immunity to all corpse venom attacks. Permanent. Special effect, allows any part of the body to remain rigid. Chen Ye pondered upon the special effect of the Corpse Venom Potion. Remaining rigid at all times may not be ideal. Chapter 52 Indeed, he is a big shot. Where's your Frost Dragon? Crushing the Corpse Venom Potion. Chen Ye fused it directly. There are countless types of monsters, and among the undead alone, there are innumerable varieties. A potion that grants immunity to corpse venom would undoubtedly prove useful. Upon fusing with the Corpse Venom Potion, Chen Ye did not experience any significant sensations. Ding. A hidden rule of the dungeon has been triggered. If all cold corpses are defeated before the flames extinguish, you will have a 0.13 chance of acquiring this flame. Congratulations, you have obtained a special flame. You have collected the special flame. Congratulations on receiving 265,000 points. 9 Nether Blue Flame. Category, Special Flame. Tier, None. Fusion effect. When a practitioner fuses with this flame, their professional abilities will directly advance, granting them control over the flame. Special effect, None. Remark. This flame is of extreme cold and can only be fused with fire-type mages. Those whose defense is below 300,000 will suffer backlash if they attempt the fusion. A fire-type mage? Those with a defense lower than 300,000 cannot proceed? Chen Ye chuckled. The talent of the demon wolf is attuned to fire elements, and its defense far exceeds 300,000. I wonder if the demon wolf can fuse with it. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned a demon wolf to his side. If it cannot fuse, then even if the wolf suffers backlash, it would be of no consequence. Wolf Cub, fuse with this 9 Nether Blue Flame. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Ye extracted the 9 Nether Blue Flame from the magnetic ring, a flicker of ethereal blue fire darting toward the demon wolf, embedding itself in the creature's forehead. Boom. In an instant, ethereal blue flames enveloped the demon wolf's body, an icy aura rushing forth. Has it succeeded? Chen Ye's face lit up with joy as he commanded the demon wolf to unleash a crimson flame charge. Howl. The demon wolf let out a low howl and activated the skill. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. The moment the skill was activated, 2 different colors of flames enveloped the demon wolf. The crimson flame radiated scorching heat, while the blue flame exuded a chilling aura, coating one side of the demon wolf's body in frost, ice spikes gradually forming upon its fur. Empowered by the 2 flames, the demon wolf surged forward, transforming into a fireball. Boom. An explosion erupted as the combined strength of the 2 flames released, revealing a bizarre spectacle of ice and fire. Indeed, it has succeeded. With the addition of the blue flame, the destructive power of the demon wolf's skill has increased exponentially. A smile spread across Chen Ye's face, knowing the demon wolf's combat strength had ascended to a new level. Ding! Just as Chen Ye reveled in his excitement, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Detection indicates your Crimson Flame demon wolf has fused with a special flame, causing a transformation in skills. Your max level skills will automatically synchronize. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The summoning demon's skill has undergone a transformation, and my replicated max level skills can actually synchronize. This means that as long as the summoning demon skills are enhanced, my max level skills can continuously increase in potency. How absurdly incredible. Chen Ye realized that a practitioner's skills improve with each career transition, leading to qualitative changes in their power. As long as the practitioner's level rises, any practitioner could achieve max-level skills. His max-level replication was merely a slight head start. Initially thinking his replicated max-level skills would plateau, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an alternative method for enhancement. It was as if a new door had swung open for skill advancement. Overjoyed, besides replicating skills, Chen Ye now had another path to pursue. The journey of growth would no longer be tedious. Amidst his excitement, however, a hint of disappointment lingered. The nightmare passage did not trigger the abyssal boss. Without battling an abyssal boss, it would be impossible to showcase his true strength. Chen Ye shook his head with a smile, preparing to exit the dungeon. Buzz. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the space. Alert! You have triggered a hidden boss. The aura of the abyss is descending. Please prepare. An abyssal alien boss is about to appear, and all dungeon channels are merging. Holy moly! It's here. As the prompt resonated in his mind, Chen Ye's eyes brightened, hastily recalling all his demon wolves to the summoning space, including the Hellfire Black Dragon. He also withdrew it into the summoning space. He was unaware of the identity of the incoming abyssal boss, but that did not prevent him from delivering a little shock to the opponent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura of the abyss enveloped the entire nightmare passage. Simultaneously, the 5 channels of the dungeon were rapidly merging. Within the ordinary channel, hiss. Cold Ling Yu delivered her final skill strike. In just 30 minutes, I have slain all the ordinary cold corpses. Next come the elite cold corpses. Classmate Lee, the skills of elite cold corpses are significantly more formidable than those of ordinary cold corpses. If you have any defensive artifacts, it would be wise to activate them in advance. Otherwise, when I unleash a large-scale skill, you may not withstand it. After defeating the last ordinary cold corpse, Cold Ling Yu turned to Li Jianxin and spoke. Just then, Buzz. The space trembled as the ordinary channel began merging with the hard channel. Cold Qing Yu's face was etched with confusion. What was happening? What transpired within the dungeon? As she observed the rapidly changing scene, a sudden realization struck her, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. This was dire. The portals were merging, and someone had triggered the abyssal boss. We must exit the dungeon at once. Alas, we are too late. The 2 portals have already fused, and our escape is no longer possible. Cold Qing Yu's expression morphed once more. She had long heard of the formidable power of the abyssal boss. If all the portals merged, they would be forced to confront the abyssal boss head-on. In the face of such a being, there was but one inevitable outcome: death. How could the abyssal boss have been triggered? Who was foolish enough to engage with the death portal? At that moment, an unprecedented gravity settled upon Cold Qing Yu's face. Despite being the most renowned genius of the Wanjian Academy at Tianwu School, she realized that against the abyssal boss, she would scarcely get the chance to unleash even a single skill. What to do? Cold Qing Yu felt a surge of panic. Beside her, Li Jianxin's expression mirrored her shock. Could it be? Suddenly, a vision of Chen Ye's fireball plummeting flashed through his mind. Was it he who triggered the abyssal boss? If it were indeed him, did he possess the strength to vanquish the abyssal boss? After a moment of fear, Li Jianxin astonishingly regained his composure in the blink of an eye. Senior, please don't panic. Once all the portals merge, if we see an ice dragon, we should take refuge beneath it. That creature should be able to defeat the abyssal boss. As Li Jianxin explained, his gaze swiftly scanned the shifting scenery for the silhouette of the ice dragon. An ice dragon? Take shelter beneath it? As one of the top students of the Tianwu School and a prominent prodigy of the Wanjian Academy, Cold Qing Yu quickly steadied herself. Listen to my command. After the 5 portals complete their fusion, the dungeon space will coalesce into one. We will have 3 seconds to exit the dungeon. You must. Cold Qing Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, the 4 portals completed their fusion, and on the surface of the icy lake appeared a figure clad in a defensive cloak. It was him. Indeed, it was him. Dragon Master, where's your ice dragon? Could it be that today I shall witness the great master slay the abyssal boss? Upon seeing Chen Ye's figure, Li Jianxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. His mind flooded with images of the descending fireballs. In that instant, his fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of anticipation. Crack! The sound of space fracturing echoed, and a diminutive figure materialized in the void. The Earthworm Elder has arrived. No, this is bad. The dungeon portals have completely merged. We have missed our sole opportunity to exit. Despair. Gazing at the abyssal boss materializing in the void, Cold Qing Yu was engulfed in hopelessness. Chapter 53. Encountering the Elder in a D-class dungeon. Surprised? Great Master, where's your dragon? Li Jianxin stammered his inquiry. Hearing the question, Chen Ye glanced at Li Jianxin. What was this kid doing here? He must have been running a dungeon, only to stumble upon the portal fusion. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned the ice dragon. Just wait here for a moment, he instructed. All right. Yes, Great Master, you take your time. Li Jianxin quickly crouched beneath the ice dragon, not forgetting to urge the dazed Cold Qing Yu. However, despite her despair, Cold Qing Yu retained a sense of pride. Her body trembled slightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the diminutive elder in the void, and she activated her identification skill. Earthworm Elder, Abyssal Boss. Level, LV43. Rank, Destruction. Race, Earth Tribe. Spirit, 48663. Strength, 42068. Agility, 51202. Defense, 42,000. Innate Talent, S-Grade Earth Element. Skills, Mountain Moving, Crust Warming, Earth Wall, Giant Stone Manifestation. Cold Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Earthworm Elder's stats. Level 43? What on earth? The Abyssal Boss triggered in a D-class dungeon is only level 43? This must be a fake Abyssal Boss. No need to panic. With a mere level 43 Abyssal Boss, Cold Chen Ye felt confident in her ability to slay it. Although she couldn't fathom why such a weak boss had appeared, she did not let hubris cloud her judgment. The skills of an Abyssal Boss were notoriously terrifying. Even with a level far exceeding that of her foe, she would not dare to underestimate it. Skill, 3,000 Sword Chi. Cold Chen Ye pointed her sword. And before she could even unleash her skill, the Earthworm Elder suddenly jolted in alarm. What the hell, you again? Damn it, this cursed affliction. If I kill at this level, I'll lose it all. I shouldn't have cursed you. Can we agree not to trigger me next time? The Earthworm Elder screeched. Damn it, just wait for the Great Elder to deal with you. Leaving behind those words, the Earthworm Elder slapped his forehead. A torrent of blood erupting from him before vanishing into the void. Emergency alert, due to being cursed by the Earth Tribe Abyssal Boss. The Earthworm Elder has gained a chance to call for assistance within the rules. Please prepare accordingly. Detected the Earthworm Elder's suicide. Level reduced by 10 and returned to the abyss. Detected the Earthworm Elder has activated the call for assistance. Please be prepared. Chen Ye gazed quizzically at the already vanished Earthworm Elder. This old rogue actually committed suicide to escape? What a disgrace. Your suicide means I won't earn a single bit of experience. Couldn't you just let me kill you instead? If all Abyssal Bosses I encounter from now on decide to take the coward's way out, how am I supposed to play this game? Chen Ye suddenly felt a headache coming on. He hadn't anticipated that a dignified Abyssal Boss would flee upon meeting him. What of the dignity of a strong being? Truly absurd. No. Behind him, Cold Chen Ye wore a face of bewilderment. The Abyssal Boss actually fled in suicide. What on earth? This was her first encounter with an Abyssal Boss, and before she could even strike, the opponent had turned tail and fled? Bewildered, Cold Chen Ye was in shock. All the knowledge instilled in her had led her to believe that Abyssal Bosses were ruthless and monstrous foes with the power to devastate worlds, nearly impossible to contend with. Furthermore, once an Abyssal Boss appeared, it would typically be to the death. Especially when faced with the genius of the human race, they would go to great lengths, even at a terrible cost, to eliminate such threats. This was starkly different from what she had been taught. Could it be? Cold Chen Ye turned her gaze towards Chen Ye, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. She certainly did not naively believe that she had scared off the Abyssal Boss. From the Earthworm Elder's earlier comments, it was clear that this young man was not encountering the Earthworm Elder for the first time. Was it possible that the Earthworm Elder's level had been diminished by this very youth? A dragon master, capable of such prowess? Narrowing her eyes, Cold Chen Ye scrutinized Chen Ye's appearance, committing it to memory. Beneath the ice dragon. Incredible. Incredible. The great master actually scared off the Abyssal Boss. How impressive. The Abyssal Boss flees at the mere sight of you, and yet you proclaim you are not an expert? How incredible. Li Jianxin rose, exhilarated, eager to approach Chen Ye and deliver a resounding compliment. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the confines of the instance. A terrifying aura from the abyss surged forth with ferocity. My goodness. Sensing this ominous presence, Li Jianxin hastily retreated, obediently squatting beneath the icy dragon. Such power. This aura was beyond the contempt of the old soil dweller. Within it lay an overwhelming pressure. Long Qingyu's pupils constricted as she gripped her sword tightly. Beneath the weight of the abyss's aura, she found herself devoid of any rebellious thoughts, her body unable to stand upright. Gazing towards the source of the encroaching aura, a diminutive figure wielding a staff emerged, an elderly man. Ruins of Arrogance of the Earth, Abyssal Boss. Level, LV-173, suppressed by instance rules, current level LV-150. Rank, World Class. Governed by instance rules, classified as a Calamity level entity. Race, Earth Clan, an alien Grand Sorcerer. Spirit, 1, 225, 551, restricted by rules, Spirit Attribute 300, 000. Strength, 1, 458. 547, restricted by rules, Spirit Attribute 300, 000. Agility, 1, 226, 698, restricted by rules, Spirit Attribute 300, 000. Defense, 1, 552, 522, restricted by rules, Spirit Attribute 300, 000. Innate Talent, S-Grade Earth. Hidden Talent, S-Grade Blood Link. Skills, Earthen Coffin Burial, Earthquake Calamity, Stone Eruption, Blood Flow Without End, 7 Orifices Blood Eruption, Blood Puppet. Boom. Upon viewing the panel of ruins, Long Qingyu felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank. Level 173. A world-class Abyssal Boss. Such entities typically only manifest in C-class dungeons. How could one appear in a D-class instance? She was flabbergasted. The previous 43-level abyssal boss had shattered her perceptions of the abyssal aliens, weak and cowardly, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Yet now what was transpiring? A world-class abyssal boss had materialized within a D-class dungeon, a being with the power to annihilate worlds, any one of which would draw the utmost attention from nations. Did it come to the D-class dungeon to bully the weak? In the void above, Ruins wore a haughty expression, looking down upon Chen Ye. You boy, who would have thought you could trigger a minor soul dweller in a D-class dungeon? This time, I have lifted the 30-level suppression on my rank, reducing the limitations on my attributes and skills. Faced with an old man of level 150, are you not astonished? Encountering me in a D-class dungeon, are you not delighted? Chapter 54, World-Annihilating Fireball, Black Thunder Pillar, and that enormous black dragon. Delighted are you? In the void above, Ruins observed Chen Ye with keen interest, seemingly eager to see a flicker of fear on his face. However, he was disappointed, for Chen Ye exhibited not an ounce of trepidation, but rather an overwhelming excitement. This incited Ruins' ire. How could this boy not fear him? A level 150 entity. The rules of the instance had alleviated the 30-level suppression. His rank was also of calamity level. Not only did the boy show no fear, but he gazed at him with keen anticipation. Did he truly perceive him as merely a harvestable source of experience? Boy, allow me to demonstrate what calamity truly is. Cursing under his breath, Ruins unleashed his ultimate skill. Earthquake Calamity. Boom. A terrifying aura radiated from Ruins. And as it spread, fissures appeared across the lake's surface, the earth quaking violently. Earthen Coffin Burial. As the second skill struck, the peaks beyond the icy lake shattered instantaneously, countless clods of earth and stone being drawn forth by an unseen force, hurtling towards Chen Ye as if to bury him alive. Is this the power of a world-class abyssal boss? Lung Qingyu stood frozen in place, as the ground trembled. Unfathomable chasms gaping open. The might of the earthquake calamity even suppressed flying abilities. She could not even lift herself off the ground. Meanwhile, the collapsing mountains raced towards her. In mere moments, she would be reduced to a pulp, forever entombed here. Despair engulfed her as the absolute dominance of the world-class abyssal boss extinguished any flicker of rebellion within her. With a light step, Chen Ye was filled with exhilaration. He lightly tapped the ground and leaped into the air. With his newly fused skill, the black dragon bestowed upon him a torrent of thunderous breath. With a thought, Chen Ye summoned the black dragon, which appeared beneath him, coiling upwards, obscuring the sky. Tornado of Thunder. Whoosh. A black thunder pillar, 30 meters in diameter, shot towards Ruins. Boom. The black thunder pillar swept across Ruins, whose expression morphed into one of terror, his eyes widening as he regarded Chen Ye as one would a monster. What the hell? Ruins uttered as his form began to dissipate under the onslaught of the dreadful thunder pillar. The moment those words escaped his lips, he vanished into the void. You have slain the abyssal boss Ruins of Arrogance. Congratulations, you have gained 230 experience points. Ding. Double experience triggered. Congratulations, you have gained 460 experience points. Ding. You have slain the abyssal boss Soil Dweller. Congratulations, you have gained 202,098 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV42. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 2,000 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV43. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 2,000 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV49. Ding. You have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained 2,000 points. My goodness. The level escalated at an astonishing rate. With the double experience bonus, slaying a world-class abyssal boss had propelled him up by 8 levels. This was madness, sheer madness. Truly, a world-class boss was indeed formidable, yielding more levels than he had gained from completing 2 dungeons. If every foray into a dungeon could trigger an abyssal boss, it would be a sheer delight. Chen Ye was elated. Alas, the old dog Ruins had not cursed him, otherwise he could have encountered him again. After being swiftly dispatched twice, surely he would no longer be so arrogant. Just as this thought crossed Chen Ye's mind, a notification appeared on his panel. You have been cursed by the abyssal boss, Ruins of Arrogance. Curse level 1. From now on, each time you enter an instance, the probability of triggering an abyssal boss increases by 1, and the chance of encountering an Earth Clan abyssal boss increases by 10. Your current curse value is 3, with a 3 chance of triggering an abyssal boss and a 20 chance of summoning a Terran abyssal boss. Goodness gracious, how dare they curse me? Being cursed by the Terran, Chen Ye felt somewhat taken aback. However, splendid. This bore no adverse effects for Chen Ye whatsoever. Even if the Terran mage summoned allies, they would still be constrained by the rules of the dungeon. One word, invincible. In high spirits, Chen Ye withdrew both the Frost Wyrm and the Black Dragon into his spatial realm, and with a mere thought, he exited the dungeon. There remained another wave of the death passage. Should another abyssal boss appear, it would be sheer delight. Buzz. Chen Ye transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from the dungeon. On the icy surface, as the Terran was vanquished, all the skills he had unleashed dissipated entirely. Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! Li Jianxin's face flushed crimson, uttering holy moly repeatedly, utterly shaken to his core. A world-class abyssal boss was instantaneously defeated. Good heavens! Holy moly! The Black Dragon, a pillar of black lightning, a storm of thunder. He possessed yet another colossal dragon of apocalyptic proportions. An annihilating fireball, a dragon. My goodness, 2 dragons. Li Jianxin stammered, his worldview shattered. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would dare believe such a prodigious being existed? Beside him, Lung Qingyu stood frozen in place. Her gaze fixated on the spot where Chen Ye had battled in the void. A level 173 world boss, instantly slain? By a newcomer who had only recently changed classes? Can you believe it? Have I been too short-sighted? Stunned for quite some time, Lung Qingyu finally managed to utter a realization. Outside the dungeon, Jian Wujie stood in a daze. The abyssal boss, moments ago, had emanated the aura of the abyss. Why would the dungeon passage emit the aura of the abyss? As the head of the premier department of a top university in Summer Nation, he was acutely aware of what had transpired. The dungeon's level was too low for him to enter. Moreover, in this extremely northern region, many large-scale devices designed to counter abyssal bosses, which could circumvent dungeon restrictions, were utterly inaccessible. The loss of even one of the 3 within the dungeon would be a detriment to both the academy and the nation. Anxious. Just as Jian Wujie prepared to send an aid signal to the border conflict, the dungeon passage illuminated. Chen Ye emerged, his face aglow. Out already? Jian Wujie asked, bewildered. Yes. Chen Ye nodded. That aura of the abyss that just appeared. You. Ah, yes. I paid a hefty price, but I managed to defeat him. If there is nothing else, I shall. Chen Ye turned to re-enter the death passage. Jian Wujie's voice interrupted once more. Young brother, please wait a moment. The principal of Tianwu Academy is en route. And you, who is coming? Young brother, the principal of Tianwu Academy, Principal Chen Daki, he. Oh dear, oh dear. I suddenly feel unwell. I must step out for a moment. Boom. Suddenly, the space quaked. Holy moly. Chen Ye's expression shifted, and with a thought, he summoned the Black Dragon. Quick, let's make our escape. The old man is coming. He commanded the Black Dragon to depart at the utmost speed. Boom. The sound of an explosion rang out. In the next instant, a massive black shadow flashed by, and Chen Ye had vanished without a trace. What just flashed by? In the very next second, an elderly man with a head full of white hair slowly emerged from the space. Chapter 55. Could it be that this genius was personally recruited by the principal? Where is he? Chen Daki stepped out from the space, inquiring. Where is he? Jian Wujie glanced around. Indeed, where is he? He vanished? Just a second ago, he was in shock, and the next moment, a colossal shadow flashed past. And the person was gone. He has disappeared? Jian Wujie remarked with a perplexed expression. Please, elaborate on the situation. Chen Daki did not linger on the matter. Since he had been called to apply for the highest level resources, he assumed Jian Wujie was well aware of the other party's background. Elaborate on the situation? Jian Wujie's thoughts drifted back to the moment he encountered Chen Ye. An F-grade dungeon, a skill that repels 100-level powerhouses? Chen Daki inhaled sharply. Without witnessing it firsthand, he could hardly fathom that a novice could unleash a skill powerful enough to repel 100-level elites. While astonished, Chen Daki also harbored unspoken concerns. This year, Tianwu Academy was overflowing with prodigies. Before Chen Daki could fully process his astonishment, Jian Wujie's subsequent words utterly overturned his understanding. What did you say? The giant dragon he brought into the large dungeon was only level 1, and it emerged at level 30? No, wait for me to process this. The ordinary purgatory passage of a D-grade dungeon was cleared in under 10 minutes? What? He triggered an abyssal boss and even turned the tables to slay it? Stunned. In that moment, Chen Daki was utterly dumbfounded. Having overseen Tianwu Academy for over 30 years, he had never encountered a student with such terrifying combat prowess. Even when considering the history of Summer Nation spanning several centuries, aside from his own nephew Chen Wu, who could achieve such a feat? You just said that little fellow brought along a level 1 dragon? What sort of dragon was it? Chen Daki suddenly recalled that his little grandson's frost dragon should be hatching soon. Although it seemed utterly implausible, the thought that flashed through his mind lingered. Chen Wu was a legendary prodigy in the history of Summer Nation, spanning thousands of years. If Chen Ye, being Chen Wu's son, awakened a hidden talent upon class change, it might just be possible. It is the frost dragon, Jian Wujie replied. The frost dragon. Indeed, that dragon egg was the frost dragon's egg. Please, elaborate on the details as thoroughly as possible. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Daki was becoming somewhat agitated. This, Jian Wujie chuckled awkwardly. He knew little about Chen Ye, having never even witnessed him in battle. I only know this much. Jian Wujie replied. Well, if your knowledge is limited, you must know the name. Chen Daki's heart sank heavily. Naturally, he hoped it was Chen Ye. That, I also do not know. I didn't get the chance to ask. Jian Wujie responded awkwardly once more. Being utterly uninformed was quite embarrassing. Buzz. Just then, the dungeon passage illuminated, and after the triggering of the abyssal boss, the merging passage returned to normal, with Lung Qingyu and Li Jianxin emerging. Ask them, since they were in the passage. They must have witnessed that little brother's battle when the abyssal boss appeared in a specific scene. Li, come here. Relay all the information about that little brother who just slew the abyssal boss to the principal. Be thorough, leaving no detail unspoken. Jian Wujie urgently pulled Li Jianxin over. Pressing for information. Principal. Li Jianxin first performed a respectful salute to Chen Daqi, then proceeded to elaborate. You claim he possesses fire-based abilities? Chen Daqi squinted. Fire skills, which are far more formidable than forbidden spells. How could Ye possibly wield such power? It is not Ye. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Very well. President Wang Jian, please investigate this matter personally and ensure that the young lad is recruited into the academy. With the realization that it was not Ye, Chen Daqi's interest waned considerably. Such inquiries could be detrimental to Chen Ye. He feared that his third grandfather might unwittingly compare the unparalleled prodigy to Ye. It was a delicate matter to broach. Moreover, if Ye were to divulge such information, Chen Wu would undoubtedly be forthcoming, as he had always been a straightforward individual. Chen Daqi was ready to depart. Lingering would only squander precious time. He needed to expedite the establishment of a branch academy to provide Chen Ye with a more accommodating environment. Principle, that esteemed individual possesses a black dragon. With a single strike of skill, the abyssal boss was utterly obliterated, vanquished in an instant. The black lightning pillars were further enhanced by the force of a tornado. Good heavens! Flames, frost dragons, tempestuous storms, and the might of thunder. That individual must indeed be a godlike figure capable of mastering all attributes. Li Jianxin was unable to contain his excitement. A black dragon? Multitude of attributes? What kind of profession is this? Jian Wujie was left utterly bewildered. However, Chen Daqi maintained a composed demeanor. Such a genius was a national treasure, a source of pride for the Tianwu Academy in the future. Yet, such talent would not remain unnoticed. As a grandfather, his primary concern was for his own grandson, which was only natural. Conduct a thorough investigation. We must locate this young man. I approve of the highest level of special recruitment resources, Chen Daqi declared before turning to leave. Wujie, once you finish your duties, return to the academy. I intend to establish a new department, and we shall discuss it further. With a rending of space, Chen Daqi vanished. No way, Jian Wujie mused. His expression peculiar. The principal, known for his avarice, seemed rather indifferent upon hearing of an extraordinary prodigy. Could it be that this genius was personally recruited by the principal? Unlikely. If that were the case, then the principal was an old coin indeed, skillfully concealing his true intentions. Jian Wujie regarded the vanishing figure of Chen Daqi with disdain. He was clearly unimpressed by his own special recruitment. It must have been personally sought by the principal. Upon piecing together the situation, Jian Wujie felt like a jester. Little Li, you have witnessed a prodigy unlike any other. Now you must strive diligently. And Little Long, you too have learned that there are always greater talents beyond your own. After this experience, it is time to set aside pride and grow steadily. Sometimes what you hold dear may be insignificant in the eyes of others. On the path of swordsmanship, the most crucial aspect is to recognize oneself. Keep pushing forward. After imparting this lesson, Jian Wujie did not linger and slowly departed. We shall strive to do our best, rest assured, Principal. Li Jianxin and Lung Qingyu responded in unison. In that moment, they both gained a benchmark. Even if they might never reach such heights, they would endeavor towards that goal. Chapter 56. Fear not. Should any unexpected events arise, I shall intervene personally. Meanwhile, Chen Ye sat cross-legged atop the black dragon, gripping its whiskers tightly. It was astonishingly swift. The black dragon's speed was simply unparalleled. Good heavens, in merely a few minutes, they could already see Panlong's city? If he rode the black dragon home, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. With a thought, Chen Ye withdrew the black dragon into his spatial realm, simultaneously releasing the little frost dragon, achieving a seamless transition. In terms of comfort, the little frost dragon was indeed more pleasant. First, let us assess the points earned this time. After all, it was a D-grade dungeon, and having slain the abyssal boss, the points should be substantial. System, display the panel. Devil Assistance System. Host, Chen Ye. Profession, Demon Summoner. Points, 1, 328, 901. Experience, 93. Level, LV 49. Spirit, 5266. Strength, 4821. Agility, 4937. Defense, 4821. Number of summons, Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, 623. Infernal Black Dragon, 8. Personal General Skills, Low Tier Appraisal. Personal Professional Skills, Solar Charge, Dark Water Flood, Ocean of Lava, Celestial Dragon Lock, Purple Thunder Strike, Universal Burial. Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Level, LV 49. Spirit, 668, 000. Strength, 711, 000. Agility, 711, 000. Defense, 789,000. Skills, Lethal Penetration, Tear Apart, Crimson Flame Charge, Water Prison, Earth Coffin Burial. Infernal Black Dragon. Level, LV49. Innate Talent 1, Control over Water Elements. Innate Talent 2, Control over Lava Elements. Innate Talent 3, Control over Thunder Elements. Innate Talent 4, Control over Wind Elements. Spirit, 2, 000,000. Strength, 2, 000,000. Agility, 1, 800,000. Defense, 2, 250,000. Innate skills, Summon Wind, Call Rain, Volcanic Eruption, Thunder Baptism. Talent skills, Heavenly Water, Infernal Rock Flow, Myriad Thunder, Storm Tornado. What the heck? The attributes of the Demon Wolf approach 1 million. The Black Dragon's attributes are even more terrifying, reaching 2 million. And this is at just level 49. Chen Ye was stunned. According to the theoretical knowledge he had acquired, attributes at level 100, even with every transition task being a death level challenge, would only yield a tenfold increase in attributes. Upon reaching level 100, the highest attributes would hover around 1 million. Even the Abyssal Boss, the Elder of the Soil, at level 103, had an average attribute of merely a few 100,000. The 200-level Luan 2 did not even surpass 2 million in attributes. Chen Ye pondered for a moment. If he were to exchange for a Qiongqi, what kind of invincible panel would that yield? System, consume 1,000,000 points to exchange for a Qiongqi. Ding. Points. 1,000,000. Exchange for the powerful Qiongqi completed. Holy smokes, I have now acquired all 3 types of beast demons, and I am only level 49. Is this not a bit too overpowered? Excited, Chen Ye was about to check the attributes of Qiongqi when suddenly, the system's voice resounded in his mind. You have exchanged for 3 types of beast demons. The activation of the second summoning magic exchange panel is underway. Fallen God. War Demon. Ding. Your current total points for exchange do not meet the requirements to unlock the War Demon indicator. Please reach the required points as soon as possible. Current total exchange points. 1, 423,000. War Demon unlock threshold. 100,000,000. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Is this asking me to accumulate quantity to enhance strength? 100 million points are required to unlock the demon summon. And there isn't even a mention of the amount needed for the exchange. It is what it is. The system has the final say. Chen Ye sighed. Although he grumbled a bit, the demon, a terrifying creature referred to by the system as the god of corruption, is undoubtedly something to look forward to. Dismissing the system panel, Chen Ye intended to examine Qiongqi, but now that he was hovering above Panlong City, recklessly releasing Qiongqi could stir up quite a commotion. I recall that the outskirts of Panlong City house 2 E-rank dungeons. Since I have some time, I might as well check one out to gauge Qiongqi's strength. 100 million points will be accomplished in no time. Chen Ye was confident in this. After all, if he were to obtain high-level items, it could take only a few attempts to reach that goal. The points for acquiring a golden tier item amount to 100,000. Therefore, a platinum tier would be 1 million, and an epic tier would be 10 million. With the SSS talent that guarantees golden rewards upon completion, there is no challenge to speak of. Moreover, various competitions also yield points. The current martial arts examination is the biggest competition. Securing a national first place should bring in a substantial number of points. Guiding the Frost Dragon. Chen Ye unfolded the map of Panlong City's outskirts and set his course towards the area where the 2 E-rank dungeons are located. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Chen Ye's phone rang. What could my father want? He answered the call. Dad, is there something you need? Shortly thereafter, Chen Wu's voice resonated from the other end. How is your job change quest progressing? Chen Wu inquired. I just completed it. I'm currently in the outskirts of Panlong City. Do you need something, Dad? You finished it that quickly? Not bad, son, Chen Wu praised, then continued. Come back for a moment. Now that you've completed your job change, you've qualified. I've discovered something interesting. Return, and I'll tell you the location so you can retrieve it. Discovered something interesting? Chen Ye blinked. His father usually wouldn't even glance at golden tier items, and yet he mentioned finding something intriguing. Excitement surged within him, just as he was worried about insufficient points. A golden opportunity to earn points had presented itself, and Chen Ye certainly wouldn't let it slip away. All right, Dad, I'm on my way back. Whoosh. The Frost Dragon accelerated, and Chen Ye swiftly soared towards the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, within the grand hall of the City Lord's mansion, Chen Wu lounged on a sofa, leisurely sipping tea. 2 middle-aged men clad in black stood cautiously to the side. City Lord, are you certain you're not joking about sending your son with us? That dungeon is a C rank, possessing hidden rules. Bringing the young master there, one of the black-clad men hesitated. Recently, the Dark Faction discovered a newly spawned C-rank dungeon within the jurisdiction of Panlong City. After several exploratory trips to the Nightmare Passage, we identified hidden rules. A C-rank dungeon is already a certain death for a newcomer. Moreover, the Nightmare Passage of a C-rank dungeon is particularly perilous. We came to report immediately. hoping the city lord would inform the higher-ups to claim the dungeon as part of Panlong City's assets. However, not only did you not send anyone, but you also allowed the young master to accompany us. Sir, do you truly wish for him to go into the hidden rule-infested nightmare passage? If anything were to happen. Chen Wu raised an eyebrow. Fear not. Should any unexpected events arise, I will personally intervene. Chapter 57. Entering the C-rank dungeon nightmare passage. Come forth, my Qiongqi. Dad, I'm back. Chen Ye's voice echoed from outside. Moments later, he entered the grand hall. This is Luo Shan, and this is Zhang Fatsai. Greet your uncles. Chen Wu introduced the two men in black. Uncle Luo, Uncle Zhang. Chen Ye clasped his fists and performed a slight bow. No need for such formalities, young master. Let us get down to business. After all, a newly spawned dungeon should not be delayed, lest it be seized by cultists, resulting in significant losses, Luo Shan remarked. Indeed. Chen Wu nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Ye. Do you have the courage to go? A C-rank dungeon. Chen Ye nodded confidently. I do. Very well. Then prepare yourself, and let us set off. Chen Wu twirled his wrist, and a box capable of containing dungeon passages appeared in his hand. Once the dungeon is retrieved, it will be handed over to the resource management department. Off you go. He passed the dungeon containment box to Luo Shan, and the three swiftly made their way to the teleportation array on the third floor. Buzz. A flash of light enveloped them, and in the next moment, the trio found themselves in the outskirts. Young master, I've heard you are a dragon tamer? Indeed, Uncle Luo. Along the way, the two men casually inquired about various matters concerning Chen Ye. Such a formidable profession, it truly inspires a sense of despair. Indeed. Soon, they traversed a large mountain and arrived at a waterfall. This is the spot. Let us get them ready. It's time to engage. Whoosh. Luo Shan whistled. And two similarly clad black members of the dark faction emerged from behind the waterfall. Where is everyone? One of them asked. The city lord requested young master Chen Ye to come and give it a try, Luo Shan replied, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face, though he dared not show it. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. The two men bowed to Chen Ye, outwardly respectful, but inwardly they couldn't help but grumble. This is absurd. How could the city lord send the young master to such a place? To contain a dungeon, one must conquer all passages. Initially, the four of us could barely manage the nightmare passage. We hoped the city lord would lend a hand. Instead, we have a liability on our hands. We need to adjust our strategy. Luo Shan, you're a mage. Walk behind young master Chen. Zhang Fatsai, you're the tank. Stay at the back to protect the young master. My profession and Xiaohai's can attack and defend. We'll charge ahead. Understood? Captain Li Ming instructed. Understood. The three nodded in unison. Chen Ye stood to the side, blinking. Protected. Treated as a burden. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A newcomer who had only recently awakened their profession, and furthermore, the son of the city lord. Although they didn't voice it, Chen Ye understood their thoughts. He directed his gaze towards the dungeon beside the waterfall and employed his appraisal skill. Marriage to the Tauren. Level, C. Monster type, rampaging yellow cattle. Passage 1, normal. Monster levels, LV45 to LV60. Monster quantity, undetermined. Dungeon entry conditions, individual level below 90, team composite level not exceeding 150. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields a 13 chance to drop boss level Tauren equipment. Passage 2, hard. Monster levels, LV60 to LV75. Monster quantity, undetermined. Dungeon entry conditions, individual level below 90, team composite level not exceeding 150. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss yields a 45 chance to drop boss level Tauren equipment, and a 7 chance for golden tier items. Passage 3, hell. Monster levels, LV75, LV90. Number of monsters, unknown. Entry requirements, individuals below level 90. The total team level must not exceed 150. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss has a 60 chance to drop the old bull equipment, and a 19 chance for golden tier items. Channel 4, Nightmare. Monster levels, LV90, LV120. Number of monsters, unknown. Entry requirements, individuals below level 90. The total team level must not exceed 180. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss has a 97 chance to drop the old bull equipment, and a 70 chance for golden tier items, with a 0.05 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Channel 5, Death. Monster levels, LV120, LV150. Number of monsters, unknown. Entry requirements, individuals below level 90. The total team level must not exceed 180. Dungeon notes, defeating the boss guarantees a 100 chance to drop golden tier items, and a 3 chance for platinum items. There is a 10.5 chance to trigger an abyssal alien boss. Dungeon status, active. Cooldown time for adventurers, 24 hours. Dungeon task, prevent the wedding of the Minotaurs. The level cap for the Nightmare Channel party cannot exceed 180. All 4 of them are likely nearing this threshold. It's probable they plan to seek a level 100 powerhouse from the Lord's mansion to form a party for the dungeon. Unfortunately, my father sent me here. Chen Ye murmured. The monsters in the Nightmare Channel are all at least level 90, and if they form a party, their levels will undoubtedly exceed the dungeon's restrictions. I might as well solo it. With this thought, Chen Ye addressed the 4 dark warriors still discussing strategies. Uncle Luo, you all carry on with your discussions. I shall venture in for a moment. All right, Luo Shun instinctively replied. Buzz. Chen Ye approached the entrance of the nightmare channel and transformed into a beam of light, directly entering the dungeon. Wait, where is he going? Seeing Chen Ye vanish outside the dungeon, the others' expressions changed dramatically. He entered the dungeon? The nightmare channel? This is bad. How could he enter the nightmare channel? What a troublesome fellow. Who will inform the Lord? If something unexpected occurs, we cannot bear this responsibility. Damn it. Luo Shun, he said he was just going in for a moment, and you agreed without thinking. Hurry, come up with a plan. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare channel, Chen Ye appeared on a street. The sounds of Suona and firecrackers filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unrestrained joy. The street was adorned with red fabric, and numerous Minotaur dolls scurried about. An identification skill activated. Minotaur, level, LV 90. Spirit, 95, 580. Strength, 93, 520. Agility, 96, 550. Defense, 102, 370. Skills, Horn Charge. Old Bull S Charge, Glimmering Hoof Kick. Horn Charge. The Old Bull's dual horns possess formidable penetrating power, enhancing strength by 70 when activated. Old Bull S Charge. Do not turn your back on those damned old bulls. Glimmering Hoof Kick. Activates agility enhancement of 200, capable of striking precisely at your vital points. Monster description. The Minotaurs are immersed in a revelry. They will not attack unless provoked, with a minimum level of 90. The old man known as the Abyssal Boss pales in comparison to these Minotaurs. He must be the weakest among Abyssal Bosses. Turning his gaze toward the Minotaurs in the street, a slight smile appeared on Chen Ye's lips. Let us test the strength of my Qiongqi. Come forth, my Qiongqi. Chapter 58. These creatures truly know how to revel. Boom. The space on the street trembled violently. Suddenly, a creature towering 100 meters, with a 3-eyed tiger face. For horns sprouting from its head, sharp spines at its joints, and a pair of wings stretching 300 meters adorned with golden patterns appeared. This was none other than Qiongqi. Qiongqi. Level, LV 49. Primary Talent 1, Dreadful Pressure. Primary Talent 2, Spatial Disturbance. Spirit, 4, 200, 000. Strength, 5, 000. Agility, 4, 200, 000. Defense, 5, 000. Primary skills, Devour, Repulse, Tier. Talent skill, Split the Heavens. Split the Heavens. Disturb the space, Shatter the void. Hiss. With 5 million in defense and strength, Chen Ye raised his thumb, uttering a single word, impressive. However, it possesses only one talent skill. Do truly powerful beings disregard skills? Let us unleash a skill and gauge the might of Split the Heavens. Chen Ye contemplated, preparing to engage Qiongqi in battle. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. You have entered the Nightmare Channel dungeon, triggering a hidden rule. Dungeon rule reminder. The old bull has been infatuated with a young cow, traversing mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships to find the source crystal that can activate elemental essence. He plans to present it to his beloved young cow during the wedding. Hidden rule. The wedding procession will appear in 2 hours. If you slay the young cow in front of the old bull, he will enter a rampaging state. Defeating the enraged old bull has a 0.38 chance of obtaining the source crystal. Countdown to the wedding procession, 1:59:59. The old bull is approaching with his subordinates. Please prepare. It seems I must wait for another 2 hours. The source crystal, a rare natural element crystal capable of activating elemental essence, is fortuitous to encounter. With the talent for guaranteed golden drops, as long as there is a chance, it will surely yield results. Chen Ye smiled, surveying the jubilant minotaurs on the street, their laughter echoing, young minotaurs frolicking, while the elder minotaurs occasionally offered guidance, creating a harmonious scene. However, Chen Ye understood that this was merely an illusion. Once you initiate an attack, all minotaurs will retaliate with unparalleled ferocity. But as long as you refrain from attacking, they will treat you as if you do not exist. Even the 100-meter-tall Qiongqi, blocking the street, would be politely circumvented by them. To slay the young cow in front of the old bull. Chen Ye blinked, finding this narrative dungeon rather intriguing. After recalling Qiongqi back to the summoning space, Chen Ye followed the jubilant minotaurs and walked for 20 minutes, finally arriving at the young cow's residence. A humble bovine named Air Dan from the hills presented a congratulatory gift, a bronze-level embroidered needle. Congratulations, Lord Bull. Congratulations, Lord Bull. Brother Air Dan, please come in. Today, indulge in feasting and revelry. There is plenty of wine. The bovine named San Gao from Huazhai presented a congratulatory gift, a bronze-level minotaur horn decoration. Congratulations, congratulations. Miss Bull, may your wedding be joyous. May Lord Bull's life be as long as the southern mountains. Do come in. Mr. Wuchang from Jamaedi presented a distinguished congratulatory gift, a silver-level minotaur hoofguard set. The steward stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed on a splendid silver-level set of cow hoof guards, His voice unwittingly raised several decibels. Chen Ye lingered at the entrance for a few moments, his hands clasped behind his back, affectation guiding his steps into the estate. Fortunately, the steward seemed to regard him as an outsider, not sparing him even a glance. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Ye beheld 10 long tables adorned with an abundance of delectable dishes and fine wines. Groups of bull-headed beings were heartily indulging in the feast, reveling in their merriment. Suddenly, a sound, ambiguous between laughter and tears, resonated from within the residence. An elderly bull-headed man, his hair as white as snow and leaning on a cane, emerged slowly. "Oh, old bull, such sorrow," one of the onlookers lamented. "Curse your sentiments. Our master is overjoyed. Continue your revelry, and allow him to savor his solitary delight," retorted a middle-aged female bull, accompanying the elder. With utmost care, she guided him towards the small grove at the rear of the estate. "Damn that old cow. Why torment your husband in death? The curse forbids cohabitation until the daughter is wed. Do you truly fear he might harm your own child?" she scolded. "And that wretched young cow, 39 years of courtship, and yet she's ended up with the one who inherits the burden. I have restrained myself for your family's meager fortune for 39 years. If you delay another few years, your father will be too old to matter." With her voice laced with vitriol, the bull woman hastened her pace alongside the elder. Chen Ye averted his eyes, choosing not to intrude upon their intimate moment. Strolling leisurely around the estate, he noted that there were still 37 minutes until the arrival of the bridal procession. As he wandered aimlessly, he found himself at the threshold of a private chamber. Could this perhaps be the bride's room? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A woman clad in a resplendent red gown, her face heavily made up, was preening before a mirror, surrounded by several holographic projections. "Ha ha ha, little cow. You look stunning in your bridal attire, far more enchanting than when you're in the nude. Why not schedule another rendezvous tonight? And I shall make you feel truly alive. Go away. Today is a day of great joy. If you wish to come, then come now. You must not leave this chamber, or misfortune will befall you. With 36 minutes remaining until the procession, at your pace. You could have made it here a dozen times already. Hey, I want to join too. Together, this is so infuriating." The young cow giggled. Abruptly terminating all the projection calls, Chen Ye quietly exited the room. These creatures certainly know how to indulge. Had it not been for the heir finding the source crystal, the young cow might not have consented to the marriage at all. Fools in love, indeed. May I not summon a succubus who obeys my every command? Women merely serve to delay the deployment of my skills. Leaving the complex chamber behind, he returned to the courtyard where the elder bull and the cow woman were busily toasting guests. Their faces were flushed, whether from drink or excitement, was uncertain. Chen Ye regarded them with a disdainful glance. Finding a secluded spot, he observed the jovial feasting of the bulls, his own appetite stirred. Of course, he dared not partake in the fare meant for dungeon creatures. He had his own preparations. With a flick of his wrist, a small fire pit materialized upon the table. He ignited the alcohol wick within, setting up a petite dual pot. Adding water and hot pot base, it wasn't long before the liquid began to bubble. In a swift motion, he placed 2 platters of beef upon the table. As he retrieved a slice to cook, a sudden sensation washed over him. He felt as though he were being scrutinized. Looking up, he found the entire assembly of bull-headed beings glaring at him with palpable hostility. "Oh, would you like a taste?" Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the bull-headed creatures' eyes turned crimson, their bodies swelling, tearing through their garments to reveal their true monstrous forms. Moo. One of the beasts charged towards Chen Ye with alarming speed. "Alas, I haven't even had my first bite. Can I change the dish?" he thought, hoping not to disrupt his plans. He set down his chopsticks, collected the 2 platters of beef, and with a thought, found himself atop a magic wolf. The magic wolf is invincible. The black dragon is invincible. The Qiongqi is invincible. Yet here I am, merely a level 49 fledgling with attributes barely above 10,000. Without utilizing talents or skills, I could not outrun these beasts. I must distance myself from here. 35 minutes until I can retaliate. Oh woo. The magic wolf leaped, vaulting out of the courtyard as the frenzied herd of bulls crashed through the gates, demolishing the walls, all in pursuit of Chen Ye. Alas, this is the first time I've been chased by monsters without the ability to retaliate. Wait a moment. The hidden rule states that I must slay the young cow in the sight of the boss, but it never said I couldn't eliminate the lesser beasts beforehand. As long as I keep that young cow alive until the boss arrives, I can slay her then and incite the elder bull to rage. Yes, that must be the way. With this epiphany, Chen Ye's eyes gleamed. He quickly summoned 2 magic wolves from his spatial realm. Kill, one by one. The monsters could be taken down individually. Oh woo. The 2 magic wolves charged headlong into the oncoming bull-headed creatures. Skill, bull charge. Skill, flashing hoof kick. Faced with the terrifying magic wolves, the bull-headed monsters activated their skills. Whoosh. The 2 beasts kicked off the ground, transforming into streaks of golden light and vanishing. In the next instant, their legs struck the magic wolf's back foot. No damage. The magic wolf shook its leg as if swatted by a mere insect and retaliated with a swift claw. Thud. One bull-headed monster was sent flying, its bones shattered, meeting its demise. After a grueling 10 minutes of battle, the magic wolves had dispatched hundreds of bull-headed creatures. You have slain a level 90 bull-headed monster. Congratulations on receiving 700 experience points. Double experience triggered. Congratulations on receiving 400 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 90 bull-headed monster. Congratulations on receiving 338 points. A level 90 minor monster yields only a little over 2,000 experience. Leveling up is indeed a challenge. Had it not been for my previous encounters with abyssal bosses, my level would not have risen so swiftly. The experience from dungeon monsters and abyssal bosses is entirely different concepts. If an entire dungeon were composed of abyssal bosses, the thrill of combat would be exhilarating. Chen Ye grumbled, keeping a watchful eye on the time. Finally, at the very last second of the countdown, the sound of gongs and drums echoed as a grand red flower-laden sedan appeared at the end of the street. They have arrived. Chen Ye grinned widely and hurried towards the young cow's residence. He needed to capture her first. They're here. Quick, hide. No, hurry. I'm not ready yet. Next time. Hurry. If I don't get that source crystal, none of you will ever touch me again. Dressing quickly, she adorned herself in the briefest of moments. With the veil drawn, the young heifer sat in her chamber, quietly awaiting her fate. Suddenly, a tremendous claw tore through the rooftop, seizing the heifer and casting her out into the courtyard. Thud. The claw of the demonic wolf pressed her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Well done. Chen Ye perched atop the demonic wolf, awaiting the approaching bridal procession from the distant street. Sensing the faint breath of the heifer, a beam of golden light shot forth from the street's end, halting 100 meters away from the demonic wolf. As the golden radiance dissipated, a robust man clad in armor emerged. My lady, where art thou? Panic etched his features. What should have been a day of joy had turned into chaos. Leaving him flustered, Chen Ye shook his head lightly. It appeared this unfortunate heifer would not savor the pleasures of the day. A low growl escaped the demonic wolf as it hoisted the feeble heifer beneath its paw. Is this your beloved heifer? Wolf cub, eliminate her. With a crunch, the heifer's sturdy bones were shattered by the demonic wolf, leaving her as nothing more than a heap of flesh upon the ground. You have slain the elder cow's bride. The boss elder cow has entered a berserk state. Excellent. Finally in berserk. This endeavor has not been in vain. For I shall earn a source crystal. Arise, Xiongqi, and annihilate them all. Boom. The colossal figure of Xiongqi reappeared. I shall kill you. Why do you obstruct my marriage? After 60 years, I have finally found a woman who cares for me, who asks me daily if I have eaten. You. I will slay you. The elder cow's form morphed wildly, matching the height of the demonic wolf in an instant. Behind the elder cow, throngs of elite bovine monsters transformed, racing toward Chen Ye's position. The tremors of their stampede caused buildings to crack and collapse. Skill, Rift of Heaven. Xiongqi lowered its body, gently nudging the space with its shoulder. Crack, crack. The area where Xiongqi struck shattered like glass, spreading out like a spider's web. In the next moment, the very fabric of space collapsed. From the point of Xiongqi's impact, the entire street was brutally erased. Everything vanished, plunging into darkness. Good heavens. Chen Ye's pupils constricted. Half of the dungeon obliterated along with the space itself. First, I must copy it. System, copy Xiongqi's skill, Rift of Heaven. Ding. Skill copy successful. Triggering automatic max level detection. The skill is already at max level. Talent invalidated. Is it already max level? No wonder it is so powerful. I shall assess my gains later. Having spent this much time in the dungeon, those outside might be losing their minds. As a consolation, I will treat them to a special experience of dining in hot pot while traversing the passage of death. Ding. You have slain a level 117 elite bovine monster. Congratulations. You have gained 4,680 experience. Double experience triggered. Congratulations. You have gained 9,360 experience. Your current experience has reached the limit. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV50. The flood of experience and point notifications was met with Chen Ye's indifference. Later, while enjoying hot pot, I shall have ample opportunity to review them. Since a record of completion has appeared, Chen Ye exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, an hour and 2 minutes had passed. Why hasn't young Master Chen emerged yet? Oh no, we are doomed. Luo Shun exclaimed. If anything happens to the young master, you shall bear the consequences. The captain paced anxiously, his 3 teammates drenched in frustration. Captain, the lord of the city has stated that if there are any mishaps, he will intervene personally. You blockhead, you're infuriating me. Buzz. The passage glowed brightly. And Chen Ye emerged, witnessing a scene unfold. It's my fault. How about I treat everyone to hot pot? Chapter 60. Feeling invincible with instant defeats. It's your fault? At least you acknowledge it. Upon seeing Chen Ye exit the dungeon passage, the 4 breathed a collective sigh of relief. What a worry. Thankfully, as long as they did not actively attack, the monsters would ignore them. Otherwise, it would be astonishing for a newly transitioned novice not to be frightened. The 4 felt both exasperated and relieved. They were annoyed that the son of the city lord was so difficult to manage, completely disregarding their strategies and rushing in alone. Sending oneself to the slaughter could not be done so recklessly, yet they were relieved that no mishaps occurred. Young master, it is such a relief that you are unharmed. You have entered the dungeon and have a general understanding of the situation. Now, let me discuss the strategy. When the topic of strategy arose, the captain felt a headache coming on. If they entered the dungeon and followed the strategy step by step, there was a chance they could provoke the boss to appear. Although they lacked the strength to clear it, they could at least understand the boss's skills and report the situation to the overall commander, ensuring they would earn considerable merit. What a pity. The merit they could have secured might be squandered by the young master of the city lord's house. The group wore expressions of sorrow, their emotions betraying their inner bitterness. Furthermore, they had not noticed that a new record for the nightmare passage of the dungeon had emerged. With no solution in sight, they could only accompany the foolish son of the landlord in his antics. The group shared a singular thought: to protect Chen Ye. Although it was the nightmare passage, as long as they could exit the dungeon in time, the difficulty was not insurmountable. Avoiding annihilation was all that mattered. Young master, once we enter the dungeon, The captain attempted to relay some precautions, but was interrupted by Chen Ye. Uncle Luo, Uncle Zhang, could you tell me your levels? Chen Ye inquired. The maximum team level for the passage of death cannot exceed 180. I need to inquire about each person's status to make arrangements. Young Master Chen, rest assured. We will certainly ensure your safety. Ha ha ha, there is no need for you to worry. Although we may not be able to clear the nightmare passage, we are absolutely confident in protecting you from harm. Upon hearing Chen Ye's question about levels, the group exchanged knowing glances, believing he must have been intimidated by the levels and attributes of those little bovine monsters on the street. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such concern. Young master, although we four are not the most capable warriors in the dark division of the battle zone of Panlong City, do not underestimate us. After all, this is a sea-level dungeon's nightmare passage. We wouldn't dare enter recklessly without strength. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jiang Tsulio, the captain of the first-tier resource exploration team of the Dark Division in Panlong District S Battle Zone, level 118, a mage of the ice element, capable of both offense and defense. A flicker of pride crossed Jiang Tsulio's face as he introduced himself. Being appointed as the captain of the first-tier team by the Battle Zone was the greatest honor of his life. I am Lu Xiaohai, a member of the first-tier resource exploration team of the Dark Division in Panlong District S Battle Zone, level 103, an assassin specializing in rare heavy sword techniques. Lu Xiaohai grinned broadly. Luo Shun, a member of the foremost resource exploration team in the shadows of the battlefield in Panlong District, boasts a level of 101 and is a rare fire mage known as the Phoenix Flame. Though his constitution is somewhat fragile, his recovery is remarkably swift, rendering him a rather perplexing profession. As long as he is not instantly eliminated, he possesses the ability to regenerate infinitely. However, within the dungeon, there are numerous monsters capable of dispatching him in a heartbeat. Luo Shun then proceeded to introduce himself. Zhang Fatsai, a beast transformation specialist, scratched his face with an innocent expression, his cheeks tinged with a slight flush. His profession is the beastly Roar Titan. Also at level 101, he humbly requests your guidance. After the four introductions concluded, Chen Ye's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He understood that those who could accompany him to the Lord's mansion would not be of inferior caliber. Yet he was taken aback by their exceptional prowess. All of them held rare professions, and moreover, they were all above level 100. This revelation surpassed Chen Ye's expectations. Captain Jiang, I have a question, Chen Ye inquired. The dungeon has a restriction that the combined level of a party cannot exceed 180, yet your total exceeds 400. How did you manage to enter the dungeon? A moment of silent exchange passed among the group. My father never mentioned anything regarding the battlefield, Chen Ye added. It must be the lord of the city who has withheld this particular secret about the battlefield, as he has not even shared it with you, young Master Chen. His intention in having you accompany us is likely to expose you to some knowledge in advance. As Jiang Tsulio spoke, he produced a button the size of a fingernail from his spatial ring. Do not employ identification skills on this, for it possesses the ability to counter such skills. This artifact is the culmination of over 600 craftsmen from the Xia Kingdom, meticulously researched for a century, consuming trillions of resources in its creation. Furthermore, it merely serves as a medium for projecting light and shadow. Even divine-level identification skills cannot unveil its true nature. This item is known as the level nullifier. It can reset the level of any practitioner or any party not exceeding 10 members to 0. However, this does not erase the practitioner's level. Rather, it forcibly interferes with the dungeon's rules, rendering it incapable of detecting the levels of those entering. Nonetheless, it currently has limitations. It cannot be used in dungeons of A rank or higher, as the rules of such dungeons remain insurmountable for now. Isn't that astonishing? Jiang Tsulio mused, holding the small button with a sense of gravity. Indeed, it is remarkable. Our Xia Kingdom is truly extraordinary, Chen Ye praised sincerely. The Xia Kingdom, once capable of conjuring mushroom clouds in the desert with an abacus, had risen to become one of the world's great powers, no longer subjected to humiliation. Now, Having traversed into this realm, he remained proud of his homeland. Most importantly, he surmised that this level nullifier was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the nation's profound resources. The foundation of a nation is not something an individual can shake. Ha ha ha, your astonishment is warranted. However, this device is not something one may use at will. It is exclusively available to the dark divisions of each war zone in the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, it can only be used 3 times within a month. Now, let us proceed. I will take you to witness the spectacle of level 100 elites clashing with level 100 monsters up close, allowing you to experience the true allure of combat. Jiang Tulio patted Chen Ye's shoulder, a smile gracing his face, though it may not be worry-free. Who among the young is not so? Very well, Chen Ye nodded. He had indeed never witnessed the battle scenes of level 100 elites and had rarely encountered level 100 monsters. Most of the time, he was the one being swiftly eliminated, sometimes not even catching a glimpse of the monsters before meeting his demise. For now, he had lost his appetite for food. He genuinely wished to observe the true combat prowess of these rare elite practitioners. Such insight would allow him to gauge his own strength. Otherwise, if he could eliminate anyone effortlessly, he would always feel invincible. Such a mindset was indeed undesirable. Chapter 61. The Allure of the Greatsword Assassin. How about it? Young Master Chen, isn't it impressive? Following closely behind the group, Chen Ye accepted Jiang Tulio's invitation to form a party, and together they entered the nightmarish passage. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and the 5 of them simultaneously materialized on a bustling street. The same scene, the same location, yet devoid of the hidden rules prompts. Young Master, do not be surprised. Luo Shun discerned Chen Ye's perplexity and explained. The hidden rules of the nightmarish passage can only be triggered when entering alone. Although we have utilized the level nullifier, which prevents the dungeon from detecting our levels, it can still ascertain our numbers. As you walk alongside me, should any issue arise, I will elucidate it for you. Understood. Chen Ye nodded in response. Are we preparing to engage in combat? Chen Ye surveyed the surroundings, noting the minotaurs joyfully adorning the walls with auspicious red characters. With a single skill, he could undoubtedly eliminate several monsters. Luo Shun thought to himself, this young master's demeanor suggests he has never faced adversity. He patiently clarified, young master, the nightmarish level dungeon is not so easily navigated. The monsters here range from levels 90 to 120. Recklessly engaging in combat on the street would surely draw the attention of all nearby monsters, resulting in an overwhelming ambush. If we are surrounded by the monsters on the street, the minotaurs from Old Bull's residence would also come rushing in. That would spell disaster for us. Just look at the minotaurs passing by on the street. There are at least hundreds, and combined with those attending the feast, the number could easily exceed 1,000. These lesser monsters are all at least level 90, while the ones feasting are nearly all around level 100. If we are besieged by over 1,000 monsters, we may not even trigger an elite monster, let alone encounter a boss. We must adhere to the previously established strategy if we hope to progress further. After hearing Luo Shun's explanation, Chen Ye nodded in understanding. Ahead, the captain, who had remained silent until now, issued commands. Everyone, hold your positions and do not trigger the monster retaliation mechanism. I will first examine the dungeon map. With a hum, Jiang Tulio's body shuddered as a pair of luminous wings unfurled from his back. With a whoosh, he soared into the air. After circling for about 10 minutes, he gradually descended. This is a small town, laid out in a linear fashion. The southern end is the wedding route, home to the most densely populated minotaurs. The northern end is the wasteland, where I spotted a few scattered minotaurs. Thus, our attack route will commence from the northernmost point. We will first clear the outer scattered monsters. Engaging in combat will inevitably attract the attention of the street monsters. We will lie in wait, likely able to eliminate a third of the monsters. Afterward, we will charge in and catch Old Bull's family off guard, with a 30 chance of triggering an elite monster. We will discuss details as we fight. Now, let us proceed. Understood. The 3 squad members nodded. Chen Ye blinked, pondering, is it really this complicated? It felt somewhat overblown. But he decided to follow suit and observe first. Before long, another 20 minutes passed, and the group arrived at the northernmost point. Indeed, the number of monsters here was quite sparse. The street lay desolate, with a few minotaurs resembling beggars sprawled by the roadside, lost in thought. Formation, I will take the lead, while Lu Xiaohai will assist me in battle. Wait for the opportune moment, and strike to ensure the monster's demise. Luo Shun ranks 3rd. Heed my arrangements, and be prepared to enhance your status at any moment. Young Master Chun, you shall stand alongside Luo Shun, tasked with vigilant observation. Fa you will follow at the rear, ensuring the safety of both Luo Shun and Young Master, should either of them sustain wounds less severe than yours. The Dark Division's military law will be enacted. Understood. The arrangements for Jiangxiu Lu are complete, and the 3 Dark Division warriors respond in unison. Commence the slaughter. Skill, Ice Spike Penetration. A 2-meter-long ice spike materializes in Jiangxiu Lu's grasp. Transforming into a gleaming shard of frost, he propels it forth, thrusting the ice spike fiercely into the chest of an unsuspecting bull monster. Moo. Sensing the threat, the bull monster roars, its body abruptly shifting. Swoosh. Before it can fully transform, the ice spike has already pierced through, blood spilling profusely. A swift kill. Your captain has slain a level 90 bull monster. Congratulations. You have gained 9 experience points. Double experience triggered. Congratulations. You have gained 18 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned 3 points. Such meager experience. No wonder it is difficult to level up while being carried by higher-ranked individuals. The rewards are so paltry. Chen Ye silently grumbles, obediently following suit. Moo moo moo. With the first bull monster dispatched, the desolate street awakens as a dozen more bull monsters transform, charging towards the squad like powerful, rampaging beasts. Skill Ice Wall. Crack crack crack. An ice wall emerges before Jiang Qiulu. Bang bang bang. The wall is repeatedly struck, threatening to shatter. Jiang Qiulu places a hand upon the wall. Skill Ice Spike Penetration. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The ice wall morphs, transforming into a series of sharp ice spikes that accurately impale the necks of the bull monsters. Moo. One bull monster stumbles back, a flash of gold appearing as it readies its skill. Whoosh. Before the bull monster can unleash its attack, Lu Xiaohai, who follows Jiang Qiulu, vanishes from sight. Skill Instant Slash. Swoosh. A broad arc of sword light descends, severing the bull monster's head, without waiting for the head to hit the ground. Lu Xiaohai returns to his position. So impressive. Chen Ye exclaims in admiration. Young Master Chen, the allure of the great sword assassin. Silence, do not lose focus. Lu Xiaohai attempts to boast, only to be swiftly reprimanded by the captain. Are you truly so shameless as to show off in front of a newcomer? They are here. Jiang Qiulu calls out sharply, immediately resuming combat. Minutes pass, and the clamor of battle intensifies. The number of bull monsters surging from the south of the street continues to swell. Judging by their numbers, it likely exceeds 100. A nightmare-level dungeon, indeed formidable. Confronted by this horde of over 100 bull monsters, a fierce glint flashes across Jiang Qiulu's face. He clenches his hands, 2 ice spikes rapidly forming within his grasp. Allow me to unleash a grand move. Skill Ice Cone Path. Swoosh. The 2 ice spikes plunge into the ground with force. In the next instant, an icy aura spreads wildly, covering the pavement and walls in frost, as 3-meter-long ice cones silently erupt. Within mere breaths, the area spanning 100 meters along the street is transformed into a crystalline expanse. One skill alone has decimated more than half of the bull monsters. Yet, Jiang Qiulu feels no elation. Instead, his expression turns grave. Luo Shun, activate your status. Everyone prepare. The level 100 monsters are about to arrive. The ground trembles irregularly. Looking up, he sees buildings collapsing in the distance, thick plumes of smoke billowing. An overwhelming force is descending upon them. This is the bull monsters area attack skill. 1000 Bulls Trample. Chapter 62. Uncle Fa Kai, do not panic. We are allies. That is my summon. Boom boom boom. The force generated by over 1,000 level 100 bull monsters crashing is utterly terrifying. The entire ground shakes violently. Activate your statuses. Jiang Qiulu commands. Buzz buzz buzz. Waves of azure flames envelop everyone. Chen Ye feels the enhancement. Enveloped by the azure flames, he experiences no discomfort. Rather, he feels invigorated. Even his attributes have increased by 50. Amidst the clamor of clashing metal, the participants swiftly don their equipped gear. A low growl emanates from behind. Chen Ye glances back to see Zhang Fa Kai, his fists pounding against his chest, transforming into a towering figure nearly 6 meters tall. We are allies, young master. Do not worry. Zhang Fa Kai whispers an explanation. Though he believes he is speaking softly, his voice still resonates like thunder. Is this when we get serious? Chen Ye's gaze shifts back to the charging horde of bull monsters. As they approach within 10 meters, Jiang Qiulu slams a hand against the ground. Skill, Heaven's Cold. Earth's Freeze. Crack crack crack. The ground before him swiftly becomes encrusted with frost, instantly encasing the first several bull monsters in ice. Crack crack crack. The chill continues to spread, freezing half of the triangular formation of bull monsters ahead. One skill has successfully immobilized over 100 bull monsters. Skill, Shadow Clone Sequential Slash. Whoosh. Lu Xiaohai flickers, transforming into several afterimages weaving through the frozen bull monsters. His presence is nearly imperceptible, yet it is evident as the frozen bull monsters shatter into pieces in mere moments. Charge. Jiang Qiulu grips the ice spikes tightly, launching himself into the throng of bull monsters. Luo Shun, ignite these creatures. Understood, Captain. Skill, Firebird Incineration. Boom boom boom. A blaze erupts from Luo Shun, materializing into 3 majestic birds resembling phoenixes, one diving towards the heart of the monster horde. Boom. As the 3 firebirds touch down, each engulfs an area exceeding 100 meters. In an instant, hundreds of bull monsters writhe in the inferno. Thud thud thud. The squad surges forward. Skill, Bullhorn Charge. Skill, Ice Wall. Skill, Bull Leap Trample. A clash of brute force. The monster's frenzied assault disrupts Jiang Qiulu's rhythm. Now, only brute force offers the best strategy. Jiangqiu Lu leads the charge, leaving destruction in his wake. Lu Xiaohai flits like a specter, appearing intermittently, each time sending 1 or 2 monsters to their demise. Before long, the 5-person team finds themselves completely encircled, their formation forced to adapt. Excellent. We have been surrounded. Launching a powerful attack under siege maximizes damage to the monsters. Unleash the ultimate skill. Eliminate these wretched bulls. Luo Shun, maximize your status. Fa Kai, coordinate with me. Jiang Qiu Lu bellows. Skill, ultimate ice seal. As the skill descends, the remaining hundreds of monsters are completely encased in ice. Skill, mountain quake. Fa Kai gives a low shout, his massive form leaping into the air. Hands clasped into a hammer. Boom. The impact reverberates. At the center of 5 individuals, fissures began to spread outward. Wherever these cracks traversed, the frozen monsters shattered into countless fragments. As the battle momentarily ceased, before the group could catch their breath, the distant sound of a swana echoed. A procession of bull-like creatures, adorned with red ribbons, came into view. The wedding party. This is dire. All the adversaries arriving this time are elite monsters. Their attributes far exceed those of the ordinary bull creatures encountered previously. The boss has likely retreated to the residence of Lord Bull, and soon they will all emerge. Are you all alright? Whether we can trigger the boss depends on how long you can endure, Jiang Zhuliu inquired. The other 3 members were around level 103. Although they primarily served as support, each strike demanded considerable energy. It was no small feat to synchronize and dispatch over 1,000 monsters of comparable levels in such a short span. Moreover, each had executed their ultimate abilities at least once. Feeling somewhat drained was entirely normal. The more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption, particularly for Luo Shan, who had not only activated his state but also unleashed a group attack, resulting in substantial expenditure. Captain, we can still hold on. This is nothing to worry about. They are merely elite monsters, just a few levels above us. If we engage them head-on, we can certainly defeat a number of them. Captain, let Xiaohai step back. I will charge ahead with you. My defense is robust, and my consumption is minimal. I can absorb a few of their skills for you. Let us maintain our formation. I recover quickly and can keep pace. The group exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, a bond of camaraderie among comrades. Should I give it a try? Chen Ye suddenly stepped forward. He had recognized that the 100-level adversaries were formidable. Their skills were powerful, although slightly inferior to his max-level abilities. Their overall combat effectiveness was not to be underestimated. The only limitation to their combat power was their consumption. If consumption were not a factor, the 4-seasoned warriors, with their honed combat techniques and accumulated experience, might even clear this dungeon. However, their resources were depleting rapidly, even with support. Facing a horde of monsters of nearly identical strength could prove overwhelming. In the Nightmare Passage, monsters do not appear one by one. Many dungeon creatures do not wait to be slain individually. Chen Ye reflected on this. His advantages lay in low consumption. He could use his max-level skills freely, only feeling fatigued after a day of continuous casting, which was almost negligible. If he summoned creatures, the consumption would be even less significant. It would be a complete victory. You want to give it a try? Young master, do not jest. Uncle Fatsai, do not panic. It's a summon of mine. Zhang Fatsai covered his mouth, his face a mask of terror. In his beastly form, he stood 6 meters tall. When did a creature, towering over him by more than half, crouch beside him? Why your summon? Young master, is this truly your summon? Facing the inquiries, Chen Ye nodded. Wolf Cub, go. Engage freely. Upon issuing the command, the magical wolf surged forward, charging directly into the throng of elite bull creatures. Young master, that wolf is level 552? Quickly recall it. Such a massive wolf has great potential. It would be unwise to let it perish. Skill, Crimson Flame Charge. Chapter 63. Is the little dragon too weak to be taken seriously? Can we not exaggerate? Buzz. As the magical wolf sprinted, 2 flames of differing colors erupted from its body, transforming into a colossal fireball that hurtled toward the bull creature horde. With a thunderous explosion, several elite bull monsters were obliterated. What is happening? The young master's level 52 wolf possesses such a skill? Young master, should we strategically withdraw before the boss is triggered? Lu Xiaohai suggested. I find that reasonable. Fatsai instinctively shrank back to his normal form, feeling immense pressure in front of the giant wolf. Let us retreat. With such power, it would be a grave mistake for the young master's summon to fall here. Resources can be gradually acquired, but summons moo. Moo. A cacophony of enraged roars echoed from the distance. Young master, quickly recall your giant wolf. If it is surrounded? That is not a concern. With a mere thought, Chen Ye summoned 200 magical wolves. Buzz. As the 200 wolves appeared, the dungeon was enveloped in a suffocating magical aura. Gulp. Watching the 200 magical wolves surge forward, the 4 stood frozen in shock. You have so many summons. Young master, is your father aware of your strength? Stunned for a lengthy moment, they finally snapped back to reality, watching in awe as the magical wolves dominated the battlefield while cautiously glancing at Chen Ye's expression. This is incredible, so impressive. A freshly transitioned novice displays combat prowess surpassing that of a fully evolved level 120 character. No, it's more than just a fully evolved character. Even at level 120 in the 5th transition, he likely possesses formidable combat capabilities. What on earth is that skill that can shatter mountains, turning them into boulders that crush monsters beneath them? How spectacular! It's astounding. A water sphere controlling dozens of elite monsters. This is a deadly fighting style. What divine skills are these? Observing the magical wolves in battle, the group was taken aback. What a magnificent spectacle, a scene of total domination and control. Such a display is only witnessed when top-tier players unite against foreign threats. The entertainment value is immense. The visual impact, overwhelming. Panting heavily, the four were flushed with excitement, their eyes glued to the combat, fearful of missing even a single skill. Whoosh. Wow. With a single paw, it can shatter a bull monster. How immense must its strength be? Yet, the magical wolf's attribute panel seems somewhat lacking. The magical wolf? Wow. The young master is a short-lived demon summoner? He controls the magical wolves through his own strength? He summoned over 200 and controls them all? Young master. Jiang Zuliu checked the magical wolf's panel and finally awoke from his stupor. Demon type. This is a beast demon. Are you a demon summoner? Jiang Zuliu asked, astonished. Luo Shun, Zhang Fatsai, and Lu Xiaohai turned to Chen Ye, their faces filled with fear. Ah yes, I am a demon summoner. I am also a dragon tamer. It's just that the little dragon is too underwhelming to showcase, so I decided to send the wolf cub to the forefront instead. Chen Ye explained. The little dragon is too underwhelming? The little dragon is too underwhelming. The little dragon is too underwhelming. Is this even coherent? A dragon is a paragon among beast tamers. Yet in Chen Ye's eyes, it has become a pet unworthy of presentation? What world are we living in? After witnessing the formidable prowess of the magic wolf, one can observe that a level 52 magic wolf is capable of effortlessly overpowering elite bull monsters of approximately level 110. Conversely, a level 52 dragon would find such a feat utterly unattainable. This comparison indeed seems quite justified. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle from afar gradually ceased. All elite monsters had been vanquished. The boss was about to make its entrance. Young master, can your wolf cub slay this boss? Shall we provide assistance? Luo Shun. Buff up, we shall lend our aid. The boss of the Nightmare Passage, although merely level 120, possesses skills and attributes that completely surpass those of elite monsters. While the magic wolf may appear to handle elite monsters with relative ease, facing a boss is undoubtedly a different challenge altogether. Luo Shun ignited with azure flames, bestowing buffs upon everyone. No need for such trouble. Black Dragon, send the boss on its way, Chen Ye remarked with a light chuckle. Though the magic wolf could indeed eliminate the boss, it would require a bit of time. It was wiser to leave it to the Black Dragon. Black Dragon? What Black Dragon? Jiang Zuliu and the others looked on in confusion. Suddenly, a colossal shadow was cast upon the ground, dimming the daylight considerably. Heavens above, Zhang Fatsai stuttered, pointing at the void, rendered speechless. Uncle Fatsai, do not panic, it's one of our own, Chen Ye clarified. What? Jiang Zuliu and Luo Shun simultaneously looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. Hiss. They inhaled sharply. Above them, a massive dragon, approximately 1,000 meters in length, spiraled silently, its jet-black body entwined with tendrils of dark mist. A true dragon. Moo. In the distance, a bull monster's roar echoed. Following this, a towering bull monster, over 10 meters tall, cloaked in long black fur and adorned with a nose ring, while wielding a steel fork, slowly rose from the ground. You dare disturb my nuptials? I shall send you all to your demise. Skill, bullish rampage. Boom. A column of green light erupted from its form, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of green. This is not good. This skill possesses a potent debuff effect. My attributes are plummeting. This was dire. A nightmare-level boss. How could it be so formidable? Hiss. Why is its defense so high? The boss unleashed its grand skill upon appearing, a move that no one had anticipated, leaving them momentarily flustered. Skill, Tornado Breath. The black dragon in the void unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. The dark, swirling energy crackled with arcs of blue lightning. Boom. The lightning bolt struck the bull monster boss directly. Moo. A chilling scream escaped its lips before the bull monster boss vanished. A voice echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Congratulations. Your team has cleared the dungeon. Items will be distributed according to dungeon rules. Your team has set a new clearance record. New record duration, 208:31. The captain may name the team to save the record, or may choose to forego naming. The Nightmare Passage has been cleared. Shall we exit now? Is it truly cleared? The group looked at the area where the lightning had struck. The ground now marked by a path reminiscent of a Roman road stretching towards the dungeon's end. Such terrifying might, the once proud bull monster boss was obliterated in an instant. Goodness, little dragon is rather weak, barely making an impression. This was a direct quote from Chen Ye. The group gazed up at the spiraling black dragon. Barely making an impression? Such arrogance, is that not a crime? Chapter 64. You will not face danger if you do not act against her. Young master, we need to name the team for the dungeon clearance. Shall we retain the team name in the record? After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Tsulio finally spoke up. Should Chen Ye agree to name the team? Their names would be immortalized in the records of the dungeon passage for quite some time. A record of 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 31 seconds. They had squandered 2 hours. If Chen Ye were to solo it, disregarding hidden rules, he could clear it in just 8 minutes. Truly astonishing. Uncle Jiang, do as you see fit. I have no objections, Chen Ye replied with a smile. A hastily assembled team bore no obligations. Dissolving it would change nothing, save for a name and a record. All right, let us create a team name. How about 4 against 1 rampage? Jiang Tsulio suggested, seeking the group's consensus. That sounds terrible, like a pile of dung rampaging. Let us choose another. Indeed. Then how about Night God Team? Excellent, I endorse that name. I object. Wait. You didn't even ask for my opinion? Must we be so dramatic? Youth Master, the team name has been finalized. Shall we exit the dungeon now? Under the praise of the others, the entire team exited the dungeon. The passage glowed brightly, and they found themselves outside the dungeon. As they emerged, a comprehensive team record appeared. Dungeon team record, duration, 2:08:31. Team name, Night God Team. Team captain, Jiang Tsulio. Team members, Lu Xiaohai, Luo Shan, Zhang Fatsai, Chen Ye. To have their names etched upon the clearance record of the sea-level nightmare passage for the very first time, albeit through free writing, was undeniably exhilarating. Jiang Tsulio laughed heartily, his companions' faces adorned with smiles. This left Chen Ye somewhat perplexed. The dark faction typically operated with caution and secrecy. To leave their names on the passage record, and yet appear so jubilant, seemed rather uncharacteristic for competent members of the dark faction. Young Master, we still have the death passage ahead. After completing it, the dungeon storage box can reclaim this sea-level dungeon. Would you assist us once more? Jiang Tsulio inquired with a grin. No problem. Chen Ye nodded, yet he posed a question that lingered in his mind. Uncle Jiang, aren't you dark faction members concerned about exposing your identities by leaving your names in the dungeon passage? Well, Jiang Tsulio's face flushed. The others cast furtive glances, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Chen Ye. Young Master, here's the situation. As you know, the dark faction has always been impoverished. We lack even proper battle attire, merely bearing a number. It is stipulated that new resources developed from dungeons will double the reward if a record name is left in the dungeon above the purgatory level, doubling for purgatory and quadrupling for nightmare. Furthermore, the dungeon will be returned directly to the dark faction headquarters for training, fostering the ambition of future generations. Within the dark faction, we only recognize numbers, not individuals, eliminating any risk of exposure. We changed our names multiple times. Upon hearing Jiang Tsulio's explanation, Chen Ye chuckled. He hadn't anticipated such a strategy within the dark faction. Pointing towards the death passage, Chen Ye inquired, is the death passage 3 times? 10 times, Jiang Tsulio responded. Let us go, and earn another wave of 10-fold rewards. Uncle Jiang hurriedly rallied the team. No, young master. With your strength, you should be able to clear the death passage solo without sustaining any damage. Our presence would not contribute much. If you take us along, your experience will diminish significantly. It would be best for you to tackle it alone, Jiang Tsulio insisted once more. Observing Chen Ye's continued attempts to persuade, Jiang Tsulio firmly stated, young master. No matter if the reward is 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, it pales in comparison to the value of a single use of the level reset device. We kindly ask you to navigate the death passage for us. Suddenly, all 4 stood upright, rendering a military salute to Chen Ye, startled by their sudden display. Chen Ye deftly evaded the salute and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the death passage. Within the instance, Chen Ye found himself beside a picturesque stream. Downstream, a stunning woman clad in red, with hair cascading to her waist, was washing her hair by the water's edge. Bent over, she added another layer of beauty to the serene landscape. Had the scenes of the nightmare passage all transformed? Observing his surroundings, a smirk appeared on Chen Ye's face. In this secluded wilderness, with a small bridge and flowing water, the thought of indulging in a hot pot beside this enchanting creek was undeniably tempting. You have entered the instance, Death Passage. Friendly reminder. The monster levels far exceed your own. Please proceed with caution. Special reminder. If you do not engage her, she will ignore you. He had presumed there might be hidden rules at play, but Chen Ye sighed in disappointment. However, he picked up some firewood from the small grove by the stream and turned his gaze back to the woman washing her hair. Was the directive to refrain from attacking meant for her? If so, she could remain for last. The death passage must also require some form of slaughter to trigger the monsters. Consuming beef could also provoke monsters. Having missed out on the nightmare passage, he certainly had to partake in the death passage. After a few minutes, Chen Ye gathered a pile of firewood and ultimately decided to set up a cooking station beneath a willow tree. A grill, a hot pot stand, and a vegetable rack were assembled. With a flick of his wrist, an array of ingredients was neatly arranged on the vegetable rack, ready to ignite the fire. With a thought, 623 magical wolves and 8 black dragons materialized. The black dragons unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the Tauran soldiers posted by the city walls. then began their free hunt. Leaving 3 magical wolves to shield him from dust, he proclaimed, "Let the feast commence." Skill, Tornado Lightning. The massive jaws of one black dragon unleashed a lightning strike towards the city walls several kilometers ahead. Through the feedback from the dragon's perspective, Chen Ye surveyed the entire instance. It resembled a small circular city, where a group of Tauren, bearing a crimson palanquin, was retreating towards the horizon opposite Chen Ye. Could it be that this was the ancestral home of the Tauren boss? If the plot were to take a cliché turn, perhaps the Tauren were not the main characters, but rather a young noble of their clan, eager to wed an unashamed little cow. Ha ha, my imagination runs wild. Time to eat. Chen Ye shrugged, one hand tending to the grill while the other immersed beef slices into the bubbling pot. Suddenly, the woman washing her hair turned her head towards Chen Ye. "Little brother, how did you come to know the truth?" Wait, you can speak?" Chen Ye exclaimed, startled, causing the beef he was about to eat to fall to the ground. "Little brother, if you engage with me, I won't remain silent. I'll only call out. But first, can you tell me how you learned the truth?" Chapter 65. I thought you were a big shot, but is this all there is? How did I come to know the truth? Is this what you call truth by talking to yourself? Chen Ye felt exasperated. The instance rules stated not to attack this woman, and since arriving in the instance, she had consistently performed a single action, scooping water and pouring it over her hair, diligently washing it. To suddenly break her routine and inquire seemed utterly baffling to Chen Ye. Having read countless novels in his past life, he recognized that such occurrences often indicated they were being observed by some untouchable entity. A quick identification skill revealed nothing but question marks. As he flipped through some perfectly roasted chicken wings, he mused, "Grilled chicken wings, my favorite." Feigning indifference, Chen Ye lightly hummed, his gaze drifting past the woman in red. "Wow, you can talk too?" He then directed his attention to a stone by the creek, reiterating, "See? I'm not crazy. Don't hold me to your standards. Little brother, do you think it's you who is foolish or me?" The woman giggled. "If you don't tell me why you know the truth today, I will." Ding. You have activated the all-attribute merge talent. Countdown, 53 seconds. Buzz. A surge of energy ruffled Chen Ye's hair, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Seizing the initiative, bolstered by all attributes plus a skill named Sky Shatter, he thought, "If I can't take you down, then I shall retreat. After all, you cannot exit the instance. Merely a trivial skill." The woman in red smirked, raising her hand slightly. However, before her hand could be raised, Chen Ye's face appeared before her. A fist, as large as a sandbag, hovered a mere half centimeter from her forehead. Crack. The crisp sound of space fracturing emanated from Chen Ye's brow. The fabric of reality swiftly splintered. Skill, Sky Shatter. When confronted with an unknown entity, if one must act, they shall unleash their most formidable strike. This epitomizes Chen Ye's modus operandi. Crack. With the final sound of shattering, the woman in red, the stream, and the ground beneath it, everything, was obliterated. You have slain a level 151 hidden boss. Congratulations, you have gained 500,000 experience points. Ding. Double experience triggered. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000,000 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 151 hidden boss. Congratulations, you have gained 120,255 points. Detected that your experience has reached the level cap. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 54. What the heck? I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you were merely a hidden boss. What a waste of my ultimate ability. Without any real power, why pretend to be profound? You had me thinking you were formidable. Damn it, a hidden boss. How could I discern its attributes without triggering it? After years of theoretical knowledge accumulation, I had forgotten such a simple truth. Since I eliminated the hidden boss before it was activated, the dungeon monsters remained unaffected. The demon wolf and the black dragon continued their relentless advance. They had already triggered the boss. A glance at the experience progress revealed 69. There was still a considerable distance to level 55. Hidden boss, at least show me an abyss boss. This meager experience is utterly insufficient. After having faced abyss bosses, Chen Ye regarded the so-called dungeon bosses and hidden bosses with disdain. I should grab a bite. Otherwise, I might finish the dungeon without being sated. Returning to the willow tree, Chen Ye began to feast heartily. During his meal, he produced the primal crystals obtained from the nightmare passage. A skill of appraisal was cast. Oh, not too shabby. Elemental crystal. Category, crystallization of heaven and earth. Level, none. Element type, magma. Usage effect, activates elements, condenses elemental forms. Fusion requirement, magma type mage. Special effect, the practitioner is immune to 50 damage from the same elemental attack. I possess the skill of the Sea of Magma. I should qualify as a magma mage. Let us see if I can fuse this. Holding the elemental crystal, Chen Ye enveloped it with his mental energy. Buzz. As soon as his mental energy made contact with the elemental crystal, it transformed into a crimson beam of light that penetrated Chen Ye's brow. Could it truly be possible? Now, let's test what changes my Sea of Magma undergoes. Skill, Sea of Magma. Buzz. The ground beneath Chen Ye's feet began to morph into magma, rapidly spreading. In the blink of an eye, the terrain within 1,000 meters transformed into torrents of magma, swallowing everything upon it bit by bit. This was the inherent effect of the sea of magma, turning the earth into a sea of magma, melting all. I am not a magma mage. I cannot control the elements, nor can I render the magma mobile. The drawback is that any opponent who takes to the air can evade the damage. However, now, with the primal crystal, I possess the ability to command the entire sea of magma. I can distinctly sense my affinity with the magma. With a slight lift of my hand, splash, a massive hand formed from magma slowly emerged from the surface of the sea of magma. With no target to attack. Black Dragon, I shall test my power on you. As the magma hand grew larger, the surface of the sea of magma receded as if retreating from the tide. In mere moments, a hand capable of grasping the Black Dragon's waist extended into the void. With fingers spread wide, the magma hand seized the Black Dragon. Sizzle, sizzle. The Black Dragon's body visibly emitted steam, slowly being dissolved away, its expression one of immense agony. Chen Ye's eyelid twitched, and he hastily released the Black Dragon. So powerful. Goodness, the primal crystal is remarkable. I must find a way to acquire more, preferably ones of thunder, wind, fire, and water elements as well. Chapter 66. What martial examination? Isn't this just a special move? Chen Ye mused delightfully. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly ceased the skill's activation. The Sea of Magma skill has a duration, yet after being augmented by the primal crystal, its duration became permanent, as long as Chen Ye does not deactivate the skill. The Sea of Magma will persist. However, there is a significant drawback, the mental consumption. In less than half a minute, Chen Ye's mental energy was depleted by more than half. It can be said the consumption is exorbitant. Under normal circumstances, the energy cost of a skill is around 5 of total mental energy, but after the augmentation from the primal crystal, both its power and controllability underwent a qualitative transformation. Although the skill has been enhanced, consuming over 50 of total mental energy for a single skill is excessive. Once the skill was withdrawn, the residual heat of the magma upon the ground returned to normal. The dungeon boss appeared, dispatched by the Black Dragon with a powerful dragon whirl. The panel also reflected a significant gain in experience and points. You have slain a level 135 elite bull monster. Congratulations, you have gained 750 experience points. Double experience triggered. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 135 elite bull monster. Congratulations, you have gained 255 points. You have slain a level 135 elite bull monster. Congratulations, you have gained 750 experience points. Double experience triggered. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 135 elite bull monster. Congratulations, you have gained 255 points. You have slain a level 150 bull monster boss. Congratulations, you have gained 15,000 experience points. Double experience triggered. Congratulations, you have gained 30,000 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 150 bull monster boss. Congratulations, you have gained 7,225 points. Detected that your current experience has reached the cap. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 55. You have set a new record for the Dungeon of the Death Passage. Time 002351. Dungeon clearance. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? As the prompt for clearing the dungeon resonated in his mind, Chen Ye did not hastily exit. Ding. You have cleared the dungeon and set a new record. Congratulations. You have gained 36,000 points. Ding. You have cleared the dungeon, triggering the mandatory golden talent upon completion. Defeating a boss guarantees a 100 drop rate for gold level items. Congratulations, you have received a dropped item. You have picked up a gold level dropped item. Congratulations. You have gained 100,000 points. Old Bull's Boss Nose Ring. Category, Magical Artifact. Level, Gold. Effect, when worn by the user, all attributes are increased by 37. This nose ring can change size, and when used in combat, opponents ensnared by the ring will be controlled for 3 seconds. Special effect, Decorative. Defeating a boss grants a 3 drop rate for platinum items. Congratulations, you have received a dropped item. You have picked up a platinum level dropped item. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000,000 points. Boss Horn. Category, Monster Component. Rarity, Platinum. Usage, the boss horn possesses formidable defensive capabilities and unparalleled hardness, making it an excellent material for forging weapons. Weapons crafted with the horn are augmented with an 11 increase in attack and a 200 boost in strength. Special effects, none. The strength enhancement is doubled, and to fully refine and transfer the essence of the boss horn into the weapon, the blacksmith must possess experience exceeding platinum level. While the item is indeed remarkable, its applicability may not be guaranteed. After reviewing all his gains, Chen Ye shifted his focus to his personal panel. Demon Assistance System. Host, Chen Ye. Class, Demon Summoner. Points, 1, 862, 550. Experience, 756. Level, LV 55. Spirit, 8,800. Strength, 7,100. Agility, 7,600. Defense, 7,100. Number of summons, Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, 623. Infernal Black Dragon, 8. Xiongqi, 1. Current total exchange points, 1, 423, 000, 100, 000, 000. Universal skills, low-level appraisal. Class skills, Solar Charge, Dark Water Floods the Golden Mountain. Sea of Lava, Celestial River Locking Dragon, Purple Thunder Strike, Universal Burial. System, consume 1, 000, 000 points to exchange for 1 Xiongqi. Consume 80, 000 points to exchange for 8 Infernal Black Dragons. Consume 620, 000 points to exchange for 62 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Ding. Points 1, 862, 000. Exchange complete. All exchange quantities have been deposited into the summoning space. Please check accordingly. Number of summons, Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, 685. Infernal Black Dragon, 16. Xiongqi, 2. Current total exchange points, 3, 285, 000, 100, 000, 000. It appears that unlocking the second type of summon is not a trivial task. I have yet to reach even 1/10 of the required progress. Perhaps I should first unlock the SSS Talent? Chen Ye glanced at the next talent available. Talent 7, Level Extraction. Upon defeating a world-class boss, one can extract the boss's level. Rating SSS, unlocked with 10 million points. With merely 10 million points needed for unlocking. By slaying a world-class boss, I can extract its level. Given my current strength, I am more than capable of dispatching a world-class boss with ease. If I can accumulate enough points to unlock this talent, I shall bypass the arduous leveling process. Though the extraction method remains unclear, an SSS level talent is undoubtedly formidable. With this thought, Chen Ye found a new direction. Accumulate 10 million points to unlock a new talent. Just 10 million, quite easy to earn. With a thought, Chen Ye exited the instance. Buzz. A brilliant light flashed as Chen Ye emerged from the instance portal. He has returned. The young master has returned. A new record, duration 002351. Goodness, the Death Channel, a dungeon with a boss level of 150, completed in just 23 minutes. The young master is truly remarkable. Upon seeing Chen Ye emerge, Jiang Qiu and a few others hurried forward with effusive praise. Uncle Jiang, the instance has been cleared. You may tidy it up yourselves. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen Ye clasped his fists in respect to the group and then summoned the Frost Dragon, soaring back to the city. The young master walked slowly. Take care, young master. They watched Chen Ye leave, their expressions slightly peculiar. What the young master mentioned, the little dragon being lackluster, turns out to be this dragon. He spoke no falsehood, nor was he boastful. Indeed, compared to the battle-hardened demon wolf and black dragon, it is somewhat underwhelming. Phew. I can hardly imagine how the young master will fare in the martial arts examination against his opponents. Martial arts examination? What a dream. With the young master's strength, he would have undoubtedly been specially recruited by the top universities without the need for any examination. Precisely, such a genius. If I were to establish an academy, I would spare no effort to recruit him. As Jiang Qiu and the others chatted, they stored the instance rewards into their collection boxes. Nonetheless, speaking of which, the resources from this instance will be sent back to headquarters. I wonder what kind of stir the record from the Nightmare Channel will cause. Ha. Perhaps young Master Chen Ye will become renowned within the dark factions. Chapter 67, a level 30 dragon tamer? That fellow is incapable. In the outskirts of Panlong City, Chen Ye stood atop the Frost Dragon, gazing down at the students awaiting cooldown to enter the instance for leveling, feeling quite contemplative. Not long ago, he was fearful of monsters from an F-class ordinary channel. Yet now, he finds himself yearning for abyssal bosses. In less than a month, his strength has undergone a transformative change. It's time for a good rest. I shall relax before the martial arts examination. After 3 years of high school, I have just a few days left to relish the time. Next, I will await my entrance into university, and then I shall resume the grind. Chen Ye resolved to grant himself a holiday. Guiding the Frost Dragon, he flew directly back to the city. Passing through Panlong Gorge, Chen Ye spotted several familiar figures. Casting a glance from afar, a smile graced his lips as he swiftly departed. Panlong Gorge, outside the abandoned city of Nightfall Instance. Wow. There's a dragon tamer up in the sky. What a magnificent dragon. My, that dragon is level 30. Is he a student who just advanced in Panlong City? Level 30? Goodness, it truly is. Such terrifying attributes. If that essay candidate, wouldn't they be invincible? Hiss. Could that person be Chen Ye? Chen Ye? I heard from my father that the city lord purchased a dragon for Chen Ye, and he switched his class to dragon tamer at school. Brother, don't spread rumors. That's not a good habit. Damn. My father is a teacher at Chen Ye's school, and the principal has been beaming lately, doubling the scholarship for all teachers. How could that be false? Impossible. Even as a dragon tamer, it's unlikely to reach level 30 in such a short time. It must be some senior expert. I'm only level 9. I need to level up to level 10 to qualify for the martial arts examination. You say that level 30 person is Chen Ye? I don't believe it. Not even if I were to die. A large group of students outside the instance engaged in fervent discussion. Among the crowd, Lu Rian's expression darkened. Her gaze fixated on the departing dragon. Through her family's connections, she transformed the nightmare summoner class into a dragon tamer. Humph, how laughable. A mid-road profession could never reach level 30. Chen Ye is incapable. Regardless of your profession or how impressive your family background is, I shall ensure you remain beneath my heel in the martial arts examination. Lu Rian gritted her teeth. Her spirit had yet to fully recover. And she re-entered the difficult channel. She's going in again? Wow, is the goddess really that fierce? Soloing her way through, she seems to have already reached level 21. Too strong. She can already solo the hard channel. If I were to enter the hard channel, I'd probably be obliterated. But having money is advantageous. I can bypass the instance cooldown. As long as my spirit holds up, leveling up is simply rapid. Brothers, the cooldown is almost over. Let us form a party and dive back into the instance for 3 days and 3 nights of battle. Come, let us form a party. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, a multitude of students engaged in leveling up began to stir. At this juncture, a student clad in golden armor, wielding a staff, arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Wow, here comes young Master Lu again. Lu Yi, have you returned home to change your gear? Quickly, assemble a team. We shall be your ornaments. Upon Lu Ye's arrival, a throng of individuals rapidly converged around him. Ha ha ha. Today, this young master shall lead you through the dungeon. Come. Let us form a party of 10. Lu Yi laughed heartily, feeling quite exhilarated. Ever since he received a thorough admonishment from his father, he felt as if he had been enlightened, and the fog of confusion had lifted. No longer did he have to follow Lu Ruyan and gauge others' moods. Now, he commanded a group, and others would look to him for guidance. Moreover, becoming the team leader granted him additional experience points. Upon reflection, this method proved to be more efficient than solo grinding. Indeed, being a sycophant had its drawbacks. Once dismissed and looked down upon, he now ventured out on his own, and even had 2 young ladies nearly on the verge of becoming his girlfriends. This time, I shall not return home until I reach level 20. Brothers, follow me. Lu Yi rallied his small team with a thunderous shout and plunged into the ordinary passage. Meanwhile, Chen Ye returned home, relishing a refreshing shower. After donning a fresh outfit, he set forth towards the Shanhe Guild. The magnetic ring space had become cluttered with an excess of items, rendering them useless if left inside. Thus, Chen Ye resolved to sell them. The most prudent choice, of course, was the Shanhe Guild. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the guild. Young Master Chen, allow me to summon the president. Please hold on. Upon entering the hall, a beautiful attendant greeted him before hastily departing. Chen Ye settled in the hall, waiting for approximately 5 minutes before Su Dongliang hurried in. Young Master Chen, I apologize for the wait. Su Dongliang clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Su Uncle. Chen Ye responded politely. What brings you here today, young master? If you had notified me in advance, I would have arranged my schedule to accommodate you. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Su Dongliang spoke amicably. Chen Ye cut to the chase. Su Uncle, I came to sell some items. Very well, young master. Please follow me. Following Su Dongliang, Chen Ye arrived at the luxurious private room from their previous meeting. Young master, may I inquire what items you wish to sell? Artifacts, perhaps? Chen Ye gestured towards an empty corner and released a torrent of various items accumulated within the magnetic ring. With a clatter, a mountain of goods formed. Gulp. Su Dongliang swallowed hard, pondering the sheer volume. Is this a bit much? More like an overwhelming amount. Young master, let me take a look. Bronze, silver, oh. And even items of gold quality. This one is platinum. Su Dongliang's pupils constricted in astonishment. Young master, these items. Oh, they are merely drops from slain monsters. You may price them as you see fit. Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. The thought of what caliber of monster could drop platinum items was staggering. Could it be that young Master Chen had already completed his class advancement quest? Gulp. Su Dongliang gasped at the realization. Young master, there are too many items. Perhaps you might consider consigning them with the guild for better profit. No worries. Just acquire them directly. I'm not short on cash, Chen Ye replied with a smile. Very well, young master, but I will need assistance appraising each item, which will take some time. Once the pricing is settled, just transfer the amount to my account. Su Uncle, you may carry on with your tasks. Chen Ye clasped his fists in farewell, preparing to depart. Allow me to see you off. No need. You may focus on your duties. Understood, young master, travel safely. As Chen Ye's figure receded, a hint of helplessness surfaced on Su Dongliang's face. He is simply extraordinary. Chen Ye's brilliance had far surpassed his expectations. Daughter, your desire to keep pace with Chen Ye may very well be an impossible endeavor. This lad is nothing short of a phenomenon. Dropping gold and platinum level items indicates that the monsters he faced must be at least level 100. How should I advise you? Su Dongliang shook his head and swiftly organized a team to appraise the mountain of items. Meanwhile, as Chen Ye stood outside the Shanhe Guild, a voice, barely louder than a mosquito, called out to him. Chen Ye. He turned to find Su Yan, smiling as she greeted him. Su Yan. Su-Yin clenched her fists, summoning her courage. Chen Ye, it has been a while. Have you still not formed a party to level up? May I join you for a dungeon run? Chen Ye blinked, asking, what level are you? I'm at level 20. I can definitely ensure your safety. Level 20? Perhaps another time. I plan to take it easy for a few days. We can discuss it later. Goodbye. Chen Ye waved and turned away. Should I have said I'm level 19, or perhaps 18? Did I make him feel inferior? A trace of grievance crossed Su-Yan's face. Chapter 68, The Top Scholar? We are assured of victory at our school. Are you heading out to level up? Su Dongliang exited the guild, spotting Su-Yan's dejected expression. As someone who had experienced such moments, he understood perfectly what had transpired. Su-Yan, being an introverted child, would undoubtedly feel hurt when her invitation was declined. Yet she would silently bear it. Father, I'm off to level up, Su-Yan murmured, lowering her head before turning towards the outskirts. Be careful, he advised. The city lord has summoned me to the council chamber. I will speak with you later once I'm finished. From a distance, Su Dongliang instructed her. Hearing Su-Yan's distant reply, he made his way to the council chamber. 20 minutes later, within the council chamber of Panlong City, Chen Wu occupied the seat of honor at the head of the conference table. Flanking him were the principals of the 5 high schools in Panlong City, along with the heads of various influential families. Now that everyone is present, I shall commence, Chen Wu declared. Taking a sip from the bottle of mineral water placed on the table, he spoke blandly, and the attendees bore serious expressions, awaiting his words in silence. Although it was a council meeting, everyone was acutely aware that their voices held no weight. They were to heed the city lord's directives. There are 2 matters to discuss. Chen Wu began. First, the martial examination is imminent, and I trust that all of you principals are well prepared. This year's results for Panlong City should not fall short of last year's performance. The rewards based on student performance will remain unchanged from last year, with no significant adjustments. In these final days, those who need to make a last push should do so. Do not keep your trump cards hidden, hoping for a miraculous turnaround. Some students come from underprivileged backgrounds. Ensure that those who need support receive it, lest their futures be jeopardized. Do you understand? Chen Wu directed his remarks towards the principals. Each of the 5 schools annually compared their performance, and the cunning heads often concealed reports of rare professions, aiming to use the school's resources to clandestinely boost certain students, only to later contend with one another. However, the limited resources available within the schools were hardly sufficient. Thus, Chen Wu felt compelled to address the issue. Understood, my lord. We shall refrain from any ulterior motives henceforth. However, my lord, it is indeed true that this year's cohort boasts 2 contenders for the martial examination, as you are already aware. Regardless, this year's top scholar from Panlong City shall find no rival in our esteemed First High School. The principal of First High, Wang Gaoyi, confidently asserted as he pounded his fist on the table. Yet, as he spoke, he cast a cautious glance at Chen Wu, mindful not to appear overly arrogant. Old Wang. This is not a certainty, Zhang Hong, the principal of Second High, interjected. Although the young master Chen Ye is not a rare profession, as a dragon tamer, should he ascend in rank, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass even that of rare professions. Despite the fact that Second High also has 2 rare professions this year, he held a firmer belief in Chen Ye's capabilities. The city lord's ability to defy destiny and bestow upon Chen Ye the formidable vocation of dragon tamer was an extraordinary feat. Thus, elevating Chen Ye's rank would be a mere trifle. Without a doubt, achieving level 30 was practically guaranteed. Zhang Hong was thoroughly convinced of this. Pray tell, how shall you contend with a level 30 dragon tamer? He challenged. Apart from young Master Chen, your Second High is rather mediocre. Wang Gaoyi intended to retort, but, considering the city lord's son attended Second High, he merely huffed and refrained from further comment. However, his gaze toward Zhang Hong conveyed a clear message. This year, Second High could not surpass First High, and even the city lord's son was insufficient. Are we not all just children? Every year, we glare at one another. It is hardly novel. The true victor shall be evident post-examination. Our Third High's ambitions this year do not revolve around the top scholar of Panlong City. TSK, such grandiose claims. Third High must have some capable contenders this year. But do be wary, Fourth High is not to be underestimated. As for Fifth High, I shall let our results speak for themselves. The principals were embroiled in a heated debate, their faces flushed with fervor. Chen Wu cast a glance, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Must we not exhibit a modicum of maturity? Very well, I shall now address the second matter. Seeing the assembly quieted, Chen Wu continued, I have submitted my resignation. What? Resignation? Upon hearing those words, all eyes in the chamber fell upon Chen Wu. Why would you resign? Since your appointment, Panlong City has flourished, and public safety has reached unprecedented heights. Once a barren land, it now brims with burgeoning factions and a surging populace, with talented individuals emerging from schools each year. The mere mention of your name sends evildoers and malevolent forces into retreat. One could assert that the rise of Panlong City is entirely due to your leadership. My lord, why entertain such thoughts? What will become of Panlong City upon your departure? This is no jest, it is far from amusing. City Lord, have we faltered in our duties? The assembly clamored to dissuade Chen Wu from his resignation. Chen Wu raised a hand for silence, and the din subsided. I have made my decision. Once he secures the top scholar position, I shall take my leave. As for the safety of Panlong City, we have the nation to rely upon. In addition to the nation, look around. Master Lu, President Su, and Tao Qiqiang. All these individuals are more than capable of shouldering responsibility. Moreover, numerous factions in Panlong City can safeguard its peace. That concludes my 2 matters. Following the martial examination, a new city lord shall convene with you to discuss future developments. The commander of the battlefront shall also assist the newly appointed city lord for a time. You may disperse. With that, Chen Wu rose to depart. Observing the disheartened expressions of the assembly, he added, the new city lord will be selected from among you present. The appointment letter should be issued after the martial examination. Prepare yourselves accordingly. With a parting remark, Chen Wu strode away. Wait, what did the city lord just say? The new city lord will be chosen from among us. This implied that regardless of who it was, the new city lord would emerge from their ranks. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The position of city lord was one of immense power. Esteemed colleagues, I must attend to school matters, so I shall take my leave. The principal of First High hastily stood and exited. Reflecting on the city lord's recent words, a chill ran down his spine. Once he secures the top scholar position, how formidable is Chen Ye? Wang Gao was uncertain of Chen Ye's strength, but he was unequivocally aware of the prowess of his own school's contender. If Chen Ye were to claim the top position, then their school's contender would inevitably be relegated to second place. City Lord, I understand your intentions. A mere top scholar is easily managed by First High. We can yield that to you. Chapter 69. In this world, no one can obstruct your forward march. As the meeting concluded, a wave of public discourse swept through Panlong City. The city lord, in a bid to ensure Chen Ye's ascendance to the top scholar position, had resigned from his post. Exerting pressure on the school principals to clear the way for Chen Ye, it seemed as though there was a deliberate orchestration at play. Shortly after the meeting's conclusion, various forums erupted with fervent speculation. As the rumors spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, it reached a point where it was known far and wide. At that moment, Chen Ye lounged upon a kayak, relishing the tranquil days preceding the martial examination. Suddenly, his phone inundated him with messages. Chen Ye, your father is using his position as city lord to ensure your victory as top scholar. How impressive. TSK. I never imagined my classmate would have his father suppress all the city's talents for the sake of vanity. You certainly know how to play the game. Chen Ye, is what they say on the forum true? Surely you wouldn't stoop so low. Let us end our friendship. I never knew you were this kind of person. Chen Ye, once your father is no longer city lord, I challenge you to a duel. Glancing at the bewildering messages, Chen Ye swiftly opened the forum. After perusing several posts, he dismissed all notifications. Lying quietly on the kayak, he gazed at the sun setting on the horizon. Father, your actions are placing immense pressure on me. Do you truly have such faith in my abilities? Thankfully, I do possess that strength. Otherwise, this would be quite challenging. Chen Ye chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. After skimming through a few posts, he discerned his father's intentions. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was his father calling. Chen Ye answered. Can you withstand this wave of public scrutiny? Chen Wu's voice resonated through the line. You didn't think to inform me beforehand. Instead, you acted and then asked? Chen Ye feigned irritation. So, father, will you suppress the rumors? Chen Wu inquired. Father, you create the rumors and then suppress them. Is that not akin to giving another push? Do you genuinely believe I am that formidable? Chen Ye continued to jest, though the phone fell silent for a moment before Chen Wu spoke again. The few lads from Jiang have informed me about your dungeon runs and monster farming. Well, I won't pretend any longer. Your son is indeed quite strong, Chen Ye confessed with a smile. But father, if you plan to step back, why court such infamy? Especially since I feel this approach is rather inappropriate. Some talents may not withstand the pressure and could very well crumble under it. My son truly lives up to my expectations, effortlessly discerning your father's intentions. Chen Wu chuckled heartily, then adopted a more serious tone. Son, the final position of city lord is at stake. If we can ignite the fighting spirit of this generation's prodigies, it would indeed be a contribution to our nation. As you mentioned, some geniuses may succumb under pressure. However, have you considered that it may be preferable for them to remain inconspicuous now, rather than risk being crushed on the battlefield in the future? My strategy, though it may not seem like pressure, is merely to stimulate their ambition. An outgoing city lord, whose influence wanes, should not be a concern for true geniuses. They will regard your father as a fool, striving to outshine you with their martial examination scores and ultimately slap me in the face. Consequently, the martial examination results from Panlong City might reach unprecedented heights, and many will be propelled to greater beginnings due to this fierce competitiveness. Of course, there is also the notion of allowing my son to flaunt his superiority. Soon, you shall become the brightest new star in the city and even the nation. In this world, no one will be able to obstruct your path forward. Chen Wu's voice resonated with conviction. I understand, father. After exchanging a few more words, the father-son duo ended their call. Chen Ye closed his eyes. casting aside all external opinions, and reclined on the kayak for a brief respite. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was the eve of the martial examination. In the Liu family living room, Liu Yi gazed solemnly at Liu Yuan. Father, will you become the next city lord? Go away. Your father lacks the capability for such a role. Then, given the public sentiment, should I hold back during the examination to accommodate Chen Ye? Liu Ye's query trailed off as Liu Yuan erupted in a furious roar, splattering Liu Yi with spittle. Hold back? With your meager abilities? If you can score even half of Chen Ye's marks, I will call you father myself. You possess no ambition. Give it your all, and do not embarrass me or squander the city lord's earnest intentions. The city lord has good intentions? Liu Ye's expression was one of bewilderment, utterly confused by his father's words. Listen closely, my boy, let me enlighten you. As for why the city lord seeks to suppress all candidates in favor of Chen Ye, that is a matter far too profound for you to grasp. Allow me to illustrate with an example, otherwise, you shall remain in the dark. If I were to ascend to power amid the populace's negative sentiments towards the former city lord, would I not be welcomed with open arms? The answer is undoubtedly yes. If I subsequently perform no worse than the former city lord, would people not at least regard me as less selfish? Again, the answer is affirmative. The former city lord was exceptionally capable, so much so that he is beyond reproach. Such individuals garner respect and linger in the public's thoughts. However, they are also prone to jealousy. Any minor flaw they reveal will be magnified, leading to perpetual disdain. If he departs on a high note, leaving the position of city lord, the next incumbent will forever dwell in his shadow. Any misstep by the new city lord will be subjected to comparison with the former. Regardless of the new city lord's accomplishments, they will never surpass the former's standing in the hearts of the people. Now, with the city lord's current maneuvering, even if the new city lord is utterly inept, they will swiftly gain public favor. Carrying the burden of a bad reputation will allow Panlong City to rapidly enter a new phase of progress. Truly remarkable, Lord Chunwu. Liu Yuan's gaze deepened, his admiration evident. Then, father, should I hold back during the examination for Chen Ye? After all, his father is so esteemed, I cannot bear to surpass him. Liu Yi seemed to grasp the situation, earnestly seeking clarification. Damn it, Liu Yuan exclaimed, blood boiling. Get out and train. If you don't put in the effort until the morning before the examination, I swear I'll break your legs. Father, please give me a hint. Should I let Chen Ye win? Get lost. All right. Father, once you've made a decision, remember to text me. I need a clear answer before entering the examination room, whether to let him win or not. Chapter 70. Suppressing scores to elevate Chen Ye? Who does he think he is? Does he deserve it? Year, your intellect is a cause for concern. Liu Yuan sighed as he watched Liu Yi dash out of the door. At the same time, due to Chun Wu's statement, numerous students deemed capable of achieving the top score in the martial examination found themselves forcibly restrained by the school. At Panlong No. 1 high school, in the principal's office, Wang Gaoyi hurriedly convened an emergency meeting and subsequently summoned a student to his office. Liu Ao, do you understand why I have called you here? Wang Gaoyi squinted, his tone grave as he addressed the student standing before his desk. Principal, if I refuse to comply and insist on suppressing Chen Ye in the martial examination, what will the consequences be? Liu Ao's face was ashen, teeth clenched tightly. Wang Gaoyi raised his head, his voice turning icy. Refuse to comply? Liu Ao, do not presume that just because you have transitioned to a rare profession, you can act with impunity. Did I not promise you that as long as your score is beneath Chen Ye's, the school would invest 5 million in your development? And I would personally liaise with universities for your guaranteed admission? Although the schools may not be as prestigious as those accepting your examination scores. Do not forget that while the school can elevate you, it can also sever your wings. Following the school's directives is your wisest course of action. Do not be ungrateful. The influence of the city lord is beyond your capacity to challenge. If it weren't for your humble beginnings and your commendable performance over the past 3 years, do you think I would waste my breath on you? Now, tell me your choice. Wang Gaoyi's cold voice resonated in the room. Liu Ao clenched his fists for a long time before finally relaxing his grip. Principal, I will comply with the arrangements. Upon hearing Liu Ao's response, Wang Gaoyi smiled. Young Liu, this is indeed the best choice. Rest assured, I will not lead you astray. Your profession and level have already been submitted to 2 universities. After the martial examination, you will receive an acceptance notice. The school's rewards will also be fulfilled post-examination. Do not feel wronged. The city lord has made it clear that the martial examination's top scorer can only be Chen Ye, and no one can reverse that. Remember, during the examination, every participant's scoring device will display the top 3 scores. You only need to ensure that yours falls below Chen Ye's. Prepare yourself. And consider yourself fortunate that not expelling you for jeopardizing your examination qualification is the greatest leniency I can offer. Do not create trouble for me. With that, Wang Gaoyi ceased further conversation. Liu Ao clasped his fists and exited the principal's office. Chen Ye, you wish to be the top scorer? I, Liu Ao, will never yield. During the martial examination, I will show you what true strength entails. As Liu Owen stepped out of the office, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. How could I, Liu Owen, bow my head in such a place? The city lord, Chen Ye, is it? You shall not suppress me. The same occurrences are transpiring across the 5 schools. In order to ensure Chen Ye secures the top scholar position, various unscrupulous tactics are being employed. Intimidation and bribery abound. Any student with the potential to contend for the title has been subjected to intense discussions by the institutions. Father, I will keep my scores in check. You need not worry, Su Yin murmured, her head bowed. If Chen Ye desires the top scholar title, I shall concede it to him. I am merely at level 21. And a poor performance in the exam should raise no suspicions. You foolish girl, your father did not summon you for this matter, Su Dongliang replied. A note of concern etched upon his face. Rather, I wish to impart this. During the martial exam, you must give it your all. Chen Ye's abilities will far exceed your expectations. It will be arduous to keep pace with him. The reality of Chen Ye's prodigious talent weighed heavily on Su Dongliang's mind. Within a mere month, he had ascended to level 30, completing a death-defying class advancement task, amplifying all attributes tenfold. Such formidable prowess at the martial exam would undoubtedly overshadow all others in the city. Furthermore, the city lord's unwavering trust in Chen Ye, directing his focus upon him, hinted at an even greater strength than anticipated. Su Dongliang's singular thought was a fervent hope that Chen Ye would not distance himself too far from Su Yin. For witnessing his daughter's disappointment would be a source of great anguish for him. Father, do you mean to say that young Master Chen Ye's strength is indeed formidable? Su Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing her father's praise for Chen Ye. Naturally, she felt elated at the notion of his strength. Persevere, my dear. After the martial exam, you shall witness his true might. He will astonish all. However, Yinner, prepare yourself mentally. After the martial exam, the chasm between you and Chen Ye will be vast. Perhaps, on your future paths, your fates may never intertwine again. Focus on your form and approach the martial exam with unwavering determination. I must attend to my duties now. With that, Su Dongliang rose and departed, leaving Su Yin alone on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's hall, Lu Ruyin regarded Lu Fei Yang with an icy demeanor. You expect me to squander my future to pave the way for others? Absolutely not. Do not even think of it. Why should I make way for that waste? Chen Ye? Hasn't his family already altered his profession for him? A so-called dragon tamer, yet he lacks the courage to contest for a top scholar title, instead pressuring his family to influence the entire city. What sort of man is he? I hold such individuals in contempt and will not sacrifice my own future for someone so beneath me. At the martial exam, I shall ensure he cannot hold his head high. I will make Chen Ye understand that possessing power does not equate to having it all. Sighing, Lu Fei Yang could only lament at his daughter's words. Accustomed to a life of privilege, she was impervious to counsel. In that moment, Lu Fei Yang felt an overwhelming fatigue. He silently wished for Chen Ye to exceed expectations, hoping it might impart a lesson to his daughter about the existence of greater talents beyond her comprehension. Yet, could that even be possible? It seemed utterly improbable. Very well. I am fated to remain distanced from the city lord's position. If you desire to be the top scholar, then strive diligently. Although Chen Ye may not merit comparison to you, you will inevitably encounter rivals in the future. With a heavy heart, Lu Fei Yang could only hope that his daughter would soon face a worthy opponent. High aspirations require the support of true strength, he sighed. An overly exceptional girl is not necessarily a boon. Women who are too talented and assertive often lead families to ruin, he reflected with a deep understanding. Oh, I must offer more gifts in hopes that the new city lord will rise without being deliberately targeted. Ru Yin, one day, when you consider your father's plight, then you shall have truly matured. How can our humble family contend with Chen Wu? As Lu Fei Yang pondered the family's resources, he slowly departed, feeling considerably worn. Pathetic. One city lord can intimidate you to such an extent, and with a father like you, I feel nothing but shame, Lu Ruyin thought disdainfully, firmly resolving to achieve a result that would astonish the entire city.